The dark apocalypse has drawn to a close, ushering in the era of desolation. Countless aberrant creatures and bizarre contaminated zones devour the remnants of humanity's home. A remote town, engulfed by the contaminated area, forces Yun Zhao, who has only recently awakened her abilities, to lead the entire populace in migration. Her origins remain shrouded in mystery, and her power is formidable. Yet, she is a mere weakling, incapable of lifting a hand or shouldering any burden, and she cannot even wield a firearm. She possesses a spiritual entity that is unlike any other. This little creature perpetually gazes at others with a sidelong glance, regarding them with the disdainful eyes of one surveying refuse, and berates passers-by as worthless. It is widely known that Xie Tu, the S-class Sentinel of Dawn Base, has a ferocious fire phoenix as his spiritual entity. Upon their first encounter, the fire phoenix pointed at Yun Zhao's spiritual entity and exclaimed, "It is so beautiful. I want to pluck its feathers and present them to it." Xie Tu, with an impassive expression, retorted, "If you dare to act foolishly, do you believe I won't serve you as a roast turkey on a platter?" The fire phoenix replied, "But it is so beautiful. Why am I not a peacock? I want to display my plumage." Xie Tu commanded silence. Within the contaminated zones, there exist aberrant beings capable of speech, retaining their consciousness. They linger in the 88th contaminated zone, frozen in the time before the apocalypse. A realm of temporal distortion, an endless abyss, a soul's prison, and a bizarre gatekeeper. A group of individuals striving to save the world yearns for the day when peace reigns, restoring a golden age. Chapter 1. The Expanding 6th Contaminated Zone. Summer, 2446. The blazing sun scorches the boundless Gobi Desert, the ground radiating searing heat, and from a distance, the air appears to shimmer with distortion. With a thunderous roar, a heavily armored off-road vehicle bursts forth from the obscuring gray mist, racing fiercely and kicking up clouds of dust. Behind it, 7 or 8 aberrant creatures emerge in pursuit. These monsters stand 2 to 3 meters tall, shrouded in black mist, their viscous secretions dripping onto the ground, hissing with corrosive white smoke. Exposed to the blazing sun, they become wildly agitated, baring their teeth at the receding vehicle, an aura of intense resentment emanating from them. "What a splendid opportunity, Rabbit. Eliminate them," a rugged male voice boomed. "Acknowledged." A woman with a bobbed haircut in the vehicle rose from her seat, clutching a heavy sniper rifle, readying her stance. The armored vehicle suddenly reversed, executing a graceful drift to turn around. During this maneuver, the sunroof opened. The sniper, codenamed Rabbit, poked her head out from the sunroof, steadied her rifle, and quickly aimed for a target. Bang! In the swirling sands, an aberrant creature howled in agony and collapsed after the gunfire rang out. The tremendous recoil caused her to lean back, but she swiftly regained her balance, continuing to aim for the next one. The Sentinel's heightened senses effortlessly tracked the aberrant creature's movements. "Excellent. Let's take them down." The burly driver whistled, continuing to drive the armored vehicle in circles to draw the monster's attention. There were 5 individuals in the vehicle. The man seated in the passenger seat leaned against the window, his sharp facial features framed by deep-set eyes that glinted with a piercing gaze. Once again, a series of resounding gunshots reverberated. Xie Tu turned his gaze towards the window, observing that the aberrant creatures had been entirely eradicated. The youth in the back seat, with a buzz cut, appeared somewhat composed, cradling an old box in his arms. "Captain, we have secured the item. Shall we return to the base now?" Xie Tu remained silent, raising his left wrist to check the terminal information. After a considerable pause, he suddenly composed himself, narrowing his eyes and stating, "Proceed to the vicinity of the number 6 contaminated zone." The mention of the number 6 contaminated zone caused a palpable pause in the atmosphere within the vehicle. The agile Rabbit promptly closed the sunroof, returned to his seat clutching his firearm, and remarked, "Captain, our supplies in the vehicle are running low." "Indeed, what purpose do we have in going to the number 6 contaminated zone?" grumbled the burly driver. Could it be that a new mission awaited them? Xie Tu cast a sidelong glance at them, replying, "We are going to retrieve someone." The others responded with bewilderment. What? In the 22nd century, darkness abruptly descended, electricity faltered entirely, and ominous contaminated zones and aberrant creatures emerged. The planet was plunged into a prolonged 200-year apocalypse. In the days devoid of light and power, monsters ravaged the land, forcing humanity into dire straits, with countless underground shelters succumbing. In these perilous times, a select few awakened extraordinary abilities. These individuals were referred to as sentinels. Sentinels possess formidable physiques and acute senses. However, with each use of their abilities, they inch closer to aberration, ultimately destined to be consumed by dark matter and transformed into those flesh-eating monsters. Once a sentinel becomes aberrant, they become a far more perilous entity than ordinary aberrants. Perhaps it is for this reason that another formidable breed of warriors emerged. Possessing immense mental strength, they are capable of guiding sentinels through their chaotic mental states and providing them solace. These are the guides. As the mainstay of the Dark Era, it was not until a decade after the emergence of sentinels that the first guide was born into the world. Guides are precious and scarce. They are perceived as frail. This is the consensus of all. Thus, when Xie Tu informed his teammates that they were to retrieve a high-ranking guide, the team erupted in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? We are to acquire a new guide. Could it be that the captain's previous threats to the base bore fruit? Now, 19 years have passed since the onset of the Dark Era. Light has returned to the world. Yet, the 200 years of apocalyptic darkness have led to the extinction of over 80% of flora and fauna, with the remaining species undergoing mutation. Food scarcity and a regression of civilization ensue. The ground outside is littered with weathered, sandy soil. The world has become a patchwork of wounds. The scant resources that remain cannot sustain everyone, making it exceedingly difficult for many ordinary people to secure even the basics of survival. The last remaining large shelters, after communication was restored, finally made contact and jointly initiated the Salvation Project. They resolved to explore various contaminated zones in search of the truth behind the calamity. However, within the contaminated zones, the concentration of dark matter is excessively high. Sentinels executing missions are at great risk of aberration should they overexert their abilities. This has resulted in an alarmingly high loss rate among sentinels. Xie Tu believes that since guides are also a specialized breed, they ought to be at the front lines, combating alongside them rather than being coddled within the base due to their scarcity. Are you certain it is a high-ranking guide? The buzz-cut youth in the back seat, named Song Liang, glanced at the two most animated individuals and then at another person beside him who was sound asleep. Unable to contain his skepticism, he remarked, "We're merely picking someone up. Are you all overthinking this?" The driver, Tao Haohua, laughed heartily. "Don't you know our captain? If it were just a simple pickup, who would dare make him run errands?" Song Liang turned his head, his gaze intent on his captain, hoping for an explanation. Xie Tu, legs crossed, propped his hand against the car window, joining in the laughter. "This is not a base mission. It's information relayed by contact. According to the intel, the number 6 contaminated zone has suddenly expanded, and a small base nearby is migrating northward." Xie Tu continued, "They recently produced a guide, reportedly of a high level." Rabbit, perplexed, questioned, "What does their migration have to do with us?" Song Liang shot her a glance. "The outside is teeming with aberrants. Any migration must have a purpose, seeking refuge in a larger base. The guide among them serves as the ticket for entry. Moreover, this guide is unregistered with the 4 major bases. Naturally, whoever seizes them first claims them." "I understand now. The captain means we are to see someone and you lot misheard." Rabbit attempted to redeem herself, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tao Haohua pressed the accelerator to the floor, declaring, "Then we must secure them." Simultaneously, on the outskirts of the number 6 contaminated zone, in a border town, gray clouds roiled in the sky, spreading from the center in all directions. The mist layered upon itself, resembling countless writhing tendrils. Terrifying aberrants howled with excitement amidst the dense fog. Countless monsters had already breached the contaminated zone and were advancing toward the town. The walled town, shrouded in silence, resembled a ghost town, as all inhabitants had evacuated 2 hours prior. 20 years ago, the number 6 contaminated zone was still 100 kilometers away from us. A middle-aged man seated on the bus gazed through the window at the distant, rolling gray mist, murmuring in despair. "The rate of expansion is alarmingly rapid. At this rate, will humanity have any place to dwell in the future? Having lost their only home, the road ahead appears bleak, with no clear path to return." The passengers on the bus were aimlessly anxious, uncertain of what to do. Beside the man, a 7 or 8-year-old girl rose to her knees on her seat, reaching out to embrace the middle-aged man's neck. "Daddy, don't be sad," Sister Yun Zhao will find a way, she reassured him. Chapter 2. The migration of the entire town. 5 large buses were flanked by 2 SUVs, racing northward with all the townspeople aboard. Each vehicle bore a towering heap of luggage atop its roof. The little girl, who spoke of her sister Yun Zhao, sat in the back seat of the leading SUV. She appeared remarkably youthful, her palm-sized face hidden beneath the brim of her cap, clad in an oversized, worn camouflage suit that accentuated her petite, slender frame. At this moment, Yun Zhao gazed into the distant swirling gray mist. The sky was shrouded in a dull haze, with sunlight only managing to pierce through in slender beams. In the blink of an eye, the gray fog had encroached upon the small town where she had lived for 12 years. 12 years prior, Yun Zhao had been an innocent child discovered at the edge of the contaminated zone by a search team from the town. The squad that rescued her consisted of 8 members, all native to Qingshan town. From that day forth, she made her home in Qingshan. The town's rear mountains housed clear, untainted underground water and a small patch of arable land. However, other resources were desperately scarce. To survive, the Sentinels formed search teams to venture into the fringes of the contaminated area in search of usable supplies. At that time, the search team comprised 5 B-class Sentinels, possessing adequate strength and maintaining a safe distance from the number 6 contaminated zone, allowing for a life that was neither particularly good nor bad. As time went on, the number 6 contaminated zone continued to expand, leading to the demise of the search team as Sentinels. Some fell victim to the aberrant creatures, while others succumbed to madness, becoming part of the very monstrosities they once fought. In that fog-enshrouded number 6 contaminated zone, Yun Zhao slightly closed her eyes, stirred by an indescribable emotion. Her spiritual entity seemed affected, lazily emerging and fluttering above her head. It took the form of a palm-sized azure bird, possessing icy blue beastly eyes and long, flowing tail feathers. Its silver beak glinted with a sharp gleam under the sunlight, while its plumage radiated a gem-like azure glow. Yun Zhao reached out to touch it, and the proud little bird lifted its head, accepting her caress. The young driver, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years old, was named Xiang, who kept a vigilant eye on the activity behind the vehicle. Once a spiritual entity materializes, only sentinels and guides can perceive it. According to their understanding, guides typically manifest gentle herbivorous animals with docile forms that are more conducive to calming sentinels. Yet, Yun Zhao as spiritual entity, the azure bird, seemed to sense something, suddenly raising its head to cast a noble and haughty glance at him as if to say, "What are you staring at?" Xiang swallowed hard and quickly turned his gaze back to the road ahead. Seated in the passenger seat, Cheng Dongshu remained alert, gun in hand, watching the outside world. The moment Yun Zhao's spiritual entity emerged, he tensed up, remaining utterly still and not daring to look back. Xiang cleared his throat. "Sister Yun Zhao, the news has spread. Are we truly heading to the Dawn base?" "Indeed," Yun Zhao responded softly. Xiang hesitated, "But we are closest to the Dawn base. Why must we travel farther to the southwestern region?" "Because only the Dawn base is constructed above ground," Yun Zhao patiently explained. "The southwestern region is resource-rich, and with the support of a major base, safety is assured, allowing for a better life for everyone in the future. If we are to relocate, we must naturally choose the most optimal location." When the dark apocalypse descended, the government hastily established hundreds of underground shelters. 200 years later, only 4 of these havens survived. Originally designated by numbers, the shelters were formally renamed as Dawn Base, Morning Base, Hope Base, and Dawn Base. 3 of these shelters were built deep underground, while the Dawn Base in the southwestern region stood above ground amidst the mountains. The older generation, having endured the dark times, harbored an intense longing for sunlight. Given the choice of surface structures, most preferred not to dwell in the pitch-black depths below. In truth, Yun Zhao's motivation for choosing the Dawn base extended beyond mere safety, though she had no intention of elaborating. However, the journey is perilously long. With multiple contaminated zones to traverse, Xiang expressed his concerns. Yun Zhao nodded and unfolded a map she had procured from the Dawn base last November. "We need only to avoid contaminated zones rated 4 stars and above. 4-star zones can sporadically expand and alter the terrain, necessitating detours. As for 5-star zones, they were formed during the early Dark Ages and are extremely hazardous." "Understood," Xiang acknowledged with a nod. The number 6 contaminated zone began to spread from the southeast. They were now heading north, intending to divert to the southwestern region via Route 102. Numerous perilous mutated creatures lurked along the way, yet with Sister Yun Zhao present, as long as they steered clear of the fog-laden areas, they would be safe. It was likely they wouldn't reach the nearest Sentinel station by nightfall. He Xiang's thoughts were interrupted when Cheng Dongshu, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly moved, followed by the sound of a bullet being chambered. Cheng Dongshu picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention vehicles behind. Level 2 mutated creatures detected. Prepare for combat. Received. Came the swift replies over the walkie-talkie. Yun Zhao raised her gaze to follow the sounds. Not far to the left, a horde of mutated creatures raced towards them. These monsters bore grotesque features. With sharp mandibles forming the lower half of their faces, their wrinkled skin stretched tightly over skeletal frames. Their bodies appeared unnaturally elongated to 2 or 3 meters. With writhing flesh wings on their backs, continuously dripping a viscous, corrosive black liquid. They were a sight both repugnant and terrifying. Cheng Dongshu counted. There are 8 in total. Not too many. With Yun Zhao here, they would be able to manage. The sentinels in the vehicles behind received the signal, rolled down their windows, and climbed atop their vehicles, weapons at the ready. The horde of monsters drew nearer, their expressions twisted with greed as they fixated on the vehicles, roaring in excitement, eager to pounce and tear them apart. No one panicked. All eyes remained fixed on the advancing monstrosities, waiting for the opportune moment. Yun Zhao pressed a button, and the car window slowly lowered. The little azure bird perched atop her head lazily glanced at the creatures and then turned away, seemingly lacking the energy to engage. Yun Zhao raised her hand slightly, and an emerald glow flickered around her, dissipating into countless twinkling points. No one could discern what she had done. Suddenly, the flying mutated creatures froze in midair, displaying bewildered expressions, as if they had turned into fixed targets. Cheng Dongshu no longer hesitated, opening fire on the aberrant beings. And a barrage of gunfire erupted. The strength of the guide lay in the mental realm. A powerful guide could not only soothe sentinels, but could also influence the mutated creatures, a revelation they had only discovered after Yun Zhao's awakening. The 8 level 2 mutated creatures were swiftly eradicated, and the vehicles safely traversed the area. By nightfall, the convoy arrived at a long-abandoned factory. The surroundings were engulfed in yellow sand, with rust-covered gates and shattered windows, shards of glass littering the ground as moonlight streamed through the damaged roof, casting mottled shadows. A sense of dilapidation permeated the air. The 5 buses and 2 SUVs drove into the factory area, and everyone disembarked, appearing somewhat dazed. Those needing to use the restroom should go in pairs, and don't wander too far. Just stay within the factory, the sentinels advised. Yun Zhao scanned the vicinity with her mental energy, then exited the vehicle, intending to check on the children in the back. As she stepped away, Cheng Dongshu immediately pulled He Xiang into a secluded corner. With a gaze filled with complexity, he spoke. Xiangzi, please enlighten me. What exactly is Yun Zhao's spiritual entity? Chapter 3. The spiritual entity of Yun Zhao. Cheng Dongshu is currently the only B-class sentinel in Qingshan town. Though inconspicuous in the grand base, he stands as the pinnacle of combat strength in the small town. Ever since Yun Zhao awakened to become a guide, he has been the most elated, for with a guide present, he no longer fears the sudden loss of control over his mental powers. Regular guidance sessions ensure that his abilities remain at their zenith, keeping his mind sharp and his senses keen. Thus, Cheng Dongshu was the first to seek out Yun Zhao, requesting mental guidance. The process of guidance transpired swiftly. However, during the session, Cheng Dongshu felt anything but comfort. Instead, he was gripped by terror. The moment the azure bird manifested within his mental landscape, it was not the diminutive form of a mere projection. It was a magnificent and radiant behemoth. Its azure feathers shimmering like gemstones, each glimmering with brilliance. Noble and aloof, it cast a disdainful gaze upon all beings. Like an invader entering his mental domain, it carelessly flapped its wings, sweeping away the dark essences as if they were mere refuse. Under its imposing presence, Cheng Dongshu's own spiritual entity quaked in fear, retreating to the deepest recesses, too terrified to show itself. After the session, Cheng Dongshu's senses and abilities indeed experienced a qualitative leap. Yet, the terror imprinted in his very marrow had taken root deep within his heart. Never had he heard of a sentinel being intimidated by a guide's spiritual entity. It was utterly absurd. Each time he approached Yun Zhao for guidance, he had to prepare himself mentally for quite some time, only to depart pale-faced and trembling. He was not alone. Every sentinel in the town shared his sentiments. They had secretly researched the bird's prototype, but found no avian counterpart in the animal compendium. He Xiang, the younger brother of He Jun, one of the 8 sentinels who rescued Yun Zhao, had always been close to Yun Zhao. He surely knew the truth. Sentinels in the Grand Base often remarked that a guide's spiritual entity was typically gentle, comprised of adorable, non-aggressive manifestations. Cheng Dongshu raised his voice. But just look at that azure bird. Is it gentle? It gazes at me, as if I were refuse. Many sentinels, whose heightened senses caught wind of his exclamation, nodded in agreement. Seeking mental guidance from Yun Zhao had left many with psychological scars. Yet, she was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, no one would have unanimously agreed to follow her without question. Yun Zhao resembled a mage endowed with healing skills. Aside from being unable to serve as a tank and being somewhat fragile herself, her other two skills were maximized. The sentinels speculated that she must be an A-class guide. After all, there were no more than 5 such guides in the Grand Base, and yet, from their small town, emerged such an extraordinary guide. He Xiong scratched his head. Dongshiji, I truly do not know. I wouldn't dare to meet that bird's gaze either. Moreover, he posed a curious counterquestion. How could someone as gentle as Sister Yun Zhao have such a fierce spiritual entity? Cheng Dongshu retorted, gentle? Young man, have your eyes been obscured by 800 layers of filters? Just then, the sentinels spotted Yun Zhao returning, accompanied by a pair of twins. Cheng Dongshu quickly shifted the topic. The twins, barely 6 years old, were slender and delicate, descendants of one of Yun Zhao's lifesavers. The boy, the elder, was named He Pingping, while the girl, the younger, was called Hienan. After their father's passing, they were raised solely by their mother, with the townsfolk lending a helping hand. As Yun Zhao approached, the azure bird on her shoulder had returned to her mental realm. Noticing everyone standing around, she casually inquired, "What are you all discussing?" The sentinels stood erect, shaking their heads in unison, responding loudly, "Nothing." Puzzled, Yun Zhao paid it no mind, suggesting they should rest, as they had to set off early the next morning. All right. The following day, the convoy resumed its journey, entering the 102nd route, veering towards the southwest. Within the contaminated zone, there was no magnetic field, and the flow of time differed from the outside. The expanding area caused the terrain to change rapidly, necessitating navigation based solely on the numerical designations established by the 4 major bases. The vehicles sped along, traversing the desolation and stirring clouds of dust. Along the way, remnants of the past occasionally flickered into view, ruins of a bygone era, skyscrapers leaning at precarious angles and rusty steel bars exposed to the elements, like giants forgotten by time, lying quietly amidst the barren ruins. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the route, maintaining their formation. Yun Zhao, weary, rubbed her temples. During the day, she assisted in scouting and clearing aberrant creatures. As night approached, the thought of so many ordinary people around made it impossible for her to sleep soundly. "I'll take a quick nap. Wake me immediately if anything arises." He Xiong promptly replied, "All right, Sister Yun Zhao, please rest. Your eyes are bloodshot." The seats behind her were piled high with luggage, leaving only a small space for her to sit. Yun Zhao curled herself up, pulling her hat low to shield her eyes from the sunlight, and closed them, drifting into sleep. However, her rest was far from peaceful. Somehow, she found herself dreaming of the moment she first arrived in Qingshan town. At 6 or 7 years old, she appeared lost and bewildered, led by a sentinel. His hand was large, rough, and warm, guiding her gently into the town. She had no memories of her past, unaware of why she was in the contaminated zone, oblivious to her parents' identities, only vaguely recalling her own name. "Little sister, what is your name?" "Yun Zhao." "Zhao Zhao, it's alright if you can't remember. You can stay here in the town. The 8 of us uncles will take care of you." The sentinel's hearty laughter soothed her inner turmoil. Thus, Yun Zhao made her home in Qingshan town. Whenever the 8 uncles returned from missions, they would often bring her gifts, sometimes a beautiful dress, sometimes books from the bygone era, or dolls beloved by little girls. This idyllic existence continued for 5 or 6 years until one day, the 8 ventured out again but returned with only 5. Eventually, none returned. On that day, she climbed the high wall of the town, staring blankly towards the direction of the 6th contaminated zone. Sitting atop it for what felt like an eternity, in her dream, they remained as they once were, vividly standing before her. They laughed and played, discussing their day's bounty and sharing news from beyond, occasionally exchanging lighthearted, albeit inappropriate, jokes, only to hush themselves upon noticing her presence. Yun Zhao smiled. Yet, amidst the laughter, a wave of sorrow washed over her, as if a gaping wound had been carved into her heart, exposing the raw, bloody hurt within. She knew they were all gone. Why couldn't I awaken my abilities sooner? Why? Around her, a gray mist began to rise unnoticed, gradually obscuring the figures of the 8 sentinels. Their features blurred, their flesh visibly withering, as she watched them transform into monstrous creatures that devoured the living. Suddenly, a piercing cry erupted from the sky. A colossal azure bird appeared, soaring above her, flapping its wings to disperse the encroaching gray mist. Stop the car. Yun Zhao abruptly opened her eyes. The sunlight outside the car window had inexplicably faded away, leaving the sky shrouded in a somber gloom. Despite it being nearly 2 in the afternoon, Xiang heard her voice, a hint of unease creeping in. What was amiss? As the vehicle continued on its path, a peculiar fog began to envelop the surroundings. Cheng Dongshu sensed something was amiss and swiftly grabbed the intercom, shouting, "Stop the car! Stop!" All 7 vehicles came to an abrupt halt. Cheng Dongshu and Xiang instinctively turned their gaze towards her. Yun Zhao's expression was clear. The remnants of a dream long dissipated. She tilted her head to gaze outside, remarking, "It seems we have inadvertently entered a contaminated zone." Chapter 4. Infiltration of the contaminated zone. Impossible! Xiang and Cheng Dongshu exclaimed in unison. Cheng Dongshu spoke rapidly. "We have remained vigilant, our eyes unblinking, alert to the outside. I have traversed the outskirts of this contaminated area many times. The gray fog serves as a distinctive warning. Xiang and I would never be foolish enough to ignore it and venture in." Xiang nodded emphatically. "Indeed. With so many sentinels in the vehicles behind us, it is inconceivable that we could have entered the contaminated zone unnoticed." Yun Zhao remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the fog outside. The mist was faint. Were it not for its gradual accumulation, it would be nearly imperceptible. The landscape on either side of the road was steeped in desolation and decay. The barren soil had eroded into sand, the mountains flanking the road devoid of vegetation, their rocky surfaces marred by signs of erosion, forming deep ravines and fissures. In the distance, remnants of an ancient city could be glimpsed, dilapidated steel and concrete frameworks that seemed to lament a bygone era of prosperity. Cheng Dongshu and Xiang wished to utter further words, but were rendered speechless as they caught sight of the fog thickening outside the window. The scenery before them began to distort. The gray mist swirled in the distance, twisting the road, and suddenly, buildings materialized along the once empty sides of the road, appearing like a mirage. What else could it be but the enigmatic realm of contamination? Cheng Dongshu's grip on his weapon tightened, veins bulging. The entirety of the small town was present here. No matter how formidable Yun Zhao might be, she was merely a guide lacking combat prowess. As a slightly more capable sentinel, how was he to lead so many to safety? Dawn base. The monitoring personnel detected an anomaly, springing to their feet with grave expressions. "This is bad. A new contaminated zone has emerged on Route 102. Dispatch sentinels immediately to investigate." "Is Jiang Mu present?" Reporting to the officer. "Jiang Mu's squad has gone northwest and has yet to return. Notify the nearby outposts to immediately dispatch 5 squads of advanced sentinels to eliminate it before the contaminated zone stabilizes. The recently formed contaminated area is highly unstable and prone to collapse. We do not yet know if it will spread. We must extinguish it before it solidifies." There was but one explanation. The fog at the center coalesced and dispersed, and the scene outside the window underwent a dramatic transformation. Dilapidated shops emerged along the road. They now seemed to inhabit an antiquated street, characterized by old-fashioned buildings no taller than 5 stories, rows of shuttered storefronts adorned with faded marks, cloaked in dust and grime. Yun Zhao calmly stated, "This contaminated zone formed only after our arrival." How unfortunate. Xiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, knowing that his mother and younger sister were in the vehicle behind. He had promised his elder brother to protect everyone. Cheng Dongshu swallowed hard, glancing at Yun Zhao. Should we not quickly find the key to escape? This was no secret. The contaminated world was a distinct domain. Once one entered this bizarre realm, they required a key to unlock the path to exit. The spreading Zone 6 of contamination was the only domain the people of Qingshan Town had ever encountered. It was prominent and expansive, formed during the early Dark Ages. For many years, the sentinels of Qingshan Town had only dared to operate on the fringes, never venturing inside. Those who did enter never returned. Yun Zhao consulted the map to confirm their position, stating, "We are currently at the center of Zone 102, not far from the outpost." Each of the 4 major bases has established outposts to monitor the status of each contaminated zone and to eliminate any aberrant creatures lingering outside. Zone 102 falls within the monitoring scope of Dawn Base, and I estimate that external assistance will arrive shortly. Cheng Dongshu replied, "Then we. Let us wait." Yun Zhao interrupted. Her time as a guide had been brief, and her knowledge of contaminated zones stemmed solely from hearsay and rumors. The 2 centuries of the Dark Apocalypse had led to a depletion of scientific talent, a scarcity of resources, and a regression of civilization. The four major bases had long been exploring various contaminated zones, attempting to unravel the mysteries surrounding the calamity. Surely, Dawn Base would soon respond to this new contaminated zone. She needed to ensure everyone's safety first. What is happening? We are in a contaminated zone. How did we enter a contaminated zone? Oh my god. What should we do? The vehicles behind them sensed something was amiss, erupting into chaos. Yun Zhao gestured for Chung Dongshu to hand her the intercom. Pressing the button, she spoke into the device. Everyone remain calm. The vehicles behind should move forward slightly. All personnel, including sentinels, stay inside the vehicles. Her voice was steady and rational, her gentle tones soothing the rising panic in the rear. The drivers followed her instructions, moving their vehicles ahead. The 5 buses formed a protective circle, allowing passengers to see one another through the windows. The vehicle behind them moved to the front, aligning side by side with Yun Zhao's group, exchanging nods through the glass. Everyone remained inside their vehicles, securely closing their windows. Yun Zhao momentarily centered her thoughts, summoning countless green glimmers. She was attempting to shield all the vehicles. Since awakening as a guide, she had never attempted to create such an extensive mental barrier. The endeavor proved effortless. The green luminous threads of her consciousness wove an intricate net overhead, dissipating in an instant, enveloping all 7 vehicles. Yun Zhao possessed a clear self-awareness of her capabilities. The town lacked instruments, and she had no other guides to compare her level with. However, she was confident that her rank as a guide was undoubtedly high, and exceptionally so. A black armored vehicle sped onto Route 102. The driver, a fashionable young man with flaxen hair and ear piercings named Duanxi, removed the guide essence he had been chewing. I ask you, is it worth our while to trek so far for an A-grade guide? Upon emerging from the contaminated zone, Duanxi's mental form had sustained some damage, leading him to sleep for an entire day and night in the vehicle. He awoke to find that the squad leader had not returned to base, but had instead gone in search of a guide. They were nearing Dawn Base, and it was possible that the individual had already entered the city. Duanxi asked with a carefree attitude, and how certain are we that it is an A-grade? Most of the passengers were asleep, leaving no one to reply. The only awake one, a sentinel nicknamed Rabbit, straightened up, slapping the back of his head. Drive the car, not talk so much. Duanxi winced, nearly hitting his head on the steering wheel. He inhaled sharply, fuming. Wang Jiao. Try that again. Don't think I won't retaliate just because you're a girl, he retorted, but before he could finish, he received another smack on his head. Rabbit withdrew his hand, grinning. Come on. If you have the guts, don't team up with me in the next training simulation. You. Duanxi was exasperated. Stop causing a ruckus, interjected Song Liang, who had been awakened by the noise. The analysis of the situation revealed that a good man should never engage in conflict with a woman. Pointing at the watch, he remarked, the fuel is nearly depleted. My concern is merely to avoid a fruitless journey. Song Liang replied, no worries. Once we locate the person, we can procure supplies at the Dawn Base. Xie Tu opened his eyes, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his gaze. He shifted his position and retrieved a guiding essence from his bag, placing it between his lips. Before he could utter a word, his ears perked up, sensing commotion from all directions. He listened intently for a moment, his eyes deepening with concern. Numerous aberrant creatures were converging towards them. Was a new contaminated zone emerging nearby? Chapter 5. The Aberrant Creatures That Speak. Within the contaminated zone, the streets exuded an oppressive darkness, seemingly endless. At some point, a fine misty rain began to fall from the sky, resembling fog. The windows of the vehicle were coated with droplets, rendering the outside world indistinct. Rain pattered incessantly against the roof of the car, creating a stifling atmosphere that was nearly suffocating. Yun Zhao glanced at the time. The flow of time remained unchanged. Or rather, the clock continued its steady tick. It was 4:46 in the afternoon. 2.5 hours had elapsed since they inadvertently entered the contaminated zone. The sentinels at the Dawn Base could not possibly be this low. They should have arrived by now. He Xiong shared the same sentiment, murmuring, every contaminated zone is unique. We have no idea how extensive this newly formed area might be. Perhaps the Dawn Base personnel have already entered. As for why they had not located them, who could say? The nights in contaminated zones were exceedingly perilous. Chung Dongshu pressed his lips together, fixated on the relentless passage of time, his body taut with tension. We cannot remain here overnight. He instinctively turned to Yun Zhao, seemingly seeking her counsel. Yun Zhao remained quiet, her gaze fixed on the outside world. The mental barrier amplified her perception exponentially, allowing her to catch fleeting glimpses of the emotions of everyone in the vehicle: fear, anxiety, panic, and perhaps even trust. Yun Zhao? Chung Dongshu called out when he noticed her lack of response. She nodded gently, reaching into the pile of luggage beside her. Moments later, she retrieved a black umbrella and a backpack. Inside the backpack were a compass, useless in the contaminated zone, a flashlight, a map, a diary, and a sharp dagger, along with a small supply of rations. She placed the backpack on her lap, unzipped it for inspection, and said, "You are correct. We cannot remain in the contaminated zone overnight. I will venture out to see if I can find the key." Her uncles had often visited the large base to exchange supplies and had dealt with the base's sentinels. An A-class sentinel had once informed them that once night fell, the entire contaminated zone would awaken. How it would awaken, Yun Zhao did not know. She had initially believed that the troops from the Dawn base would arrive promptly. However, if they did not devise a means of self-rescue soon, they would likely have to spend the night there. Relying on others was far less dependable than relying on oneself. She could not gamble with the lives of the entire town. He Xiang was startled by her words, hastily objecting, "No, the outside situation is unclear. You cannot go out." "Sister Yun Zhao." Chung Dongshu gritted his teeth. "You lack combat capabilities. I will accompany you." "Dongshu, what are you doing?" He Xiang was becoming increasingly anxious. None of them understood the contaminated zone, and with the rain pouring outside, who knew what dangers awaited them? Yun Zhao shook her head, addressing Chung Dongshu. "You are a B-class sentinel. You must stay here to protect everyone." She then turned to He Xiang, signaling him not to worry. "The newly formed contaminated zone poses lesser threats. I can handle it." He Xiang still felt uneasy. The strength of a guide lay in their mental prowess. And Sister Yun Zhao seemed too fragile. What if she encountered danger? How about Dongshu stays here to guard everyone while I accompany Sister Yun Zhao? After contemplating for a moment, Yun Zhao nodded in agreement. All right. A small, palm-sized azure bird slowly materialized, perching on her right shoulder, seemingly intrigued by the outside world. Fluttering its wings for the first time, its gaze was sharp as it raised its noble head to scrutinize Chung Dongshu. Trash. Chung Dongshu felt a pang of discomfort, interpreting its gaze as one of disdain, as if it were deriding him. Was this little bird indeed insulting him? It was undoubtedly scolding him. Yun Zhao paid little heed to this minor episode. She donned her backpack, opened the umbrella, and stepped out of the car. The rain fell heavily and urgently, the sound of droplets striking the umbrella resonating around her. The air outside was thick with a damp, rancid odor, mingling with the scent of rain and dust. Through the curtain of rain, a thin fog enveloped the entire street, the interplay of rain and mist rendering the world hazy and indistinct. The streets lay deserted, an eerie silence pervading the atmosphere. A strange, ominous, and lifeless aura enveloped everything. He Xiang quickly donned a raincoat and followed her outside. The 5 individuals in the adjacent SUV noticed the commotion, their faces reflecting shock as they stared at Yun Zhao, gesturing to her through the car glass. Yun Zhao pointed ahead, indicating that she would only be moving about nearby. Should she stray too far, the protective barrier hovering over the vehicle would dissipate. This was the perfect opportunity to test her limits. Assuring them, she walked forward with her umbrella. The azure bird flapped its wings, emitting a green luminescence that transformed into shimmering specks, yet it did not vanish as usual. Instead, it swirled around her. The mental threads began to extend wildly. Was she afraid? Though others would avoid this enigmatic territory, she felt her blood boiling with a surge of excitement. Behind her, He Xiang hurriedly jogged to catch up, walking alongside her on the street. The dirt road beneath them had inexplicably transformed into a cement path. Rainwater pooled and flowed along the ground, murky with thin streaks of black slime. It was the aberrant creatures. He Xiang felt a surge of tension and recited from memory. The diary of my older brother mentioned that contaminated zones have a lethal allure for aberrant creatures. Once a contaminated zone forms, all nearby aberrant creatures will come rushing. He regarded that diary as sacred scripture, reciting its contents with ease. His heart raced, and he instinctively gripped the gun concealed beneath his raincoat. "Stay calm," Yun Zhao urged, her tone soothing. "The large base must have methods for dealing with contaminated zones. We simply need to locate the key to escape." Uncertain if her reassurance had any effect, He Xiang felt slightly more composed but remained vigilant, cautiously moving his feet. The two advanced approximately 50 meters, and the scene behind them became obscured. The thick fog had erased any trace of the vehicles. After walking a while longer, they reached an intersection. Yun Zhao halted suddenly, her black umbrella held aloft. As her mental threads seemed to detect something unusual. Emotions? She stared intently in that direction. Before long, a figure materialized through the fog. He Xiang quickly raised his gun, his entire body stiffening as he fixated on the indistinct silhouette. The figure drew nearer, gradually revealing its form. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. Clad in a cheap t-shirt and baggy, tattered jeans, a black waist pouch cinched around his midsection. Seemingly oblivious to their presence, he muttered as he walked across the street. I need to collect my wages. Xiaoming is ill. I must get the money today. Where is the boss? Why, isn't the foreman answering his phone.
Oh.
The boss must be sitting comfortably in his warm office, enjoying tea beneath the air conditioning. Yun Zhao cast his gaze downward, observing the inky liquid that streamed from the pant legs of the square-faced man, mingling with the rainwater as it dripped onto the ground, forming shallow puddles. This was an aberration. Could such a deformation take on a human visage in a contaminated zone? Chapter 6. Seeking Wages? The square-faced aberration seemed oblivious to their presence as it trudged through the rain towards the opposite street. Its movements were rigid and slow. Having barely reached the middle of the road, a thunderous crash resounded. Observing intently, he witnessed the man being hurled several meters away as if struck by a vehicle. Collapsing lifelessly, his form gradually dissolving into a pool of black liquid. The scene was utterly uncanny. He shone fixated on the puddle of dark fluid, turning his head to voice his thoughts. In the next moment, a disturbance emerged from the hazy mist. Seeking wages. Xiaoming is ill. Today, I must collect the payment. Where is the boss? Why isn't the foreman answering his phone? The boss must be sitting comfortably in a warm office, sipping tea beneath the air conditioning. He heard whispers from within the fog, instinctively raising his gun to aim at the source of the sound. The sight before him sent chills down his spine, goosebumps crawling up his arms. Suddenly, the square-faced aberration emerged from the mist once again. Identical in appearance, attire, and speech, it charged into the street anew. With another crash, 2 more puddles of black liquid appeared in the road. Upon hearing the same words in the mist for the 3rd time, as scalp prickled, rendered utterly disoriented by this bizarre spectacle, his breathing instinctively growing more subdued. Yun Zhao held up her umbrella. The bluebird perched upon her shoulder, tilting its head in curiosity as the pair observed the man make yet another desperate dash into the street. A cycle? Yun Zhao pondered, perplexed as to why. Was it due to an obsession? To drive them to the brink of madness? She found it incomprehensible to witness the square-faced man repeatedly transform into that black liquid. Should she intervene? The dark liquid was spreading through the rain, nearing her feet. It seemed inexhaustible, impervious to pain. As the square-faced figure re-emerged from the fog, Yun Zhao hesitated not, calling out to him. Are you seeking wages? Xiong was taken aback by her voice. How could Yun Zhao dare converse with an aberration? What if it turned on them, suddenly morphing into a beast to attack? The square-faced figure showed no reaction, continuing its stiff march across the street. Yun Zhao tentatively inquired, I know where your boss is. Do you wish to collect your wages? The aberration paused, slowly turning around, its expression one of confusion, as if it could not fathom why someone was present. Where is he? Xiaoming is ill. I need to collect wages to treat him. Yun Zhao casually pointed in a direction, saying, if you follow that road and keep going straight, you will find him. The square-faced aberration stood dumbfounded for a moment, then mechanically nodded. All right, find him. Xiaoming is ill. I need to collect wages to treat him. To her astonishment, it genuinely turned and departed in the direction she indicated.
Wait.
Yun Zhao called out. Xiong, who had just begun to relax, felt his heart leap back into his throat. The square-faced aberration gazed at her in bewilderment, the black liquid oozing from its neck in increasing volume. Yun Zhao, seemingly oblivious, asked, do you know where the key is? The square-faced figure retained that vacant expression, murmuring, I am looking for the boss, seeking the boss. What do I need the boss for? I can hardly remember. Realizing this approach was futile, Yun Zhao pointed toward the intersection ahead. You should hurry. If you delay, the boss will be gone. The aberration followed her indication, gradually disappearing into the encroaching mist. Only when it was entirely out of sight did Xiong exhale in relief. Yun Zhao, that was far too risky. Who knows if the aberration might suddenly lash out at us? You could have at least warned me. Yun Zhao paid him no mind, her thoughts fixed on the direction in which the square-faced figure had vanished. The rain seemed to lighten slightly, a gentle patter, while the surrounding fog began to dissipate, allowing clearer views of the nearby shuttered shops. An obsession? Thus, in the contaminated zone, do these aberrations revert to their former appearances, retaining some semblance of consciousness? Earlier, when vehicles had approached, they had not encountered any aberrations along the way. Those monsters lingered within the contaminated area, emerging only occasionally to hunt humans for sustenance. The emergence of aberrations in the street indicated they had sensed the presence of this new contaminated zone, and a horde would soon arrive. Let us go. We must find the key and leave this place swiftly. Yun Zhao gathered her thoughts, declaring, "Some notions require validation. But alas, time is of the essence. I believe I have grasped the meaning of the night's contamination coming to life. Assimilation. It is highly probable that the contaminated zone at night transforms into a world familiar to humanity. Once assimilated, one may never escape. They had lingered here too long. And with darkness approaching, they quickened their pace. Outside the contaminated zone, 5 elite sentinel squads of the Dawn base had already arrived nearby. The number of aberrations along the route was steadily increasing. They had wasted some time, standing guard outside, exterminating wave after wave of aberrations that surged forth in a frenzy, attempting to prevent them from breaching the contaminated area. Whenever a new contaminated zone emerged, these monsters would go wild, desperately eager to enter. The sentinels preferred to eliminate the threat outside rather than risk encountering aberrations within the contaminated zone that were part human, yet could still speak. As twilight deepened, the sentinel captain holstered his gun, stating, "There's no end to them. Let us not waste any more time." The vehicle entered the area shrouded in swirling gray mist. The scene abruptly shifted. Fine strands of rain fell from the sky, weaving a continuous tapestry, while the gray fog enveloped them, obscuring the sentinels' senses and disorienting them. The 5 sentinel squads dispersed, conducting a thorough search. Along the way, they encountered aberrations exhibiting strange behaviors, which they swiftly dealt with. They needed to locate the guardian of the domain quickly to dismantle the entire contaminated zone. The key could only unlock the path out. Only by eliminating the guardian could the entire contaminated zone collapse. The term guardian was merely a label, as it could manifest as an aberration, an object, a blade of grass, a piece of furniture, or even an inconspicuous stone by the roadside. The possibilities were vast, which is why many contaminated zones remained unvanquished to this day. Newly formed contaminated zones were still unstable, and many entities had not yet fully materialized. The guardian, having just taken shape, bore very distinct characteristics. No one could precisely describe these traits, but the sentinels would instinctively identify it upon sight. More accurately, it was a particular aura, a presence that could be sensed by the highly attuned senses of the sentinels. Meanwhile, a black armored vehicle breached the perimeter, entering the contaminated zone and halting beside a foreboding street. Xie Tu donned a raincoat and emerged from the vehicle. He was tall, clad in the black combat uniform of the Dawn base, which accentuated his elongated frame and gave him an imposing presence with his long legs. Xie Tu shed his usual nonchalance, his gaze sharpening like a blade tempered in ice. The weathered earth bore the marks of the vehicle's passage, only to vanish without a trace at the edge of the contaminated zone. According to the informant within the Dawn base, no guide has entered the city. The traces along the way indicate that individuals have likely stumbled into this contaminated zone. Xie Tu lowered his head to check the time, issuing orders as it was now 5:15. They would split into pairs and act independently, while the Dawn base searched for the gatekeeper, seeking the whereabouts of that senior guide. Understood. Xie Tu added, "Regardless of whether we find the individual, we reconvene here at 6:30. Received." Song Liang and Duan Shi formed one team, disappearing into the rain with their combat gear. The rabbit slung a sniper rifle over his shoulder and headed in another direction with Tao Hahai. As for their captain, Xie Tu, being an S-class sentinel, did not require their concern. Chapter 7: The Key. The street before them appeared to stretch infinitely. The dilapidated buildings and roller-shuttered shops on either side bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous 2 streets. Even the black grime on the doors seemed identical. "I am searching for my daughter." A rather plump auntie, encountered by Yun Zhao and Xiang, was the second aberrant creature they met. Approximately in her 40s, she carried an old canvas bag and wandered the nearby streets, incessantly repeating, "I am searching for my daughter." Yun Zhao replied, "I am searching for a key." "Have you seen my daughter? Have you seen a key?" Xiang inquired. The auntie, enraged, had black, viscous liquid continuously oozing from her body. She glared furiously at Yun Zhao, her mouth suddenly splitting to the roots of her ears, her sharp mandibles extending, transforming her into a terrifying half-human, half-monster visage. Yun Zhao held the umbrella with one hand, unfazed, and raised her other hand, as wisps of green luminescence danced and swiftly entered the creature's body. Her mental power influenced the monster's thoughts. It seemed she innately understood how to wield her abilities. The aberrant auntie quickly reverted to her original form, wearing a dazed expression. Continuing to mutter, "I am searching for my daughter." Yun Zhao glanced at the sky and nodded, as if engaged in casual conversation. "Well, you keep looking. I too shall continue my search for the key." The two bid farewell to the auntie. Along the way, several aberrant figures emerged. Some howled and lunged forward, only to be immobilized by Yun Zhao and dispatched by Xiang with his knife. As darkness descended, they remained without a clue, not even knowing what the key resembled. Hesitant to stray too far, they circled around the 7 vehicles. Continuing in this manner would only waste precious time. After Xiang dealt with another aberrant creature and turned back, he remarked, "The sky is nearly dark, Sister Yun Zhao. What should we do?" The sharp-eyed little bluebird shot a disdainful glance at Xiang. More useless than that fool in the car. Yun Zhao patted it, halting her steps, and pondered aloud. What do you think a key is? Or rather, what constitutes a key? Could it also be a form of obsession? Xiang, avoiding her shoulder-esque gaze, failed to notice the little bluebird's contemptuous stare. Realizing the implications, he shook his head. I don't know. The townsfolk have never ventured into the inner contaminated zone. And my brother's diary, didn't he describe what the key looks like? Yun Zhao had perused that diary as well. It seemed to be a tradition for the sentinels returning from missions to jot down collected information on paper. The sources of information were often untraceable, and discerning truth from falsehood was quite challenging. Yun Zhao lowered her gaze, her face hidden beneath the umbrella, then turned on her heel. Let us head back and try again. Try what? Xiang questioned, instinctively following her. To find that uncle who demanded his wages earlier, to fulfill his obsession. Yun Zhao revealed her plan. The auntie sought her daughter, which was impossible to fulfill, but the square-faced uncle desired his wages, which seemed more manageable. Xiang understood, but asked, but where would we get the money? After the Dark Age, paper currency has become worthless. Transactions between the major bases were conducted using credits, while in their Qingshan town, bartering was the norm. If they were to purchase supplies, they would first need to sell something to acquire credits. Yun Zhao smiled. I have a way, let us go. The two hastened their steps towards the direction the square-faced Aberrant had departed. Along the way, the spreading mental threads continuously detected the presence of aberrant creatures. It was evident that the monsters within this contaminated zone were increasing in number. They turned into another street. Unsurprisingly, this street mirrored the previous one, all appearing as though they were copied and pasted. Amidst the misty drizzle, a hunched figure soon appeared ahead. Yun Zhao swiftly opened her backpack, retrieved the diary, and tore off 2 pages, crumpling them in her hand. Once prepared, she called out, "Wait!" The square-faced Aberrant moved slowly, turning its head upon hearing the familiar voice. The lower half of its face was dominated by sharp mandibles, its lower body cloaked in black liquid, radiating a dark aura. Having transformed into a terrifying hybrid of human and monster, its mandibles struggled to produce sound, as if extricating words from its throat. Wages. Xiaoming is ill. I must get the money today. The little bluebird on her shoulder gently flapped its wings, and green luminescence emanated from beneath its feathers, fluttering towards the creature. Yun Zhao, holding the umbrella, attempted to approach. I just spoke with your boss. He asked me to deliver your wages. As she walked, she raised the crumpled bills, gesturing for it to see. Here, your wages from your boss. This is money. 100 yuan bills. This is your wage. Her mental power sought to hypnotize the Aberrant. Wages? The square-faced Aberrant's gaze fixated on the paper, while Xiang grew anxious, watching the creature's every move. Fearful of a sudden attack, he instinctively wanted to raise his gun but held back, fearing it might provoke the creature, remaining silent in place. The atmosphere was tense. In the next moment, the square-faced man's face revealed a look of relief as he laboriously uttered, Xiaoming, treat him. It seemed he accepted the bills? Yes. Hurry and take it to treat Xiaoming. Yun Zhao maintained her composure, handing over the paper. The square-faced creature instinctively extended its hand, its arms devoid of flesh. Loose skin enveloping blackened bones, slowly grasping the crumpled bills. Living in the wasteland era, Yun Zhao could not comprehend the significance of wages to this aberrant being. Deceiving it with mere paper was a desperate measure. If one day I encounter your boss who has become an aberrant, I will seek justice for you. The square-faced creature seemed to sense something, raising its gaze to her, its mandibles slowly parting, splitting back to the roots of its ears. Though its appearance was horrific and repulsive, Yun Zhao understood that it was smiling, a smile of reassurance. What Xiang had envisioned, that the Aberrant would suddenly pounce and attack them, did not materialize. The Aberrant, content with the scraps of paper, transformed into a puddle of black liquid. Amidst the foul-smelling liquid, an inconspicuous copper key emerged. It's a key, Xiang exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at Yun Zhao in admiration. Sister Yun Zhao, you were indeed correct. So this is how one acquires a key in the contaminated zone. The corrosive black liquid posed a threat, but fortunately, the rain continued to fall, washing it away would suffice. Xiang hurriedly approached, using his gun to nudge the key into a shallow puddle. Let us quickly return and inform everyone. However, at that moment, The little bluebird suddenly turned its head, its eyes fixated intently on the street behind them. The swirling mist began to converge once more, shrouding the area in a thick fog. Ah, I've caught the scent. It belongs to the sentinels. A bunch of useless fools, arriving so late. From the mist not far away came the sound of rustling, revealing a squad of 7 sentinels. They were clad in transparent raincoats and uniform black combat attire, with the unicorn emblem on their shoulders standing out prominently. They hailed from the Dawn base. The combat uniforms of the 4 major bases were all black and bore a similar style. The distinguishing feature was the emblem pattern on their shoulders, said to be derived from the spiritual forms of the base founders. The squad seemed to have anticipated the presence of someone ahead, their pace unbroken as they approached. As they drew nearer, the 7 exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes, evidently not expecting to encounter a guide and a low-ranking sentinel. The leader signaled discreetly. One sentinel wielding a curved blade understood the cue, suddenly springing into action, his figure a blur as he charged towards the 2. Xiong felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively reached for the key. The sentinel's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Don't touch the key." Too late. Xiong had already grasped the key in his hand. Almost instantaneously, turmoil erupted within the contaminated zone. Chapter 8. The Uprising in the Contaminated Zone. The rain ceased. The swirling gray mist gradually dispersed. Following this, terrifying howls echoed from all directions. Right before Xiong, a white halo appeared out of thin air. The halo widened, forming a vertical rectangular door. A hoarse roar approached, deafening as it reverberated through the streets. The Aberrants began to riot collectively, abandoning their rigid stances and surging frantically towards this direction. The sentinels' faces turned ashen upon hearing the commotion. "The door is open. We must exit quickly." Seeing the 2 remain motionless, the sentinel captain urged, "The door has a time limit. It will open immediately upon contact with the key, attracting all the monsters." As his words fell, figures of Aberrants appeared around the street corner. Covered in black viscous fluid, they became increasingly agitated, extending long appendages from their mouths as they howled and charged forward. Xiong turned pale, looking toward Yun Zhao, his lips trembling as he whispered, "Sister Yun Zhao. They can't leave. Everyone is still inside. It's none of your concern." Yun Zhao had not anticipated the situation would escalate so dramatically. To prevent anyone from inadvertently entering the contaminated zone and being trapped, all major bases had disseminated information about the key. Yet, no one had informed them that obtaining the key would immediately trigger chaos within the contaminated area. Yun Zhao quickly unzipped her backpack and stuffed the umbrella inside. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. She glanced up to see the sentinels already engaged in combat with the Aberrants. All 7 were A-grade sentinels, possessing formidable strength and working seamlessly together, resulting in numerous puddles of black liquid accumulating on the ground in the blink of an eye. The sentinels stood firm, preventing the Aberrants from advancing. Yun Zhao adjusted her backpack and pulled Xiong back. Behind them, another group of Aberrants emerged, blocking their retreat. Hearing the commotion, a continuous stream of monsters surged forth. To their right, 2 Aberrants were clinging to the shop's rolling shutter, defying gravity as they rapidly crawled toward the crowd. These were higher-level Aberrants. Xiong no longer hesitated, positioning himself in front of Yun Zhao, and began firing at the Aberrants. The sentinels were fiercely engaged, when suddenly gunshots rang out from behind. The curved blade sentinel briefly glanced back. Dozens of Aberrants were rapidly approaching, with 2 higher-level Aberrants moving so swiftly that only their afterimages were visible, the bullets whizzing past without slowing them down in the slightest. The guide was in grave danger. "Come quickly," the curved blade sentinel called out anxiously. There was no time left. He and another sentinel rushed over, grabbing Yun Zhao by her backpack straps, pulling her backward. Guides were exceedingly rare. Protecting them had become instinctual for the sentinels. In a flash, a blade gleamed, black viscous fluid splattered, and the advancing Aberrant howled as it fell. The combat uniforms of the major bases possessed anti-corrosive properties. The curved blade sentinel stood guard before the 2, but suddenly hesitated, feeling that the Aberrant he had just slain was somewhat peculiar. The movements around him seemed to slow down unexpectedly. Yun Zhao stumbled back from the sudden force from behind, nearly losing her balance. The curved blade sentinel quickly steadied her. The young man grimaced, remarking how weak the guide was. One hand was all it took to lift her. It was no exaggeration to say she was as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Yun Zhao did not argue but looked up at him and asked, "Were you just trying to snatch the key?" She had not expected her question to be so direct. The curved blade sentinel, after decapitating another Aberrant, made a strange sound. Yun Zhao pressed, "Why?" He fell silent for a moment, responding in a muffled tone. The gatekeeper only possesses a strong initial aura. Once the outer door opens and the domain interacts with the outside world, the auras will merge, rendering it increasingly inconspicuous, making it exponentially more difficult to locate. He spoke at length, but Yun Zhao could not comprehend. Thus, she inquired again, "What is the gatekeeper? You don't even know what a gatekeeper is?" The curved blade sentinel found it unbelievable. "Then why did you come to the contaminated zone?" He stared wide-eyed, feeling she was practically courting death. Before Yun Zhao could respond, another sentinel kindly explained, "The gatekeeper is the spiritual pillar of the entire domain. As long as the gatekeeper is eliminated, the contaminated zone will collapse and disintegrate." Seizing the moment as the pressure eased, Xie hurriedly reloaded his ammunition. Upon hearing this, he was infuriated. "Then why didn't you just say so?" Charging in to snatch the key, anyone would instinctively grab it. The two sentinels exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with resignation. The current situation was dire. The curved blade sentinel switched to a firearm, beginning to spray fire at the incessantly advancing aberrants. This mission offered a staggering reward of 2,000 points, and the team that kills the gatekeeper would receive an additional 5,000 points. Points were not a trifling matter. The sentinels needed to provide for their families. They risked their lives to ensure their loved ones could live a better life. Each of them harbored selfish motives, eager to be the first to locate the gatekeeper. When the sentinels saw two individuals ahead, already in possession of the key, they assumed they were merely scavengers in the contaminated zone, seeking to extort them for points. Points were universally applicable across the 4 major bases. An average person could survive on 200 to 300 points a month. However, the mission rewards had to be divided among 7 people, and if they failed to find the gatekeeper, the points per person would be negligible. The sentinels were unwilling to relinquish their points. The scavengers understood the gatekeeper's importance and dared not offend the Dawn base, lest they jeopardize their mission. Thus, they sought to seize the key first. Who would have thought that this low-ranking sentinel, in his naivete, would grasp the key so recklessly? Now that the door had opened, it was too late to say anything. The howls were deafening, echoing down the entire street. As more and more aberrants surged forth, the streets were completely blocked. Ammunition was dwindling rapidly, and the group had to fight while retreating. The sentinel captain immediately ordered, "We can't hold out any longer. Retreat through the door, and wait for the turmoil to subside before we re-enter." The uprising would last only an hour. Once the door disappeared, calm would gradually be restored. The search has become increasingly arduous. They doubt that the other 4 teams can promptly locate the Guardian. Acknowledged. The entire team received the order to simultaneously eliminate the aberrant creatures while retreating towards the door emanating a luminous aura. 2 sentinels who came to assist attempted to pull the duo into the doorway. However, Yun Zhao and Xie deftly evaded their grasp. "We appreciate your goodwill, but we cannot exit," Xie responded, glancing at Yun Zhao, who remained unresponsive. "The townsfolk are all inside. If Sister Yun Zhao steps out, the barrier will collapse, leaving them defenseless." "All the townsfolk?" The curved blade sentinel queried incredulously, "What brings so many into the contaminated zone?" Xie clarified, "We did not enter voluntarily. The contamination zone formed abruptly as we approached." The sentinels remarked, "What terrible luck." The conversation slightly diminished the urgency. One sentinel dispatched an aberrant creature rushing towards them and looked ahead, observing the densely packed monsters emitting dark fumes, all of which were dripping with viscous black slime. Yet, they could not advance. Before he could finish speaking, the guide suddenly lunged forward, charging straight into the aberrant creatures. The sentinels gasped, "Don't go over there. You'll be signing your death warrant." As they prepared to rush forward and retrieve the 2, in the next moment, the little azure bird flapped its wings, and countless glowing green filaments appeared out of thin air, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the summer sky, swiftly infiltrating the bodies of the aberrant creatures. Those who had been baring their teeth and about to pounce suddenly became dazed, frozen in place. Yun Zhao and Xie threaded their way through the chaos. Her voice resonated, "Thank you for the information. I wish you success in locating the Guardian." The captain of the sentinels inhaled sharply. What were those floating filaments of luminescence? The guide's formidable mental prowess had always been directed at the sentinels. He had never heard of a guide being able to affect aberrant creatures. This guide was remarkably powerful. Chapter 9. The Emergence of the S-Class Guide. The key, once the door opened, had transformed into a mass of nothingness, disappearing without a trace. Roars reverberated throughout the contaminated zone. After parting ways with the sentinels from Dawn Base, Yun Zhao and Xie turned a corner, veering into another street. Here, the aberrant creatures were even more numerous, seemingly emerging from nowhere, densely occupying most of the thoroughfare. Puddles on the ground coalesced into a black, viscous liquid, hissing as it emitted white smoke. An aberrant creature had half of its face obscured, its sharp mandibles writhing in the air, covered from head to toe in the black slime, rendering it grotesque and terrifying. This slime bore an unknown dark substance capable of invading the Sentinel's mental domains. Should it accumulate excessively, the mental domain would be devoured, causing the Sentinels to gradually lose their sanity, succumbing to mental frenzy and ultimately transforming into monsters. Guides could provide mental counseling to Sentinels, utilizing mental filaments to cleanse away these substances and prevent their corruption. Yun Zhao and He Xiang struggled forward. The street, teeming with aberrant creatures, was a daunting obstacle to traverse, even with mental filaments in play. He Xiang's ammunition had run dry. He wielded his gun like a club, pushing aside the obstructing aberrant creatures while the barrel began to warp under the corrosive slime. Resources were scarce in Qingshan town, and this gun was a legacy from his elder brother. Ignoring the pang of loss, He Xiang diligently prodded the aberrant creatures aside, clearing a path for passage. However, progress was agonizingly slow. After more than 10 minutes, they had only covered a few meters. The sky overhead was shrouded in a gloomy haze. Nightfall was imminent. The agitated aberrant creatures bore terrifying visages that shifted between familiarity and grotesqueness, their mandibles flickering in and out of visibility. Some howled numbly, while others wept softly. The sounds oscillated between deep, oppressive tones and piercing shrieks, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. He Xiang's mind gradually became foggy, and his movements against the aberrant creatures slowed. Suddenly, the little azure bird emitted a dismissive chirp, flapping its wings with disdain. It unleashed countless glowing filaments that cleansed the dark substances clinging to him. "Don't go. We can't get through." Yun Zhao called out to him. He Xiang's eyes cleared, snapping back to reality. Turning, he saw Yun Zhao retreating to the steps, standing at the entrance of a shuttered shop, surveying the seemingly endless throng of aberrant creatures. This contaminated zone had birthed such a multitude of aberrant creatures in less than a day. One could only imagine the staggering number of monsters lurking in the contamination zones that had formed during the early Dark Ages. As the enigmatic contamination zones persist, the aberrant creatures would never be eradicated. Yun Zhao raised her gaze to the sky, its gray expanse oppressive and suffocating. Her expression remained calm as she slowly lifted her right hand. In an instant, a surge of formidable mental energy erupted from her being. Green luminescence surged wildly, rapidly spreading outward. The little azure bird took to the air. He Xiang stood transfixed, instinctively looking up at the sky. The azure bird ascended higher and higher, its form gradually vanishing into the murky heavens, shifting and transforming, becoming translucent and fluctuating in size. He Xiang understood, his expression changing dramatically. Sister Yun Zhao was attempting to purify the entire contaminated zone. This was sheer madness. A deafening cry resonated through the sky. Suddenly, an enormous azure bird emerged into existence. It unfurled its colossal wings, tilting its head to emit a call, radiating a cerulean glow, with every feather adorned in glowing mental filaments. Its blue beastly eyes, akin to those observing ants, were cold, aloof, and disdainful of all existence. He Xiang stood rooted in place, as many in the contaminated zone witnessed this magnificent spectacle. In midair, the luminescent behemoth was strikingly conspicuous. Chung Dongxu gaped in astonishment, while a commotion arose among the passengers in the vehicles behind. "It's Yun Zhao. Has Yun Zhao encountered danger? Why has the azure bird manifested?" The aberrant creatures surged toward a specific direction, yet curiously, they seemed oblivious to the vehicles, circumventing them without a second glance. The people of Qingshan town understood that the barrier left by Yun Zhao remained intact. Everyone refrained from making any rash movements until they beheld the azure bird's emergence. The sentinels in the town pressed their faces against the vehicle windows, their gazes filled with concern as they watched the azure bird. The bird, now unfurled, was even more colossal than when it had appeared in their mental domains. Everyone was left to ponder, can such a massive creature still be called a bird? They remained oblivious to the true form of Yun Zhao's mental entity. Members of the Xie Tu team, searching along the street, also took note of the extraordinary scene above. Not long ago, when the aberrant creatures had erupted into chaos within the contaminated zone, the battle-hardened sentinels immediately recognized that someone had discovered the key. They all redirected their course towards the door. However, just as they reached midway, they encountered this astonishing sight. The rabbit pointed at the glowing azure bird in the sky, exclaiming, "What is that? Holy cow! Quick, help me think of something to say besides holy cow." Tao Huo shouted excitedly, "It's so beautiful. It glows. How can a mental entity be so stunning? The towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, was so animated that he nearly wished to capture the moment. The polluted area is astonishingly vast. A gray mist obscures some of the sentinel senses. Coupled with the striking uniformity of each street, anyone lacking a keen sense of direction can easily find themselves wandering aimlessly nearby. The search presents a considerable challenge. At that moment, Xie Tu had just emerged from one of the shops, a yellowed business license clutched in his hand. The riot erupted. An unfamiliar spiritual presence suddenly manifested. He lifted his gaze, and in the distance, a resplendent, glowing azure phoenix gracefully ascended, unfurling its magnificent wings. Xie Tu's expression momentarily faltered. A phoenix. The guide's spiritual entity was indeed a phoenix. Several streets away, 2 familiar figures were sprinting toward the phoenix. Are phoenixes not supposed to be crimson? Duan Shi expressed his confusion, turning to Song Liang for clarification. Song Liang, filled with trepidation, ran while educating Duan Shi. The crimson one is the foam, while the azure is the yuan. This is the azure yuan, one of the 5 phoenixes. It is widely known that Xie Tu as spiritual entity is a fire phoenix. This guide also being a phoenix indicates a remarkable compatibility with their captain. An exceptionally high compatibility. They must hasten to assist their captain in securing the individual. Although Xie Tu remained silent, his teammates could vaguely sense that he was but a step away from distortion. In fact, just last year, the Dawn base had sought to borrow a high-level guide from other bases for Xie Tuesday. However, after compatibility tests, none surpassed a score of 30. A compatibility rating of 60 is required for effective guidance. The higher the compatibility, the more harmonious the bond between the 2 individuals. Moreover, a guide can only perform superficial guidance on a sentinel's spiritual domain if they are not bonded. Xie Tu, possessing a strong territorial awareness, disliked guides intruding upon his spiritual realm and outright refused any attempts at superficial guidance. He opted solely for suppressants to restrain his ever-simmering power. His teammates wholeheartedly agreed. In the guidance rooms where guides were stationed, encounters with low-compatibility guides sometimes felt akin to torture, yielding minimal results and immense suffering. Unless faced with a spiritual riot, everyone preferred to use suppressants. However, suppression does not cleanse or guide. The dark matter within the spiritual domain accumulates relentlessly. Sooner or later, they would all become monstrous, joining the ranks of aberrant beings. This was precisely why Xie Tu sought a guide for the team. Wait! Duan Shi suddenly halted, shouting. Song Liang jumped in surprise, asking, "What's wrong?" Duan Shi gazed intently at him. The captain, who possesses a fire phoenix spiritual entity, is an S-class sentinel. Could that azure yuan guide also be an S-class? Since the onset of the Dark Era, there had never been an S-class guide. It was universally accepted that the highest level a guide could attain was A-class. If that guide were indeed S-class. The 2 exchanged a frantic glance and sprinted forward, determined to seize the opportunity at any cost. Chapter 10, 2 S-class spiritual entities. A cry of the phoenix reverberated through the sky. It was the captain's spiritual entity. The 4 teammates, hearing the sound from different directions, exclaimed in unison. Ignoring its host's will, Xie Tu's spiritual entity emerged, wings unfurling as it soared towards the clouds. Its form shifted in midair, flames dancing in the wind, while countless dark tendrils entwined its wings and cloaked its feathers, exuding an aura of darkness. The tempestuous fire phoenix suddenly altered its demeanor, its consciousness momentarily becoming lucid, accurately transmitting feelings to its host's mind. It was as if it had fallen in love. "It's so beautiful. I want to pluck its feathers and offer them to it." Xie Tu stiffened, his expression devoid of emotion. "If you dare to act on that impulse, I'll roast you and serve you as a Thanksgiving turkey." "But it's so beautiful. Why am I not a peacock? I want to spread my tail." Xie Tu retorted, silence. The fire phoenix again defied its host's wishes, flying toward the resplendent azure yuan, circling it in an almost obsequious manner. The sight was painfully reminiscent of a lovesick fool. Meanwhile, the azure yuan had already noticed the fire phoenix's approach, emitting a warning call. Its gaze shifting from that of disdain to that of an adversary. Unfazed, the fire phoenix gazed back with ardent admiration, continuing to spin in midair. The emerald glow rapidly permeated the polluted district, settling on the streets and upon the aberrant beings. Countless starlights adorned the dim sky, scattered throughout every corner. The phosphorescence danced, with many particles landing upon the fire phoenix closest to the azure yuan, gradually merging with its form. The dark aura encircling it began to visibly dissipate. The fire phoenix tilted its head in comfort, emitting soft coos. The sensation of bliss and tranquility from its spirit flowed into Xie Tu's day. Warmth and gentle power gradually filled his mind, like a soothing spring breeze caressing his spiritual ocean, as if he were adrift in an endless sea. Enveloped in warm and tranquil waters, Xie Tu's hands, which hung limply, slowly clenched into fists, desperately suppressing the urge to approach the guide. The green glow expanded, shrouding the entire sky in a layer of enigmatic hues, reminiscent of the first light of dawn quietly unfurling. Wherever it spread, the riots on the streets began to subside, and the forms of the aberrant beings gradually transformed, revealing expressions of confusion. The spiritual threads continued to expand wildly, devouring the dark matter. Just then, the scene before them abruptly twisted. The cement and dirt roads beneath warped and undulated, while the surrounding vertical structures bent and swayed like rippling waves. Signs of collapse began to emerge throughout the polluted district. Is it successful? He Xiang exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yun Zhao in shock. Yun Zhao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, slowly retracted her hand and replied softly, "It's not me. Someone must have found the gatekeeper." She had merely intended to conduct an experiment. If it were truly that easy to eliminate the polluted area, humanity would not have been repeatedly cornered. The spiritual threads can capture emotions, yet curiously, Yun Zhao had not sensed the master of the fire phoenix. The spiritual entity cannot stray too far from its host. That S-class sentinel must be nearby. Why was he evading her spiritual threads? Just one street away, Xie Tu clutched the yellowed business license. A thin piece of paper, seemingly inconspicuous, bore the name of a certain dining company, the legal representative's name blurred and indistinct. His fingertips twitched, flames gradually igniting from one corner of the paper. Strangely, the burning was exceedingly slow, as if the paper possessed a will of its own, desperately struggling against the flames. Dark matter began to emerge alongside the fire. Billowing black mist that lunged forward, seemingly intent on dragging the sentinel who dared to incinerate it into the abyss. Xie Tu remained unmoved, expressionless as he held the paper tightly. The scene before him warped. The aberrant beings were suppressed by the guide's formidable spiritual power, oscillating between human and monster forms. Their half-human, half-monster visages contorted grotesquely, further distorted by the surrounding chaos. The unruly fire phoenix behaved unusually, failing to respond despite attempts to summon it twice. A sense of inexplicable annoyance welled within Xie Tu, who had no desire to glance at the lovesick fool in the sky. At that moment, the 4 teammates arrived. Xie Tu remained impassive, showing no signs of distress, instructing, "Go bring the vehicle."
Huh?
Duanxi was about to suggest that the guide was merely a street away. Yet upon reflection, he realized that even after the collapse of the contaminated zone, the aberrant creatures still lingered, and it was likely that another fierce battle awaited them. Regardless, there was no escape. Tao Hao and Duanxi complied and dashed back to retrieve their vehicle. The night quietly descended. Suddenly, the street signs illuminated, casting a glow over the surroundings. The sound of roller shutters being pulled up echoed, disrupting the tranquility of the street. The atmosphere grew cacophonous. The dazzling neon lights from various shops were almost blinding, had it not been for the grotesquely distorted buildings. One might have mistakenly believed they were amidst a bustling night market. Yun Zhao stood beneath an eave. Behind her was an unnamed barbecue shop. With a clang, a young waiter clad in a brown apron emerged, nonchalantly arranging tables and chairs under the eave, placing an old-fashioned LED sign at the entrance. He appeared clean, albeit with a slightly sallow complexion and a frail physique, resembling an ordinary human. Yet his form was contorted, bent at impossible angles. "Guests, would you care to dine?" The young waiter, recognizing the two, approached them with a beaming smile, seemingly oblivious to the oddity of the situation. He Xian felt a twinge of caution. "No, we have matters to attend to." Yun Zhao quietly stepped back until she descended the stairs, distancing herself from the barbecue shop. The young man remained stationary, his smile unwavering as he watched them. His distorted figure and uneven features rendered his grin unsettling. He Xian shivered, closely trailing behind Yun Zhao as they departed. The street was teeming with people, their rigid postures moving back and forth, each lost in their own worlds, mumbling incoherent phrases, mechanically repeating simple actions. Yun Zhao grasped He Xian's hand, opting for the sidewalk to avoid contact with the throng. She noticed that the convenience store adjacent to the barbecue shop had also opened, where a girl sat at the counter, engrossed in a game on her device. The scene grew increasingly surreal. The entire shop appeared stretched and distorted, with people inexplicably towering or shrinking in size. Worrying for those in their vehicle, Yun Zhao urged He Xian to run back, retracing their steps. The distance of 2 streets was neither too far nor too close. After turning down another street, they encountered the exact same scene, the same nameless barbecue shop. Once again, the young waiter in the brown apron stood outside, cheerfully beckoning them. Guests, would you care to dine? His features had become even more warped, nearly obscuring his facial features. As his mouth opened and closed, uttering human words, He Xian's hair stood on end. They had only parted a minute ago, yet here they were again. How many identical cloned waiters could there be in this place? No, thank you, He Xian replied cautiously, wary of provoking him. Yun Zhao, however, ignored him entirely and sprinted towards their convoy. The distance had shortened significantly. In the middle of the street, 7 vehicles stood still, just as they had when she left. Upon seeing the two return safely, Cheng Dongshu let out a sigh of relief, not yet having the chance to speak. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted. It sounded as if something had shattered, and the entire world was collapsing at an alarming rate. Without raising her head, Yun Zhao swiftly jumped into the car, prioritizing their departure from this place. Chapter 11. Escape from the contaminated zone. As the collapse accelerated, the connection to the outside world was restored, and the Sentinel's acute senses returned. In the next moment, with a crack, the entire contaminated zone shattered like a mirror. It was as though a membrane had ruptured, and everything vanished completely. The yellow sands along the sides of the road came into view, the surroundings barren, devoid of any remnants of buildings. Ahead, a warning line appeared as reinforcements from the Dawn base arrived. Stay close. Do not let the aberrant creatures encircle you, Cheng Dongshu shouted into the walkie-talkie. He pressed the accelerator, being the first to charge ahead. In that instant of disappearance, the aberrant creatures transformed into monstrous forms, lunging at the nearest individuals. And an intense volley of gunfire erupted from all directions. Cheng Dongshu dared not glance back, flooring the gas pedal, recklessly fleeing for his life. The drivers of the vehicles behind him focused intently on the off-road vehicle ahead, and suddenly, like arrows released from a bow, they all surged out of the contaminated zone. The great bluebird had inexplicably transformed back into a small one, flitting between Yun Zhao's shoulders, hopping about as if agitated by the fire phoenix. Yun Zhao paid it no mind, leaning sideways to peer through the car window behind them. The reinforcements from the Dawn base had joined the fray. The sounds of cannon fire echoed from behind, the gray mist dissipating, yet the dark entities remained, intertwining with the sentinel silhouettes. The advanced aberrant creatures moved with astonishing speed, appearing only as dark shadows, their sharp mandibles lunging toward them, entangling with their weapons. The monsters relentlessly assaulted the defensive line. Various animalistic spiritual entities materialized out of thin air, roaring as they charged forth to engage in battle with the aberrant creatures. Once a spiritual entity became ensnared by the dark matter, it would gradually erode the Sentinel's mental domain. Yun Zhao rolled down the window, gently waving her hand, sending forth countless green glimmers toward the melee of spiritual entities. Most of the passengers in the vehicle were ordinary people, many of whom were children. She had to ensure their safety, keeping them away from the battlefield. She hoped that those fighting on the front lines were faring well. Duan Shi and Tao Hewo's vehicle had yet to arrive. The contaminated zone crumbled. In an instant, they were surrounded by aberrant creatures. The monsters, devoid of reason, writhed and sought out live prey to devour, surging forth in an unending tide. The Zero team of the Dawn base joined the efforts to eliminate the aberrant creatures. They watched helplessly as the 7 vehicles burst forth from the contaminated zone, gradually fading from sight. Captain, the guide has escaped. A soldier, nicknamed Rabbit, wielding her sniper rifle, stood back to back with her comrades, continuously dispatching the advancing aberrant creatures. Their supply of suppressants had been entirely depleted. Unless their lives depended on it, no one wished to release spiritual entities, thereby increasing the risk of aberration. Xie Tu drew his tang sword, slicing downwards. Black viscous fluid splattering as the aberrant creature howled in agony and collapsed. The corrosive liquid dripped down onto his combat suit, yet it remained unscathed. He did not even glance back, simply responding with a nonchalant "hmm." The sound of roaring engines grew louder as Tao Hewo shouted at Duan Shi, "Hurry up! Can't you drive? Step on the gas. Why are you going so slowly?" Duan Shi, exasperated, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, shooting with the other, effectively mowing down everything in his path. "If you're so capable, why don't you drive? I'm the heavy artillery expert in the team. If you're so skilled, come take over." Tao Hewo stood atop the vehicle, using suppressive fire against the surrounding aberrant creatures, finally spotting their captain and waving urgently, "Get in quickly." Gunfire erupted all around them. Not far from where they stood, the Sentinel team from the Dawn base was embroiled in fierce combat. as the aberrant creatures had surged in greater numbers due to the previous riot within the contaminated zone. Xie Tu covered his two teammates as they climbed into the vehicle, then agilely leaped onto the roof. The camaraderie among teammates required no words. Tao Huo promptly tossed him a gun, and the two worked in tandem, one clearing a path while the other eliminated the aberrant creatures near the Sentinel team. The pressure on that group lessened, and they shouted in gratitude, "Thanks." Xie Tu raised his chin slightly. She sighed, realizing it was a futile trip. How could the guide move so swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye? "Captain, should we pursue?" Rabbit inquired, peeking out. Xie Tu shot her a glance. "The vehicle is out of fuel, and we must head to the Dawn base to claim our reward." The gatekeeper was located by him, and 5,000 points is no trifling matter. We cannot let it slip away. As for that guide, the Dawn base is just ahead, yet our vehicle has veered off towards the southwest. If I am not mistaken, this group of migrants is undoubtedly heading to our own Shuguang base, another cluster of survivors yearning for the sun. The 7 vehicles sped along, never pausing, leaving the battlefield far behind. Due to the emergence of new polluted areas, all aberrant creatures had retreated to Zone 102. The route grew increasingly secure, devoid of any monstrous shadows. The barren yellow sand swirled, casting forth waves of heat. After traveling a stretch, Chengdongshu gradually reduced speed, exhaling in relief. How perilous it had been. The polluted zones were terrifying. Suddenly, a shop by the roadside swung open, and a multitude of contorted figures emerged, startling the children in the vehicle. "What's that? You haven't seen it," Xiang hurriedly shared with Chengdongshu. "Sister Yun Zhao is incredibly capable. We will soon acquire the keys." Yun Zhao found it amusing, watching Xiang animatedly recount his tale. She rested her backpack on her lap, leaning back against the seat with closed eyes, feigning sleep. Somehow, the image of the fire phoenix from the polluted area flickered through her mind. Among the 4 major bases, only 3 S-rank sentinels existed, their names echoing through the air, and the spiritual forms of these S-rank sentinels were legendary. Fire Phoenix, Shuguang Base, and Xie Tuesday. She had allowed Xiang to spread the news ahead, drawing him in. Now, Xie Tu and the others were still engaged in purging the aberrant creatures. It was likely they would catch up soon. Yun Zhao understood in her heart that the residents of Qingshan Town wished to settle securely within the large base, which hinged upon her sentinel rank. She was the sole bargaining chip for the entire town. Within the large base, every aspect of life required points. Qingshan Town had 188 residents, yet only 1 B-rank sentinel remained. The rest were C or D rank, rendering them inconsequential in the large base. The remaining unawakened ordinary folk comprised half of the population, including the elderly, the sick, and children. While the sentinels might find a way out, ordinary people would likely struggle immensely within the large base. To secure welfare for everyone, her strength was paramount. Yun Zhao couldn't help but recall the day she awakened as a guide, remembering the words of the town elder. It was said that guides in the large bases were cherished, living lives of luxury that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. "Zhao Zhao, your spiritual form is formidable. Those in the large bases will welcome you warmly. You must prepare yourself. The townsfolk will not be your support. They will only hinder you, becoming a burden. If you do not leave, then you shall remain burdened." But where could she go? After her uncles passed away, neighbors often visited, secretly offering her food. Pingping and Heinen's mother, despite her own hardships after her husband's death, still took on the responsibility of caring for her. She had grown up in Qingshan Town. Now, with everyone having lost their homes and an uncertain future ahead, Qingshan Town could only rely on her. Chapter 12. Dawn Base. The occupants of the vehicle had just escaped from danger and were still trembling with trepidation. The sentinels were particularly alert, closely monitoring the movements outside the car windows. The convoy navigated around perilous polluted zones, striving to reach a nearby sentry post for rest before nightfall. The sentry post provided shelter, accommodation, and meals for passing convoys, charging a certain number of points. Qingshan Town possessed several points cards for the Dawn Base. However, the hard-earned points had all been spent on purchasing vehicles, gasoline, and ammunition. Now everyone was without funds and unable to enter the sentry post. So they parked nearby and slept in the cars, eating the provisions they had brought from the town. The conditions were harsh, but safety was paramount. Xie Tu and his group had not pursued them. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao quickly discerned the situation. It seemed that the 5,000 points reward for the Dawn Base Sentinels was likely lost. The gatekeeper must have been found by Xie Tuesday. Points were universally applicable across the 4 major bases. Redeeming points took precedence over chasing after them. After a proper rest, the convoy resumed its journey. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, they finally entered the southwestern region unscathed. The distant mountain peaks came into view, with rubble and stones scattered along the roadside, forming a passable mountain path. They were nearing the dawn base, and along the way, they began to encounter vehicles and pedestrians. Through the car window, Yun Zhao saw a middle-aged man walking along the roadside with a burden on his back. His hunched back suggested the weight of the load, which was covered by a black cloth, leaving its contents a mystery. It appeared as though he was carrying goods to sell at the base. Yun Zhao recalled the sentinels from the town, who frequently carried supplies to sell at the dawn base, but that was limited to the sentinels. Ordinary people had no chance against aberrant creatures. Qingshan town had land and water sources. Most residents remained inside their safe homes, rarely venturing out. This middle-aged man was evidently an ordinary person. He Xiang was equally astonished, wondering what the man carried. Did he not fear encountering aberrations alone? Yun Zhao observed the man's darkened hands and clothing, slowly stating, "It's coal." Coal was an essential commodity. Ordinary people likely needed to venture out in search of resources for their sustenance. The mountain path proved difficult to navigate. The vehicles slowed their pace, moving forward cautiously. They passed a desolate urban ruin. It was said that before the Dark Ages, this area had once been a world-renowned bustling metropolis. How prosperous was it exactly? Yun Zhao had seen images in books from the old era but could never quite envision what such prosperity looked like in reality. As they traveled further, the vehicle turned along the mountain road, and amidst the towering peaks, magnificent structures loomed ahead. They had arrived at the dawn base. It stood like a colossal steel ship, proudly anchored amidst the ruins of the apocalypse. The towering city walls were awe-inspiring, with the base cleverly utilizing the rugged and concealed natural terrain to remain isolated from the outside world, thereby shielding itself from aberrant creatures and the onslaught of inclement weather. The outer walls featured massive, imposing metal gates, guarded by sentinels, all tall and muscular, clad in deep blue guard uniforms. The townspeople were unfamiliar with the dawn base, and even the sentinels had never visited this place. Many leaned against the car windows, curiously observing their surroundings. Yun Zhao shared their curiosity, having never left her small town. She marveled at the sight of the large base, which exuded a profound sense of security. The sentinels on duty soon noticed the unfamiliar convoy approaching from afar. Two of them strode towards the vehicles, calling out loudly, "What is your purpose?" The vehicle came to a halt. Yun Zhao rolled down the window, revealing a face that appeared harmless. Before she could speak, the sentinel noticed the small green bird perched on her shoulder, and his demeanor softened. "You're a guide?" With the destination safely reached, Yun Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She nodded amicably at the sentinel, conveying their purpose. Their town had been encroached upon by a contaminated zone, and they sought to establish residence at the dawn base, inquiring about any requisite conditions. Upon hearing this, the sentinel directed the vehicles to pull over. "Please wait a moment. I will promptly notify the staff to assist you with the registration process." Typically, newcomers among the survivors were required to proceed to the opposite gate for registration and inspection. However, as a precious guide led the group, the sentinel had no choice but to return and inform his superiors. Observing this, the little bluebird emitted a soft chirp. Yun Zhao gently patted it, signaling it to refrain from inciting hostility at that moment. During the wait, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense. The passengers exchanged anxious glances, their fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of their seats. An air of unsettling anticipation permeated the environment. The children inside clung tightly to their parents, gazing out at the vast, unfamiliar base with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Anan grasped her brother's sleeve, tilting her head with unease as she asked, "Mom, will we be living inside?" Zhao Yan tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, suppressing her own uncertainties, and replied with a reassuring smile, "Yes, the large base is very safe. It will be our home from now on." Soon, 3 staff members clad in matching uniforms emerged, accompanied by a 10-member sentinel squad, making their way directly to Yun Zhao's vehicle. Leading the group was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a sharp black work suit, with a striking red-crowned crane emblem on her shoulder. "Hello, I am Lu Li, the reception officer at Dawn Base." She greeted Yun Zhao with a polite smile, welcoming them to their new home and requesting that everyone disembark for registration and inspection. "Thank you for your assistance," Yun Zhao responded, complying as she signaled for the others to exit the vehicle. The doors of 5 buses swung open, and the residents of Qingshan town filed out in an orderly line. The majority were women, accompanied by a fair number of elderly individuals and a dozen or so children under 10. The sentinels present were few and of lower rank. The sentinels at Dawn Base scrutinized each person disembarking with keen, discerning gazes, quickly concluding that this group possessed little strength. One sentinel whispered to Lu Li, who nodded slightly, maintaining her composed smile as she turned to Yun Zhao. Please follow me for registration and inspection. The Dawn base offered housing incentives and exemption policies for the newcomers, providing them with a temporary residence permit valid for 1 month. Lu Li led the way, explaining, after the temporary permit expires, you will need to visit the administrative hall to apply for formal resident card and find your own accommodation. She paused before adding, of course, as a distinguished guide. Your information has already been submitted, and a specialist will assist you upon entering the city. It was evident that the rare guides received preferential treatment compared to others. Yun Zhao listened quietly, waiting for Lu Li to finish before speaking. May I apply for a guide level assessment first? Lu Li confirmed, certainly, according to protocol. As long as the guide agrees to join the base, they will receive corresponding benefits. The stronger the abilities, the greater the benefits. Even a C-level guide will be allocated a housing unit within the inner city. As they conversed, Lu Li and her 2 colleagues led the group towards the base's registration passage. The towering city walls loomed at a height of several meters, and the passage was lengthy, with 4 small windows designated for registration and inspection at the entrance. Upon approaching, Yun Zhao spotted another staff member at window No. 2, a bespectacled young man in a deep blue work uniform, looking more refined than Lu Li and her colleagues, yet adorned with the same red-crowned crane emblem on his shoulder. As soon as he caught sight of Yun Zhao, his gaze instinctively fell upon her left shoulder. The little bluebird, sensing the unwelcome attention, arrogantly turned its head aside, as if to say, what are you looking at, you worthless creature? The bespectacled young man awkwardly rubbed his nose, taken aback by the fierce spirit beast. What a fierce mental entity. But what kind of bird is that? He mused, studying Yun Zhao with a look of curiosity. As she approached, he quickly averted his gaze, stepping forward with a smile. Hello, I am the reception officer from the Special Abilities Management Department. You may call me Xiao Xiang. Yun Zhao inclined her head. Hello. I would like to proceed with the test first. Chapter 13. Entering the city. The subsequent words of Xiang Mingjia were caught in her throat. According to protocol, he was supposed to first understand the guide situation and explain the base's benefits for individuals with special abilities, with the testing phase coming last. However, since the request had come from her, it was equally acceptable to arrange the test first. All right, I will take you there right away, he said. The residents of Qingshan Town had already begun their registration and inspection process. Over 100 individuals formed 3 lines, approaching the windows to register their personal information, undergo contamination level testing, and receive their temporary permits. As ordinary citizens, they were assigned temporary housing in the outer district shantytown. The scattered housing numbers indicated that the residents of Qingshan Town would be separated, leaving only families with elderly and children feeling increasingly anxious upon receiving their housing numbers. What will happen now that we are all separated? Someone asked Lu Li, is it necessary to split us up? Can we not all stay together for mutual support? Lu Li maintained her smile, speaking in a business-like tone. This is the free temporary accommodation provided by the base. If you are dissatisfied, you may seek alternative housing, but it will require points, she added pointedly. The group, being ordinary individuals with little power, clearly lacked any points. They had no means to exchange the food supplies brought from their town, as they could not afford to consider what they would eat in the future. While the base was secure, the cost of living was high. Many faces were etched with confusion and helplessness. The sentinels from the town scanned the crowd, searching for their elderly mayor, who was over 60 and had only a small grandson left at home. Concern was palpable as someone voiced, how will the elderly and children sustain their basic lives if we are separated from familiar faces and have lost our land? Worry was evident on many faces. A portion of the townspeople instinctively glanced toward Yun Zhao. He and Cheng Dongshu, standing at the front of the line, frequently looked up to gauge Yun Zhao's situation, knowing she was always thoughtful and likely had anticipated the circumstances. Not far away, beneath the city wall, Yun Zhao was conversing with Xiang Mingjia. After a moment, she suddenly turned and waved at them. Hien and Cheng Dongshu immediately left their line and ran over. Hien scrutinized her expression and cautiously asked, Sister Yun Zhao, are you going to separate from us? What do you think? Yun Zhao replied gently. Hien's demeanor shifted to one of uncertainty, unsure of her tone's implications. Yun Zhao surveyed the anxious crowd and reassured them, I will negotiate conditions with the base leadership. You two take care of everyone for now. Do not move the luggage from the vehicle. Trust me, the issue will be resolved swiftly. She spoke without lowering her voice, and those currently registering, including Lu Li and the sentinel guards who had followed, clearly heard her words. All eyes turned toward her. Negotiating conditions? Guides were rare and precious, and their benefits at the base were the most favorable. However, This privilege extended only to the guides themselves. Even direct relatives would follow the standard procedures. Furthermore, the leaders of the base are not individuals one can simply meet at will. To presume that one can act with impunity within the grand base simply by virtue of being a guide is indeed a sign of naivete, typical of those from lesser-known locales who have yet to encounter the broader world. Though such thoughts lingered in their minds, none dared voice them, particularly among the sentinels. It is rare for one to offend a guide who may one day save their life. Yun Zhao assuaged her companions and followed Xiang Mingjia into the vehicle bound for the inner city. As the sole major base in the southwestern region, the Dawn base boasts a resident population nearing 300,000. The city's terrain is intricate and varied, featuring both expansive plazas and streets, as well as rugged slopes and tunnels, alongside numerous remnants of air raid shelters from days gone by. The vehicle first navigated through the outer district. Even in this outer area, the vibrancy astounded Yun Zhao. Having spent her childhood in a remote border town, she had never before visited a large base, nor had she witnessed such a multitude of people. Peering through the car window, Yun Zhao surveyed the entirety of Dawn Base. The main thoroughfare was impeccably straight, flanked by buildings of unique architectural styles, their windows reinforced with steel frames, standing in harmonious disarray. The streets bustled with life, as pedestrians readily made way for the passing vehicle. The majority wore expressions of indifference, scarcely lifting their gazes to acknowledge the car entering the city. At the very edge of the outer district, near the city wall, sprawled a sizable shantytown. Makeshift shelters were constructed along designated areas, with piles of discarded materials cluttering the doorsteps of each dwelling. The scene was chaotic yet surprisingly clean, suggesting the presence of some form of management. At the intersection of the main road stood a signpost indicating the locations of the service hall, trading center, public guidance office, and farmer's market. She pondered whether the man bearing coal could successfully sell it in exchange for sufficient food. After traversing the outer district, the vehicle continued along the central axis towards the heart of the inner city. The sentinels on duty at the entrance merely glanced at the vehicle before permitting passage. The inner city was expansive, adorned with neat and attractive buildings, while shops along the roadside remained open. And a colossal shopping center dominated the central plaza, reminiscent of a bustling urban shadow captured in a photograph. However, the streets were noticeably sparse of people. As the vehicle glided past the central plaza, it came upon a grand pedestal at its center, upon which stood a magnificent statue of a young girl clad in a white robe. Her serene visage was accompanied by a red-crowned crane, gazing intently into the distance. Yun Zhao's eyes were riveted to the statue. Xiang Mingjia explained, "This is the founder of the base, surnamed Shen, who was once a high-ranking guide during the Dark Era." Yun Zhao felt a stir of surprise. Was this truly the founder? Wasn't he the Dawn base originally a national shelter? Xiang Mingjia clarified. The southwestern shelter perished in the 68th year of the Dark Era, and it was a group of guides and sentinels who eradicated the polluted zones and rebuilt it, retaining the original shelter's designation. Many believe the southwestern shelter has always existed, but in truth, this place has also faced outbreaks of polluted zones and mutated creatures. One can only imagine the fervent youth who banded together to save the world during those dark times. They collectively restored the Dawn base, hoping for a day when peace would reign and prosperity would return. Though those days are past, their legacy endures in the hearts of the living. Deeply moved, Yun Zhao gazed once more at the tranquil statue of the girl, her expression transformed, now imbued with admiration and reverence. The crane, was that her spirit companion? The emblem of the Dawn base, featuring the red-crowned crane, perhaps held a distinct significance for the descendants who persevered. Shortly after Yun Zhao entered the inner city, a heavy armored vehicle rumbled along the mountainous path. The guard stationed at the entrance, upon seeing Team Zero's return, hastily opened the passage. The armored vehicle traversed a special task route, bypassing the city's center entirely. Xie Tu lowered the window and greeted the guard on duty, inquiring, "Has a guide arrived with a group of ordinary people seeking refuge?" "Yes, they just arrived and have already settled within the city," the sentinel replied. A collective sigh of relief swept through the vehicle. Duan Shi, in a nonchalant manner, remarked, "Lucky us, we didn't come in vain. We earned 5,000 points. And they delivered themselves right to our doorstep." Rabbit swiftly slapped him, having anticipated his comment, as Duan Shi ducked to evade the strike. "Wang Jiayu, have you become addicted to hitting?" Rabbit scoffed. "That 5,000 points are the captain's. It has nothing to do with you. Stop trying to take advantage of the captain." Duan Shi protested, "I haven't. The captain himself said he'd treat us to a feast upon his return." Tao Hao chimed in loudly, "That's right, a feast tonight. Let's eat the captain out of house and home." The price of meat at the base was exorbitant, with a pound of mutated animal meat costing 60 points, and higher quality cuts soaring to 100 points per pound. It was a luxury even the sentinels refrained from indulging in regularly. At times, when craving struck, they would invite companions to venture into the deep mountains to hunt for themselves. During their nearly 2-month expedition, they had subsisted mostly on compressed biscuits. The captain had certainly promised them a feast upon his return. Inside the vehicle, banter and laughter filled the air. Unfazed, Xie Tu, upon learning that the guide had entered the inner city for testing, instructed Tao Huo to drive the vehicle to the operations department first, as they needed to report to Minister Duan. Captain, when shall we seek out that guide? Rabbit asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. With the guide already within the base and joining the Special Abilities Department, what if she refused to accompany them on missions? After all, she had witnessed the dangers and peculiarities of the polluted zones. Who would wish to risk such a stable life? Xie Tu rolled up the window, his expression unfazed. First, we return to the Operations Department. Chapter 14, Ability Testing. Throughout the journey, Yun Zhao found herself enchanted by the wonders of the Grand Base. She stifled her curiosity, opting instead to observe in silence. Xiang Mingjia did not rush her, but rather patiently elucidated the surroundings. After all, she was a guide. Before long, they arrived at the Special Abilities Testing Room, designated exclusively for guides. The pristine white chamber was partitioned by glass, dividing it into 2 sections. The outer area was filled with various incomprehensible instruments, while several researchers operated them at the front. Upon noticing the newcomers, one of the researchers picked up a registration book and gestured for Yun Zhao to approach. With a gentle demeanor, the researcher said, "Please allow your spirit companion to enter the room. We will conduct a separate test of your mental strength." Yun Zhao, unfamiliar with the testing process, was eager to comply, but upon glancing at the small room behind the glass, she could only respond honestly, "It may not fit." Not fit? The researchers exchanged skeptical glances, their eyes landing on the petite bluebird. Typically, spirit companions of guides are gentle and consist mostly of small herbivorous creatures. Her spirit companion was no larger than the palm of her hand. The room was ample enough, boasting 100 square meters, capable of accommodating hundreds of such beings. For the first time, the little bluebird felt underestimated, glaring at them with indignation. "Useless. Who do you look down upon?" Yun Zhao soothingly patted it, saying, "It will grow larger." Strength represented the Dawn Base's attitude toward her. She must secure stable housing for the people of Qingshan Town. Moreover, she was not a masochist, willingly forsaking generous benefits. Grow larger. Upon hearing this, the researchers' expressions shifted dramatically. A spirit companion capable of assuming different forms? This was an unprecedented and peculiar situation they had never encountered before. The researchers' eyes ignited with fervor, fixated upon the little azure bird without a blink, passionately exclaiming, "Let us conduct a different experiment. There lies a grand laboratory behind us, surely capable of accommodating our needs." Thus far, the vast laboratory had served but a single individual, the sole S-class sentinel of the Dawn Base, Xie Tuesday. The base, fearing for Xie Tu's safety, routinely conducted examinations on the Fire Phoenix every month, testing the concentration of the dark matter within it, striving to discover alternative methods to prevent this S-class sentinel from undergoing any further mutations. "The Grand Laboratory is just behind. Please follow me," one researcher beckoned. Yun Zhao accompanied the 2 enthusiastic researchers downstairs, heading towards the heavily guarded Grand Laboratory, while the other researchers, distracted from their tasks, decided to join them, eager to witness just how large the palm-sized bird could truly grow. On their way to the Grand Laboratory, the researchers gazed at the little azure bird with excitement and fervor, as if they were admiring their beloved grandchild, their eyes brimming with affection. The little bird, impatient, turned its back to them, presenting its rear. The Grand Laboratory on the mountainside resembled an expansive plaza. Heeding their instructions, Yun Zhao entered alone, standing solitary at the center of the plaza. "Now, please unleash your mental energy," the researchers communicated through the microphone from the control room. Yun Zhao glanced towards the individuals behind the glass, her gaze remarkably calm. From the moment she beheld the Fire Phoenix, she had already discerned her own rank. Thus, she resolved to deliver them a modest shock. Gently, Yun Zhao closed her eyes, and a torrent of formidable mental energy surged forth. The great azure bird soared majestically into the air behind her. Its immense wings enveloped the girl, each feather imbued with countless strands of mental essence, cascading like a galaxy and radiating a dazzling blue light. As its true form manifested, the air around them seemed to tremble. All the instruments simultaneously emitted a cacophony of sounds. The researchers stood momentarily dumbfounded before abruptly leaping to their feet, flinging open the control room door, and rushing into the arena as if possessed. It truly possessed two forms. It was a phoenix. It was the Qing Wan, one of the 5 phoenixes. My goodness! An S-Class. Finally, an S-Class guide has emerged. The researchers, brimming with excitement, gazed adoringly at the magnificent azure bird. It was breathtaking. A luminous mental entity. Those frigid blue beastly eyes regarded the onlookers as if they were mere ants. Yet, this did not diminish their enthusiasm. At the entrance, Xiang Mingjie stood frozen, his expression awash with astonishment. An S-Class guide. He could hardly believe that this young girl had been classified as S-Class. This news swiftly reached the higher echelons. For 2 centuries, in the apocalypse, human society had struggled through ruins and reconstruction. The legend of the S-Class guide was akin to a distant star, forever out of reach. Never before witnessed in its brilliance. On this day, a girl was identified as possessing an S-Class mental entity. The reactions of those who learned the news were a tumult of emotions, joy intertwined with disbelief, ineffable in its complexity. The base quickly made arrangements. Within minutes, a cadre of sentinels arrived to rescue Yun Zhao from the throng of frenzied researchers. She exhaled in relief, having not anticipated their overwhelming fervor, unafraid of her mental entity, bombarding her with questions that left her ears ringing. Yun Zhao was escorted to a spacious conference room, where she finally met the higher-ups of the Dawn base. The portly base director Shin, approximately 40 years of age, jovially welcomed her, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Welcome to the Dawn base. You are an S-Class guide. For so many years, no S-Class guide had ever been born. The way Director Shin looked at her was akin to viewing a steaming delicacy. Yun Zhao found herself somewhat overwhelmed as he blocked her path at the entrance, offering a slight nod in response. Despite her anticipation of the situation, Director Shin's demeanor, so full of emotion, was a far cry from the stern and formidable figure she had imagined. Our base is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, expansive and defensible, with abundant nearby resources and a temperate climate, far superior to other bases. After boasting about the base's defenses, Director Shin began to describe the internal structure. You saw it upon entering, right? The base is divided into inner and outer districts, equipped with comprehensive urban facilities, hospitals, schools, cafeterias, training grounds, you name it. You will surely find it satisfactory. Oh, and we have farmland and greenhouses on the mountainside, all meticulously cultivated. Recently, the Agricultural Research Institute has succeeded in developing sweet potatoes. Director Shun continued, his enthusiasm unabated as he detailed the basic information about the Dawn base, eager to present its grandeur to her. One could easily mistake her for an inspector on a visit. Seated in the conference room were 4 others, some appearing somewhat uncomfortable. The head of the Special Abilities Department, a refined middle-aged man, cleared his throat, interrupting Director Shun's incessant chatter. Let us sit down and discuss. Director Shin snapped back to reality. All right, let's take a seat. Finally, Yun Zhao entered the conference room, occupying the 3rd seat on the right side of the long table. As she discreetly observed the 4 individuals opposite her, they, in turn, scrutinized her. An 18 or 19-year-old girl, exuding a calmness and composure atypical for her age. Clad in oversized, worn camouflage attire, her slender frame appeared delicate, as though a gust of wind could easily topple her. She seemed fragile and somewhat reserved. Based solely on her appearance, no one would dare believe she was an S-Class guide. Welcome to the Dawn base. I am Bai Mo, the head of the Special Abilities Department. Bai appeared affable, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As an S-Class guide, your abilities will be our most valuable asset, and thus we hope you will join the Special Abilities Department. As for benefits and treatment, you need not worry. Feel free to voice any requests, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Previously, due to the absence of an S-Class guide, the group had convened to draft new welfare policies. They had elevated the benefits to a standard above that of A-Class guides, recognizing that guides and sentinels were fundamentally different. The S-Class sentinel at the base amassed points through task completion that he could hardly expend. One gentleman seated to Yun Zhao's left offered her a gentle smile, presenting her with a form. I am Xiao Tiancheng, the head of the logistics department. Please take a look at this form, and if there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, feel free to voice them. Yun Zhao politely responded as she reached for the form, which detailed every benefit. The housing arranged for her was in the villa district of the inner city, without specifying a particular building, allowing her to choose freely. Moreover, housing, utilities, and medical care were all free, supplemented by a monthly stipend of 3,000 points, with additional holiday bonuses. What did 3,000 points signify? The A-class Sentinel team at the Dawn base risked entering hazardous contaminated zones for 2,000 points, a sum that required the division among 7 individuals. Although they might earn salaries or accrue points through other means, the comparison was stark. Without the burden of housing, she was allocated 3,000 points monthly to spend. The fragile guide was shielded by the base, exempt from undertaking tasks beyond the city limits. She was merely required to accept an assignment from the Special Abilities Department, occasionally attending the counseling room to provide mental guidance for the Sentinels. The counseling room was divided into inner and outer districts. The outer district's counseling room had no prerequisites. Any Sentinel, including outsiders, could enter by paying points. In contrast, the inner district primarily catered to the base's senior Sentinels. Class A Sentinels were entitled to 2 free counseling sessions each month, referred to as consultations. Consultations were scheduled according to a roster, alternating randomly between the inner and outer districts. This meant that individuals from the outer district could, with a stroke of luck, encounter a senior guide. Yun Zhao quickly perused the information. For her personally, such arrangements posed no issues. However, she bore the weight of an entire town behind her. Furthermore, this contradicted her original intent for coming to the Dawn base. She was unwilling to become a caged canary. Sooner or later, she would step into the Polluted Zone 6. Chapter 15. Minister Du on the conference room was enveloped in silence as everyone awaited Yun Zhao's response. Setting aside the documents, she refrained from immediately agreeing to join the Special Abilities Department and instead articulated her conditions. The villa was unnecessary. She had not come alone. Their small town had been engulfed by Zone 6, forcing all residents to seek refuge at the Dawn base. She requested that the base allocate a designated area for communal housing. Pausing, she continued, the accommodations need not be in the inner district, the outer district would suffice. Additionally, we require 2 plots of land. Matters must be approached incrementally. The immediate priority is to ensure everyone's settlement. Placing ordinary individuals without abilities among the affluent in the inner district would not serve their interests, but rather jeopardize them. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is no small feat, especially for children who are in the formative stages of developing sound values. Accustomed to a life of ease, should they fail to awaken their abilities in the future, they might struggle to lead the lives they desire, easily veering off course. The town's population consists mainly of the elderly, the sick, and children, who cannot earn points within the base. 2 cultivable plots of land would secure their livelihoods moving forward. 2 cultivable plots? Minister Zhao expressed surprise, glancing at Minister Bai beside him. Accommodations could indeed be arranged promptly. However, the base's land had all been meticulously cultivated for agricultural purposes, and there had never been a precedent for private allocation. Granting her such an exception might incite discontent among other guides. They first needed to consider the internal stability of the base. Director Shin surveyed the room, noting the silence among the ministers, and was about to speak up in agreement when a sudden knock echoed through the conference room. The door swung open, revealing a capable-looking woman. She appeared to be in her 40s, clad in a well-tailored dark military uniform, her short hair neatly styled, adding an air of unyielding authority to her presence. Apologies for the delay. I was held up, the woman stated as she approached Yun Zhao, nodding slightly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan Kainjing, the Minister of the Operations Department at Dawn Base. I support your request, but I have one condition. After the meeting, I would like you to undergo a compatibility test with one of our S-Class Sentinels. The Zero team had just returned. Minister Duan had been in discussions with Xie Tu when she received urgent news of a guide being identified as S-Class. In her haste, she came directly here. She had already learned from her team members that this S-Class guide's spiritual entity was also a phoenix. The compatibility between the same species of spiritual entities would undoubtedly be high. Xie Tu represented the pinnacle of Dawn Base's combat strength and was the main force tasked with operations in the polluted zones. Trading 2 plots of land for the stability of the S-Class Sentinel's spiritual domain seemed a highly advantageous deal in Minister Duan's eyes. The salvation plan had already been initiated. Xie Tu's combat capabilities were of paramount importance. The emergence of an S-Class guide could alleviate the base's concerns about potential aberrations. She had listened from the doorway for a while, puzzled by the hesitations of others. Power spoke volumes. If other guides dared to express discontent, they should first awaken as S-Class before negotiating. Director Shin sighed in relief. The Zero team has returned safely? Yes, Minister Duan replied. The mission was successfully completed. She had intended to summon Xie Tu to accompany her, but noticed his lack of reaction upon hearing the news, as if he were deliberately avoiding the situation. Minister Duan found no interest in probing further. She turned back to Yun Zhao. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing of the Zero team's return, Yun Zhao maintained her composure and responded, that is acceptable. She recalled the fiery phoenix ensnared in dark matter that had appeared within the polluted zone. Since she was present, enjoying the benefits provided by the base, guiding the Sentinel's spiritual domains would be her task. She had no grounds to refuse. Director Shin nodded repeatedly. Then it is settled. We will promptly arrange accommodations for you, and the 2 plots of land will be allocated under your name as soon as possible. Minister Xiao from the logistics department will oversee this matter. He spoke kindly. I will ensure everything is arranged swiftly. For now, please accompany Minister Duan for the testing. And shortly, someone will take you to collect your living supplies. Until the conclusion, Yun Zhao did not express her intention to join the Special Abilities Department. Minister Bai showed no urgency. Now that she was already within the base, if there arose a need for the S-Class Sentinel's assistance, it would suffice to notify her then. Yun Zhao rose to thank the leaders. The little bluebird, weary of the tedious meeting, had already retreated to her spiritual domain. Minister Duan, decisive as ever, led her to the operations department. The office buildings in the inner district were situated closely together, and after descending the stairs, they arrived within mere minutes. To their dismay, upon entering the operations department with Minister Duan, they found it deserted. The Zero team had already vanished. Minister Duan searched the area, suppressing her frustration as she inquired, "Where has everyone gone?" "Minister, Captain Xie said he was treating everyone to meat. They went to buy it," a clerk replied, raising a hand timidly. Minister Duan's ire flared. "Is meat more important than duty? Bring everyone back immediately." "Yes," the clerk replied hastily, rushing out of the office building. The remaining staff, fearing repercussions, seized the opportunity to leave one after another. Yun Zhao, watching the exodus, remarked expressionlessly, "Minister Duan, time is of the essence. If Captain Xie is not in a hurry, we might as well postpone." She had traveled a long distance to reach the Dawn base, not pausing to rest before attending tests and meetings. If even Xie Tu appeared unconcerned, why should she wait? Minister Duan took a deep breath. "I apologize for the mismanagement on my part, causing you to come here in vain." "It's no trouble," Yun Zhao replied courteously. Minister Duan softened her tone. "You must be weary. Please take some time to rest. We can conduct the test whenever you are free."
Yun Zhao nodded, all right.
Minister Duan seemed to feel a sense of guilt, personally escorting her out of the operations department. She offered to arrange transportation, but Yun Zhao politely declined. At the entrance of the building, Xiang Mingjia awaited her. Upon seeing Yun Zhao emerge, he hurried over. "Guide Yun. Minister Bai personally informed me to escort you to collect your living supplies and points card." Compared to the earlier formalities, his demeanor now bore a hint of eagerness. His entire demeanor transformed into one of utmost courtesy. Yun Zhao did not refuse, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all, not at all." Xiang Mingjia repeatedly waved his hand, leading the way ahead. The efficiency of the logistics department was impressively swift. Yun Zhao obtained the ownership of 2 plots of land, a supply of living necessities for the month, as well as communication devices and a points card issued by the base. The card contained 5,000 points, a settlement allowance provided by the base. After signing the necessary documents and completing her registration, Yun Zhao officially became a member of the Dawn base. The female clerk informed her that there was a shopping center in the inner city, which sold fresh fruits and vegetables, eggs and meats daily, all in limited quantities. And she had priority for purchases. "Thank you, I understand," Yun Zhao replied, her head bowed as she organized the supplies she had received. There was an abundance of items, including new bedding, far too much for her to carry alone. Xiang Mingjia stepped forward to assist her with the load. Among the supplies were 2 boxes of eggs, a luxury item in this era. During the tumultuous times of yore, the country had established a biological egg bank, preserving numerous animal oocytes through ultra-low temperature freezing. Over a decade ago, shortly after the conclusion of the Dark Ages, the Hope Base procured a batch of oocytes and plant seeds from a contaminated area, along with some well-preserved fertilized eggs. After 6 months of research, scientists successfully hatched chicks. The other 3 bases traded resources to obtain a portion of these as well. Due to the peculiar time flow in the contaminated area, certain items could be brought out in an unblemished state, leading many search teams to venture into the perilous outskirts of these zones in search of materials. Chapter 16. A New Home. Yun Zhao and Xiang Mingjia, laden with various supplies, boarded a bus to the outer city. She had specifically requested to take the public bus, having noticed its operation upon her arrival at the Dawn base. Xiang Mingjia patiently explained that the bus ran every half hour, requiring a card swipe that deducted 1 point, making it exceedingly convenient for those commuting to work in the outer city. As he spoke, he raised his wrist, showcasing a communication device identical to hers, resembling a wristwatch. Designed for ease of use by sentinels during combat. He placed it against the card reader, and a mechanical female voice announced, "Card swipe successful." The points card also allowed for online payments. He instructed Yun Zhao on how to bind her points card number for use. Following his guidance, she retrieved the communication device issued by the base and, with Xiang Mingzhe's assistance, successfully linked her points card. At that moment, as noon approached, the bus was sparsely populated. The vehicle passed through the central square, where the proud statue of a girl stood silently, seemingly narrating the immortal legend of the Dawn base. Suddenly, Xiang Mingzhe's communication device vibrated, prompting him to glance at the message. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Yun, the base has arranged concentrated housing for you in East 3rd Street of the outer city. However, the leaders hope you will consider residing in the inner city. Director Shen has ordered that the news of the S-Class guide be kept confidential for the time being. The outer city is a mixed bag, often frequented by outsiders, and incidents of theft occur from time to time. It is nearly impossible to eliminate such risks. With so many supplies in your possession, you could easily attract unwanted attention." "Thank you. I will take a look before deciding," Yun Zhao replied, not outright rejecting the idea. Having spent her childhood in Qingshan town, where outsiders were scarce and the people were straightforward, she found little to say beyond her gratitude. Xiang Mingzhe, steeling himself, continued, "The housing complex on East 3rd Street was only completed in recent years. It comprises 4 buildings, and the base has vacated one for your accommodation. According to the registration data, there are 188 residents from Qingshan town, divided into 71 households. The building in the complex is 12 stories high, with 6 households per floor, which is just enough to accommodate everyone with an extra unit to spare. For the sake of one guide, an entire building has been allocated. Such a precedent has never been set before." Ministers Bai and Xiao emphasized that everything they did was to ensure she was aware of these arrangements. "What about the previous residents of that building?" Yun Zhao inquired. "You need not worry about that," Xiang Mingzhe reassured her. "The property rights belong to the base, and the previous occupants were few in number. The base will refund their rent and provide them with a relocation allowance. Nowadays, very few people invest substantial points in purchasing property. Most prefer to rent. In this apocalyptic environment, the majority struggle to survive day by day, and it is wiser to spend money on other necessities. Therefore, the new complex has remained underpopulated. Those living there generally have good financial conditions, with many holding stable jobs within the base or serving as civil servants, swiftly complying with base directives to relocate upon notification." Yun Zhao fell silent for a moment, expressing her gratitude once more. The benefits extended by the base were predicated on her status as an S-Class guide. "I suppose I should report to the Special Abilities Department tomorrow. Perhaps I can meet other guides within the base. I have never provided mental guidance to a high-level sentinel before, and there is much for me to learn." The bus arrived at the East 3rd Street stop. Amidst a residential district, the elevated terrain led to a lengthy stone staircase to the complex, which was situated on the right side, midway up the stairs. The complex bore no name, merely marked with the number 128 on the door. A wrought iron gate enclosed the premises, surrounded by a low wall. At that moment, the gate stood wide open. The townspeople were bustling about, moving luggage up and down. Upon seeing Yun Zhao return, a crowd quickly set down their burdens to assist her. "Zhao Zhao, you're amazing. We really got allocated housing," one exclaimed. "Yes, thanks to you, Zhao Zhao, we all remember your efforts," another chimed in. "You should have seen how quickly that receptionist Lu changed her demeanor, going from all business to being exceedingly accommodating once we arrived." Yun Zhao found herself surrounded by an eager throng, each vying to help with her belongings. Noticing a large pile of luggage atop the staircase, she waved her hand. "Aunties, please settle in first. Moving is a priority. I can manage on my own." Everyone had endured a long and arduous journey, fraught with fears and uncertainties over the past days. Yun Zhao felt fatigued herself, and it was best to finish the move quickly and allow everyone to rest. "All right, once you're settled, come over for dinner at my place another day," she suggested. The townsfolk acknowledged her words with cheerful farewells as they returned to their tasks. Yun Zhao Jia. He Xiang rushed over upon hearing the commotion outside, eager to recount the events that transpired in her absence. "Dong Shu and I took your advice and moved everyone to the shantytown first. We didn't touch any of the luggage on the bus, just waiting for your return." He Xiang continued. "It wasn't long before a group of staff arrived, gathered us up and brought us to this complex. That receptionist Lu was incredibly friendly this time. His excitement was palpable as he pointed to Building 1, declaring, 'This will be our home from now on.' We've already gone inside to take a look. The apartments are brand new, with 2 bedrooms and a living room layout, and they even have elevators." The kids were thrilled to ride one for the first time. Not just the children, but all the townsfolk were seeing elevators for the first time, though the adults maintained a more composed demeanor. Yun Zhao found this amusing and handed him a heavier bag to carry. Let us get the houses sorted first. Everyone has worked so hard on the road, and today,
They deserve a good rest.
understood, he replied eagerly. Xian took the items, only to discover that there was another person standing behind Yun Zhao. Xiang Mingjie stood quietly behind, offering him a polite smile. After ensuring that the guest had been delivered, he handed the items in his possession to Xian. Yun Guide. I shall take my leave now. Here is my contact number. Feel free to reach out to me at your convenience after you have considered the matter, he indicated, referring to the suggestion of her moving to the inner city. Originally, this task was to be managed by the logistics department, but since he had been responsible for the reception from the beginning, Minister Bai did not transfer it to them. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, responding courteously, Thank you for your trouble. Xiang Mingjie then took his leave. As he descended the steps, curiosity compelled him to glance back. He saw the two of them, laden with various packages, laughing and chatting as they walked through the community entrance. The Yun guide appeared reserved and reticent, giving the impression of being somewhat difficult to approach. Yet, it seemed she could relax and smile in the company of familiar faces. Yun Zhao had already followed Xian into the community. The complex consisted of only 4 buildings, each equipped with an iron gate at the entrance of each unit. Upon seeing the unit door, Yun Zhao felt an immediate sense of relief, realizing that moving was unnecessary. The entire building was inhabited by residents from the town, all of whom were acquainted with one another. Any outsider would be quickly noticed. As long as the town's sentinels guarded the entrance on the first floor, safety was not a concern at all. The townsfolk were busy moving their belongings in and out, as the rooms had yet to be assigned, resulting in a chaotic pile of luggage in the first-floor corridor. The noise was lively, with children excitedly sprinting through the hallways calling out, Sister Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao responded with a smile, following Xian to the elevator. Xian, burdened with numerous packages, remarked as they waited for the elevator. The mayor suggested that to avoid disputes over room assignments, we should draw lots to determine placements. It's all up to luck. Yun Zhao agreed, that sounds good. However, your room has already been confirmed. The mayor mentioned that the top floor offers a splendid view, so you can choose a unit on the 12th floor. We have all looked at it, and 1202 has the best lighting. You should take that one, Sister Yun Zhao. Before Yun Zhao could respond, Xian continued, Also, Brother Dongshu has decided not to participate in the draw and will reside on the first floor. Chung Dongshu has a younger brother who is also a sentinel. As a B-level sentinel, he lives on the first floor, ensuring everyone has safety. As for Yun Zhao, she had no objections regarding where to live. Since they had already made arrangements for her, room 1202 it would be.
Ding.
The elevator door slid open, and the two entered the small, confined space. Xian freeing a hand to press the button for the 12th floor. It was Yun Zhao's first experience in an elevator. She gazed at the buttons, where numbers indicated the floors and the arrows signified the opening and closing of the doors. It was straightforward and easy to operate. A small blue bird emerged slowly, tilting its head as it curiously pecked at the numbers on the panel. Fearing that it might damage the elevator, Yun Zhao quickly held it back. The elevator soon arrived at the 12th floor. The corridor branched into 2 sides, with 3 households on each side. Xian led her out of the elevator, turning left to arrive at the door of Unit 1202. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and carried all the items into the living room. Handing her the key, Sister Yun Zhao, your luggage has been brought in. I must head down to help now. He had a mother and a younger sister at home, and the room assignments were a significant matter that required his attention. Go ahead, Yun Zhao said, watching him leave before closing the door and surveying the layout of the house. The place had been cleaned thoroughly, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room contained an old wooden sofa and a wooden table, and aside from that, it was completely bare. Yun Zhao turned around and opened the bedroom door, instantly taken aback. The bedroom contained only a single bed, with all her belongings placed beside it. The bed was already made, with her own sky blue sheets and duvet neatly folded. It was evident that despite not being certain she would reside there, someone had prepared the room for her. Aside from Aunt Zhao, there was no one else involved. She truly had a penchant for worrying. Chapter 17. The guide is the Sentinel's homecoming. At the training ground halfway up the mountain, a spacious area was lined with rows of flourishing trees. A rabbit was busy starting a fire in front of a barbecue grill it had set up beneath the trees. Xie Tu emerged from the training room with tables and chairs, holding a fire poker while sitting nearby to boil water. Before long, Duan Shi, Tao Hahao, and Song Liang returned, each carrying over 10 pounds of meat along with some vegetables and fruits. From a distance, Duan Shi shouted, Captain, you're in trouble. My aunt is looking for you everywhere. Xie Tu raised his gaze. What does she want with me? Duan, the minister, had gone to the meeting room and returned with an S-level guide, stating that they needed to conduct a compatibility test for the two of you. Tao Hahao chuckled, a mischievous expression on his face, and you ran away, leaving Minister Duan quite exasperated. The appearance of the S-level guide caused a tremendous stir within the base. The high-ranking officials unanimously decided to keep it under wraps for the time being and not disclose it to the public. However, the researchers were nearly frantic. Had it not been for base leader Shin's intervention, they would have rushed to the laboratory to conduct a comprehensive assessment of her various metrics. It's because you all insisted on having meat and kept pushing me to leave, Xie Tu replied nonchalantly. Besides, the minister didn't say I had to wait there for her. Duan, she was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that it was he who had pulled the captain away. Was it his fault? Would his aunt scold him when they got home? Never mind, let us eat meat first. Tao Hahao tossed the purchased meat onto the table and turned to shout, Rabbit. Is the fire ready? The rabbit rolled its eyes. It's already done. I'm just waiting for you to hurry up and wash the meat twice before grilling it. Do you think I'm going to let you eat it raw? Tao Hahao hesitated, then sighed as he hoisted the meat again, dragging Duan Shi along to help. Song Liang set down his things, went inside to pour a glass of water, and came back to sit beside Xie Tu, glancing over at his captain intermittently. He sensed that something was amiss with Xie Tu's day previously. He had intended to find the guide, but when they were in the contaminated zone, the person had been just across the street, yet he had chosen to avoid her. Now, upon returning, he was deliberately evasive. What was going on? Xie Tu bent down and tossed a piece of wood into the fire, asking, How many points did you spend? Over 1,800, Song Liang replied, taking out his point card to return it to him. It was under my watch, otherwise those two ruffians would have tried to carry everything back. The rabbit huffed. The captain is so wealthy, he won't go bankrupt over this. Among the entire base, the captain was the wealthiest, with 6-figure points in his account. One person earning so many points could never spend it all. Song Liang ignored the rabbit and thoughtfully remarked, Captain, why not give Minister Duan a call? It's better to conduct the compatibility test sooner rather than later. Everyone believed that their compatibility would undoubtedly be high. Let us discuss it after dinner, Xie Tu said, placing the point card in his pocket. His teammates were unaware that the S-level guide could influence his spiritual entity, even affecting him personally. Song Liang shrugged. I'm just afraid that before we finish eating, Minister Duan will come storming in. Indeed, the rabbit nodded vigorously in agreement. Xie Tu paused, considering the possibility. He tossed the fire poker to Song Liang, instructing him to keep an eye on the flames. Seeing him rise to head toward the back mountain, the rabbit called out, Captain, where are you going? We're about to start grilling. You all go ahead. I'm going to return Minister Duan's call and discuss having that guide join Team Zero, Xie Tu replied without looking back as he departed. Avoidance was futile. The salvation plan is of paramount importance. With the inclusion of S-class guides, the team members can execute their missions without being hindered by fears of distortion in contaminated zones. Above all, the preservation of their lives takes precedence over the influence the guides may exert upon them. The times have changed. Guides, once abundant during the Dark Ages, have become exceedingly rare. In order to assist sentinels, guides must voluntarily remain at the base, prepared to mitigate the mental turmoil of sentinels experiencing psychic outbursts. However, this tradition has gradually morphed into a binding shackle that confines the guides. Guides should rightfully stand alongside sentinels. Their battlefield is the vast, mist-covered contaminated zones outside. Xie Tu's gaze deepened as he pondered how to persuade Minister Duan while he walked towards the back mountain. His home lay just beyond the training grounds. S-class sentinels possess extraordinarily acute senses. Even the slightest rustle of wind can trigger a psychic upheaval. Xie Tu was unable to reside even in the inner city. Forced to live at the foothills outside the base, reliant on white noise to lull him to sleep each night. Should that noise cease, a cacophony of chaotic emotions would surge towards him. He must consume suppressants to momentarily quell the tumultuous force within. He recalled Horfeng's erratic behavior, which resonated in his mind like a fleeting moment of tranquility in warm seas. Guides are the sanctuary for sentinels, a grotesquely twisted relationship, akin to that of a patient and a psychiatrist. And he, indeed, was the patient. At number 128 Dongsan Street, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the community as the residents of Qingshan Town engaged in housing allocations. The numbers of all homes were inscribed on crumpled paper and placed in a basin, with each household sending a representative to draw from it. The He family drew no. 803. He dragged their belongings upstairs, guiding his mother and 10-year-old sister to settle in. The old town mayor mentioned that it would be preferable for the 6 households on the first floor to contain a sentinel. Those who voluntarily chose to reside there would receive supplies from the townsfolk, along with a monthly fee, akin to a security service ensuring the safety of all. The community unanimously agreed. Except for the Chung family, 5 sentinels promptly volunteered to occupy the first floor. They were low-level sentinels, whose presence in concentrated accommodations posed little disruption. The true nature of life within the vast base remained unknown to them. They wondered if they would ever find work to sustain their families. Being a security presence on the ground floor seemed advantageous, if only for the modest stipend. Zhao Yan, accompanied by her 2 children, hesitated momentarily before approaching the old mayor. Mayor, I wish to reside in 1201. Zhao cannot cook and requires care. Upon hearing this, the mayor recalled Yun Zhao's dismal self-sufficiency and acquiesced. Everyone's ability to settle at the Dawn base and inhabit such splendid new homes was attributable to Yun Zhao. To the older generation, she was forever the child they had watched grow. Indeed, she required assistance. Zhao Yan breathed a sigh of relief as she received the key to 1201 and hurriedly began moving their belongings with her 2 children. He Pingping helped her mother carry items, while Hienan managed the lighter bags. The 2 elevators buzzed with activity, and everyone waited patiently in line for their turn. Yun Zhao wandered through the empty rooms, organizing the supplies she had received, and then delved into the living manual for the base. It primarily outlined methods for earning points. While housing was free, each household in the town was required to pay utility and management fees monthly. With no money to their names, it was imperative to swiftly identify ways to accumulate points after settling in. The sentinels fared better, but the ordinary citizens faced considerable challenges. Lacking specialized skills and social connections, finding work to support their families proved arduous. Menial labor such as street sweeping, garbage collection, and serving was in high demand, as these tasks were accessible to all. Furthermore, she had yet to visit the 2 plots of land allocated for cultivation. Crops required time to mature. During this interim, everyone could only rely on the supplies they had brought from the town. As Yun Zhao contemplated her situation, she flipped through the manual until she reached the section on the guidance room at the base. Just then, the sound of the elevator doors opening echoed from the hallway. She set down the manual and approached the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Aunt Zhao and the 2 children, who were struggling with their numerous bags. Sister, Yun Zhao. He Pingping and Hienan chimed in unison. Zhao Yan turned upon hearing them and quickly exclaimed, Zhao, are you hungry? I will prepare a meal shortly. It was past lunchtime, and the 2 children, caught up in the excitement of moving, only now remembered their hunger. Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment before stepping out to assist her with the luggage. Let's have fried eggs for lunch. The base has provided me with 2 boxes of eggs. For decades, Qingshan Town had adhered to a system where food was allocated based on labor value. Each cluster of households managed a small plot of land. When it was time to harvest, a portion of the grain was reserved for emergencies. Another portion allocated to the Sentinel residents for their protection, and the remainder distributed among the households based on their labor contributions. The rations were meager. The community relied on search teams to scavenge supplies, which, upon selling at the main base, would then be used to purchase food with the accrued points. In the past, when her uncles were alive, Zhao Yan's home often had reserves of grain, as they were the ones providing for others. Yun Zhao had 8 uncles to support her, and she had never known hunger. However, following their passing, the situation reversed, and the grain allocated to Zhao Yan's family plummeted, forcing them to rely on the charity of neighbors. Zhao Yan was pregnant at the time and unable to perform heavy labor. Yun Zhao wished to help, but the crops she tended were disappointing, and the meals she prepared were barely palatable. After the births of Pingping and Unan, life became even more challenging. It was only after Yun Zhao awakened as a guide that their fortunes began to change, and the food allocations improved significantly. Upon hearing about the eggs, Zhao Yan was taken aback. All right, I will check the kitchen. She set down her belongings and entered 1201 to inspect the kitchen. As Hienan observed her mother busy with meal preparations, she hurried to retrieve her books. The child, petite and frail, strained to carry the heavy bags, her little face turning red with effort. These books were remnants from her father, many of which had originally been gifts to Yun Zhao, who later passed them on to the children. Hienan held them dear, insisting on bringing them all when they evacuated the town. The sudden expansion of the No. 6 contaminated zone had been forewarned by Yun Zhao, providing everyone ample time to prepare. The books took up space, so like blankets and furniture, they were placed atop the bus for transport. Seeing her struggle, Yun Zhao stepped forward to assist, only to discover she too could not lift them. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator doors opened again, and new residents from 1205 arrived. Spotting Yun Zhao and the 2 children struggling, several adults rushed over to lend a hand. The belongings were swiftly moved into the apartment. Yun Zhao shook her sore arms and returned to fetch a box of eggs. Each box contained 24 eggs, and the base had generously provided her with 2 boxes. Zhao Yan, following Yun Zhao's request, fried 4 eggs, steamed some rice, and prepared a small dish of pickled vegetables. The rice, slightly yellow and thin, was grown in Qingshan town. Having become accustomed to it, Yun Zhao savored the rice with the pickles until her bowl was empty. After the meal, Yun Zhao produced the points card and handed it to Zhao Yan, saying, "I still wish to have meat and vegetables. Aunt Zhao, could you please purchase some for me in the inner city tomorrow?" Zhao Yan wiped her hands dry, glanced at her, and silently accepted the card. Yun Zhao added, "Buy plenty, and check if there's any milk or fruit available. With my card, I should be able to purchase anything. They say I have priority." The 2 children, now 6 years old, were severely malnourished and appeared particularly thin. Given the current circumstances, it was only natural to replenish their nutrition. Zhao Yan grasped her meaning and, after a moment of silence, inquired, "What will you use if I take the card?" Yun Zhao smiled, revealing the terminal device bound to her left wrist. "I can make online payments." She continued, "Do not be frugal, buy more. Please also take some for the town mayor and Xiang, and ensure they receive a share. I have a base salary of 3,000 points per month." Yun Zhao did not elaborate further, but Zhao Yan understood exactly which 8 families she referred to. Zhao Yan said nothing more, merely nodded, and stood to clear the dishes. Yun Zhao assisted in tidying the table before returning to her own home next door. The 2-bedroom apartment felt desolate. Apart from a set of wooden table and chairs, it was devoid of any furnishings. A little bluebird lazily appeared, wandering aimlessly in the living room. It seemed to express disdain for the shabby living conditions, as if it had nowhere to perch. Eventually fluttering up to settle atop her head. "Let me make you a perch," Yun Zhao said, sitting on the hard wooden sofa, exasperated. "Stop treating my head as your nest." The little bluebird chirped disdainfully, mocking her for contemplating the task herself. Yun Zhao was unperturbed, aside from her strong mental capabilities. She felt inadequate in other respects. "Do you think the base sells bird perches?" Yun Zhao poked at it. "You don't like staying in the mental realm. I'll craft you a perch, so you can rest indoors." "Hire someone. You must attempt it yourself," it retorted. "Whom should I hire? The town sentinels have been berated by you so thoroughly that they avoid you like the plague." Yun Zhao spoke candidly. "What if I create a perch you dislike? You would end up scolding me again." The little bluebird perched on her head, leisurely preening its feathers. After a while, it suggested, "Draw a design." Yun Zhao snorted, "Huh?" She retrieved her backpack and pulled out a hand-drawn map she had sketched during her journey. "Look, this is my drawing. No one else can comprehend it. It hardly resembles a map. The stiff lines are akin to a child's doodles. One might mistake it for a page of Rosetta Stone." The little bluebird fell silent. It would never concede to being inadequate. Yun Zhao felt exhausted after trekking for over 10 days without a proper rest. That afternoon, she desired nothing more than a good long sleep. As for the 2 plots of land, she intended to apply some pressure on the townspeople, prompting them to find ways to support themselves and seek employment. She would present the matter to the mayor in a few days. Furthermore, she needed to visit the Special Abilities Department tomorrow to learn about the capabilities of other guides and assess the base's pricing and schooling. There was much to be done. She would address it all the next day. In the Dawn Base's Operations Department conference room, the atmosphere was rather oppressive. The 5 members of Team Zero sat at the lower end, hardly daring to breathe, uncertain of what the captain and Minister Duan had discussed. They had been summoned before finishing their meal, only to be left unattended. At this moment, Minister Duan stood by the window, speaking on the phone with his back turned to them. The advanced sentinels, with their keen senses, could clearly hear the conversation. Since Qing Wan had appeared in the polluted Zone 102, the Dawn Base had already received news regarding that guide, and was in conversation with Minister Duan for confirmation. The Salvation Plan was a joint initiative of the 4 major bases. Minister Duan did not withhold information from the Dawn Base, truthfully stating that the guide had been detected with an S-class spirit entity. The decision not to disclose this to the public was made to protect the guide. Being too conspicuous was not advantageous. Indeed, we shall convene a meeting to discuss this matter. Currently, we are unaware of the S-class guide's capabilities. To ensure her safety, we will conduct a comprehensive assessment of her abilities before she formally participates in operations. Most importantly, we will inquire about her personal wishes, should she decline. The Dawn Base will respect her preferences and not impose. Duan, she perked up his ears to eavesdrop, gasping in disbelief as he turned to glance at his captain, who appeared utterly unfazed. Could it be that the captain had genuinely moved his aunt? Chapter 19. The S-Class Guide joins. Xie Tu leaned back casually in his seat, ignoring the eager, inquisitive gazes of his team members. Minister Duan was a highly capable and shrewd leader. She understood deeply that an S-class guide could elevate Team Zero's overall combat capabilities several-fold. Keeping the guide confined to the base for mere mental counseling would be a gross misallocation of talent. As for whether the other leaders of the base would agree, once she had persuaded Minister Duan, she would take it upon herself to negotiate with them. However, the crucial question remained, would the guide be willing to forsake her stable life to venture into danger outside the base? Xie Tu pondered for a moment, drawing his chair closer as he operated Minister Duan's computer, swiftly retrieving Yun Zhao's identity information and residence address. He needed to visit her personally. However, Minister Duan's actions were even quicker. The following day, just as dawn broke, Yun Zhao had barely risen when Minister Duan personally sent a vehicle to fetch her. Assuming there was an urgent matter requiring her attention, she found herself once again at the operations department building in the inner city. Yet this time was different. They did not ascend to the office area above, but took the elevator directly down into the depths. Upon exiting the elevator and passing through two metal doors that required password entry, Yun Zhao followed the staff member to a vast underground space. Dim lights flickered overhead, illuminating rows of enormous metal control consoles. Various complex instruments and screens blinked with activity, some displaying real-time surveillance footage from the outside, while others showcased a flurry of data and graphs that constantly shifted and changed. Minister Duan stood tall, clad in a crisp dark blue military uniform, before a large screen, scrutinizing the data displayed. Upon noticing her entrance, Minister Duan beckoned her over, saying, "Come take a look." Yun Zhao nodded slightly and approached her. Several staff members were seated at computers, fingers flying across keyboards, their eyes glued to the screens, immersed in their tasks. The air was filled with the sounds of keystrokes and various instruments. Minister Duan spoke to her in a steady tone. "This is the base's operational command center, encompassing intelligence processing and pollution zone analysis teams. In this post-apocalyptic world, dangers lurk at every corner. The base can offer temporary refuge. But to truly alter the situation and attain stability, the polluted zones must be eradicated." Yun Zhao raised her gaze to Minister Duan, seemingly grasping her intent. Minister Duan did not rush into the main topic, but instead pointed at the large display screen, explaining, "The red dots represent pollution zones within our monitoring range. The shaded areas indicate regions that have expanded in the last 3 months. Those small green dots are monitoring towers established by the 4 major bases, commonly referred to as sentry posts." Minister Duan continued, "This data is also accessible at the command centers of the other 3 major bases. Signal monitoring is jointly established by the 4 major bases, allowing for information sharing and synchronized updates across respective areas." Yun Zhao listened attentively, posing the question that weighed heavily on her mind. How many contaminated zones currently exist outside? Minister Duan did not withhold the truth from her. The situation fluctuates daily, with some pollution zones eradicated, others merged, and new ones emerging. Presently, there are more than 300 zones within monitoring range. Merged? This was the first time Yun Zhao had heard of such a concept. Minister Duan explained, "Indeed, 2 adjacent pollution zones, after a period of diffusion, may intersect and gradually coalesce into a larger contaminated area. These merged zones are exceedingly perilous, for the absence of a magnetic field nearby renders us unaware of the conditions within, and we cannot dare to send personnel inside to investigate." Within the danger level classification of the 4 major bases, there are 5 tiers, ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Merged areas are invariably assigned a 5-star danger rating. Yun Zhao grasped that within these zones, there exist 2 gatekeepers. The adage 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain encapsulates the shifting dynamics, leading to internal instability. Precisely. Minister Duan remarked with a solemn gaze, "The operations department of the Dawn base currently has 13 elite sentinel teams executing missions. No one has ever ventured into a 5-star contaminated zone, and since the end of the Dark Era over a decade ago, only 3 4-star zones have been eliminated. The annihilation of these 3 4-star pollution zones was accomplished by 3 S-grade sentinels leading their respective teams, Xie Tu from the Dawn base, Jiang Mu from the Dawn base, and Fu Shan from the Morning Light base." Minister Duan's tone grew grave as he continued. "Initially, the casualty rate among sentinels was alarmingly high, reaching an astounding 60. Currently, aside from Team Zero, all other teams operate in pairs to undertake missions. Cultivating a single exceptional A-grade sentinel is no simple task. Each time a warrior falls, it inflicts unbearable anguish upon the base. Yet, we must confront the pollution zones. For 2 years following the end of the Dark Era, we were entirely oblivious to the external conditions." Minister Duan elaborated. "During that time, even the basics such as generating electricity required extensive research. As we faced a scarcity of scientific talent and resources, leading to a regression of civilization, necessitating reconstruction from scratch. Most of the facilities and equipment currently at the base were procured from within contaminated zones, such as the eggs and plant seeds brought back from the Hope base, the satellite launch apparatus for monitoring pollution zones, and the materials for the combat uniforms worn by the sentinels, as well as the instruments in the command center, and the genetically modified sweet potatoes cultivated by the base. Without these sentinels risking their lives to enter the pollution zones and retrieve such technology, the 4 major bases would not have achieved their current scale in just over a decade. Everyone harbors a shared belief that one day, we will eradicate the pollution zones and restore an era of peace. Minister Duan's gaze settled on Yun Zhao's face, his expression turning particularly grave. Thus, Yun Zhao, humanity requires your assistance. On behalf of the Dawn base, I solemnly invite you to join the Operations Department's Team Zero. Xie Tu's elusive demeanor, avoiding confrontation, was deemed acceptable by Minister Duan, who felt compelled to take action. With an S-grade guide, perhaps they could integrate the 3 teams of S-grade sentinels in the future and attempt to penetrate a 5-star pollution zone, unveiling the truth behind the calamity. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the prospect of joining the operations department. The sudden influx of information stirred profound emotions within her, akin to being cast into a tumultuous sea. In this world, there exists a steadfast group of individuals who silently bear the weight of their burdens, fearlessly charging into the unknown and perilous pollution zones. Every era has its heroes, be it the statue of a girl symbolizing hope and courage in the square, or the valiant sentinels of the major bases today. The pollution zones loom like a colossal shadow over humanity's future. As long as they persist, peace will remain elusive. No one can remain unscathed. Seeing her hesitate in silence, Minister Duan assumed she was contemplating a refusal. Joining the operations department implies the constant threat of mortal danger. Rest assured, we will not coerce you. Your personal will shall prevail. Guides lack the ability to protect themselves. While guides enjoy generous welfare and can remain safely at the base, it is unlikely they would willingly venture into peril. Minister Duan had already made up his mind. Yet, Yun Zhao shook her head, clarifying that this was not her intention. After a prolonged silence, she slowly spoke. May I first inquire about the situation in Pollution Zone 6? Has anyone emerged from there? Her inquiry prompted Minister Duan to act swiftly, while the team leader found himself at a loss. The first floor buzzed with heads peering toward the elevator leading to the command center. Tao Huo remarked, I wagered 300 points with the captain that the guide would surely refuse. The rabbit blinked. I also placed a 300-point bet. Duan Shi declared triumphantly. I wagered 500. Song Liang, uncertain, observed the captain's demeanor, which suggested confidence that the guide would acquiesce. Chapter 20, The Bet. Before long, the metallic elevator doors opened, revealing a slender girl clad in ill-fitting clothes stepping out. She's out. Quick, retreat. The 4 members of Team Zero had no time to appraise her and hurriedly concealed themselves. Tao Huo, hiding behind the staircase door, urged Duan Shi. Quickly asked Minister Duan if she agreed. This is about 300 points. Duan Shi turned and glared at him. Why don't you go ask? The rabbit, bewildered, wondered, why are we hiding? We could just approach her and ask if she agreed. The 2 exchanged puzzled glances, realizing the absurdity of their furtive behavior. Song Liang, shaking his head in resignation, was the first to emerge from the staircase. However, the first floor was devoid of the guide. She had long departed. Minister Duan had acted unilaterally. The news of the S-grade guide's inclusion in Team Zero sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the base. I oppose this, asserted Minister Bai of the Special Abilities Department, maintaining a calm demeanor. It has been 200 years since the apocalypse, and only one S-grade guide has emerged. S-grade guides are exceedingly rare. Should one falter in a pollution zone, the loss would be immense for us, indeed for all of humanity. Minister Duan sat upright, her brows raised, interpreting Minister Bai's words as a challenge to Xie Tu's capabilities, questioning whether his Team Zero could adequately protect a guide. Nothing is absolute. Minister Bai adjusted his glasses. Minister Xiao of the Logistics Department nodded in agreement. Guides are already scarce. Our base has a population of nearly 300,000. Over 10,000 sentinels, yet there are fewer than 200 guides. Have you all forgotten? The founder of our Dawn base was, in fact, a guide. Minister Duan lightly tapped the table, asserting, guides were even scarcer during the Dark Era, yet they fought on the front lines. Are we regressing with time? Her gaze was icy as she contended that confining guides within the base stripped them of their valor, a fundamentally erroneous decision. Minister Bai, wishing to avoid an argument, proposed a vote. The operations department has already consented, and Yun Zhao herself has agreed. What more is there to vote on? Minister Duan's eloquence was formidable. The assembly of men found themselves at a loss for retort. Base Chief Shin surveyed the room, his expression conflicted as he pondered where to align himself. Finally, Director Jiang from the Research Institute intervened. Let us conduct an ability test for Yun Zhao. Understanding the capabilities of an S-grade guide is essential, otherwise, our bickering serves no purpose. Researchers have been pestering my office, requesting to conduct comparative testing between two S-grade spiritual entities, one phoenix, one sentinel, and one guide. Researchers, insatiably curious, are eager to discern the distinctions, gathering promptly outside the office building each day to confront him. Dean Jiang now refrains from returning to his office. Minister Duan remarked, Yun Zhao has just arrived at the base, and her home is devoid of even a semblance of proper furniture. Let her settle in before we discuss further. Minister Bai, upon hearing this, felt a throbbing headache. A perfectly capable guide was inexplicably intercepted by the Department of Operations midway. Upon learning that Yun Zhao had consented to join Team Zero, the members collectively inhaled sharply. It's over, my 300 points, Tao Ha lamented skyward. Duanxi scoffed, ha. I have 500. The captain had effortlessly earned 1,004 from them. The expenses from yesterday's meat feast had nearly been covered. The four, unwilling to accept this fate, hastily drove back to the training ground outside the base. At the shooting range on the mountainside, Xie Tu stood alone on the training ground, seemingly nonchalant as he fired, each shot striking the bullseye. Captain, how did you know that guide would agree? Rabbit inquired, curiosity bubbling within him. Unable to contain himself even from a distance, Tao Ha, reluctant to relinquish his points, muttered, Indeed, you both have never even met. Why should I gamble with you? Duanxi regretted his earlier decision. Song Liang retorted, Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Losing 300 points for no reason. He had merely been passing by. Yet the trio had insisted he join them in betting. No longer standing with them, Song Liang turned to Xie Tu and urged, Captain, quickly explain. Let them lose convincingly and willingly hand over their points. Xie Tu, exasperated by their clamor, set down his gun and retreated into the indoor training room. The four hurried in after him, clearly intent on not relenting until he spoke. Xie Tu bent down to pour himself a glass of water, slouching into a seat. Upon noticing the four surrounding him, he remarked, Is that contraption atop your neck a bowling ball? Tao Ha instinctively touched his neck. What do you mean? Song Liang kindly translated, He says you lack intellect. Rabbit, quick on the uptake this time, glanced at Song Liang. Captain, the term you clearly includes you as well. The conversation veered off course. Song Liang, exasperated, wished to disengage. The captain had never met that S-class guide. Originally, he intended to persuade her to join Team Zero that morning, only to find his efforts thwarted by Minister Duan, who had swiftly secured her. Song Liang directly asked, Captain, why are you so certain she will join? Xie Tu felt his team was beyond saving. He decided to clarify, revealing that he had learned about the presence of high-level guides in a remote town through informants at the Dawn base. Moreover, near Pollution Zone 6, there existed only one signal monitoring tower. Rabbit nodded eagerly, inquiring, and then? Xie Tu, speechless, replied, and then? If the Dawn base has not received any news, why did it come to our ears? He had pondered this question on his way back. It was perplexing that the nearest Dawn base remained unaware while he, hundreds of miles away, had gained knowledge of it. It felt as if information had been deliberately leaked to them. Currently, the three remaining S-class sentinels had their spiritual forms on public display. The world was well aware that his spiritual entity was a fire phoenix, and coincidentally, this guide's spiritual entity was also a phoenix. How could this be mere coincidence? Song Liang understood. Thus the information must have been released by the guide herself,
Intending to lure them in. But why?
Xie Tu, quite straightforward, replied, I do not know. He was not a deity, having never even seen her. How could he possibly know what the guide was thinking? Duanxi chimed in, Then why is the captain so certain she will join Team Zero? Xie Tu regarded him with a bemused smile. Do you wish to know? The group nodded in unison. Xie Tu leisurely retrieved his point card, settling the wager first. Duanxi, Tao Ha, Rabbit, Song Liang sighed and promptly initiated an online transfer. Xie Tu received 1,004 points. Satisfied, he tucked away his point card, stood, and made his way outside, leaving behind the remark, When the guide reports to Team Zero in a couple of days, you can inquire with her yourselves. The four exclaimed in unison, We've been duped. Chapter 21. Let us eradicate those pollution zones. Yun Zhao walked alone through the streets of the inner city. The inner city appeared vast, yet most areas were designated for offices, various research institutes, and residential quarters. High-level sentinels resided in the inner city. Their senses, vision, hearing, smell, were several times sharper than those of ordinary individuals, making them susceptible to external disturbances. Hence, Sentinel housing required special soundproof materials, and the density of surrounding buildings could not be too high. During the day, residents of the inner city were either working or out on missions, leaving the streets eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. As Yun Zhao wandered, she found herself at the central square. She settled onto a bench beside the square, gazing vacantly at the statue of a girl atop a pedestal. The words of Minister Duan echoed in her mind. People outside have a misconception that the numbering of pollution zones is based on the order of their formation, but that is not the case. We lack the capability to ascertain events from 200 years ago, when the 4 major bases established contact. We delineated the areas for the purpose of setting up monitoring outposts to facilitate navigation, assigning numbers to each section. For instance, the pollution zone along Route 102 is denoted as Pollution Zone 102. Similarly, the zone situated on Route 6 is named Pollution Zone 6. If multiple pollution zones exist in that area, they would be designated as 6, 1, 6, 2, and so forth. No one knows how long Pollution Zone 6 has existed, but it is certain that it formed during the early Dark Ages and is classified as a 5-star danger zone. Information regarding Pollution Zone 6 can be traced back over a century. Its expanse is overwhelmingly vast, and even now it continues to spread, devouring land and distorting creatures along its path. Yun Zhao gazed up at the girl-esque statue, her long lashes fluttering. Regardless of whether Minister Duan and the others would come for her, she would inevitably find a way to join Team Zero. She had journeyed to the Dawn base, certainly not merely to bask in the sunlight. As a guide, she possessed neither a robust physique nor extraordinary combat prowess. She was utterly ignorant of the pollution zones, having only recently learned about the gatekeeper from a sentinel at the Dawn base. Years ago, her uncles found her on the edge of Pollution Zone 6. The townsfolk said that aside from the search team as sentinels, no one would dare venture there. Everyone hurriedly avoided the pollution zones. Yun Zhao harbored a faint suspicion that she had emerged from the pollution zone herself. She yearned to enter Pollution Zone 6 to uncover her origins and sought a high-level sentinel team to guide her. From the very beginning, she had chosen Xie Tuesday.
Now,
her wish had been fulfilled. Yet, Yun Zhao felt no joy. Gradually, she came to understand that the efforts made by each generation over the past 200 years in the wake of the apocalyptic darkness, driven by their unwavering beliefs, deeply moved her. It seemed that her origins had become inconsequential. Let us eradicate those pollution zones, she thought, peering at the statue of the girl, pondering whether the distant gaze of the girl reflected the bustling and vibrant era of her past. What was that era truly like? Were people able to fill their stomachs? Did they need not worry about being devoured by distorted creatures at any moment? Did children have access to education? The little bluebird sensed an anomaly in its host's emotions and leapt onto her lap, raising its head to meet her gaze. Are you feeling sad? Yun Zhao corrected it. It is not sadness, but rather a sense of bewilderment. What is the difference? Yun Zhao replied. It is the feeling of loss within the heart. You wouldn't understand. Indeed, it did not comprehend, puffing up its chest with arrogance and asserting, birds stand. Yun Zhao sighed, recognizing that they needed to familiarize themselves with the prices at the base. Let us go to the shopping center for a stroll. Minister Duan had mentioned that she should report in after settling down. Since she had agreed to join the operations department, it was only fitting for her to procure a couple of new outfits. She would likely encounter numerous individuals in the future, including the members of Zero Team and the guides at the base. It would not reflect well on her to appear too shabby. However, she wondered if those 4 inquisitive individuals from the operations department's first floor would become her future teammates. They seemed rather unreliable. The shopping center lay conveniently across the square, merely a stone's throw away. Yun Zhao quelled her thoughts and, accompanied by the little bluebird, ventured into the shopping center. The establishment spanned 3 floors, with the first floor dedicated to an assortment of food items and a dazzling array of goods, including sections for vegetables, meats, fruits, pastries, and marinated dishes. Intent on gauging the base's prices, she commenced her exploration from the first floor. The prices displayed on the shelves were astonishing. The cheapest meat was priced at 60 points per pound, while a bundle of vegetables was marked at 20 points. Fruits were even more exorbitant, with apples sold individually for 5 points each. The steep costs made her wince. She had given her points card to Aunt Zhao, and the townsfolk, unaccustomed to such outrageous prices, would likely hesitate to make purchases. Dressed in ill-fitting, tattered clothes, her expression visibly shifted with each price she encountered. The sales clerks exchanged disdainful glances, ignoring her presence. However, Yun Zhao remained unfazed by their contemptuous looks as she encountered similar disdain daily from her own spirit entity. At that moment, The little bluebird regarded the sales clerks with an equally dismissive and disdainful gaze. Useless garbage. Wandering alone on the first floor, she merely observed without purchasing anything. After completing a circuit, she ascended the stairs to the second floor, where clothing and outdoor goods were sold, divided into sections for men's, women's, and children's apparel. Compared to the food prices, some clothing items were relatively affordable, with a discount section featuring prices ranging from 10 to 50 points. The women's section was expansive, and as she ventured further inside, the decor became increasingly lavish. At the innermost store, a mannequin in the glass display wore a stunning gown, its lengthy skirt trailing on the ground. Yun Zhao had little interest in ostentatious items. After a brief perusal, she returned to the discount section and selected 2 garments, holding them up for comparison. These clothes were far more appealing than her faded attire, and the fabric felt exceptionally comfortable. She chose 2 inexpensive outfits and a set of pajamas, then proceeded to the children's section to buy new clothes for Pingping and Ainin, mindful of fairness. For He Xiang's sister and her uncle's children, she selected 1 piece for each. Despite opting for the cheapest items, she still spent over 100 points. Calculating the total, she approached a female sales clerk and said, "I am not very adept at using online payment. Could you please guide me on how to check out?" The sales clerk, engrossed in conversation with a neighboring colleague, irritably gestured toward the device beside the computer without offering any operational instructions. The other clerks, seeing her shabby attire and recognizing her as someone from the outer district, dismissed her with indifference, choosing to continue their chatter. Yun Zhao, unfazed by their condescending gazes, calmly stated, "Is it the case that all service personnel at the base possess such a low opinion of others?" In the shopping center of the inner district, the products were exquisite, yet the prices were steep. Dressed modestly, she was subjected to scorn, which was to be expected. While she had been indifferent to their judgment while browsing on the first floor, having now made purchases, it was unreasonable for her to be subjected to such disdain after spending her points. Ignoring the astonished looks of several clerks, she continued, "If I wish to file a complaint, who should I approach?" The nearby sales clerks erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. The female clerk, realizing the gravity of the situation, rolled her eyes and retorted, "Feel free to complain, country bumpkin." Her father was an A-class sentinel, and her mother worked in the logistics department at the base, securing her position as a sales clerk through connections. She was not in the least bit concerned about complaints. The little bluebird immediately bristled. "Filthy trash. Who are you insulting?" Instantly, countless emerald green glimmers materialized, hurtling towards the sales clerk. Just as Bai Yu emerged from the gown store, she happened upon this scene. The emerald glimmers transformed into sparkling motes directed at the clerk. But before they could penetrate her being, Yun Zhao raised her hand to intervene, causing the glimmers to dissipate swiftly. Ordinary individuals could not withstand her ethereal threads. The offense was not life-threatening, a complaint would suffice. Unaware of her narrow escape, the sales clerk was about to utter another derisive remark when she noticed an approaching figure in the distance and quickly donned a smile. "By guide. Have you selected your gown?" The girl referred to as by guide appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. With a fair complexion and a pair of sparkling, clear eyes, she was adorned in an exquisite white knee-length dress. Bai Yu did not regard the sales clerk, but curiously observed Yun Zhao, kindly suggesting, "If the service personnel's attitude is poor, you can directly file a complaint with the Base Commercial Management Bureau. Their highest authority is Minister Xiao from the Logistics Department." Bai Yu's father was none other than Minister Bai, the head of the Special Abilities Department, Bai Mo. She had recently evolved into an A-class guide. The later a guide awakens, the higher their rank. Bai Yu frequently visited the shopping center to shop, and prior to becoming a guide, she had always been treated with utmost respect by the clerks due to her father's influence. This was the first time she witnessed clerks exhibiting such favoritism and condescension. Unfortunately, this time, the clerks had misjudged their assessment. Bai Yu discreetly observed Yun Zhao's spirit entity, the palm-sized little bluebird, whose cold gaze regarded the sales clerks as if they were mere corpses. The base had detected the emergence of an S-class guide, a fact she had gleaned from eavesdropping on her father's phone conversations. If she were not mistaken, it was likely the one before her. Chapter 22, by Guide. "Thank you for the information." Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude. The device had been calibrated by logistics personnel, and the contact numbers of the base's leadership were stored within. Still unfamiliar with the use of her communication watch, she fumbled for a while before locating Minister Xiao's number and dialing it. Once connected, she said, "I apologize for disturbing you over a trivial matter," succinctly explaining the situation. Minister Xiao's tone turned somber as he replied, "It is our oversight that has caused you discomfort. The logistics department will promptly dispatch someone to address this, and you will receive a response shortly." At that moment, the sales clerk realized something was amiss. her complexion turning pale. Yun Zhao, having lost interest in engaging with her further, hung up the phone and, with her garments in tow, declared, "I am uncertain about the payment process. When will you be adequately trained to assist me with checkout?" Bai Yu hurried to catch up with her. Noting that she was not descending the stairs, but rather ascending to the third floor, she kindly reminded her, "There is an elevator nearby." Yun Zhao replied, "No need.
It is just a few steps."
Bai Yu countered, "The third floor is a furniture store, and there's not much of interest." Yun Zhao silently mused. "I happen to be in need of furniture, and would like to see if there are any bird stands for sale." Bai Yu caught sight of the little bluebird perched above her and volunteered, "Allow me to assist you in selecting." With Bai Yu accompanying her, Yun Zhao no longer encountered situations akin to those downstairs. The sales clerk enthusiastically elucidated the offerings and inquired about her needs, while Bai Yu chimed in with haphazard suggestions. She pointed at a magnificent European-style princess bed displayed prominently in the center, exclaiming, "This bed is splendid, exceptionally comfortable for you." The little bluebird exhibited great interest in the princess bed, hopping onto it and bouncing around. However, upon seeing the price, 800 points, Yun Zhao promptly turned away without a second thought. "The blanket is also quite nice. It could adorn the study," she mused. "Surely, a wardrobe is essential. Over there, they offer custom options for the entire house." The young lady, oblivious to the realities of life, seemed to gravitate towards the most expensive furnishings. "I don't possess that many points," Yun Zhao lamented. Bai Yu dismissed her concerns, saying, "You may not have them now, but you will in the future. You can even purchase on credit. I doubt they would refuse." The sales clerk smiled, acknowledging the assurance from Bai Yu, though unaware of Yun Zhao's true identity. Yun Zhao shook her head, insisting, "No need. I merely wish to buy a desk and a wardrobe. I will gradually acquire the remaining items. The base has a school, and she intended to send the children there for education. If the children did not awaken their abilities in the future, they could remain at the base as researchers or civil servants after graduation, avoiding the perils outside and securing a stable income, perhaps even preferable to being a sentinel. She had to look after her uncles and ensure the children were well cared for." Ultimately, Yun Zhao settled on an inexpensive desk and purchased a wardrobe with minor imperfections, as highlighted by the sales clerk. The wardrobe was brand new, with only a bit of paint chipped off, which did not impede its functionality, and it was considerably cheaper. Observing this, Bai Yu selected a matching chair for the desk and insisted, "I shall cover the cost of this chair. Do not refuse. Let it be a gesture of friendship." Before Yun Zhao could respond, Bai Yu turned to the sales clerk, matter-of-factly stating, "This is her first shopping experience. No need for a discount.
Consider the carpet a gift."
The sales clerk could only smile wryly. Bai Yu truly had the audacity to ask, for the carpet was more expensive than the combined cost of the wardrobe and desk. "I haven't purchased much. Gifts are unnecessary," Yun Zhao interjected kindly. Turning to the sales clerk, she inquired, "Do you sell bird purchase?" The sales clerk quickly replied, "We do not have any in stock, but we do accept custom orders. You can provide a drawing or describe your requirements." Yun Zhao felt a weight lift from her shoulders. There was no need for her to craft it herself. And the little bluebird would surely be pleased. She communicated her specifications to the sales clerk, ordering a suspended bird perch and a 3-tiered climbing frame shaped like a tree hollow, complete with a birdhouse atop. After a brief pause, she added, "Please use high-quality materials." The proud little bluebird, rarely pleased, flapped its wings and leaped into her embrace. Bai Yu observed this scene with curiosity. Typically, spiritual entities reside within the mental realm, as their manifestation consumes a guide's mental energy. An S-class guide's spiritual entity seemed to differ, relishing the outdoors. Bai Yu pondered whether she should procure a few pieces of furniture for her own spiritual entity, or perhaps construct a miniature villa for it to frolic in. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao, aided by the sales clerk, completed her purchases, providing her address for future delivery. As their shopping excursion concluded, Yun Zhao contemplated visiting the outer city. The two exited the shopping center together. "Thank you for today. I shall treat you to a meal next time." Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude to Bai Yu. The latter was evidently also a guide, and the first she had encountered. Setting aside their identities, Yun Zhao had many inquiries about guides she wished to explore. Eager to cultivate a friendship with Bai Yu, however, her schedule was quite full. Before reporting to the combat division, she needed to settle various matters. "Very well. You attend to your tasks. I shall seek you out next time," Bai Yu replied, somewhat regretfully, as they bid each other farewell. They exchanged contact information before parting at the entrance of the shopping center. Yun Zhao boarded a bus back to the outer city, visiting the trading center and the agricultural market among other places. In stark contrast to the desolate inner city, the outer city buzzed with life, bustling with throngs of people. Most were clad in worn clothing, their skin bronzed from the sun. Some just arrived, laden with goods to sell, their bodies caked in dirt. In the agricultural market, Yun Zhao navigated through the throngs, the air thick with a medley of scents. Stalls lined up closely, vendors vocally vying for the attention of potential customers. They offered food, spices, wild ingredients, grains, and an assortment of other items. The prices here were indeed much more affordable. The outer city was evidently the realm of ordinary folks. Here, self-organized search teams of civilians sold meat from mutated animals at 30 points per pound. Unlike the processed and cured meat in the shopping center, this required preparation at home. Additionally, wild vegetables, many of which were edible mutated plants, were exceedingly cheap at 3 points per bunch. The residents of the outer city predominantly purchased their groceries here, resulting in high demand. However, eggs, milk, and fruits were conspicuously absent from the market. As for grains, the nearby agricultural lands belonged to the base's Agricultural Research Institute, which set standardized prices for sales. Prices varied, with the cheapest at 5 points per pound, while higher quality rice was priced at 10 to 20 points. After perusing the market, Yun Zhao gained a rough understanding of the base's pricing. She then inquired with a nearby shop owner, "What is the monthly salary for hiring someone?" The owner, observing her delicate figure, assumed she was seeking employment and promptly declined. "Try elsewhere." "I'm merely inquiring about the salary, not applying for a job," Yun Zhao clarified. The owner then explained, 400 points per month, while those helping at the neighboring stall earned 300 points. The neighboring stall was operated by a team of sentinel searchers. Not all sentinels were incorporated into the base. Many lower-tier sentinels formed their own search teams to hunt and gather supplies, which they then sold here. Unable to remain on-site, they hired someone to manage their stall. Yun Zhao calculated her finances and expressed her thanks to the owner before departing. It seemed that an ordinary person could live on 300 to 400 points if they abstained from luxuries such as meat, highlighting the significant wealth disparity within the Dawn base. Continuing her exploration, Yun Zhao approached the school nearby to inquire about enrollment procedures and tuition fees. The base's schools resided in the outer city, and the tuition was reasonably priced, 300 points per semester for each student, including the cost of books. Furthermore, the school provided lunch. With the base placing great emphasis on education, lunch fees were subsidized, amounting to only 100 points per semester. Thus, each child would need to contribute 400 points per semester. It had only been 2 weeks since the new semester commenced. The individual responsible for reception indicated that children could still be enrolled, requiring only identity information and a residency certificate. In Qingshan town, the former mayor, who could read, occasionally volunteered to teach the children literacy. When Yun Zhao arrived in the town, she could already recognize some characters, as if it were an innate ability. With time and increased reading, her recognition expanded. Yun Zhao contemplated the tuition fees. The base had provided her with 5,000 points as a settling allowance. Her uncles had 5 children, and some had younger siblings. For instance, He Xiang's sister was merely 10 years old and would certainly need to be sent to school. She wondered if He Xiang was interested in attending school and resolved to ask him upon her return. After careful calculations, with 7 or 8 children, the expenses for one semester amount to approximately 3,000 points, which she can afford. As for the other children in the town, Yun Zhao plans to inquire about their families upon her return. She intends to establish a separate scholarship fund using the grains harvested from 2 plots of land. As a form of assistance for the town, it is beyond her capacity to support everyone. Ultimately, their future well-being will depend on their own endeavors. Chapter 23. A visit to apologize. Upon familiarizing herself with the basic prices, Yun Zhao returned to the community. The residences near the agricultural market appeared significantly more dilapidated compared to those on East 3rd Street, where the residents were well-dressed and mostly held stable jobs. Yun Zhao gained a general understanding of the housing prices and rents in the base. The most affordable options were found in the shanty towns of the outer districts. Apart from temporary accommodations, many outsiders resided there long-term, with monthly rents as low as 30 points. The conditions were dire, lacking electricity and with limited water supply. Conversely, the most expensive areas were the newly constructed streets in the Eastern District, which had become one of the few high-rise buildings in the outer city, signifying an affluent neighborhood. Yun Zhao returned home carrying several bags of new clothing. Aunt Zhao was still away, but she had left a meal on the table. He Ping, displaying remarkable maturity, warmed the food as instructed by their mother and sent his sister to knock on the door. High-rise buildings prohibited the burning of firewood, hence cooking was done using honeycomb coal. The kitchen was situated adjacent to the balcony, separated by a half-height wall, creating a semi-open environment. The technological advancements of today could not compare to those of 200 years ago. Regarding the natural gas described in the books of the old era, the base lacked both the professionals and the necessary equipment. Maintaining basic electricity and water supply was the utmost effort made by the base. Yun Zhao assisted in serving the meal and told He Ping, "Next time, if mother is not home, let me know, and I will warm the food." The child was too young. In such a densely packed living environment, any mishap could lead to a fire. He Ping replied innocently. Mother said that Yun Zhao's sister cannot enter the kitchen. Yun Zhao remained silent, focusing on her meal. In the afternoon, a delivery of furniture arrived. Accompanied by a leader from the Commercial Management Bureau, the head of the shopping center, and the female clerk who had insulted her as a country bumpkin. The manager, bearing gifts, approached with a face full of apologetic smiles, saying, "Miss Yun, I sincerely apologize for the severe oversight in our management that caused you distress. We have taken serious action against this employee." They were unaware of Yun Zhao's true identity, but Minister Xiao had personally called to hold them accountable, which reportedly alarmed Director Shin of the base, leaving the manager and the bureau leader in a cold sweat. The female clerk, her face flushed with shame, lowered her head and trembled as she spoke. "Miss Yun, I am truly sorry. I hope you can grant me a chance for redemption. I will treat every customer equally and provide the best service in the future." Yun Zhao gently pressed her lips together and slowly addressed the manager. "She is merely a reflection of a broader issue, unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire. We will enhance staff training to prevent such incidents from recurring." The manager quickly expressed his sincerity, while the bureau leader nodded in agreement, assuring her, "We will also strengthen our oversight to ensure this does not happen again. We hope you do not lose faith in the commercial services of the base due to this incident." "One hopes so," Yun Zhao replied candidly. The manager promptly added, "Rest assured, we will deliver on our promises. As for the clothing you purchased, the responsible employee will bear the cost. You need not decline. Consider it a lesson for them." Yun Zhao had no intention of refusing. It was not about the mere 120 points. It was about teaching those sales clerks a necessary lesson. An apology may have been forced by pressure from above, but the points belonged to her. The clerk, overwhelmed with shame, did not dare to look up. The manager continued, "Additionally, we have taken action. The involved individual will have a month's salary deducted, while other staff will have half a month's salary deducted and will be required to undergo retraining." He tentatively asked, "What do you think of this resolution?" "Quite satisfactory," Yun Zhao replied with a slight nod. The matter was neither trivial nor monumental. The base had shown a willingness to address the issue and had personally come to apologize. She was not one to exaggerate matters. Thus, the incident was effectively put to rest. The manager breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged some pleasantries, and finally presented the gift, saying, "This is a small token of our apology." The bag was quite substantial, not at all insignificant. Once they had placed the items on the table, the three took their leave. During their conversation, the wardrobe and desk were successfully installed, and the installation staff stepped out, inviting Yun Zhao to inspect the work. She did not see them off, instead turning to check the bedroom. The wardrobe and desk she had chosen were both in a natural wood color, complementing the wooden bed nicely. The only jarring note was the pink chair, complete with a matching cushion, a gift from Baiyu. She resolved to invite her to dinner next time and select a suitable gift in return. Sitting at the desk, the once empty room now featured both a desk and a wardrobe. The absence of cooking meant there was no trace of smoke or warmth, rendering the atmosphere particularly stark. Thinking of the 2 bird cages still to come, Yun Zhao mused that as she gradually added more items, the space would increasingly resemble a home. She opened the gift bag to find a petite desk lamp and a box of exquisite egg cakes. Shortly after 5 o'clock, Yun Zhao received a notification on her communicator regarding the deduction of points, totaling 56 points for 2 transactions. Before long, Zhao Yan returned, having purchased only meat and 2 bundles of wild vegetables. Earning points is no easy feat. Prices in the base are exorbitant. Having lived in Qingshan town all her life, Zhao Yan had never interacted with outsiders. That morning, she prepared the meal, instructed the 2 children to watch the house, and left with a sense of trepidation. Although Yun Zhao had taught her how to take the bus, Zhao Yan was reluctant to spend money and walked all the way to the inner city. Standing outside the shopping center, she observed the well-dressed patrons coming and going for quite some time, but hesitated to enter. Ultimately, she retraced her steps, finding another aunt in the town to ask for directions to the agricultural market. She was unable to locate milk, but upon inquiring about meat prices, she was nearly taken aback. "All the points Zhao Zhao earned just go toward meals, so what can I spend?" Zhao Yan hesitated to make a purchase. Remembering that Zhao Zhao had expressed a desire for meat, she followed the advice of others and endured until the butcher closed. Then she bargained alongside others. spending 50 points for 2.5 pounds of meat. After hearing her recount the day's events, Yun Zhao comforted her. It's all right. I will go by it tomorrow. I should have considered the situation more carefully, assuming everyone could adapt as quickly as I did. The mutated animals were exceedingly fierce and not encountered at will. The hunting teams risked their lives to procure food, making prices inevitably high. It was entirely normal for Zhao Yan to be hesitant about spending. Yet Yun Zhao still hoped she would adapt sooner, and thus remarked, I have decided to send Ping Ping and An into school. Aunt, you need to visit the service hall tomorrow to obtain the resident permits and point cards. You should venture outside more often. You will gradually acclimate to life in the base. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan was taken aback. Isn't the tuition fee quite expensive? Not at all, Yun Zhao emphasized. I am quite affluent now. Zhao Yan hesitated, her lips trembling, and fell silent for a long while. When Yun Zhao's husband had brought her back to the small town years ago, they had lived in her house. Zhao Yan had watched Yun Zhao grow up, being the one among the 8 families who cared for her the most. However, in truth, they were not close at all. Following the incident with the search team in the town, Yun Zhao had refrained from speaking to them for an extended period. During that time, Zhao Yan was pregnant, and Yun Zhao would voluntarily assist with chores, tending to the fields, washing clothes, and cleaning. Yet, whenever she had a moment to herself, she would climb to the top of the town as high walls and sit there for hours on end, refusing to come down even for meals. During that time, only He Xiang would follow her around. Later, as she awakened to become a guide, her speech gradually increased, but the sentinels in the town began to fear her, or rather, her spiritual entity. Yun Zhao's temperament was elusive. They understood that she was deeply loyal and principled, fully considering the families of the search team as her own responsibility. Reasoning with her proved futile. It simply could not be done. Acknowledging that refusal was pointless, Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. All right. I will head to the service hall first thing tomorrow. I will go prepare dinner now. As Yun Zhao watched her bustle into the kitchen, she returned to her room to retrieve another box of eggs, picking out 4 more to divide into 7 portions. She took out the new clothes she had prepared for the children and divided the meat and the box of egg cakes. Then, accompanied by the 2 little ones, she set off to deliver them to the other 7 families. Yun Zhao informed them about sending the children to school and urged them to promptly visit the service hall to obtain their resident permits. The reactions from the families varied. He Xiang, upon hearing that Sister Yun Zhao would send him to school, shook his head vigorously. I'm already this old, I won't go. I am the pillar of the family now, and need to find ways to earn points. It's enough that my sister has the opportunity to study. The elderly former town mayor, now over 70 and somewhat stooped, donned an old-fashioned coarse linen shirt. Reflecting on his deceased son and the fact that his grandson could now attend school, tears welled in his eyes as he turned away from Yun Zhao to wipe them away. Among the others, some expressed their gratitude joyfully, while others, reminded of lost loved ones, wept openly. Yun Zhao set down her offerings and quietly departed with the 2 children. Chapter 24. The Unrated Contaminated Zone. In the 2 days since their arrival, every household was abuzz with activity, striving to understand the base's prices and to procure resident permits and point cards at the service hall. After the sentinels conducted a thorough inspection of the base, they convened a meeting. They unanimously decided to establish their own search team to venture out in search of supplies and to hunt mutated animals. The nearby resources were plentiful. Even if they could not hunt mutated creatures, foraging for wild vegetables or gathering coal could still yield a decent amount of points. Currently, the coal they were using was provided free of charge by the base, but the supply was limited and could sustain them for only about half a month. Coal was an essential commodity, even if it were not sold. Every household needed to stockpile some for their own use. The mutated animals were exceedingly aggressive and difficult to hunt, making it quite perilous and reliant on luck. Chung Dongshu found himself in a quandary. As a B-level sentinel, he had been approached by the Special Abilities Department on his first day in the base, informed of the opportunity to join the base's patrol team. His primary responsibilities would include ensuring the safety of the base, maintaining public order, and occasionally executing missions to eliminate aberrant species surrounding the base. The position offered a fixed salary of 800 points per month, while A-level sentinels earned 1,500, nearly double that amount. Moreover, they had access to additional tasks issued by the base, which came with substantial rewards. For instance, the external watchtowers, responsible for monitoring various contaminated zones, were manned exclusively by A-level sentinel teams, who rotated every 2 months. During their deployment, A-level sentinels received extra stipends and, combined with task rewards, could sometimes earn several thousand points in a month. However, only B-level sentinels could awaken their spiritual entities, and the base had no interest in recruiting those below B-level. Thus, Chung Dongshu was the only sentinel in town to receive such an offer. It was, after all, a stable job, and Cheng Dongshu felt tempted. However, his younger brother had joined the town's self-established search team. Hunting mutated animals was fraught with danger, and he felt uneasy about the other sentinels being of lower rank. "Brother, it's fine. You should join the patrol team," his brother Cheng Dongqing urged. "If we return empty-handed, at least you will have a steady income. And I won't starve. Besides, don't you have 4 days off each month? When you're on break, you can come out with us and earn some extra cash." After hearing his brother's words, Cheng Dongshu deliberated for a moment before finally resolving to report to the Special Abilities Department the following day. Once he became familiar with the base sentinels, it would be more convenient for the townspeople to conduct their affairs. As for the ordinary people in town, those with strength were also attempting to find work at the base, but with little success, encountering numerous obstacles. Even positions for street cleaning were fiercely contested. The spots filled quickly, and there was no shortage of applicants. The women, therefore, contemplated foraging for wild grasses and weaving grass shoes and hats to sell in the base. Resources were scarce in Qingshan town, and most of the shoes they wore were handmade, with many possessing weaving skills. Thus, the first task assigned to the town's search team was to assist in gathering wild grasses, with the promise of a commission from the sales. However, there was a significant issue. The management at Dawn Base was stringent, and items could only be sold at designated stalls. They had inquired and discovered that the monthly rental for a stall was 200 points, with better locations costing 300 points. Most importantly, only stalls had card-swiping devices. Currently, everyone was devoid of funds. They couldn't even afford bus fare, let alone rent a stall. With no other options, He Xiang had to muster his courage and approach Yun Zhao. "Sister Yun Zhao, could you lend us 200 points? He explained the situation. The townspeople could share a stall, allowing anyone who wished to sell items to display them there, and they would repay her as soon as they earned money. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao produced a point card from Dawn Base, transferring 300 points into it. She handed the card to He Xiang, saying, "This card is usable across the 4 major bases. You may use it for now, but it would be best to go to the service hall to obtain 2 cards for Dawn Base. Keep the extra 100 for emergencies." "Understood," He Xiang replied. After he left, Yun Zhao began to calculate her points. She had spent 150 points on furniture, part of which was a deposit for a birdcage. With the remaining 4,500 points, she transferred 1,000 to Aunt Zhao for recent living expenses. Additionally, she needed to take the children to school for enrollment the next day, which required 2,008 points for 7 children, leaving her with only 700. It would be impossible to have meat for every meal. She needed to earn points quickly. As a guide, she could, in her spare time, consult at the counseling room, but she was uncertain whether she could receive dual salaries. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment before dialing Minister Duan's number, conveying that after sending the children to school the following day, she would promptly report to the operations department. Minister Duan replied, "Understood. I will await your arrival at the operations department tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Minister Duan turned sharply to the individual seated in her office and issued a stern warning. "When you meet her tomorrow, display some humility." To which they responded in unison. "Understood." Minister Duan shot them a glare before addressing Xie Tu, "Especially you, as the team leader. Ensure that the new recruit is well taken care of and quickly familiarizes herself with the operations department." Xie Tu, exhibiting a natural demeanor, simply replied, "Yes." The 4 team members were discussing plans to hold a welcome ceremony for the new recruit the next day. They had only briefly met her before, and found her delicate figure to appear particularly fragile, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. "Team leader, how about barbecuing tomorrow?"
Tao Hahai suggested.
Xie Tu shot him a glance, reminding him that they had just had barbecue a couple of days prior. Duan Shi quickly interjected, "That can't be the same. Tomorrow we must give the new recruit a proper welcome. This time, the team leader has to splurge and win back the 500 points lost in our bet." Xie Tu, uninterested in further banter, tossed his points card to them and said, "Get lost."
All right.
The group gleefully took Xie Tu's points card and made a swift exit with Song Liang. Minister Duan watched their departing figures with an expression of exasperation. "You shouldn't always indulge them." Xie Tu raised an eyebrow. Why didn't the minister say that in front of them? The sentinels of the operations department lead lives teetering on the edge of danger, constantly facing various unknown threats. No one knows when they might sacrifice themselves in a contaminated area, including Xie Tu himself. Minister Duan, wishing to change the subject, suggested, "Tomorrow, you and Yun Zhao will undergo a compatibility test." Xie Tu's gaze flickered with interest. With no reason to refuse, he simply replied, "All right." He then inquired, "We have been resting for several days. When will the next mission be assigned?" Minister Duan lifted her water cup. "The mission has been postponed for a few days. as the guide needs time to acclimatize. Additionally, the Jiangmu team from the Dawn base has yet to return. Xie Tu paused. Is it in the 88th contaminated area? Minister Duan confirmed, yes, the mission has an orange priority level with no rating assigned. A contaminated area with no danger level assessment signifies the unknown. Chapter 25. Welcoming a new teammate. The next day, the children awoke early, donning the new clothes that Yun Zhao had purchased for them. As their parents escorted them to gather on the ground floor of the community, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. Yun Zhao, having prepared herself in a light blue casual outfit, took the hands of He Pingping and Hienan as they set out. The school was located on West 2nd Street. Outside the base, a considerable distance from East 3rd Street, requiring approximately a 40-minute walk. However, Yun Zhao did not intend for the children to take the bus to school. In the post-apocalyptic world, physical strength is paramount, and unforeseen events could occur at any moment. Walking also serves as a means of exercise. She had already ascertained that the base was quite safe, with patrols present everywhere. The children could safely accompany each other to and from school. Yun Zhao, alongside Aunt Zhao, guided the children all the way to the school entrance, as she was in a hurry to report to the operations department. After settling the fees at the finance office and exchanging a few words with several families, she departed first. Yun Zhao took a bus to the inner city and then walked a distance to the operations department building. This was her third visit, and it felt different from the previous two. As she drew near, she noticed at the entrance 4 sentinels clad in black combat uniforms, 3 men and 1 woman, standing in a row, childishly clapping their hands and chanting in unison, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome, Yun Zhao." Not only was she taken aback, but even the guard stationed nearby wore a perplexed expression. However, the little bluebird seemed quite intrigued, tilting its head to observe them, unusually refraining from cursing. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome," their voices gradually diminished. The guide before them stood calmly, her gaze tranquil, her countenance devoid of expression. The atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Unable to endure the silence any longer, Song Liang, compelled by circumstance, lowered his hands first and awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Yun Zhao. I am Song Liang from Team Zero, and these 3 are Tuzi, Duanxi, and Tao Hahai." He introduced each one in turn. Yun Zhao recognized that they would be her future teammates. However, she found it difficult to join in the clapping. Now that she observed their demeanor returning to normal, she softly replied, "Hello everyone, I am Yun Zhao." Tuzi, curiously staring at the little bluebird, remarked, "So this is how the Qinghuan looks. It has 2 forms. Why doesn't the team leader's fire phoenix have that?" "Yun Zhao, may I touch it?" Tuzi inquired, leaning closer. Seeing that they had ceased clapping, the little bluebird resumed its proud demeanor, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You dare to touch me, try it." Yun Zhao politely declined. It does not like being touched by others. Tuzi, unfazed, asked, "Then what is its name?" "Little bluebird," Yun Zhao replied. "Tuzi, is that so casual?" After a moment's thought, Yun Zhao added, "It has another name." "What is it?" Tao Hahai leaned in as well. "Big bluebird," Yun Zhao stated. Tao Hahai, Yun Zhao emphasized, to distinguish between them. Song Liang gazed skyward in exasperation. Excellent. They managed to leave the new recruit speechless once, and she retaliated twice immediately. Was that intentional? Minister Duan and the team leader were holding a meeting upstairs, and Song Liang said, "Yun Zhao, let us take you inside for now." Fortunately, there was still a reasonable person among the teammates. Song Liang led the way as they entered the elevator together. In casual conversation, they began to bridge the gap between them. Tuzi enthusiastically invited, "To welcome our new teammate, the team leader has prepared a barbecue party tonight. After the meeting, we'll all head over together." Tuzi was particularly elated about the appearance of another girl in the team. The guide may appear fragile, but that was all right. With the team leader around, she would undoubtedly be well protected. Before Yun Zhao could respond, Tuzi shifted the topic. "Yun Zhao, how old are you?" With a new teammate joining, if she happened to be younger, it would mean Tuzi was no longer the youngest in the team. Yun Zhao opted for honesty. "I am approximately 19 years old." She had no recollection of her age when she was taken in by her uncles, lacking any memories prior. The day they found her was designated as her birthday, and her age could only be estimated based on her appearance. Approximately, the group was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Outside the elevator, Minister Bai from the Special Abilities Department had just exited another elevator. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned around and caught sight of Yun Zhao among them. Minister Bai waved, "You arrived just in time. Come with me." It seemed that the Jiangmu team had encountered trouble. An urgent online meeting among the 4 major bases was being convened, and Minister Duan was unable to attend. So she had called Minister Bai for assistance. All guides within the base fell under the jurisdiction of the Special Abilities Department. Previously, the Operations Department had no guides, and only Minister Bai had handled the ability tests for S-level guides. However, this was an S-level guide. There are strict classifications regarding guide ranks. Unlike Sentinels, guides have only 3 levels, the highest being A level and the lowest C level. The testing procedure generally consists of 2 steps. First, a mental strength assessment is conducted, followed by an advanced guide entering the subject's mental domain to determine their level. The so-called spiritual realm is a world constructed within the minds of sentinels and guides, serving as the habitat for spiritual entities. Each individual's spiritual world is unique, and the more powerful the guide and sentinel, the more expansive their spiritual domains. When Yun Zhao arrived at the base, she underwent a mental strength assessment but missed a crucial step, as only S-class spiritual entities are said to possess legendary forms. It was evident that she was an S-class guide. Furthermore, her spiritual entity was exceedingly powerful, surpassing A-class guides by a significant margin. Given that Qing Wan exhibited an exceedingly aggressive demeanor, it seemed unlikely that anyone could intrude upon her spiritual realm. Minister Bai was reluctant to take unnecessary risks and decided to explore her abilities through alternative means. Yun Zhao asked no questions, nodding in acknowledgement. I appreciate your assistance, Minister Bai. She turned to greet her newly acquainted teammates before following Minister Bai into another elevator. The 4 teammates exchanged glances, watching as their new companion was taken away by Minister Bai. The elevator was a confined space, aside from Minister Bai and Yun Zhao. There was also a subordinate from the Special Abilities Department accompanying them. Minister Bai casually inquired, "What do you know about the abilities of guides?" Yun Zhao shook her head, admitting not much. She had never interacted with other guides and was unaware of how she differed from them. Minister Bai, understanding that she had grown up in a small town and had never encountered outsiders, was not surprised by her response. Then allow me to gradually introduce you, he said. The abilities of guides primarily manifest through powerful mental strength. One of the fundamental abilities is emotional resonance, which allows them to perceive the emotions of others and influence and soothe their emotional states through mental power, particularly that of sentinels. Yun Zhao recalled how her spiritual threads could capture emotions, so this ability was termed emotional resonance. Next is mental guidance, whereby a guide can enter a sentinel's spiritual realm, gaining insight into their inner world, and utilize their abilities to cleanse the dark matter that corrupts the realm. Yun Zhao paused. Cleanse? ISNT purification? As for the dark matter that was cleansed, it was notoriously difficult to handle and was typically collected in specially designed containers. Aside from the research institute retaining some for study, excess dark matter would be transported outside in batches to prevent the formation of contaminated areas within the base. Minister Bai sighed, acknowledging, this is an unavoidable circumstance. We currently lack the means to process these mysterious substances. Yun Zhao pressed her lips together, refraining from responding. Her spiritual threads could devour dark matter. In her town, where low-level sentinels resided, Little Bluebird had been rather nonchalant in her guidance, simply fluttering her wings to dispel the dark matter, leading Yun Zhao to believe it was a routine operation. Chapter 26, Dawn Zero Team, Accepting a Mission. The elevator swiftly descended to the first floor. Minister Bai, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, exited the elevator first, heading toward the Special Abilities Department building. Thirdly, there is the mental barrier, a protective barrier employed by sentinels and guides to shield their minds and senses from external stimuli. Minister Bai continued, typically, guides are more adept at establishing barriers than sentinels. They can freely open and close their perceptual gates, while sentinels must rely on the assistance of a guide. A powerful guide can selectively weaken or isolate the external stimuli affecting a sentinel's perception, thus providing protection. This is why A-class sentinels can function normally within the base, but it is ineffective for S-class sentinels. The gap in levels is evident, and the base's guides are unable to assist Xie Tu in establishing a barrier. To ensure his mental stability, the base has constructed a training ground and a residence for him halfway up the mountain, utilizing special soundproof materials. Yun Zhao suddenly inquired, can a mental barrier be established externally, like a protective boundary? Minister Bai was taken aback, responding, of course not. The foundation of a mental barrier relies on the individual's mental strength. It's akin to constructing a building. One must first have a solid foundation, and a person's mental strength serves as that foundation. Yun Zhao began to realize that she might be different from other guides. She would not ask such a question without reason. Minister Bai seemed to sense something and tentatively asked, can your mental barrier be established externally? After a moment of silence, Yun Zhao replied, isn't it a simple matter? By releasing my spiritual threads, they will naturally construct a barrier according to my thoughts. Minister Bai gasped in astonishment. Simple? Spiritual threads? Her mental strength can already condense into a tangible form? What incredible power she possesses. An inner turmoil surged within Minister Bai, prompting him to quicken his pace as he called to summon an A-class guide who was not on duty. Yun Zhao let out a soft sigh, striving to keep pace. The building of the Special Abilities Department was somewhat distant, located at opposite ends from the Operations Department. When Yun Zhao finally reached the pristine white building with Minister Bai, 3 individuals awaited them outside, seemingly there to greet them. 2 women and 1 man, with Bai Yu among them, who mischievously made a face at Yun Zhao as a greeting. Yun Zhao returned the gesture with a smile. Aside from Bai Yu, the other 2, dressed casually since they were off duty, nodded amiably at Yun Zhao. Allow me to introduce these 3 all A-class guides from the base, Minister Bai announced. This is Feng Chenjai, gesturing to the male guide, and Yuan Lan, indicating the long-haired, gentle-spirited female guide. He hesitated momentarily before introducing his daughter, Bai Yu. Unaware that they had already met, Minister Bai assumed his daughter had made the face at him and shot her an admonishing glare. I trust you've also heard the rumors. This is Guide Yun. Bai Yu, with a playful glint in her eye, feigned ignorance, approaching with her colleagues to engage in pleasantries. Yun Zhao played along, not revealing the truth. Perhaps this was their unique way of interacting. Due to the limited mental capacity of the guides, their daily guidance duties were not overly burdensome. Bai Yu, for instance, had been on duty in the guidance room, having assisted 2 A-class sentinels in their spiritual realms that morning, leaving her mental strength depleted and in need of rest before she could continue. The guidance room was staffed with several guides, and when personnel were insufficient, replacements would step in to ensure that sentinels were not left waiting. Yun Zhao was very curious about the operations within the guidance room, but there was no time to inquire, as Minister Bai was already leading everyone upstairs. They entered an empty, stark white room. We may need to observe your spiritual threads, Minister Bai paused before adding. Additionally, can you establish a mental barrier to allow the 3 guides to attempt an emotional resonance attack? Emotional resonance can serve as a form of offensive maneuver, launching a sudden and intense assault on the target's spiritual world, akin to a mental explosion. This could result in the target experiencing excruciating headaches, confusion, or even temporary incapacitation. Minister Bai sought to determine whether the simultaneous efforts of the 3 A-class guides would impact her. Rest assured, it is merely an attempt to breach your mental barrier. We will not inflict harm. Yun Zhao was equally curious about the mental strength of the other guides and, after a moment's contemplation, consented. Meanwhile, the online conference convened by the 4 major bases continued unabated during Yun Zhao's ability assessment. The reinforcements dispatched by Dawn Base have been stationed outside the No. 88 contamination zone for over a month. The leader of Dawn Base wears an unusually grave expression. Last night, the number 88 contamination zone unexpectedly began to expand, leading us to suspect that Jiangmu may be in peril. Such suspicions are not baseless. It is hoped that during the early days of the Dark Era, there existed an S-class sentinel. Eggs and plant seeds were precisely what that sentinel retrieved from the contaminated area. 6 years ago, that sentinel perished within the contamination zone, with no survivors from the team. Prior to the incident, the zone exhibited instability, resulting in a significant expansion, identical to last night's situation. Before deploying tasks, the combat departments of each base assess the priority and danger levels of missions. If the priority exceeds orange, they deploy reinforcements to stand guard outside, ready to assist at any moment. This is because missions rated orange or above attempt to eliminate the gatekeeper. The contamination zone may be prone to collapse. Without reinforcements, should the domain vanish, the Sentinel team would likely find themselves encircled by countless aberrant creatures. The number 88 contamination zone falls within the monitoring range of Hope Base. The reinforcements and nearby watchpoints detected anomalies and immediately contacted their respective headquarters. Hope Base has monitored the number 88 contamination zone for a decade, finding it remarkably stable. With only 3 instances of expansion during that time, it has not been raided due to the absence of exploration. In contrast to the frequently expanding 4-star contamination zones and the obviously vast 5-star zones, it exhibits greater stability. Therefore, the 4 major bases initially assessed the danger level of the number 88 contamination zone to be around 3 stars. However, the potential for an S-class Sentinel to encounter trouble suggests that the situation may be far more dire. The leader of Dawn Base stated, "The Vu's team from Dawn Base is currently on a mission. We request that the Xie Tu team from Dawn Base be dispatched to enter the number 88 contamination zone for rescue." Nevertheless, those present in the online meeting understood the unspoken truth. The potential mishap involving the S-class Sentinel likely pertains to issues within the mental realm. The news of an S-Class guide being detected by Dawn Base has already reached the other 3 major bases. Perhaps only the guide can safely lead them out. In the online conference room of Dawn Base, Base Leader Shin occupied the head seat, with Minister Duan to his left and Xie Tu to his right. Minister Duan held a cup of tea, gazing gravely at the screen, remaining silent. 6 years ago, Hope Base lost their S-Class Sentinel, a setback from which they have yet to recover. Should they lose another S-Class Sentinel, the repercussions would not only affect Dawn Base. The 4 major bases have become a community of shared fate. The existence of each S-Class Sentinel is vital. They possess not only formidable combat prowess but also serve to stabilize morale and embody the hope of eradicating the contamination zones. Base leadership spoke with a conflicted expression. However, that S-Class guide has just arrived at the base. We are still unfamiliar with her capabilities. To send her out recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Dawn Base replied, "Rest assured, we will dispatch a team of high-ranking sentinels to ensure her safety." "No need," Xie Tu interjected. "The uncertainties within the number 88 contamination zone are too great. Having too many personnel may not be advantageous." He straightened slightly, his piercing dark eyes reflecting the screen's ethereal glow, to enter Jiangmu's contaminated zone, which could ensnare an S-Class sentinel, would only complicate matters further with the addition of too many A-Class sentinels. The guide from Dawn Base, a member of Team Zero, will adequately safeguard her well-being. Upon hearing this, Minister Duan's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. She realized she had been narrow-minded. From the moment Yun Zhao agreed to join the combat department, she had become a soldier, destined to venture beyond the base. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Minister Duan looked at Xie Tu, nodding slightly in agreement. Xie Tu understood the signal and quietly stated, "Dawn Base Team Zero accepts the mission." Chapter 27. The First Encounter. An urgent mission. The meeting concluded. Once the signal on the large screen extinguished, it instantly reignited, displaying the annual monitoring data of the number 88 contamination zone provided by the assessment team. The shadowed areas varied in depth, with the darkest region fluctuating, indicating that the expansion had yet to cease. After observing for a moment, Xie Tu was the first to pull out his chair and stand. "Minister, please have the intelligence team expedite the delivery of the data. I will step out to make arrangements. The mission is urgent and requires immediate departure." He raised his wrist to check the communication device, informing all members of Team Zero to assemble. Base leadership quickly called out to him, "First, let's conduct the compatibility test. It won't take long." Jiangmu's fate remains uncertain. Xie Tu cannot afford to encounter further mishaps. "No need," Xie Tu replied without turning back. The outcome was evident. His tall figure swiftly vanished through the doorway. Base leadership paused for a moment, turning to Minister Duan, repeating, "Evident result? What does that mean?" Minister Duan's expression remained inscrutable. "I don't know. Xie Tu is undoubtedly concealing something." In the Special Abilities Department, Yun Zhao stepped out from the pristine white room, leaving behind 4 astonished individuals. The 3 A-Class guides simultaneously made their move, and even before her mental barrier was breached, it was effortlessly dispersed by the little bluebird's fluttering wings. "They are exceedingly weak." The disdain in the little bluebird's gaze was unmistakable. Bai Yu, witnessing this, wished fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Her mental entity took the form of a pure white kitten, now trembling and nestled at her feet. The other 2 guides exhibited similar reactions. They were baffled, gazing at the gentle guide, while her mental entity was fiercely formidable, preventing them from even brushing against the barrier's edge. Yun Zhao cast an apologetic glance, admonishing the little bluebird. "One must be humble." "I am not a human," it retorted. "Well then." Yun Zhao mused that if she were not an S-Class guide, given the little bluebird's arrogant demeanor and its propensity to draw animosity, she would inevitably find herself in trouble sooner or later. Minister Bai remained present throughout, his expression a mixture of shock and relief. Afterwards, she was instructed to construct a mental barrier within the room, and as the testing approached its conclusion, Minister Bai suddenly received a phone call from the Research Institute. Yun Zhao had initially intended to learn more about mental guidance. However, upon discovering that the frenzy of researchers would soon arrive, she promptly excused herself without hesitation. Surrounded by that group of researchers, she feared she would not be able to extricate herself until evening. Today marked the day of her official induction into Team Zero, and Rabbit had mentioned a barbecue party later, which she was eager to attend, particularly for the meat costing 100 points per pound. Yun Zhao's steps lightened as she traversed the lengthy corridor, turning towards the elevator entrance. Upon entering, she looked up and spotted a tall figure standing beside the elevator. The silhouette was slender and imposing, clad in a black combat uniform that accentuated his perfect physique, exuding an overwhelming presence. The man, hearing the noise, slightly turned his head, and unexpectedly, their gazes locked. His eyes held a faint detachment, as if viewing her through a thin layer of frost, though they had never met. The air of authority he projected allowed Yun Zhao to instantly ascertain his identity. Apologies for making you come here in vain that day. Xie Tu turned his head, his gaze lingering on the mental entity perched atop her head, stating, having received an urgent task, Team Zero must depart immediately. I am here to escort you. He had already learned of the guide situation from Minister Duan. Nevertheless, as a new teammate whom he had never met before, he felt a profound obligation as the captain to assist her in acclimatizing, thus he personally came to fetch her. So sudden? Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The unexpected news fragmented her thoughts. The little blue bird sensed an unpleasant odor and a hint of danger, deliberately turning its back to him. Xie Tu nodded, discreetly averting his gaze, turning to press the elevator button. Indeed, it was an urgent mission. The specifics would be divulged shortly. Yun Zhao had no time to ponder, and had no choice but to follow him into the elevator. As the doors closed and the elevator began its ascent, the confined space compelled them to maintain a distance, each standing in opposite corners. It was eerily silent. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. After all, it was their first encounter, and he was, in fact, her superior. Yun Zhao was uncertain how to engage with him. Her mind was in disarray. The abruptness of the mission had caught her off guard. The elevator swiftly reached the first floor.
Ding.
Xie Tu was the first to exit, leading the way ahead. His tall stature and long strides allowed him to quickly create distance between them. The fire phoenix in her mental realm was clamoring, which inexplicably aggravated him. Xie Tu suppressed his emotions, deliberately slowing his pace to wait for her. There is a special task corridor in the inner city. Your combat suit has already been collected by Rabbit. We will retrieve it shortly. Yun Zhao slightly nodded. Could someone run to East 3rd Street and inform the townsfolk? If I do not return tonight, they will undoubtedly be worried. Xie Tu replied, certainly. He summoned a sentinel from the guard team. Yun Zhao quietly conveyed a few instructions, and the sentinel nodded before swiftly departing to relay the message in the outer city. After that, silence enveloped them. Xie Tu soon brought her to the entrance of the special corridor, where a black heavy-armored off-road vehicle awaited. All members of Team Zero stood in front of the vehicle, checking their weapons and the equipment aboard. As Duanxi noticed the captain arriving with a new teammate, he prepared to speak, but was interrupted by Xie Tuesday. The mission is urgent. Get in the vehicle. The group hurriedly complied. Tao Hahao yanked open the vehicle door, revealing an expansive yet compact interior. Equipment racks lined both sides, adorned with an array of weapons and tools, while various dials and screens emitted a ghostly blue glow. In the center were several foldable seats, and the team members quickly boarded, fastening their seatbelts. Rabbit gestured to the empty seat beside him, calling out, Yun Zhao, hurry up and get in.
Your combat suit is with me.
Following his instruction, Yun Zhao climbed aboard. The heavy armored vehicle had a high chassis, making her ascent appear somewhat laborious compared to the agile sentinels. Rabbit promptly extended a hand to assist her. Xie Tu stood outside, observing her with an impassive expression. Only after she was settled did he open the passenger door and take a seat. Duanxi, who was responsible for driving, input the coordinates and swiftly started the vehicle. The sentinel on duty at the special corridor pressed a button, opening the heavy metal door. The armored vehicle charged forth, racing along the mountain road. Due to the hasty nature of the mission, the entire Team Zero had received their orders on short notice, leaving no time for preparation. Seated opposite Yun Zhao, Song Liang operated a computer and remarked, Captain, the data from the calculation team has been transmitted. Xie Tu succinctly replied, read it. Song Liang continued. According to the analysis from the calculation team, the pollution in Zone 88 exhibits a complex spatiotemporal distribution feature, rather than a uniform dispersion. The dark matter displays a continuous upward trend. The current extent of the spread continues to grow, having surpassed 30 kilometers, reaching a historical high for monitoring in this area. Additionally, the mission priority has been elevated to red, with a tentative danger level set at 4 stars. Song Liang's fingers danced over the keyboard as he rapidly continued. As for the intelligence team, they are currently consolidating the information sent from the Dawn base. All supplies for this mission will be provided by the Dawn base, and their reinforcement troops are still stationed in the outer area. We will be met with immediate support upon our arrival. Yun Zhao listened silently, struggling to comprehend. Fortunately, she was not the only one in confusion. Tao Hahao interjected, what exactly is the mission? Why is it so rushed? In the past, we have always been thoroughly prepared. This was a 4-star danger level pollution zone. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire team. The The time from receiving the mission to departure had not even exceeded an hour. Xie Tu's voice came from the front. It's a temporary mission. The Dawn base suspects that Jiangmu has encountered difficulties. Team 0 will be entering Zone 88 to rescue the Jiangmu team. Captain Jiang is in trouble? Tao Hahao exclaimed in shock. He was a formidable S-class sentinel, renowned alongside their own captain. A pollution zone capable of endangering Jiangmu could only be rated 4 stars? That is merely a suspicion. We cannot ascertain the details until we enter, Xie Tu's voice echoed. Song Liang nodded, continuing to relay the monitoring data to the group. The armored vehicle thundered over the desolate terrain, racing fiercely. Yun Zhao maintained a quiet demeanor, remaining silent throughout the journey. Unfamiliar with the mission protocols and lacking knowledge about the pollution zone, she had nothing to contribute to the discussions, merely absorbing the exchanges laden with professional jargon. Her attention began to wane, her gaze wandering elsewhere. The little blue bird seemed to detest Xie Tu, having retreated to the mental realm it disliked before boarding the vehicle. As the team continued their deliberations, analyzing the historical data provided by the intelligence team, Duan Shi posed the most pressing question. Captain, what are the reward points for this mission? Instantly, all other sounds in the vehicle ceased. Everyone straightened up, eyes gleaming with anticipation as they turned to Xie Tuesday. Yun Zhao instinctively followed their gaze. The occupant in the passenger seat was obscured by the backrest, and from her perspective, she could only catch a glimpse of his broad shoulder. Xie Tu chuckled, his voice resonating. What do you think? Captain, don't keep us in suspense, Song Liang urged. This is a rescue mission. The Dawn base will undoubtedly offer rewards. The reward points are fixed according to the danger level of the mission. A 4-star pollution zone is worth 10,000 points, 3 stars, 7,000, 2 stars, 4,000, 1 star, 2,000. For example, the newly generated pollution zone in Area 102 carries minimal danger. Typically, it is classified as 1 star due to the strong presence of gatekeepers, allowing station sentinels to enter and eliminate threats without special circumstances. The priority of the mission is determined by the urgency. The higher the priority, the greater the reward. If the gatekeeper is eliminated, additional rewards are granted. Sentinels not registered at the 4 major bases can also claim rewards from the major bases upon eliminating pollution zones. There are numerous smaller bases outside, and some search teams possess formidable strength. This initiative by the bases serves to encourage active participation in the clearance and eradication of pollution zones. Therefore, in low-danger pollution zones, it is common to find opportunists selling keys to those trapped within, scavenging resources, and seeking out gatekeepers. Yun Zhao was momentarily stunned. Area 102 is only rated 1 star? Of course, Song Liang replied, finally addressing her inquiry. The 102 pollution zone poses minimal difficulty. The rules have yet to be established, and aside from the aberrant species, there is hardly any danger. We are the only team from the base tasked with undertaking a 4-star pollution zone. The rabbit's nonchalant demeanor made the polluted zone seem to us like a children's playground. Within less than an hour, the captain had already located the gatekeeper. Yun Zhao fell silent upon hearing this. Tao Hahao exclaimed loudly, diverting the topic. Captain, do tell us, how much reward is the Dawn base offering? Xie Tu replied. According to the 4-star danger level standard, the Dawn base additionally provides a reward of 10,000. If we successfully bring out Jiangmu's team, another 10,000 will be added, along with all necessary supplies and ammunition. Wow, we're going to strike it rich. Tao Hahao shouted dramatically, rarely encountering such a substantial bounty. Duan Shi became invigorated, pressing the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry to the 88th polluted zone. Yun Zhao was momentarily stunned by the generous rewards, mentally calculating. She had only 700 points left in her account. If they completed the mission, each person would receive 5,000 points. Upon returning, they could feast on meat. Her barbecue party was in the making. The 88th polluted zone lay to the northwest. A journey not to be taken lightly, requiring approximately 4 days. Once the armored vehicle exited the mountain road, the path widened and a few aberrant creatures sprinted towards them. Xie Tu rolled down the window, casually extending an arm outside and pulling the trigger. With a series of gunshots, all the aberrant creatures fell to the ground. The atmosphere inside the vehicle remained relaxed as everyone chatted, exhibiting no sense of urgency regarding the mission. They were considerate of their quiet new teammate. Centering the conversation around her, the rabbit sat beside Yun Zhao, her sniper rifle never far from her grasp. Yun Zhao, let me introduce myself again. I am the team sniper, and everyone calls me Rabbit. She gestured to the 2 individuals seated opposite. Song Liang is our logistics personnel, responsible for data analysis and intelligence gathering, while Tao Hahao is our heavy firepower specialist. This was typically the captain's responsibility, but aside from discussing serious matters, the captain hardly spoke at all. Rabbit aimed to help the guide familiarize herself with the team. Driving was Duan Shi, his spiritual entity being a hawk, responsible for reconnaissance. Duan Shi interrupted Rabbit with a hint of annoyance. How many times must I say it? It is a falcon, not a hawk. Rabbit retorted confidently. They're essentially the same. Not at all. A hawk is a hawk. A falcon is a falcon. You illiterate. The two began to bicker again. Initially attentive, Yun Zhao now lowered her head, distractedly playing with her fingers. Xie Tu, weary of their banter, instinctively pulled out a guide essence and placed it in his mouth. Duan Shi turned to look and, without thinking, remarked, Captain, with Yun Zhao present, why are you still consuming guide essence? Hearing the voice, Yun Zhao looked up. Do you need assistance? Today she learned that guides could help sentinels establish mental barriers, and she felt an urge to experiment. Xie Tu expressionlessly put away the guide essence.
Not needed for now.
Yun Zhao felt a slight disappointment, okay? Rabbit blinked, sensing something amiss. As night fell, Team Zero arrived at a nearby outpost. The darkness enveloped the earth like a vast black satin. Surrounding them was a patch of overgrown wasteland, and the outpost stood solitary in the wilderness, exuding a sense of isolation and desolation. Yun Zhao gazed out through the observation window. The outpost was encircled by tall, sturdy walls, with sentinels stationed atop. Through the walls, a massive signal monitoring tower could be seen, its tip twinkling with light. Upon seeing Team Zero's vehicle, the sentinels quickly opened the heavy iron gates. The armored off-road vehicle smoothly entered the spacious courtyard. Xie Tu was the first to exit, glancing at the communicator. An hour for dinner and rest. This implied they would be traveling through the night. Time was of the essence. Any delay could endanger Jiang Mu and the others further. Upon hearing this, Cao Hao hurriedly dragged out 2 large white bags from beneath the seat, shouting to the others, come help out. We're roasting meat tonight. To welcome their new teammate. The 4 had rushed to buy a large amount of food with the captain's points card. They had already procured everything needed, thinking they would need to eat on the way anyway, so they brought along the barbecue grill and coal. Yun Zhao, upon hearing this, hesitated to go inside for a rest. Need any help? Everyone was friendly and welcoming. Duan Shi handed her 2 bags of vegetables and a bag of apples. Yun Zhao, could you help wash these? We'll start the fire soon. Sure. Yun Zhao obediently took the items and turned to inquire where the washing area was. This outpost was under the jurisdiction of the Dawn base. The Sentinel team dispatched by the base was familiar with Team Zero. Upon hearing about the meat, they eagerly gathered around to guide Yun Zhao. Cao Hao, using his booming voice, engaged in conversation. Captain Xie is treating us. We bought over 20 pounds of meat. Let's all eat together later. Just as Xie Tu was about to step inside, he turned back and asked, how many points did we spend this time? Cao Hao pretended not to hear him and ran off, with the sentinels carrying meat. Song Liang, scratching his nose, stepped forward to return the card to the captain, sheepishly replying, just a bit over 3,000. They had lost a bet and were hoping to eat their way back to profit. In addition to the meat, they had also purchased many fruits and milk for the journey. Xie Tu let out a cold laugh, saying, since we didn't manage to hold a welcome ceremony for our new teammate, once the mission concludes, you four will take turns organizing a few more. At that time, hand the card to me and I will go by. Song Liang, Rabbit, and Duan Shi and Cao Hao, who had wandered off but could still hear due to their keen senses, remained silent. Chapter 29, A Guide Unaccustomed to Physical Labor. Yun Zhao crouched by the sink, washing vegetables. The fire pit not far away was already prepared, waiting for the ingredients to be processed before the barbecue could commence. With only an hour at their disposal, everyone moved with great efficiency. Due to the large number of people, the outpost sentinels, fearing there would not be enough food, had even begun to steam rice. Xie Tu stood a bit farther away, beneath the shadow of a tree, appearing somewhat aloof and detached as he checked his communications. Minister Duan, how is Yun Zhao adapting? Xie Tu lifted his gaze, his eyes precisely locking onto the slender figure at the sink. She slightly bowed her head, deeply focused, her profile serene as her hands gently stirred the vegetables in the water, meticulously rinsing each crevice of the leafy greens. Quiet, calm, and seemingly well-behaved, this was Xie Tu's initial impression of her. He replied, not bad, but her constitution seems too weak. It looks difficult for her to even get into the vehicle. The vegetables in her hands endured relentless handling. He wondered if they would even be edible later. Minister Duan, you need to be more vigilant. Once we enter the polluted zone, she cannot be left alone. Xie Tu, understood. Minister Duan, additionally, Minister Bai conducted a few simple tests with her today. Xie Tu, what were the results? Minister Duan, she is exceptionally strong. Her mental strength far surpasses that of an A-level guide, not even in the same league. She can condense her mental power into a tangible form. She can detach from the mental realm and establish a mental barrier externally, effectively allowing her to freely create independent domains that shield all senses. Just these 2 points are enough to astonish everyone, not to mention that according to the Sentinel's descriptions from the Dawn base, she can even control aberrant creatures. Minister Duan, therefore, this mission cannot afford to fail. An S-level guide must not be compromised, understood? Implied within the dialogue is the notion that Yun Zhao's safety transcends the hierarchy of mission importance. Xie Tu's gaze deepened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally responded, understood. Meanwhile, the sentinels had commenced roasting meat. Rabbit, after waiting impatiently, noticed the guide was still washing vegetables and hurried to the sink, exclaiming, Sister Yun Zhao, let me assist you. Her eyes fell upon the disheveled heap of vegetables in the basin, and she was momentarily frozen in shock. How cruel! What tortures had these vegetables endured at her hands? No need, I've cleaned them, Yun Zhao said, feeling satisfied with her work as she lifted the basin to stand. Rabbit quickly took the basin from her, adding, I'll carry it. Oh, and if the apples aren't washed, just leave them there for us to clean. Yun Zhao tilted her head to look at her. The apples are already washed. Do you want to eat them now? Rabbit glanced at the intact apples on the ground, sighed in relief. No, there are only a few, not enough to share. We can eat them on the way. All right. Yun Zhao bent down to place the apples into a bag and walked towards the armored vehicle. Xie Tu stood a short distance away by the vehicle. Upon seeing her approach, he opened the door for her. Thank you. Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude as she climbed inside and set the apples on the seat. The large, round apples were worth 5 points each. Even when she had 5,000 points, she had hesitated to buy one to taste. She wondered what the apples would taste like. Despite the dangers of their mission, life for everyone was relatively comfortable. The points earned through perilous endeavors could vanish at any moment. Yet they spent them without a second thought. Xie Tu awaited her by the vehicle, and when he saw her emerge, he calmly stated, let us go eat. She was not only physically frail, but also somewhat unmotivated. To label her weak would be misleading, for her strength was formidable. Yet, carrying a dozen apples seemed to tax her. This was Xie Tu's first time scrutinizing a guide of such a unique classification. He had little interaction with the guides at the base, and was uncertain whether all guides possessed this inherent contradiction, or if she was simply an anomaly. The atmosphere by the campfire was boisterous, with sentinels gathered, exchanging laughter and banter, creating a lively scene. The roaring flames illuminated their faces, the meat sizzling over the fire, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Yun Zhao settled in the middle with a plate, Rabbit to her left and Xie Tu to her right. Rabbit occasionally sprang up to check if the meat was ready. Xie Tu remained focused on his device, responding to messages, and would occasionally engage with those who approached him. Feeling somewhat out of place, Yun Zhao obediently held her plate, waiting for others to serve her. In just a few minutes, someone called out, Guide Yun, you must try this. Song Liang, having finished grilling the meat, was the first to serve her several pieces. Yun Zhao savored the roasted meat, which was incredibly flavorful. The tender, juicy meat possessed a unique chewiness. The outer layer of the meat was slightly crisp, and upon biting into it, juices burst forth, releasing a rich aroma. She recalled the times when her uncles would occasionally hunt small mutated creatures during their supply runs. In the evenings, families would gather around the campfire, much like now, to roast meat while her uncles shared stories of their adventures outside. In her memory, the small town had few seasonings. Even salt was carefully rationed for pickling vegetables to prolong their shelf life. The mutated meat was notoriously unpalatable, often bearing a strong fishy flavor, tough and dry. Yet, that scene remained one of her few warm childhood memories. Yun Zhao mused, no wonder the mutated meat from the base was so expensive. In the future, she could try to improve her own circumstances. The members of Team Zero, wary that the quiet guide might be overlooked by the raucous group, instinctively placed a few pieces of meat onto her plate. Yun Zhao hardly needed to reach out. The meat found its way to her plate with ease. She felt particularly content. At this post, there were 3 A-class Sentinel teams, 3 monitoring personnel, alongside several logistics members, and the meat they brought quickly vanished. Tao Hahao and the others, still hungry, rushed to fetch rice. They boiled water and tossed in the wilting vegetable leaves that Yun Zhao had washed, seasoning it with a pinch of salt to create a vegetable soup for soaking the rice. The new teammates chose to remain silent about the guide's questionable vegetable washing technique. Such splendid moments are always fleeting. After finishing their meal, Xie Tu exchanged greetings with the personnel at the post and retrieved some rice and flour, notifying everyone to board the vehicle. Aside from the meat, Only compressed biscuits and a few fruits remained. The guide, being too frail, needed additional sustenance for the journey. That evening, Xie Tu took the wheel. You all should get some rest and recharge, he instructed. Understood. The 4 team members swiftly boarded the vehicle. 2 rows of folding chairs were joined together to form makeshift beds, allowing everyone, regardless of gender, to lie down comfortably. As Yun Zhao saw them settling in and was about to climb aboard, Xie Tu called out to her, "You take the passenger seat." The cramped space was filled with 3 large, boisterous individuals, and he feared the newly joined guide might feel out of place. All right. Yun Zhao circled to the other side and climbed into the passenger seat. Xie Tu tilted his head to settle into the driver's seat, pressed a button to lower the partition between the front and back seats, and adjusted the passenger seat to a reclining position suitable for resting. He glanced up in due time, noticing Yun Zhao intently observing his actions, and casually asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Yun Zhao shook her head. Our small town had only one vehicle, used by the sentinels for supply runs. Over the years, the 6th pollution zone has been encroaching upon our town, and we have long prepared for relocation. We saved points for many years just to afford a bus. Those second-hand vehicles returned only days ago, and with the 6th pollution zone expanding, I had no time to learn how to drive. Xie Tu furrowed his brow. Not knowing how to drive is quite troublesome. I will teach you once we return. His words brimmed with a sense of arrogance, confident that the entire team would safely complete their mission and return unscathed. This audacious, self-assured demeanor resonated with each teammate. Even knowing the 4th-star pollution zone posed significant dangers, everyone remained cheerfully engaged in their tasks, their attitudes particularly relaxed.
All right.
Yun Zhao relished this atmosphere. Xie Tu fell silent, starting the vehicle as they sped towards the 8th pollution zone. Outside the windows, darkness enveloped them like thick ink. The dim yellow light inside the vehicle highlighted the man's rugged features, his jawline taut, and the contours of his profile appeared even more profound amidst the shadows. After glancing at him a few times, Yun Zhao felt drowsy, turned away, and closed her eyes to sleep. The little green bird seemed to harbor a dislike for him, likely due to that fiery phoenix. Chapter 30. Preparations before entering the pollution zone. Team 0 arrived near the 8th pollution zone on the afternoon of the 3rd day after their departure, a full day earlier than anticipated. Reinforcements from the Dawn base were stationed 5 kilometers outside this area. The black armored all-terrain vehicle slowed to a stop at the edge of the camp. Yun Zhao peered through the window, scrutinizing the temporary encampment. Dozens of military tents formed a circle, surrounded by lookout posts and fenced in, with a canopy erected at the center to shield against the blazing sun. The camp was simple, designed for quick evacuation should the pollution zone encroach. The commander of the Dawn base, having received their arrival notification, personally came out to greet them. He was tall and robust, his gait swift, yet his face bore the weariness of prolonged labor. "Thank you for your hard work on the road," he said. Xie Tu was the first to disembark. Shaking hands with the commander, "What's the situation?" The commander's surname was Zhao, and he was the deputy commander of the accompanying forces from Dawn base. Deputy Zhao's expression was grave as he remarked, "We still have no news from Team Jiangmu. The spread of the contaminated area is occurring at a pace more rapid than anticipated, and our monitoring equipment has remained in a state of heightened vigilance." One by one, Yun Zhao and the others disembarked from the vehicle. As the only individual not clad in combat attire, Yun Zhao's presence immediately captured Deputy Zhao's attention. "You must be the newly appointed guide," he said, his demeanor softening considerably, as if wary of startling her. The manifestation of an S-class guide had stirred quite a tempest among the upper echelons of the 4 major bases, with many harboring lofty expectations for her. Yun Zhao offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Deputy Zhao smiled at her before turning to Xie Tu, saying, "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the tent to elucidate the situation in detail." With that, he led the group towards the heart of the encampment. The atmosphere within the camp was thick with tension and gravity. All sentinels stood in a state of readiness. Silence reigned in their wake, conversation stifled, save for the hurried footsteps and the flurry of activity. This led the previously jovial members of Team 0 to instinctively fall silent upon entering, obediently trailing behind their captain. Inside the makeshift conference tent, a large white screen hung centrally, surrounded by black drapes that blocked out the light, with a projector casting a blue hue upon the scene. Moments later, a video connection was successfully established, revealing a stern-faced male leader alongside the Minister of the Combat Department from Dawn Base, Ms. Duan Kaiying. "Time is pressing, so I shall be succinct," Minister Duan commenced. "You are undoubtedly aware of the objectives of this mission, so I shall not reiterate them. The contaminated area. designated as Zone 88, has been documented for 40 years, with its pre-expansion extent approximately 3,000 square kilometers, akin to that of a small city. Suddenly, the blue screen displayed a city map, which had been sent to Songliang. This region, within the jurisdiction of Yinan City in Shaanxi during the bygone era, exhibited an unclear temporal flow within the contamination. Potential military supply points were marked on the map. Yun Zhao sat upright, embodying the demeanor of an attentive student. While she struggled to fully grasp Song Liang's recitation, the clarity of her understanding grew as Minister Duan annotated the map. Grasping a pen and paper from the table, she meticulously replicated the map. Observing her chaotic scribblings, the nearby rabbit mistakenly assumed that the guide found the meeting's content tedious. Should the terrain remain unchanged, Team Zero could devise a rescue plan based on this map. Minister Duan lowered her gaze and recited the latest data, emphasizing, "We suspect that the rules within Zone 88 pertain to mental aspects. This was a vulnerability for the sentinels, long subjected to the corrosive effects of dark matter. In that bizarre domain, absent a guide and support, their mental fortifications would become exceedingly fragile should any psychological issues arise. Otherwise, given Jiangmu's prowess, they could conceive of no other possibilities." Upon hearing this, the members within the tent instinctively glanced towards Yun Zhao. She remained unfazed, her focus unwavering as she continued to sketch the map. Sitting with perfect posture, she was fully engaged in the discussion, simultaneously committing the map to memory. Her understanding of the contaminated zone was woefully scant. Once inside, she could not solely rely on her teammates for protection. Gaining further knowledge about the data and regulations might prove crucial in a pivotal moment. Xie Tu nodded in acknowledgement. The reinforcement troops from Dawn Base had already departed and were expected to arrive in approximately 2 days. Minister Duan proceeded to discuss pre-battle arrangements, highlighting the uncertainty of the situation within the contaminated zone, which would necessitate reliance on Xie Tu's judgment as the captain. She concluded with a stern reminder that Team Zero must secure the key at the earliest opportunity upon entering the contaminated area. Those entering the zone would possess specialized containers designed for key storage. As long as they did not physically touch the key, the door would not open immediately, allowing for a swift retreat in times of crisis. While the mission could fail, they could not afford to lose any of the sentinels from Dawn Base, particularly with a fragile guide among them. Minister Duan's primary concern was the safety of her own personnel. The solemn leader from Dawn Base exhibited no dissatisfaction regarding this. They were already immensely grateful that Team Zero could participate in the rescue and reach Zone 88 in a timely manner. He finally spoke, "Your efforts are commendable. Should you require any supplies or equipment, do not hesitate to voice your needs." As the sun descended, the temperature dipped slightly. The distant afterglow seemed to fight valiantly, attempting to cling to the light that was soon to fade. Following the meeting, they were assigned 3 temporary tents. Team Zero would rest for the night at this makeshift camp, assessing the supplies and equipment to be taken into the contaminated zone, ensuring all was in readiness for their early departure the following morning. "Guide Yun, come over and select a personal weapon," Tao Hahao called, opening the vehicle door to load ammunition and equipment from Dawn Base. He beckoned Yun Zhao to choose her weapon. Each member had their preferred firearms, requiring only ammunition replenishment. However, the guide did not possess such arms and needed to select defensive gear. Yun Zhao surveyed the array of advanced weaponry at her feet, ultimately choosing a sharp dagger. She had no proficiency with firearms and feared that, in the heat of battle, she might inadvertently harm a teammate instead of the monsters. A dagger felt like the safer option. Standing beside her, Xie Tu said nothing but assisted her in selecting a waist knife. He aimed to choose a weapon that would better ensure her protection. He handed her the knife, which featured a narrow blade and a short pommel, making it more practical than a dagger in special circumstances. It could also be conveniently worn at her waist, making it easy to carry. "Thank you, Captain," Yun Zhao replied, accepting the knife. She had yet to don her combat attire and had no place to secure it. Upon hearing her address him as captain, a peculiar sensation welled up within Xie Tu's. It was the first time a new teammate had referred to him in such a manner, and the 2 words bore an unfamiliarity that left him somewhat unsettled. The contradictory guide not only lacked driving skills, but also any proficiency with firearms. He would need to teach her each aspect in due course. Unbeknownst to Yun Zhao, who had her back turned as she organized her military backpack, she merely followed the lead of her teammates, packing whatever they were. She refrained from including ammunition since she would not use it. Nor did she pack suppressants or guide serum that she did not require. Instead, her bag filled with compressed rations, drinking water, disinfectant bandages, a small flashlight, a windproof lighter, and a disposable raincoat. As her military backpack gradually became stuffed, Yun Zhao attempted to lift it but found it too heavy to manage. the 5 large bottles of water proving particularly burdensome. Her teammates once again recognized her frailty. Gaijin, just take 1 bottle of water. We will carry the rest. Duan, she suggested decisively. They feared that a single military backpack would be enough to overwhelm her. After all, the captain had assigned that someone must remain close to the guide at all times. It would not interfere if each person assisted her with a portion of her load. Yun Zhao did not decline, removing the water bottles and handing them out to her teammates. She was acutely aware that her abilities might prove invaluable within Zone 88. She did not wish to squander her strength and mental energy on trivialities. With all preparations complete, the group entered the tent to rest. Before settling in, Yun Zhao inquired of Xie Tu, "Do you need me to help establish a mental barrier?" After all, Jiangmu, an S-class sentinel, had encountered difficulties. His mental realm must be equally precarious, or else Minister Duan would not have been so eager to conduct compatibility tests. Xie Tu, however, declined. No rush. While blocking sensory perception has its advantages, it can also be detrimental. A sentinel's dulled senses may impede their ability to assess the situation inside. Yun Zhao contemplated as well, realizing that by accompanying the team, she could intervene at any moment should the situation take a turn for the worse. Chapter 31. Uncle. The dawn's first light pierced the darkness as a crimson sun gradually ascended from the distant horizon. The members of Team Zero were preparing to assemble. Yun Zhao donned the combat uniform of Dawn Base. The black attire clung to her slender form, yet still appeared somewhat loose, accentuating her delicate frame. The belt of the uniform cinched at her waist, highlighting her slender silhouette. Even in the combat uniform, the distinction between a sentinel and a guide was readily apparent. Last night, Rabbit had shared a tent with Yun Zhao and, after sizing her up, remarked, "I received the smallest size of the combat uniform. Yet it still doesn't fit quite right. Perhaps when we return, the logistics department should tailor a custom piece for me. Or they could try feeding the guide a bit more. After all, the captain is quite affluent. I find it fitting enough. If it were too tight, it would be uncomfortable. A looser fit is preferable." The crane emblem on her shoulder stood out prominently. Yun Zhao tilted her head slightly, reaching to touch the crane's head, which elicited an irritable response from the little bluebird in her mental domain. "All right then, let us proceed." Rabbit hoisted his ever-present sniper rifle and beckoned Yun Zhao to join him as they exited the tent to assemble. Outside the temporary camp, several armored vehicles were stationed. Xie Tu had already taken his place by the vehicle, standing tall like a pine tree, performing the customary checks on all team members. Upon noticing their approach, he cast a glance at Yun Zhao, now clad in her combat uniform, saw her sheathing a waist knife, then shifted his gaze to summon all team members to embark. Understood. Everyone boarded the vehicle in turn. The driver was now Song Liang. Duan Shi, serving as a scout, would need to disembark promptly to assess the situation. Xie Tu occupied the passenger seat, paving the way for the vehicle, ensuring their safety. The remaining members sat with solemn expressions, awaiting orders. Dawn Base had dispatched 2 teams for escort, guiding them to the edge of the contaminated zone. The area was shrouded in a rolling gray mist, presenting a somber and oppressive sight. The heavy gloom in the sky seemed to congeal in the air, creating an exceedingly eerie atmosphere. As they drew closer to the gray fog, "Everyone, brace yourselves," Song Liang commanded. The armored vehicle sealed all windows and, without hesitation, plunged directly into the dense mist. Instantly, they were enveloped by a shroud of gray, which stretched infinitely from afar, surging towards them as if imbued with life. Yun Zhao gently raised her hand, summoning countless greenish-blue lights that flickered and danced, forming a mental barrier in an instant. This marked her first formal and proactive entry into the contaminated area. Her heart raced involuntarily, a mix of anxiety and an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. After a moment's thought, Yun Zhao called upon the little bluebird. The tiny creature's form gradually materialized, appearing rather displeased as it flapped its wings and settled atop her head. The intertwining gray mist was obstructed by the barrier, and ahead, visibility grew increasingly obscure. Time seemed to stretch, and the vehicle slowed, yet they had not yet emerged from the fog. "Something's amiss. Why haven't we entered yet?" Song Liang's vigilance heightened. In past encounters with contaminated zones, they would have been immediately engulfed, the entrance always wide open for anyone who dared to intrude. Xie Tu narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Everyone, remain alert." No sooner had he spoken than Yun Zhao sensed an overwhelming mental pressure surging towards her, battering against her psychic shield. The little bluebird, suddenly intrigued, flapped its wings, causing more luminescence to appear, which began to consume the gray mist. Countless lights flooded the interior of the vehicle, illuminating the previously dim space as brightly as day. akin to a splendid firework display erupting in the night sky, with some even willingly merging into the bodies of the team members. Just as Yun Zhao prepared to alert everyone, the scene before her abruptly transformed. In a fleeting moment, it truly was just a fleeting moment, her teammates, along with the armored vehicle, vanished without a trace. And she found herself transported from the vehicle to an entirely unfamiliar room. Yun Zhao. It was not just her. Even the little bluebird was taken aback, perched atop her head with wide, astonished eyes. The strands of glowing light continued to flutter around, her mental barrier still intact. Yet it had followed her in this sudden shift to the room. Yun Zhao furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was more bizarre than she had anticipated. She had entered alone. Did they choose to remove her because they could not breach her mental barrier? Or had everyone been separated? Was the rule of the 88th contaminated area a solo instance? This was troublesome. Not only was rescue impossible, but she also needed to find her lost teammates. Yun Zhao pursed her lips and lifted her gaze to assess her surroundings. The room resembled a bedroom. The pink walls were adorned with exquisite floral stickers, and a large white princess bed occupied the center. A few adorable plush toys rested at the head of the bed, pink bunnies, snowy white bears, and Lolita dolls, neatly arranged. Beside the window stood a white dressing table, its mirror rimmed with sparkling crystals, while a soft pink carpet covered the floor and a pink wardrobe stood opposite the bed. The entire room exuded warmth. Yun Zhao opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of different styles of princess dresses. It was evident that this was a girl's room. She found no abnormalities and began to check her military backpack. Everyone had strapped their backpacks on before boarding. All her belongings were intact. Yet, her teammates were nowhere to be found. She needed to devise a plan to reunite with them. As her mental threads extended outward with her consciousness, Yun Zhao secured her backpack once more, but her movement halted abruptly as she turned her head toward the closed door. Just as her mental strands reached out, they detected an unfamiliar emotion. There was someone outside. Quietly, Yun Zhao drew her waist knife and approached the door, her hand slowly grasping the doorknob. Just as her mental threads were about to seize control of whatever was beyond the door, it suddenly spoke. "Zhao Zhao, are you not feeling well yet?" The voice was remarkably familiar. Yun Zhao instantly recognized it as Aunt Zhao's voice, yet it sounded younger, exuding a sense of familiarity in just a few words. The inability to breach her mental barrier indicated that the Guardian could not access her memories to extract Aunt Zhao. How did it know of her? Suddenly, Yun Zhao recalled that Xie Tu had once visited her home to persuade her to join Team Zero, only to be preempted by Minister Duan, leaving him empty-handed. She had overheard Rabbit mention this on the vehicle. The members of Team Zero, including Xie Tu, may have met Aunt Zhao. Had their memories been read? With an abrupt motion, Yun Zhao flung open the door. The spacious and bright living room revealed a gentle and intellectual woman seated on the sofa. Upon noticing her emerge, the woman chided, "You child, your father said he would take you out for dinner today. Why are you dawdling so long?" Yun Zhao remained silent, standing at the threshold and scrutinizing the woman in the living room. The woman bore a resemblance to Zhao Yan but was distinctly different. Compared to the Aunt Zhao outside, this version appeared much younger, adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a fitted black gown, her tone of voice exceedingly natural. Unlike the aberrant beings of the 102nd contaminated zone, who can only mechanically repeat simplistic phrases and actions, is this due to the maturity of the contaminated area, denoting a higher level of gatekeeper, or could there be other reasons? Yun Zhao directly inquired, "Where are my teammates?" Zhao Yan, upon hearing her question, exhibited no reaction. She stood up, picked up a delicate handbag, and presented herself as if preparing to leave, urging, "Hurry up and change your shoes. Your father will be home soon." Yun Zhao's shoes were perfectly fine upon her feet. It was unclear from which eye Zhao Yan perceived a need for her to change. She lingered at the doorway, remaining motionless. The little bluebird tilted its head in curiosity, seemingly unable to comprehend the aberrant being's peculiar behavior. "What are you still dawdling for? Move swiftly," Zhao Yan urged. As she spoke, she turned her back to Yun Zhao, bending to retrieve the air conditioning remote from the coffee table, shutting off the household appliances. Yun Zhao fixated on her silhouette, her expression inscrutable as she raised her hand, unleashing a cascade of luminescence towards Zhao Yan. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the entrance. The door swung open. A robust man, with prominent eyebrows and large eyes, stepped inside. His skin bore a slight tan, and his closely cropped hair clung tightly to his scalp, clad in a black t-shirt that hinted at the contours of his muscles beneath. Yun Zhao froze, her gaze locked onto the figure, a tempest of emotions surging within her, threatening to breach the dam of reason. The luminescence dissipated instantaneously. With a tremor in her voice, she called out, "Uncle." Chapter 32. Do not challenge my limits. The man stood at the threshold, seemingly oblivious to her call. His furrowed brow relaxed as he beamed, Zhao Zhao, Daddy's home. Yun Zhao's expression faltered momentarily. Reason returned as her gaze gradually regained clarity. The utterance of Daddy anchored her back to reality. This was not Uncle He, nor was he Zhao Yan's husband, but rather Uncle Qin. Though he bore an uncanny resemblance, his voice was distinctly different. From where did the gatekeeper acquire memories of her uncle? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao bit her lip and retrieved the necklace from around her neck. The circular pendant opened, revealing a yellowed, aged photograph within. Many years prior, her uncles had discovered a camera at the edge of the 6th contaminated zone, and before selling it at the major base, they had taken several family portraits with Yun Zhao. In the photograph, a 7 or 8-year-old Yun Zhao was encircled by 8 sentinels, her joy radiating through her beaming smile. The smiles on each face were resplendent. The present-day Uncle Qin bore an identical appearance to the one captured in the photograph, also clad in black. Yun Zhao's hands instinctively tightened around the necklace, her knuckles blanching from the pressure. How dare he impersonate her uncle, toying with her emotions. She vowed to annihilate the gatekeeper of the 88th contaminated zone. Never had Yun Zhao experienced such a profound emotional upheaval. The little bluebird, affected by her turmoil, began to fade in and out of visibility, teetering on the brink of eruption. Daddy promised to take you to KFC after work, so hurry up and change your shoes. Uncle Qin urged from the threshold. Zhao Yan approached the entrance, beckoning, come on, Zhao Zhao. Weren't you the one clamoring for Daddy and Mommy to take you to KFC? Come on, let us go out and have some fun. Yun Zhao kept her head bowed, remaining utterly still. Uncle Qin spoke again, yet abruptly altered his tone. Uncle misses you, Zhao Zhao.
Come.
Let us go out for a meal. The voice was still not right. Yun Zhao's grip on the dagger at her waist gradually loosened as she kept her head lowered, refusing to meet the gaze of the man standing at the threshold. Suppressing her emotions, she spoke. Uncle, we VE moved to the Dawn base. Qin Xiaoxiao is now able to attend school. She has grown significantly and has become quite lively. Occasionally, she thinks of her father. My grandmother and mother have taught her well. The major base is very safe, so rest assured, I will take good care of them. Uncle Qin suddenly appeared stunned, seemingly unable to navigate the complexity of his emotions. As for me, I am doing quite well. I earn a substantial number of points each month, have new clothes to wear, meat to eat, and even a lift-accessible apartment to live in. I've also met many new people. The slender figure stood there quietly, her tone flatly narrating events that had recently transpired. Uncle Qin suddenly displayed a peculiar smile. No need for such complexity. Stay here. Uncle will earn money to support you, and we will live happily together forever. Come on, child. Darkness silently encroached, weaving a web of fine black threads that seemed to possess a life of their own. Advancing towards her without a sound, Yun Zhao maintained her stance, exhibiting no movement. She appeared utterly oblivious to the imminent danger drawing near, offering no reaction. Her stray locks cascading down her cheeks, obscuring her expression. I often think of you both. I wonder if I had awakened my abilities sooner, would you have avoided misfortune? The black threads crept perilously close to her feet, halted by her mental barrier, unable to breach further. Indeed, it feels much better to articulate my thoughts. I have conveyed all I wish to say, so. As her words trailed off, Yun Zhao abruptly lifted her gaze, her reddened eyes gleaming with icy malevolence as she addressed the unseen gatekeeper. Do not challenge my limits. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy erupted forth, nearly engulfing the entire living room. The luminescence surged forth, swiftly enveloping the encroaching darkness, beginning a frenzied devouring. The once gentle cyan green glow transformed into a myriad of sharp rays, cleaving the space into fragments. The two aberrations collapsed under the force of this powerful psychic wave, emitting anguished howls. They gradually revealed their true forms, their sharp mandibles covering the lower halves of their faces, an unending stream of black ichor oozing forth. Moments later, tranquility returned to the room. The shattered space began to writhe, slowly mending itself, as the furnishings in the living room and the entrance regained their original state. On the shoe cabinet in the foyer lay a counterfeit family portrait of 3. Yun Zhao lowered her eyelids slightly, adjusted her military backpack, and, with an expression devoid of emotion, stepped over the fallen bodies, making her way outside. If they urged her to venture out, then she would see what awaited her beyond. The broad street was bustling with traffic, new cars flowing in an orderly fashion, honking horns rising and falling like a symphony. On the sidewalks flanking the road, throngs of people jostled against one another. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, office workers hurrying about, coffee in hand, conversing on their phones, while children frolicked in the park across the way. The cacophony of countless sounds enveloped her ears. The rabbit, clutching her sniper rifle, scanned the surroundings warily. Before entering, they had all sat in the vehicle, acutely alert to their surroundings, the captain's voice still echoing in her ears, yet the scene had suddenly transformed. In the blink of an eye, she found herself on the street. Team Zero had undertaken numerous missions, yet they had never encountered such an extraordinary circumstance. The timeline of the 88th contaminated zone seemed to reside in the twilight of a dark apocalypse. So, this is what the old world looked like. So many people, so many cars, and the advertisement screens across the street were larger than those at the command center. The buildings were astonishingly tall. The rabbit felt a yearning stir within her, yet remained mindful of her mission. Upon entering, everyone was compelled to separate. The guide appeared frail, and it was imperative to locate her first. Only then could they seek out Captain Jiang and devise a plan to obtain the key for his rescue. The treasures of the bygone era were abundant. They would assess what could be salvaged, though the quantity would be limited. Ideally, they would uncover some technical documentation. Perhaps this expedition would yield substantial rewards. Rabbit silently formulated her strategy when a faint noise suddenly reached her ears, footsteps approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her sniper rifle and swiftly turned to aim at the target. To her astonishment, standing behind her was a man who bore a striking resemblance to herself, exuding a gentle demeanor with a warm smile adorning his face. Xie Tu found himself in an analogous predicament. On the bustling street, a middle-aged man clad in a matching black combat uniform strode purposefully towards him. The crane emblem on his shoulder glimmered under the sunlight. This was his father, a former senior sentinel of the Dawn base, who had perished a year prior to the end of the Dark Era, never having witnessed the sun again. Life during the Dark Era was fraught with hardship. The greatest aspiration was to witness the return of light. They yearned for sunshine, for the world of the olden days. As the middle-aged man drew closer, his hair was now streaked with gray, his pallid visage bearing the marks of time. His eyes, deeply set in their sockets, regarded Xie Tu with a gentle gaze, and a kind smile slowly spread across his face. Xie Tu remained oblivious, lifting his weapon to preclude the middle-aged man from encroaching upon his mental realm, and he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. He was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. The mental strain brought on by his acute senses could not withstand the relentless probing of the gatekeeper. With a resounding bang, the middle-aged man collapsed, his body remaining unchanged. The familiar smile frozen upon his face as blood began to seep forth. The surrounding crowd exhibited no reaction. Several students stood beside the corpse, casually conversing while holding ice cream cones. Xie Tu did not spare a glance at the lifeless body, turning instead to stride away. Upon entering, he finally comprehended why Jiang Mu had encountered trouble. As an S-class sentinel, they had long grown accustomed to the perils of contaminated zones, to slaughter, and to the gradual erosion of their mental domains by brutal forces. Yet here, in an era of peace, there were no aberrations, no pollutants, and an abundance of delectable treats. One could live happily alongside loved ones. However, if one harbored obsessions or found it difficult to let go of certain individuals, they would inevitably be ensnared by this illusory beauty. Suddenly, Xie Tu halted, his demeanor turning exceptionally austere. Rabbit was in grave danger. Chapter 33. The Manifestation of the Old Era. On the bustling street, strands of mental energy incessantly spread through the nearby avenues, searching for the whereabouts of their comrades. Yun Zhao approached the crosswalk, curiously following the pedestrians, pausing to await the green light. The vibrant city thrummed with an unceasing flow of traffic, the sounds of engines and horns intertwining to create a rousing urban symphony. Not far off, throngs surged outside a shopping mall, a colossal electronic screen broadcasting vibrant advertisements that captivated the attention of passers-by. The scenes of the old era materialized before her, so this was the world beyond. Was the insistence on her departure an attempt to beguile her with such spectacles? Standing at the intersection, she tilted her head back, her eyes fixated on the towering skyscrapers. She recalled the ruins of the old era she had passed. After 2 centuries, the once magnificent buildings had succumbed to rusting steel frames, now leaning amidst the overgrown wasteland. Suddenly, black tendrils emerged from a nearby trash bin, lunging toward her back. Yun Zhao remained unfazed. A small azure bird perched atop her head, its curiosity piqued by the surroundings. Craning its neck to survey the area, it fluttered its wings, releasing a cascade of greenish-blue luminescence that collided with the black tendrils. The forces of dark and greenish hues intertwined, fiercely consuming one another. In mere moments, The encroaching dark matter was vanquished, and the street returned to tranquility. The green light illuminated, and Yun Zhao followed the crowd across the street, her mental barrier keeping all life forms at bay as pedestrians circled around her. She continued along the broad thoroughfare, passing a cake shop that caught her eye with its array of exquisite pastries displayed in the window. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, and she had never encountered such delicacies before, let alone tasted them. A craving surged within her. Pushing open the glass door, she stepped inside. The shop was sparsely populated with a few patrons, elegantly dressed and intently selecting their pastries. Yun Zhao cast a fleeting glance at the breads. Finding them uninteresting, she approached the cake display, disregarding the presence of others as she opened the glass door, lifted a strawberry cake, and casually grabbed 2 forks from the counter before turning to leave. The baker, occupied with serving customers, never acknowledged her presence, allowing her to brazenly exit with the cake. So sweet. Yun Zhao took a bite, her eyes widening with delight. A smile involuntarily graced her lips, and the tension in her expression eased slightly. Her spirits lifted at last. The greenish-blue mental strands continued to proliferate, weaving through the nearby alleys, slowly spreading forth. Yun Zhao ambled along, cradling the sizable birthday cake, eating as she searched for her companions. Fatigued, she sought refuge in a shop to rest. When thirsty, she eagerly awaited her milk tea to be prepared. Snatching it away before other customers could, she indulged in many foods that were unattainable during the wasteland era. Dark tendrils would unexpectedly dart from the corners, launching surprise attacks. Each clash of power was a test. The small azure bird grew increasingly exasperated, muttering and cursing the gatekeeper for disrupting its exploration of the old era. The little creature's vocabulary was woefully limited, repeating only 2 words, waste and rubbish. It was unclear where it had learned such terms. Wandering alone for what felt like an eternity, Yun Zhao still could not locate her teammates. Was she anxious? Of course, yet she could only meander leisurely. Occasional ambushes indicated that the gatekeeper was continuously monitoring her, perceiving a threat emanating from her, thus persistently probing her defenses. The formidable mental strength of the S-class guide rendered it incapable of finding a breakthrough. Yun Zhao pondered the gatekeeper's intelligence. After issuing threats, no familiar figures appeared. Should she display excessive urgency, it might perceive her companions as her weakness, seizing the opportunity to bring unforeseen danger to Xie Tu and the others. Taking small bites of the cake, she mentally retraced her steps. The street signs bore the same names as those on the old maps provided by the intelligence team, indicating that the terrain had not changed. Minister Duan had instructed that upon entering, they must acquire the key at the earliest opportunity. She resolved to eliminate the gatekeeper, but intended to leave a path for Team Zero. However, each contaminated zone had its distinct rules in such a sprawling city. How would one procure the key? Perhaps she should inquire with the gatekeeper? It would undoubtedly relish the opportunity for her to exit. With a significant portion of the cake remaining, she found it somewhat cloying after indulging too much. Torn between desire and reluctance, Yun Zhao exhibited a palpable inner conflict as she happened upon a tantalizing fried potato stand. Curiosity led her to approach, eagerly waiting in line for the potatoes to be ready. However, once she received the fragrant potatoes and grilled sausage, she ultimately relinquished the cake, placing it upon the shop's counter.
It was utterly terrifying.
Duan Shi, armed and dragging Tao Hahao along as they fled, exclaimed that even upon entering the contaminated zone, he could still spot his aunt. Aware that it was merely a distorted entity in disguise, they found themselves unable to act, and thus hastily retreated. Duan Shi's only remaining family was Minister Duan. He was but a few months old when his parents made the ultimate sacrifice, leaving him with no recollection of their appearance. The Dark Era had only just concluded 19 years ago. Those who lived through that time were confined within shelters, devoid of light and electricity, rendering photography impossible. Not a single photograph of his parents remained in their home. Consequently, when the scenery shifted, it was Minister Duan who materialized before Duan Shi. As for how he and Tao Hahao ended up together, it was mere fortune. At the time, they were seated in the car, facing the rabbit and Yun Zhao. While they were on high alert, a Qingluan emerged, weaving countless strands of mental energy to form a barrier that kept the gray mist at bay. Tao Hahao reached out to pull Duan Shi, urging him to look. The guide could actually establish a mental barrier against the outside. However, just as he grasped Duan Shi, the scene changed, and they found themselves together in an office. Realizing that something was amiss, Duan Shi released his senses. Shortly thereafter, Minister Duan entered, dressed in a flowing gown, smiling as she announced her intention to take Duan Shi to an amusement park. The formidable minister, clad in a dark blue military uniform emblazoned with a red-crowned crane insignia, appeared almost permanently affixed to her form. The sudden shift to a dress was alarming, prompting Duan-shi to seize Tao Hahao and flee. How frightful it was. Did you see that? Maya donned a dress and wore makeup. Duan-shi remained haunted by the memory. Tao Hahao, typically boisterous, fell silent. At the corner they had just passed, a familiar figure stood, smiling and waving at him. Had Duan-shi not been holding him back, he might have approached. Hurry. This contaminated zone feels off. The captain warned us not to stray far from the guide. We must locate Yun Zhao. Yet there was no response. When had Tao Hahao become so quiet? Duan-shi finally sensed something was amiss and cautiously inquired, "Who did you just see?" "My mother," Tao Hahao replied, his gaze averted, as if lifting his eyes would unveil that haunting figure. His mother had succumbed to illness, not a grave affliction, for the medical devices had been removed from the contaminated zone the year after her passing. He had missed the chance. Duan-shi remained silent for a moment before declaring, "It's all a facade. Don't believe it. It seeks to ensnare us." Tao Hahao murmured in agreement, "I know. The mission is paramount." The two sentinels regained their composure. Weapons in hand, choosing to distance themselves from the crowd as they ascended to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper. Duan-shi extended his perception, surveying the surrounding terrain before releasing his spiritual entity. A falcon materialized silently above the cityscape. Chapter 34, The Illusionary Barrier. The spiritual entity could not stray too far from its host. After patrolling the area, the falcon swiftly returned, perching upon Duan-shi's arm. Tao Hahao, hesitant to release his own perception, inquired, "What do you see?" The two stood atop a skyscraper, 50 or 60 stories high, gazing down upon the sprawling city below. It seemed limitless, with no end in sight. Every road was more vibrant than they had ever imagined, bustling with a throng of vehicles and people. The populace appeared not solely composed of distorted beings. Many were mere illusions. To date, Team Zero had ventured into 6 4-star contaminated zones and numerous 3-star zones, none of which had retained the temporal essence of the old era. They had perused images in books and watched videos of the bygone cities. Yet nothing could compare to witnessing it firsthand. The old era was indeed a captivating dream. Duan-shi shrugged, having detected neither sentinels nor guides. Everything below appeared normal, as if it were simply a lively city. Not only had they failed to sense their teammates, but even the Jiangmu team had not been felt. Their purpose for entering was to rescue, yet now they were scattered, the ambiguous rules of the contaminated zone rendering their mission a matter of self-preservation. Duan-shi activated the communicator on his wrist, only to find that time had long ceased to flow. He pressed the lower right button, illuminating the screen as numbers began to fluctuate. Observing the digits, Duan-shi's expression turned peculiar. The concentration of dark matter in the vicinity was remarkably low. Merely 21, a most unusual occurrence. In previous 4-star contaminated zones, the concentration of dark matter had invariably exceeded 70. This was the first time Team Zero encountered such a scenario. The tranquility of the world left him feeling adrift, uncertain of how to proceed. Tao Hahao, clutching his grenade launcher, plopped down onto the ground, pondering the appearances of Minister Duan and his mother. "What's going on?" Duan-shi shot him a disdainful glance. "How would I know? If I were that clever, I wouldn't have lost 500 points. Their immediate priority was to locate the guide. Her petite frame was fragile, and this was her first venture into the contaminated zone. Should she encounter danger without them nearby, the consequences would be dire. Before entering, the captain had repeatedly cautioned them to remain vigilant regarding the guide's safety. Yet, they had barely entered when she went missing. Tao Hahao contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "We all encountered significant figures from our past. Do you think the captain and the others experienced the same?" The captain's mental domain had always been unstable. However, his strength was formidable. Even when they banded together, they could not match him in combat. If a mental frenzy were to occur, and the Phoenix emerged, they would sense it immediately. With the guide present, as long as they made it in time, they might still be able to help. Duan-shi, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to meet Tao Hahao's eyes. "Oh no, the rabbit is in danger. What are you doing? Someone call for help. There's a robbery in broad daylight." Xie Tu seized the car keys from a man's hand and climbed into a private vehicle that had just come to a stop on the roadside. He closed the door and inserted the key. Before the engine could roar to life, the man pounding on the window transformed into a paternal figure before his eyes. The middle-aged man, clad in black combat gear, pointed toward the sky with a look of contentment, exclaiming, "Son, look. The dark era has ended." Not having seen the sun, he could not die in peace. The man outside began to emanate dark energy, his combat attire becoming tattered. Without hesitation, Xie Tu raised his weapon and shot him down once more. If life stagnates out of fear, one shall forever remain trapped in darkness. This had once been his father's motto. He could not allow himself to be swayed. The murmurs of the onlookers morphed into his father's voice, flooding his mind.
So, stay here.
There's sunlight. We can live happily together as a family. Look at this world. It embodies the old era we yearn for. Open your eyes and see. Open your eyes and see. Open your eyes and see. Countless voices echoed like a haunting refrain, overlapping and incessantly reverberating within his consciousness. Xie Tu leaned his head against the seat, slightly closing his eyes, his expression taut, and his hands gripping the steering wheel with visible strain. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, igniting the vehicle and racing forward. The communicator on his wrist indicated that the pollution concentration had surged to 50. According to the data, the contaminated area spanned 3,000 square kilometers and was currently expanding. He had ascended a tall building to survey the endless city below, which appeared to be separated by barriers. Illusions overlapped, creating the illusion of an infinite expanse. Xie Tu activated his perception fully, desperately suppressing his mind to disregard the dissonant voices that plagued his thoughts. Within the realm of his consciousness, the wrathful fire phoenix felt an overwhelming discomfort, beginning to howl incessantly. Xie Tu retrieved a guiding essence, tearing it open and consuming it in an effort to contain the impending eruption of power. After hours of searching, he had yet to locate any of his teammates, including the 6 members of Jiangmu's squad. Clearly, everyone had become ensnared in the deceptive mirages, separated within the overlapping barriers of the city. His immediate task was to exploit the clarity of his mind to locate the edge of the barrier and shatter it. Yun Zhao, clutching a milk tea and carrying a bag of freshly fried chicken strips, hailed a taxi by the roadside. She did not drive, and walking would be too slow. Traversing 3,000 square kilometers solely on foot would be exhausting. She took control of the taxi driver, instructing him to navigate the streets in search of her companions. Green luminescent strands of mental energy swirled around her, infiltrating nearby shops and continually expanding. The flow of pedestrians on the street showed no signs of diminishing. Yun Zhao raised her wrist, pausing the time on her communicator. Other than making phone calls and online payments, she was still somewhat inept at utilizing the communication device. In the pollution zone, it was currently daytime. Aside from the occasional ambush by dark tendrils, everything seemed normal. But what of the night? What would the city, now alive, be like after dark? A small bluebird hopped onto her shoulder, craning its neck to peer out the window, straining to see. The taxi followed the flow of traffic, aimlessly driving forward. After an indeterminate amount of time, the vehicle passed familiar streets and once again approached the cake shop. The glass display showcased an array of beautifully crafted cakes. Yet the space in the center remained empty. The strawberry cake she had taken had yet to be restocked. But how could she have returned to the cake shop if she had been moving in a single direction? Yun Zhao's expression faltered for a moment, but then realization dawned upon her, and her brow relaxed. It became clear, no wonder she could not find her teammates. Within the pollution zone, were there countless smaller contaminated areas? A thought sparked in her mind. The greenish-blue strands of luminescent energy drifted from every corner, soaring skyward as they began to spread in all directions, seeking the edge of the barrier. The mental barrier was one of the most adept abilities of a guide. Stop dawdling, it's time to work. Yun Zhao nudged the little bluebird. Were it not for its lethargy and penchant for sightseeing, the two of them should have recognized the anomaly much earlier. The bluebird lazily tilted its head, eyeing the milk tea and chicken strips in her hands, its gaze unmistakably conveying, "You've been munching all along. How dare you criticize me?" Well, the old days were wonderful, unending delicacies, and people living in peace. If she lingered here for too long, she feared she too would succumb. Yun Zhao zipped up her bulging military backpack and signaled the driver to pull over. Once a flaw was detected, the barrier would be quickly touched by the mental strands. The bothersome dark substance emerged once more from the floor bead, and the intertwined black threads launched another ambush. The bluebird, upon seeing this, began to jump in agitation. Filth. Stinking refuse. It had been incessantly harassed. This park, adjacent to the city center, was bustling with traffic and pedestrians on the street, yet it was devoid of life. Eerily quiet, with not even the sound of birds. Yun Zhao entered the park, bent down to pick up a small stone, and threw it into the air. The stone seemed to encounter an invisible membrane, rebounding with a thud and rolling a few times upon hitting the ground. This was the place, without a doubt. Yun Zhao approached slowly, raising her gaze to observe her surroundings as the greenish-blue strands of mental energy consumed the dark substance, gradually enveloping her and extending towards the barrier. She extended her hand to touch the invisible barrier, just beyond which lay the unseen world. Before her, merely a few steps away, Xie Tu had arrived. The closer he drew to the transparent barrier, the more intense that peculiar sensation became. This was the keen intuition of a sentinel. The person he sought was right in front of him, obstructed by an invisible barrier. Chapter 35. Breaking the barrier and meeting again, the two stood face to face, separated by the transparent barrier that obscured their line of sight. Yun Zhao gently closed her eyes, attempting to wield her mental strands to dissolve it. She recalled what Director Bai had said during the initial assessments. No one was more adept than a guide at establishing and breaking barriers. Her mental strands flowed like agile serpents, the glimmers of luminescence adhering to the transparent wall as they relentlessly assailed the barrier. It began to tremble slightly. The bluebird suddenly lifted its gaze, its ice-blue eyes fixated on the barrier, as if attempting to discern the scene beyond the obstruction.
Ah!
I've caught a whiff of that unpleasant scent. The unpleasant scent? From beyond the barrier? The surroundings remained eerily silent in the park. Behind Xie Tu, the bustling street seemed to have been pressed on pause, the cacophony faded, and the crowd turned to stare at him with blank expressions. Gradually, they morphed into familiar figures, slowly encircling him, his father, his mother, comrades who had once fallen. Stay here, don't go. Xie, I'm right here. Turn back and look at me. A man, resembling a rabbit to some degree, with a gentle face, stood behind him, calling out incessantly. The communicator on his wrist displayed that the pollution concentration was rising, 61, 65, 66, 70, 74. The rate of increase was alarmingly rapid. The fire phoenix felt an overwhelming discomfort, its crimson eyes filled with fury, rolling restlessly within the realm of his consciousness. Hurry, I want to kill them. Xie Tu's deep gaze flickered with a hint of blood red as he reached out to touch the transparent barrier, attempting to break through. At that moment, the barrier suddenly quivered, revealing a small crack. The fissure gradually expanded, spreading like a spider's web across the entire barrier. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into the air. The barrier that had separated them abruptly vanished. Their palms met, eyes locking unexpectedly, the sensation of skin against skin causing their hearts to race. Yun Zhao felt a warmth radiating from his palm, an odd sensation, yet there was no time for contemplation. A few steps apart, half in darkness, half in daylight, the sky above Xie Tu's city was shrouded in dense, dark matter, with countless grotesque entities emanating black mist looming behind him. These monsters did not attack. They merely stood silently, their eerie gazes fixed upon him.
Go!
Xie Tu stepped into her city, pulling her along as they fled. The grotesque entities behind them suddenly sprang into action, their expressions contorted, revealing a terrifying and grotesque countenance as they howled and charged toward the pair. Come back. Hurry back. It was as if a summons from the abyss, laden with endless seduction and malevolent power, attempting to drag them into an inescapable doom. The voice sent chills down their spines. It is quite peculiar. The area where Yun Zhao resides remains utterly unaffected. The pedestrians and vehicles within the car are oblivious to the monstrous entities pursuing them. Yun Zhao observes a woman on the street, engrossed in her phone as countless aberrant creatures, exuding black mist, pass directly through her form. Thick, viscous slime drips continuously from her body, and wherever it touches the ground, a hissing sound emanates, accompanied by billowing clouds of acrid white smoke, revealing its potent corrosive nature. The woman displays no reaction, seemingly captivated by some message on her screen, her expression betraying a girlish shyness. Is this merely an illusion? Some individuals may not truly exist, or perhaps they once did, many years ago. Yun Zhao, her stamina waning, has barely sprinted a few paces when Xie Tu seems to sense something amiss. He swiftly encircles her waist, lifting her effortlessly as he accelerates. Their escape hastens significantly. The aberrant creatures behind them surge forward like a relentless tide, their dense black mist quickly tainting the half of the sky above this barrier. Yun Zhao releases her mental threads, a delicate emerald luminescence that appears paltry in the face of the overwhelming darkness. Unless she summons the great green bird, but it is only the first day, she is reluctant to reveal all her cards so soon. The straps of her military backpack constrict uncomfortably. Instinctively, Yun Zhao attempts to adjust her position, hurling her milk tea at the pursuing monstrosities. Of course, it would offer no harm to them. The little green bird incessantly curses in her ear. Do not allow him to touch you. Make him remove his hand. If he lets go, I will fall. Yun Zhao silently communicates her thoughts to it. I believe the captain is rather amiable. Do not harbor prejudice against him. The little bird scoffs disdainfully. holding no one in esteem save for its own essence. The wind whips past her ears. Suddenly, the bright light behind them is swallowed by darkness. A black wall looms, rapidly advancing towards them, engulfing the pedestrians, vehicles, and buildings in an instant, all consumed by the infinite void. Countless aberrant creatures roar as they charge towards the pair. In that fleeting moment, the sky seems to tear apart, and the darkness descends like a heavy shroud. Xie Tu clutches her tightly, sprinting with remarkable speed, their footsteps and labored breaths intertwining. Labored breathing? The Sentinel possesses extraordinary physical prowess and heightened perception. She is not heavy. So why is she panting so fiercely after only a brief run? His emotions are in turmoil. I do not wish to provide him guidance. Yun Zhao is struggling to reposition the discomforting military backpack, cradling it in front of her. You have no say in this.
What?
Xie Tu's voice comes from above her. She unwittingly lets her thoughts slip. Yun Zhao purses her lips, saying nothing. We must devise a way to halt the advancing black wall. Xie Tu runs with remarkable speed, yet consistently evades the oncoming throngs of people. His voice grows hoarse. Do not worry. That is merely a reaction to the spatial collapse. It will cease shortly. The illusion that binds him is crumbling. Yet this domain is her territory. The gatekeeper establishes rules and adheres to them. Is that so? Yun Zhao rests her head against his broad shoulder, glancing back frequently to assess the distance. The scene behind them is particularly harrowing. Monstrous figures, cloaked in black mist and contorted in form, disregard the pedestrians and vehicles on the street, howling as they charge towards their target. They are driven by a fervent obsession, intent on returning Xie Tu to where he belongs. Further away, the black wall indeed begins to slow its encroachment. The space wavers, gradually undulating as if undergoing self-repair. The cacophony of roars is deafening. Some advanced aberrant creatures move with astonishing speed, nearly leaving afterimages. Two shadows leap onto a car and leap towards them from above. Xie Tu quickens his pace, the wind howling past his ears as he fires behind him without turning his head. The Sentinel's acute senses are evident at this moment. Two gunshots ring out, striking the lethal heads of the two swiftly moving creatures. The shadows collapse, howling in anguish. Such incredible speed, yet remarkably precise. Yun Zhao, resting against his shoulder, cannot tear her gaze away. Is this the prowess of an S-rank sentinel? Xie Tu, however, is too preoccupied to acknowledge her. Upon noticing the black wall has halted, he swiftly pivots, guiding her into a narrow alleyway. He knocks over a trash can, debris scattering in all directions. He seems intimately familiar with this terrain, deftly navigating through twists and turns, entering an aged residential building, successfully shedding the pursuing aberrant creatures. Only upon reaching the dimly lit stairwell, where the outside cacophony fades to silence, does he release her. Yun Zhao's feet finally touch the ground. The visibility in the stairwell is exceedingly dim, only allowing for the blurred outline of the man beside her. The sound of heavy, rapid breathing resonates in her ears. There are no visible injuries. Having been in a state of heightened tension for an extended period, the issue must lie within the mental realm. Despite her dire condition, her combat potential remains formidable. Sentinels and guides are indeed markedly different. Yun Zhao's thoughts coalesce. Suddenly, strands of luminescent mental energy flicker into existence, illuminating their faces. The man is tall. Yun Zhao barely reaches his shoulder, needing to tilt her head upward to meet his gaze. Beads of sweat his forehead and his eyes, bloodshot and crimson, reflect his distress. The swirling mental threads encircle them, attempting to penetrate his being. Xie Tu senses her mental threads approach, and his body stiffens. She is trying to establish a mental connection. The threads swiftly detect his resistance. Do not resist. Ignoring the little green bird's protests, Yun Zhao raises her right hand to his forehead, channeling her mental energy as she articulates, "You need guidance now." Chapter 36, The First Guidance. The soft warmth pressed against his forehead further unsettles his already fragile state of mind. Xie Tu leans against the doorframe, his bloodshot eyes gazing down at her. Previously, guides at the base required a tranquil, gentle environment with comfortable lighting for mental guidance, to avoid external stimuli that might agitate the sentinel. This is hardly a safe place. Does she not understand, or does she merely disdain it? Xie Tu chooses to trust her, ceasing his resistance, simply stating, "There is no time. We need not establish a mental connection." Mental guidance consists of an outer layer and an inner layer. The outer layer merely entails simple cleansing and does not allow for a connection into the sentinel's mental realm. His current state is dire and requires guidance, lest he be easily affected again. However, cleansing the dark matter within the mental realm would consume too much time. They must find their teammates swiftly. the rabbit may be in grave danger. There is no time to waste. Very well, Yun Zhao concedes. She slowly closes her eyes, taking a deep breath as she attempts to maneuver her mental threads, inching closer to Xie Tu, and then entering his body. Unlike guidance for a lower-rank sentinel, Xie Tu is an S-rank sentinel. His mental core is extraordinarily powerful, and impulsive intrusion would only provoke his resistance, or even instinctive aggression. Hence, she proceeds with caution, her mental threads tentatively approaching. Xie Tu does not resist her intrusion, yet his hands, which hang at his sides, suddenly clench tightly, as if he is straining to contain himself. Since the guide's arrival at the Dawn base, he has come to realize that any form of resistance is futile. She will undoubtedly influence him. A tempest of frenzied, violent, and shadowy emotions crashed upon her like surging waves. Though she had not ventured into the realm of the mind, Yun Zhao seemed to perceive the exuberance of the fire phoenix as it assisted her in prying open the core of her essence. Fortunately, my little bluebird is not one to betray me from within. She continued to release strands of mental energy, diligently purifying all visible dark matter on the surface. The little bluebird, unable to resist its true form, reluctantly brandished its luminescence, performing this cleansing task for the sentinel it found so distasteful. The sheer volume was staggering. A dense mass of intertwining black threads, far exceeding anything previously encountered during the cleansing of sentinels. This was merely the surface of his mental core. Within the mental realm, the fire phoenix once again experienced that comforting sensation, joyfully greeting the Qinghuan, only to be met with the bluebird's haughty dismissal. What a creature filled with dark threads in its mind. The cleansing process proceeded with remarkable ease. Xie Tu kept his head bowed, exhibiting no signs of resistance. Under the guidance's soothing influence, his tense muscles gradually relaxed. The mental strands were calming his agitation, capturing fragments of his current emotions, submission and resignation. The legendary S-class Sentinel appeared unusually compliant in her presence. Such a sensitive and irascible being as a Sentinel seemed particularly suited for control. This thought flitted through Yun Zhao's mind, leaving her astonished at her own reaction. Why did she harbor such an idea? Every second of the guiding process felt like torment for Xie Tuesday. He could sense the trajectory of the mental strands as they traversed the core of his mind. A gentle, cool warmth flowed into his consciousness, bringing with it a long-lost peace, yet the fire phoenix's obedience to her stirred a different kind of vexation within him. As the dark matter within the core was cleansed, he prepared to sever this connection while the guide was distracted. Do not move. A voice resonated in his mind. It was the guide's emotional resonance ability, conveying words to him through this medium. It seems the Guardian has been monitoring me all along. Seizing the moment, Yun Zhao recounted the events that transpired after her entrance, including the aberrant creature masquerading as her uncle and the dark matter that had persistently ambushed her. She felt woefully uninformed about the contaminated zone and sought the insights of the seasoned Xie Tuesday. How should we lure it out and eliminate it? Xie Tu slowly opened his eyes and spoke directly. Discreet conversation is futile. In this domain, the Guardian reigns supreme, omniscient, and omnipotent. It can perceive everything. Yun Zhao's expression reflected shock. It can hear even though it cannot breach my mental barrier? Seizing the opportunity, Xie Tu subtly distanced himself from her, wary of the situation's potential volatility, and grasped the strap of her dangling backpack. He then inquired, "What does the peculiar contaminated zone resemble to you?" Yun Zhao was left puzzled. Does it resemble a mental realm? Xie Tu turned to regard her, stating, "In your mental world, you wield control over everything, freely constructing the reality you desire. Can any disturbance therein escape your notice?" Yun Zhao, unaware of his subtle movements, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, murmuring, "Are you suggesting that the contaminated zone is, in fact, a mental realm?" Xie Tu affirmed with a nod, explaining that this theory had been proposed decades ago by a researcher at the Hope Base, whose surname was Qi. His hypothesis garnered much support, particularly among sentinels who had ventured into the contaminated zones. The consensus grew stronger with contemplation, suggesting that the contaminated zone indeed functioned as the Guardian's mental domain. Once one steps into its absolute territory, aside from eliminating it or acquiring a key according to the rules to exit, no other actions can remain concealed from it. Perhaps it was this capability that gave rise to the two unique soldier types, sentinels and guides. Yet Yun Zhao was an exception. Her formidable mental strength countered the Guardian of the 88th contaminated zone. While the Guardian could not breach her defenses, it did not mean it was unaware of her actions. Yun Zhao gradually comprehended the implications. Xie Tu, aware of her recent arrival at the base and lack of training, took it upon himself to enlighten her, discovering the Guardian had been a mere coincidence. In the 60th year of the Dark Apocalypse, With the emergence of a new contaminated zone, the 316 underground shelter had fallen. Within its confines resided a father and daughter who were inseparable. The daughter had initially transformed into an aberration, while the father managed to survive. The anguish of losing his daughter left him in despair. After hiding within the contaminated zone for some time, his heart heavy with grief, he chose to return home on his daughter's birthday, intending to take his own life after sorting through her belongings. Prior to this, no one had ever emerged alive from a contaminated zone. Upon returning to his residence, he adhered to local customs, burning the toys his daughter had cherished in her lifetime. Unbeknownst to him, the Guardian was among them. As he cast a tattered doll into the flames, the entire contaminated zone began to distort. The vertical structures warped, and the houses swayed like waves. According to the father's recollection, he heard his daughter repeatedly calling out to him, "Daddy, it hurts so much. Please hold me out. It is not my daughter. It is a monster." Despite his deep love for his child, the father understood that the one calling him was not his daughter. The scene within the contaminated zone swayed violently. As the flames gradually consumed the doll, the entire domain shattered. The 316th contaminated zone collapsed before his eyes. From that moment on, humanity realized that contaminated zones could indeed be eradicated. This monumental discovery sparked humanity's counteroffensive, yet the underlying truths of the calamity remained elusive, preventing the complete eradication of all contaminated zones. As Xie Tu contemplated the current mission, his gaze deepened. The Jiangmu squad consisted of 1 S-class sentinel and 5 A-class sentinels, all possessing formidable power. Mere illusions could not account for their complete annihilation. Yet they remained trapped within. What could be the reason? Perhaps another factor was at play. They could not find the key to escape. Leaders from various bases likely grasped this reality as well. Chapter 37. Is she here on vacation? The Fire Phoenix emitted a series of low, discontented murmurs within the mental realm, seemingly dissatisfied with the cessation of the guiding process. Xie Tu's inner turmoil was quelled, and his breathing returned to normal. The key may indeed be crucial to the 88th contaminated zone. Ignoring the Phoenix's protests, he continued, the key possesses a commonality, obsession. Completing a specific obsession grants one access to the key. In recorded cases at the base, there was an instance of someone inadvertently entering a contaminated zone, terrified and hiding in a residential building. Awakening in the middle of the night, they discovered the kitchen faucet left running. Xie Tu paused. Reflecting on the scarcity of water resources in the wasteland era, a deeply ingrained notion that prompted him to instinctively turn off the faucet, resulting in the appearance of the key. Forgetting to turn off the faucet upon exiting was also a form of obsession. The methods for acquiring keys are diverse and often straightforward. Sometimes, serendipity leads to their acquisition. All teams from the operations department prioritize searching for a key immediately upon entering a contaminated zone. This ensures that even if the mission fails, they can withdraw in a timely manner. If the Jiangmu squad detects issues within the mental realm, they could easily touch the key to exit the contaminated zone, unless they fail to find the key. It is likely that leaders from various bases have also come to this realization. Thus, Minister Duan emphasized the necessity of obtaining the key before taking any action. It is clear now. Yun Zhao lowered her gaze. She had contemplated directly asking the gatekeeper for the key. However, it now appeared that deceiving it would be futile. If they were to intrude upon the gatekeeper's mental realm, how could they possibly locate and eliminate it amidst the vast and bizarre domain? How did you accomplish the task in the 4-star contaminated zone? Yun Zhao inquired. Minister Duan had previously mentioned that 3 4-star contaminated zones had been eradicated, one of which was handled by Xie Tu's squad. Xie Tu's eyes darkened as he replied, "It's a long story. I'll recount it to you once we locate the others." It was during that mission that they lost a teammate, the former sniper of Team Zero, the beloved elder brother of Rabbit, who had been her sole companion for many years. She inherited his sniper rifle, embodying his will, and became the new sniper of the squad. The others did not concern him greatly. For some, the effects of mental illusions were minimal. For instance, the guide and perhaps Duanxi. Yet for Rabbit, her mental defenses were inherently fragile, and there was a significant likelihood that she would succumb to the illusions. Yun Zhao nodded in understanding. Perhaps it was due to her recent addition to the team, having spent little time with her comrades, that she felt a lesser emotional attachment. To her, it seemed prudent to seek the key first, knowing it was pivotal to the 88th contaminated zone. However, as the captain, Xie Tu had resolved to confront the gatekeeper, rendering the key somewhat superfluous in her eyes. If the captain decided to regroup first, then so be it. All right, let us go. The commotion outside had long since ceased, and the two descended the staircase. This building, an elevator apartment, appeared somewhat aged, with mottled walls and water stains seeping through in irregular yellow patches. As they descended, Yun Zhao belatedly noticed that the man beside her was gripping her backpack strap. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, haughtily tilting its head and casting a sidelong glance at the man, seemingly displeased with his actions. Xie Tu offered no explanation. He heard movement below. As someone ascended the stairs, an elderly woman, hunched and carrying a pile of cardboard waste, moved slowly up the staircase. Xie Tu pulled Yun Zhao aside to make way. He towered over her, his well-defined muscles evident, and as they brushed past each other in the narrow stairwell, he inadvertently bumped into the cardboard. In that instant, those items seemed to acquire substance. The old woman suddenly turned, her murky eyes fixating on them, exuding an indescribable peculiarity. The atmosphere grew eerie. Yun Zhao glanced back and unexpectedly asked, "Do you need help?" The old woman offered no response, her gaze unwavering, her lips moving slightly as if murmuring something inaudible. Yun Zhao inquired again, "What floor do you live on?" The elderly woman remained silent, shifting her gaze back to the cardboard and continuing her slow ascent. Xie Tu regarded her retreating figure thoughtfully, then resumed pulling Yun Zhao's backpack strap as they descended. Once the indistinct shadow vanished around the corner, Yun Zhao questioned Xie Tu. "What did she just say?" She said, "You cannot leave," Xie Tu replied.
Oh.
They dismissed this peculiar encounter. The absurdities within the contaminated zones were far too numerous. A disjointed utterance was insufficient to disturb Xie Tu's composure. However, Yun Zhao pondered the implications of touching objects to render them tangible. Did this mean that items from the contaminated zone could be taken outside? She handled the little bluebird daily, yet it remained a spiritual entity. The little creature sensed her thoughts and remained silent on her shoulder. They exited the residential building. Outside, the weather was fair, with a clear blue sky and the sounds of honking vehicles and bustling life all around. Yet the scene along the street was starkly discordant. At one end, there was prosperity and chatter, with a ceaseless flow of traffic. At the other, it resembled a battlefield, shrouded in dark matter, the road and buildings corroded by black sludge, leaving them riddled with wounds, while cars lay abandoned like scrap metal in the middle of the road. It was as though two disparate worlds had been torn from a dream. The massive legion of aberrant creatures had vanished, and the space was gradually mending itself. It was both wondrous and uncanny. Xie Tu approached the roadside, once more seizing a native's car keys, urging Yun Zhao to get in. This place mirrored the barrier he had just occupied, with the pedestrians appearing identical. For students, each holding ice cream cones, strolled past, laughing and chatting. Not far away was where he had shot the aberrant creature impersonating his father. Xie Tu closed the car door, but did not start the engine immediately, instead analyzing. "It seems we are the only four who have strayed. Other than the ammunition and some supplies in the military backpack, everything else is in the armored vehicle. Song Liang is likely with the vehicle. We must first locate Rabbit. Duan Shi and Tao Hahao have not separated. They vanished together while the vehicle was shrouded in mist." Yun Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, but posed a question. "There are still 3 barrier edges I have yet to examine. We can only choose one barrier to breach now. If I step out of this space, it will collapse, meaning we must choose one of 3. There is no turning back." Xie Tu started the vehicle, calmly stating, "I will choose." The car surged into the flow of traffic, pedestrians hurriedly passing by, their figures fleetingly flashing by the car window, creating a fleeting illusion that they truly belonged to this lively and peaceful world. Ultimately, Xie Tu opted for the eastern direction. The communication device had ceased to function, rendering them oblivious to the passage of time. An extensive duration passed, yet the city remained bathed in daylight, the sky unchanged, making it difficult to perceive the passage of time. However, human energy expenditure and physical stamina had not stilled. Xie Tu retrieved water and energy bars from his military backpack, offering them to Yun Zhao. "Have something to replenish your strength." Yun Zhao glanced at him, but did not extend her hand. Instead, she silently turned and opened her own backpack. From within, she extracted several boxes of spicy and sour noodles, instant noodles, strawberry cream biscuits, cream bread, pickled chicken feet, and various yogurts. The front seat quickly became a veritable feast. "I'm not hungry, will you eat?" she posed, adopting an air of nonchalance. Her military backpack was the lightest, containing no ammunition, and the largest bottle of water occupied only a small portion, contrasting starkly with the half-empty packs of her fellow team members. Yun Zhao munched her way along, taking the opportunity to replenish her backpack. Xie Tu, witnessing such an abundance of food, displayed a rare complexity of expression but ultimately said nothing, reaching for a bag of cream bread, tearing it open, and taking a hearty bite. The sweetness of the bread unfurled in his mouth, deepening the complexity of his mood. Her demeanor suggested she had clearly already eaten her fill. They had entered to face trials, yet she seemed to be on holiday? Chapter 38. Who are you? As they approached an intersection, the traffic light turned red, and the vehicles gradually came to a halt, forming an elongated queue. The outside world no longer adhered to the rules of traffic lights. Some remnants of the old era had been preserved, with roads unmaintained for extended periods, riddled with numerous potholes and cracks that stretched like grotesque scars. Desolation and silence prevailed, devoid of any semblance of life, forming a stark contrast to everything before them. Yun Zhao gently closed her eyes, releasing strands of mental energy to traverse the skies above the city in search of the barrier's edge to the east. Ever since their reunion, the dark lines that had once plagued her had ceased to manifest. Had she overestimated the gatekeeper's prowess? The rules, the solo instance illusions, were rife with flaws. Her very existence rendered the dismantling of barriers remarkably effortless. Found it, you fool. The little bluebird, having grown weary of the external scenery, began to cast sidelong glances at the others, its disdain aimed at the gatekeeper, yet its gaze fixated on Xie Tu's. Yun Zhao gestured towards the intersection, prompting a halt, and soon discovered the barrier's perimeter. Xie Tu complied, steering the vehicle to a stop on the road. The little creature's demeanor and movements could hardly escape his notice. Exiting the car, Xie Tu once again grasped the strap of Yun Zhao's backpack, raising an eyebrow at the little bluebird in a manner that was undeniably provocative. The little creature indeed began to stomp its feet. Annoying. So annoying. Yun Zhao found it rather curious that he was teasing the bluebird. Captain, please refrain from teasing it. It does not take kindly to such antics. Xie Tu's expression turned serious as he withdrew his gaze, instantly adopting a demeanor of aloofness and detachment. Yet his grip on her backpack strap remained unyielding, following the luminous trails of glowing particles. They arrived at the entrance of the city library. Through the glass doors, they could discern vague silhouettes within. Light streamed through the windows, illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air. Xie Tu reached for the door, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. The hand that had been holding her backpack strap shifted to grasp the handle instead. Let us commence. Xie Tu narrowed his eyes, surveying the vicinity of the library. Plotting an escape route. Yun Zhao nodded, and countless strands of green mental energy ascended the transparent wall, initiating a psychic infiltration to assault the barrier. It took but a brief moment for fissures to appear on the barrier, radiating outward. Xie Tu remained vigilant, yet, as before, the city around them remained undisturbed, with the traffic and pedestrians behind them not a single one approaching this way. Why had she not been impacted by the illusion? Crack. With the barrier shattered, Xie Tu swiftly hoisted her military backpack and swept her into his arms, dashing into the library. Yun Zhao, prepared, instinctively pressed one hand against his chest, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. As they breached the threshold, the sky behind them suddenly darkened, as if cloaked by an invisible giant hand. The stunning cityscape illusion shattered like a broken mirror, fragments disintegrating into nothingness. Just a glass door away, the outside was left in a heart-stopping void of darkness and murkiness. Yet the monsters did not materialize. The patrons engrossed in their reading within the library remained unaffected, their heads bowed as they continued their solitary pursuits. The library has but one exit. Shall we exit directly? Yun Zhao inquired. Xie Tu was inspecting the library's surroundings, where towering bookshelves stood in neat rows, filled with an array of exquisite tomes, systematically organized by category and number. Each book was pristine and orderly, the titles on their spines distinctly legible. If only they could bring them all back. Outside the glass window, the sun continued to shine brightly. Let us simply break the glass to exit, Xie Tu suggested. He carried her to a glass window on the first floor and, with a forceful kick, shattered it. Yun Zhao, nestled in his embrace, suddenly turned her head, peering through his broad shoulder into the library. The moment they stepped out, every patron lifted their heads in unison, their vacant stares directed at the pair. How strange. Why did they not attack? The aberrant beings, drawn to the contaminated zone, could behave like ordinary humans within. Did they possess self-awareness? Yun Zhao recalled the man with the square face, seeking his wages, and the aunt looking for her daughter. They were sentient beings. Were they unable to resist under the gatekeeper's absolute domain? The process unfolded with unexpected smoothness. Within mere minutes of entering the city, Yun Zhao and Xie Tu had successfully located Duan Shi and Tao Hahao, along with another man clad in black combat attire. The three men were on the street, engaging passers-by in conversation. What do you wish to do today? Is there anything we can assist you with? Do you have dreams or obsessions? We can help you realize them. They held guns in their hands, their inquiries resembling that of a bandit holding a street robbery. The detained Aberrant paused in confusion for a moment before suddenly lunging with its sharp appendages.
Bang.
She had been prepared, and a single bullet sent it away. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, the three turned simultaneously. She froze for 2 seconds, the muzzle of his gun inadvertently aimed at the two newcomers, who turned out to be the captain and Yun Zhao. Xie Tu's dark eyes brimmed with disdain.
Fool.
He faced the gun's barrel without flinching, redirecting his attention to another youth in black combat gear, whose face seemed somewhat familiar. They had crossed paths a few times before. It was Zhou Tiankai, a member of the Jiangmu team from the Dawn base. Xie Tu inquired directly, "Where is Jiangmu?" Zhou Tiankai shook his head, responding, "I do not know. We separated upon entry. The people and items in this city appear devoid of obsession, and we cannot obtain the key." Shi and Tao Hahao paused momentarily, then quietly deliberated. "Look at the shoulder of the psychic guide. The Aberrant cannot manifest a mental entity, right? They seem to be the true captain and the psychic guide?" Shi swiftly holstered his weapon, his expression one of despair. This is bad. He had dared to point a gun at the captain. While the captain appeared nonchalant now, he would undoubtedly settle the score once they returned. Yun Zhao leaned closer, asking the two, "Have you seen the rabbit?" Shi appeared anxious. Tao Hahao replied, "No. We too have uncovered the truth behind the illusion. We encountered Zhou Tiankai while searching for an exit. The mental illusion barrier. Sentinels are not adept at establishing mental barriers. They might find and dismantle the barrier, but it requires time." It was unexpected that the captain and the psychic guide had arrived so swiftly. But how had they ended up together? Yun Zhao expressed mild surprise. "Did you just meet as well?" Both nodded in unison. Yun Zhao turned her gaze towards the two who were conversing. The unfamiliar sentinel bore a doll-like face yet was somewhat expressionless, giving off an impression of a child masquerading as an adult. Xie Tu continued his dialogue with Zhou Tiankai. 3 days? Xie Tu's eyes darkened. "Are you saying you have been in this barrier for 3 days? Or that you have been in the contaminated zone for 3 days total?" 3 days in total, Zhou Tiankai responded calmly. According to the time outside, the Jiangmu team had been inside for a month. "No," Xie Tu interjected, "the flow of time within the domain does not influence the external world. After all, it is a realm of the mind. The timeline can revert to the past but cannot alter the present or affect the future. It can only evolve based on existing foundations." During the first lesson of training for combat unit members, questions often arose regarding whether differing time flows would result in entering a mission and emerging years later in the outside world. They had conducted numerous experiments, and such occurrences did not happen. Without hesitation, Xie Tu drew his sidearm, pressing it against Zhou Tiankai's temple. The Jiangmu team had traversed countless contaminated zones. How could they possibly be unclear on this matter? The sudden turn of events left the others, including Yun Zhao, momentarily stunned. Xie Tu pulled the trigger, his tones suddenly turning icy as he questioned Zhou Tiankai. "Who are you?" In Chapter 39, the spiritual entity has disappeared. Zhou Tiankai's expression remained unruffled. "I am Zhou Tiankai. Does Captain Xie not recognize me anymore?" His calm demeanor seemed somewhat eerie, devoid of any emotion. Without warning, Xie Tu seized his arm and forcefully pinned him face down to the ground, extending his hand to probe Zhou Tiankai's neck. The warmth of life radiated from him, his carotid artery pulsing steadily. He was indeed a living being. Yet, something was distinctly amiss with Zhou Tiankai. Despite being subdued, his face betrayed no expression. Nor did he struggle even slightly. What was going on? Yun Zhao finally discerned the peculiarity. Yes, her mental strands could capture emotions, but since their arrival, she had sensed none emanating from Zhou Tiankai. How could a human be devoid of emotional fluctuations? Shi and Tao Hahai stood dumbfounded, but quickly regained their senses and rushed to assist in subduing him. The captain had not fired, indicating Zhou Tiankai was indeed alive. "What is wrong with him?" Tao Hahai inquired. Xie Tu did not reply, instead commanding, "Go find some rope and bind him." "Understood." Shi responded eagerly, rising to observe momentarily before dashing into a nearby sports store. The rope was swiftly procured, and the 3 men secured Zhou Tiankai tightly. Even as he was bound, he continued to murmur, "I am Zhou Tiankai. Does Captain Xie not recognize me?" His demeanor reminded Yun Zhao of those mechanical, repetitive actions characteristic of aberrant beings. She raised her hand slightly, and a shimmering green light appeared, swiftly enveloping Zhou Tiankai's body. Closing her eyes, she attuned herself to the mental strands. However, Zhou Tiankai's mental barrier was shrouded in a layer of gray mist, preventing her access. To intrude recklessly could harm him. potentially rendering him a fool, though he appeared somewhat foolish already. What if there was still hope? Yet, regardless of how her mental strands probed, his spiritual realm remained unresponsive. When Yun Zhao slowly opened her eyes, she uttered in disbelief, "His spiritual entity has vanished."
What?
Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Xie Tu's expression shifted instantly. A spiritual entity cannot stray too far from its host. How could it simply disappear? The spiritual entity possesses an independent sensory system, existing as a separate entity to some extent. However, the spiritual entity relies on the sentinel and guide for its existence, maintaining a telepathic bond with the host. What would become of a sentinel who loses their spiritual entity? No one knew. Xie Tu's countenance darkened as he sprang to his feet, extending his perception. Duan Shi. Check if Zhou Tiankai's spiritual entity is nearby. Yes. Duan Shi understood the gravity of the situation and immediately complied, releasing his own spiritual entity. The spiritual entity, twice the size of a typical peregrine falcon, soared low, weaving through the streets. Tao Hahai, carrying the bound Zhou Tiankai, tossed him at the captain's feet and sprinted onto the street to commandeer a 7-seater van. Yun Zhao stood quietly to the side, her gaze lowered in contemplation. The little green bird perched on her shoulder, appearing nonchalant and indifferent. The peregrine falcon swiftly returned, landing on Duan Shi's arm, its keen eyes sharp and penetrating.
Captain.
There's nothing. Nothing at all, Duan Shi reported anxiously, casting a glance at Zhou Tiankai on the ground. Xie Tu retracted his perception, noting the city was unnervingly normal. The streets bustled with pedestrians, none sparing them a glance, the atmosphere absurdly clamorous. Xie Tu's expression regained its composure. Get in the car. We must locate Tuzi and Song Liang as quickly as possible. The group swiftly loaded the tightly bound Zhou Tiankai into the vehicle and sped toward the city's outskirts. The decision-maker turned out to be Tao Hahai, who drove the car without understanding the various routes, anxiously navigating toward the side of the street with lighter traffic. Eager to reach the barrier's edge. At a red light, they found themselves halted, forced to follow the vehicles in front. Through the car window, Tao Hahai caught sight of his mother standing at the sidewalk, waving cheerfully and seemingly about to approach. The flickering glow of light suddenly jolted him awake. It was not his mother, but rather a grotesque aberration wearing her likeness. A bizarre illusion. Yun Zhao inquired, has anyone encountered such phenomena in previous missions? Is this a mental illusion? Could it signify the attributes of a gatekeeper? Seated beside her, Xie Tu seemed to grasp her thoughts, shaking his head. Yun Zhao was perplexed by the gesture. Did it mean they had never encountered such a thing? Or was it a cue for her to cease her speculation? Did Xie Tu possess knowledge he chose to withhold, having aimed at being the gatekeeper from the beginning? The vehicle soon reached the city's edge, mirroring their last expedition. The group disembarked, and Yun Zhao swiftly located the illusion barrier. The sky darkened instantaneously, and pedestrians converged, an array of aberrations emanating dark mist. Transforming into the forms of Tao Hahai's mother and Minister Duan, their gazes fixed intently upon them. Where are you going? Come back. Let us go to the amusement park. Countless shadowy figures of Minister Duan began to draw nearer. Duan Shi recoiled in fright, exclaiming, "This is terrifying. Does my aunt want to play bumper cars at the amusement park? How frightening." Although he spoke thus, he maintained a semblance of calm. Perhaps because Minister Duan was still alive. Duan Shi did not believe the scene would affect him adversely. In stark contrast was Tao Hahai. During Yun Zhao's efforts to dismantle the barrier, his eyes were tightly shut, clutching the motionless Zhou Tiankai, his forehead beaded with sweat, too fearful to glance back. The little green bird observed his distress and emitted a sound akin to mockery. Chirp. The benevolent little creature flapped its wings, dispersing the dark matter surrounding the larger figure. Tao Hahai indeed felt a surge of relief. Xie Tu stood beside Yun Zhao, observing cracks appear in the invisible barrier. Do not be influenced. Once the barrier shatters, run immediately and stay close to me. There are far too many aberrations. We cannot kill them all. We only have a limited supply of ammunition in our bags. The rest is in the armored vehicle. As the barrier neared its collapse, darkness engulfed the surroundings, the ground crumbling into the abyss, heralding the disintegration of yet another illusion barrier. Yun Zhao instinctively adjusted her stance, burrowing into Xie Tu's embrace. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to grasp her, propelling them forward as the barrier shattered. Tao Hahai, still gripping the unresponsive Zhou Tiankai, followed closely behind, while Duan Shi brought up the rear. A wall of darkness materialized, swiftly closing in on the group. As Duan Shi ran, he glanced back, spotting the horde of aberrations relentlessly pursuing them, still intent on leading him to the amusement park. What fun could there possibly be at the amusement park? He murmured. What a pity to waste so many splendid things. If only we could bring them all out. The bustling street was alive with commotion, vehicles flowing in a continuous stream. Traffic lights flashing in alternating colors, cars speeding past or halting at intersections, awaiting their signal to proceed. A group of 7 or 8 children, pushing their bicycles, frolicked ahead, while their mothers followed closely, chiding, "Slow down. Don't bump into anyone." People chatted and laughed as they passed by the milk tea shop. The staff members busily prepared milk tea according to the order messages. Behind the workbench, a king chameleon lay motionless against the wall of the tea shop, its skin color seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, rendering it perfectly camouflaged amidst the bustling city. Chapter 40. The Rabbit. The rabbit returned home following her brother. A brand new abode, replete with appliances and furnishings, exuding warmth. On the sofa lay adorable cartoon cushions, while the walls, beneath the television cabinet, and throughout the room were adorned with radiant photographs of the sibling pair. Her brother was diligently preparing dinner in the kitchen, the delightful aroma wafting occasionally through the air. The rabbit sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she watched television. Why was dinner being made when the sun had yet to set? A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she observed her brother's busy silhouette, her expression once again turning blank. "Ayu, it's time to eat," came the gentle voice of the man. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Many of the items were unfamiliar to the rabbit. And as she sat down and picked up her chopsticks to serve herself, the dishes materialized before her, their colors and aromas becoming increasingly enticing. The rabbit tasted a shrimp, and it was delicious. The activation of her taste buds seemed to awaken her senses. Suddenly, she seemed to forget something of great importance. It dawned on her. The rabbit hastily set down her chopsticks. "Brother, my spirit entity seems to have disappeared." "Indeed, where has it gone?" The man across from her remained still, his expression gentle and indulgent. "Can you call it back?" The rabbit abruptly stood, bewildered. "Yes, I can sense it. I must go find it."
No ruse.
"Let's have dinner first. Afterward, I'll accompany you."
All right.
After their meal, the man leisurely tidied the dining table and cleaned the kitchen. He then opened the door, carrying a bag of trash, and took her outside to search for her spirit entity. Everything appeared so normal, as if a brother and sister were simply stepping out to locate a lost pet. The spiritual connection became tenuous, on the verge of breaking, instilling a primal panic within the rabbit. It seemed she had forgotten something else as well. But why could she not recall it? "Why is you not listening? Didn't Tiwi agree to come out and find it?" The man gently stroked her hair, her short hair seemingly longer, cascading over her shoulders. While the military backpack remained at home, her black combat uniform stubbornly refusing to change. "Hurry, let us find it together." The rabbit struggled to control her thoughts, her body rigid as she walked toward the milk tea shop. How could her spirit entity have wandered off? It seemed she had let it go, but what had transpired? And why could she not remember a thing? Her body felt foreign. The rabbit's expression gradually shifted to confusion as she moved with stiff strides, drawing nearer to the milk tea shop.
Whoa.
"Rabbit, what are you doing?" A familiar voice rang out from across the street. A group of people suddenly appeared. Vehicles sped by on the road, isolating them. The rabbit desperately tried to regain control of her body, turning to see a figure darting across the street, almost a blur. Reaching her side and covering her eyes. "Don't look." It was Duan Shi's voice. Gunfire erupted, followed by a wailing sound as something collapsed. The rabbit heard Yun Zhao's voice as her hand instinctively touched her forehead.
Do not resist.
Upon saying this, Yun Zhao closed her eyes, and countless luminescent particles enveloped them. The small bluebird on her shoulder vanished into thin air. Beside her, Tao Hahai stood frozen in shock, utterly astonished. Yun Zhao truly doesn't discriminate against environments, daring to conduct spiritual guidance right here on the street. Typically, guides in the counseling room would require rituals of incense and cleansing, almost akin to praying to the gods. The ceremonial effect was maximized. Xie Tu ignored him, entering the milk tea shop alone, and shortly after emerged holding a king chameleon. "Let us head back. It's safe now." The little creature's eyes darted around, expressing an inexplicable sense of grievance towards Xie Tuesday. Its figure gradually disappeared, returning to its familiar spiritual realm. The winds howled ominously. What was once a tropical rainforest now resembled the dark forest, where witches dwelled in fairy tales. Black, withered trees pierced the desolate earth, starkly bare, as if filled with dark matter beneath their bark. A man and a bird stood amidst the boundless darkness, even the sky scattered with black threads. Yun Zhao stood momentarily stunned. In just one day apart, The rabbit's spiritual domain had been so severely eroded. If they had arrived any later, the rabbit would surely have transformed into something akin to Zhou Tiankai. Yun Zhao tread upon the dark earth, surveying the surroundings until she spotted the king chameleon resting on a tree. It seemed to have just returned, its scales morphing into a conspicuous white, as if fearful of being overlooked. The small bluebird tilted its head and remarked, "It says it feels unwell." Yun Zhao extended her hand, allowing it to rest on her arm, as a radiant glow enveloped it, purifying the darkness that clung to its form. The chameleon clung tightly to her with its limbs, comfortably tilting its head back and flicking out its small tongue. Yun Zhao smiled slightly, her fingertips moving. The small bluebird fluttered its wings and took flight. Suddenly, a massive bluebird, radiating a dazzling azure light, materialized out of thin air within the rabbit's spiritual realm. The great bluebird spread its enormous wings, soaring through the dark sky, and let out a resounding call. Countless green spiritual threads emerged from beneath its wings, spreading wildly across the black earth, centered around Yun Zhao. The brilliant luminescence sank into the dark soil and the blackened, withered wood. The enormous wings flapped, stirring up a storm within the rabbit's spiritual domain. Yun Zhao stood alone amidst the forest, her slender form as immovable as a mountain, allowing the wind to tousle her hair. An exceptionally formidable spiritual force, capable of sustaining an entire spiritual domain for an A-class sentinel. The green luminescent threads resembled fireflies on a summer night, occupying the tropical rainforest. The withered trees began to bloom anew. From black to brown, branches and leaves slowly unfurled as the sky gradually cleared. The colossal being soaring above emitted a radiant glow, illuminating every corner. As the sky brightened and the trees sprouted, Yun Zhao prepared to retract her spiritual power but, at that moment, caught a glimpse of a memory. In the vision, a man strikingly similar to the rabbit, donned in the combat uniform of the Dawn base, wielded a familiar sniper rifle. Training alongside Tao Hahai and others in a simulated battle, the image flashed by, followed swiftly by an adult rabbit accepting the well-preserved sniper rifle, joining Team Dawn Zero as the youngest and only female member. Amidst the vast ruins of a desolate site, they executed their mission, the team members sprinting frantically. The rabbit crouched atop a rooftop in the distance, aiming at the advanced aberrations pursuing them. Those aberrations had evolved wings, their beaks extending with alarming speed, akin to sharp weapons lunging toward them. Tao Hahai shouted, "Wang Ji, hurry up and take them down." The rabbit was poised to take aim, when a sudden shout distracted her, causing her to miss the opportune moment. She is not Wang Ji, she is Wang Jiao. Wang Ji is her elder brother, who has already perished. The scene shifts again. Tao Hahao stands with his head bowed before Xie Tu, admitting his mistake. She is Ji's sister. In a moment of urgency, I instinctively called out her name. Ji was their teammate, serving as the team sniper. The sister has inherited her brother's position, leading everyone to subconsciously utter his name. How about giving the sister a nickname? Duan, she suggested, so that there would be no more mix-ups in the future. Song Liang remarked, when she was little, she would bounce around like a little rabbit. Ji said she resembled a bunny. Let's call her Rabbit. Once we get used to it, all will be well. Getting accustomed. Will that suffice? In the shadows, Wang Jiao quietly retreated, bolting home in a flurry, her reddened eyes resembling those of a little rabbit. Chapter 41. The barrier is an illusion. Yun Zhao gradually opened her eyes. The group remained on the bustling street. The rabbit had emerged from her trance, yet her expression still bore a semblance of daze. Rationality returned. The world had never appeared so vivid, her consciousness clearer than ever. As the fluorescence faded, it felt akin to a gentle stream flowing softly. A forest finally graced by nourishing rain. Yet, the rabbit squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. The four burly men surrounding her remained silent. They had navigated through 3 illusionary barriers to find her. Thankfully, they arrived in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Upon seeing Yun, the guide, open her eyes, Duan, she appeared to see a savior, desperately signaling her. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, uncertain of what to say. When the uncles had faced trouble, the townsfolk would offer her empty words of comfort. Yun Zhao found them bothersome and preferred solitude atop the walls rather than listen to those meaningless platitudes. Empathy dictated that the rabbit needed more than mere consolation. Xie Tu spoke in a low tone. The mission is paramount. Let us find a place to rest for an hour before searching for Song Liang. We have been active for at least a dozen hours without respite. They were all aware of Song Liang's situation. His parents were still alive, and he had an elder sister. The illusion should not affect him significantly. Xie Tu turned his head, ignoring the weeping rabbit, and inquired, "Where's your military backpack?" The rabbit wiped her tears, rose silently, and led the way ahead. The group followed her home. Upon entering, they spotted photographs of the siblings adorning the wall. Their earlier actions had been too swift. In truth, Yun Zhao had not seen the grotesque form of the aberrant creature. The man in the photograph exuded warmth, perpetually gracing his sister with a tender smile. Upon seeing the picture, the rabbit could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground, covering her face, as she wept uncontrollably. Tao Hahao tossed Zhou Tinkai onto the living room carpet, burying his head in silence as he sat down. Duan Shi wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh as he settled next to Tao Hahao. Xie Tu stood with his back to them, gazing out the window at the street below. That person was gone. Wang Ji had sacrificed himself for the future of humanity. Xie Tu had not managed to save him. He could only retrieve Ji's sniper rifle, which had consequently triggered turmoil in the spiritual realm, necessitating a 2-month hiatus before resuming missions. This was a bygone era. With the most cherished individuals present, it was no wonder the rabbit was ensnared by confusion.
Yet,
this was ultimately not their time. For those living in a world of desolation, it remained a distant memory. In the living room, apart from the rabbit's heart-wrenching sobs, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Yun Zhao moved to sit on a single sofa, breaking the stillness. Shouldn't we discuss our mission? Now that everyone except Song Liang has returned, we need to find the key and rescue the Jiangmu team. We ought to plan our next steps. This polluted area was constructed from layers upon layers of illusionary barriers. In their search for people, they had traversed 7 barriers. This might merely be the tip of the iceberg within the polluted zone. As for why their earlier success rates had been so high, Yun Zhao attributed it to the Sentinel's acute perception abilities. A Sentinel's intuition could sometimes be alarmingly accurate. They needed to ascertain where Zhou Tinkai's spiritual entity had gone. Xie Tu turned, his voice low. Rabbit, why did your spiritual entity depart? Upon hearing the question, the rabbit halted her tears, biting her lip as she sobbed. Dark matter invaded the spiritual realm, and a voice kept trying to control me. I maintained my sanity to keep it at bay. Once it left, I could feel the spiritual connection weakening. It felt like it might vanish at any moment. Her words sent a chill through the room. The bond between the physical body and the spiritual entity was profound. They had never heard of a spiritual connection potentially severing. They were a singular entity, inseparable. If a sentinel or guide were to perish, so too would their spiritual entity. Xie Tu turned to Yun Zhao. Did you notice anything? Yun Zhao shook her head. The only thing in her spiritual realm was dark matter. If there were other bizarre entities, the rabbit, now in a state of clarity, would surely not be oblivious. The rabbit nodded. Yes, that connection has returned. Mian is fine now. Previously, the guides at the base had conducted sessions with her, and some dark matter would invariably linger. However, an S-class guide was different. The rabbit's mind and senses had never been as clear as they were now. Any disturbance in the spiritual realm could not escape her notice. Xie Tu's gaze darkened, his voice cold. It seems the illusionary barriers are not merely to trap us. Their true objective is the spiritual entities of the sentinels. What happens to a sentinel who loses their spiritual entity? Everyone instinctively glanced at Zhou Tinkai, who still bore a vacant, numb expression, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. He had lost his formidable perception abilities, regressed to mere instinct. Yun Zhao raised her fingertips, and countless strands of spiritual energy surged into Zhou Tinkai's body. The black lines outside the core of his spiritual entity had long been cleared, yet the perimeter of the Sentinel's spiritual barrier was still shrouded in a layer of gray mist, with green fluorescence seeking cracks to penetrate. Still, nothing was found. Forcing their way in would cause Zhou Tinkai's spiritual realm to collapse, rendering any chance of rescue impossible. Duan Shi observed her actions, hesitating before speaking. I am particularly concerned about what Zhou Tinkai said. He mentioned that the people and items in this city seem to lack obsession. They cannot obtain the key. That's impossible, Yun Zhao replied, retracting her spiritual energy. Those aberrant creatures wanting you to return to the realm of illusions are not obsessions. She paused before continuing. The aberrant beings impersonating your loved ones are also obsessions. How could there be none? Tao Hahao could not help but ask. Then why couldn't the Jiangmu team obtain the key? Clearly, the Jiangmu team was in a situation similar to theirs. Once inside, they too had been ensnared by illusions. However, as the captain noted, Jiangmu and his team were exceptionally strong. A mere illusion could not possibly annihilate a combat team equipped with an S-class sentinel and seasoned experience. The only plausible explanation was that they had not found the key and could not escape. Yun Zhao seemed to have a sudden realization, her tones subtly shifting. Perhaps they had not located the true contaminated Area 88. What could that imply? Xie Tu instantly grasped her meaning. The barriers were mere illusions. And thus the key and the obsession could not genuinely exist. Only the city grounded in reality, the authentic contaminated Area 88, could be the place where the key and the guardian resided. Amidst the countless identical city illusions, there must exist one that is the genuine contaminated Area 88. Upon hearing this, the team members felt a chilling sense of dread. Every city was indistinguishable, and marking them was futile, for the space would automatically revert to its original form. How then could they differentiate the barriers they had traversed and locate the true contaminated Area 88 within?
No wonder.
No wonder Jiangmu's team could not escape. They surely must be trapped in here as well. Chapter 42. A brief respite. The living room fell into a profound silence. Everyone remained mute simultaneously. Outside the window, sunlight bathed the entire city. Xie Tu pushed open the window, allowing the cacophony of the city to invade their ears, creating a stark contrast to the atmosphere within. After a moment, Tao Hahao, unable to endure the silence any longer, broke it with a question. So, what shall we do now? Xie Tu stood at the window, his gaze transcending the city's clamor, fixated upon the distant horizon. The city, illuminated by sunlight, appeared vibrant, yet exuded an air of unreality, akin to a painting that was too perfect, evoking a sense of disbelief. The issues at hand were manifold. First, the team was scattered. Second, the whereabouts of the other members of Jiangmu's team remained unknown. Third, they needed to locate the true contaminated Area 88. And finally, where had Zhou Tinkai's spirit entity gone? Xie Tu's stern profile tightened. Let's not forget. Our primary purpose for entering was rescue. First locate the missing individuals, find Song Liang and Jiangmu's team. In light of the circumstances, Xie Tu maintained his calm decisiveness, instructing. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and meticulously discern every barrier we have breached. Understood. The team responded in unison. Rabbit had managed to calm her nerves. She rose and entered the kitchen, retrieving several bags of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and setting water to boil. After a brief interval, Rabbit emerged from the kitchen, presenting a steaming platter of dumplings on the table. Come, everyone, let us dine. Duanxi stole glances at her, relieved to see her back to normal. Since their arrival, they had been in a prolonged state of tension. Now, as they relaxed, fatigue washed over them. There was no time to savor the dumplings' flavor, merely a desire to finish quickly and rest for a while. Surrounding the dining table were a group of men, devouring their meals ravenously. Xie Tu scanned the room, his gaze ultimately resting upon Yun Zhao. She was the only one seated at the table, her demeanor graceful as she delicately picked up dumplings, savoring them in small bites. Clearly, she was not famished. Indeed, the array of snacks in her bag suggested she had indulged quite a bit since their entry. Xie Tu lowered his gaze, swiftly consuming the dumplings on his plate, declaring a 4-hour rest period, instructing everyone to eat well and replenish their strength. According to the time outside, it should now be the early hours of the morning. The team members were not merely drained of physical energy, but also mentally fatigued. Moreover, the guide's stamina was woefully insufficient, necessitating that she receive ample rest. Acknowledged. Duanxi visibly relaxed, burying his head in his portion of dumplings, eager to find a place to sleep. Tao Hahao entered the living room with a small plate of dumplings, where Zhou Tiankai lay bound on the carpet.
With a sigh,
Tao Hahao began to feed him dumplings one by one, saying, "Brother, it's only been a short while since we last met. How have you come to this state?" Zhou Tiankai, swallowing a dumpling, managed to respond before the next one arrived, "I will." He could still communicate, though devoid of emotional expression. After feeding him, Tao Hahao flopped onto the adjacent sofa, closing his eyes to sleep. Yun Zhao and Rabbit entered the inner room. The 10 square meter space was cozily arranged. Rabbit's ever-present sniper rifle and her military backpack rested on the windowsill. Rabbit gazed at the sniper rifle, her expression somewhat dazed. "Sister Yun Zhao, what is the prosperous world truly like? Will my brother's sacrifice bring about peace? Prosperity?" Yun Zhao replied, "It will come once we eliminate the contaminated zones. Everything within these confines is an illusion. Perhaps it once existed, but it does not belong to their era. The old era has become a distant memory. The dark age has ended, giving way to the era of desolation. Outside, the ground is strewn with crumbled soil, and the world has become riddled with scars. People dare not venture beyond the shelters, for the land outside is rife with numerous contaminated zones and aberrant creatures. That is their era." Yun Zhao had often pondered this question, but now she had come to terms with it. Let us regard the old era as our goal moving forward. The guide's endurance and stamina could not match that of the sentinels. Rabbit nodded, seemingly wishing not to disturb her rest, and fell silent thereafter. Yun Zhao lay on the bed, unaccustomed to sharing a sleeping space. She had thought she would struggle to fall asleep, yet once her eyes closed, slumber overtook her. Indeed, she was exceedingly fatigued. The communicator had long since turned to a black screen. Though it was meant to be 4 hours, they could only rely on Xie Tu's notification. Yun Zhao felt as though she had barely closed her eyes before she was roused. She sat up, her hair, which had been neatly tied, now a disheveled mess. Her expression dazed, clearly still in a state of drowsiness. Outside, daylight persisted, as if time itself had frozen. Rabbit was already prepared, her military backpack slung over her shoulder, her sniper rifle in hand. She did not urge Yun Zhao, patiently waiting by the side. As Yun Zhao's gaze gradually sharpened, she reached behind her to untie her hair, letting it cascade like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her eyes swept over Rabbit's hair, which appeared as though it had been gnawed upon by a dog. Likely a result of Rabbit's own recent haircut. Sentinels frequently ventured beyond the base, and long hair was cumbersome to manage. Yun Zhao mused whether she too should shorten her hair. Just as this thought surfaced, it met with vehement opposition from the little bluebird, who could not abide the notion of its host sporting a disheveled hairstyle. With a sigh, Yun Zhao dismissed the idea, swiftly tying her hair back and following Rabbit outside. In the living room, everyone had finished their preparations. Tao Hahao not only carried his grenade launcher, but also held onto the bound Zhou Tinkai with his other hand. Xie Tu surveyed the team, instinctively conducting a final check. Confirming all was well, he commanded, "Let us proceed." Descending to the street, they once more commandeered a vehicle and headed toward the city's outskirts. Duanxi was still at the wheel. Xie Tu instructed, "Let us choose one of the 3 directions to explore." Duanxi started the engine, responding, "Understood." Yun Zhao occupied the front passenger seat by the window. Extracting the map she had drawn at the temporary base, beginning to document all the barriers they had traversed. She delineated the cardinal directions at the bottom of the map, marking arrows to indicate the directions they had breached the barriers. Whenever they found a barrier where someone was located, she marked it with a star. Then she arranged and combined these markings, attempting to discern any patterns. Beside her, Xie Tu inadvertently caught sight of her doodles on the paper. She remained utterly perplexed by her actions. Xie Tu inquired, "Is that a little bluebird?" The small creature perched atop her head immediately became ruffled. Yun Zhao paused her brush, her expression impassive as she looked up at him. "It's a map, specifically the city map of the 88th polluted area." Xie Tu appeared momentarily distracted. He averted his gaze and casually shifted the topic. Distinguishing the true 88th polluted area was not particularly difficult. Merely changing a barrier and seeking out any lingering obsessions would suffice. The challenge lay in penetrating through the myriad illusions to uncover the genuine 88th polluted area. Even without his words, Yun Zhao was acutely aware of this. She lowered her gaze, unwilling to engage further, and pressed her lips together, returning to her previous train of thought. Chapter 43, A New Vocabulary for Insults. The vehicle swiftly approached the eastern edge of the city. Previously, in search of individuals, they had traversed the peripheries in all directions, the library to the east, a park to the west, the ring road to the north, and the station to the south. It was evident that this was not a complete city, merely the expanse of the polluted area. For a typical suburban area, one would not expect to find a library or a park. The group disembarked smoothly. The rabbit seemed somewhat distracted, taking the lead as she stepped toward the library's entrance. "Wait," Yun Zhao called out to her. The others turned to her at the sound of her voice. With her clear, bright eyes, Yun Zhao pointed at the library's entrance. Noting that the barrier appeared to have expanded, she recalled that during their first visit, the barrier had been situated outside the door. But now it had encroached within the bookstore. Tao Hahao and Duanxi, upon hearing her observation, extended their senses to investigate. Indeed, the illusionary barrier had genuinely shifted. The bookstore was expansive, featuring glass doors that offered a clear view of the interior. The glass doors directly faced a staircase leading to the second floor, flanked by towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, adorned with a plethora of diverse books. A few scattered figures were present. Some were turned away from them, searching for books among the shelves, while others sat on the stairs, engrossed in their reading. The phantoms and the grotesque entities bore identical appearances. However, the damned observational prowess of the sentinels allowed them to discern the difference at a glance. For instance, the young girl seated on the second-floor stairs was merely an image, with the illusionary barrier positioned behind her. Xie Tu stepped closer to the door, scrutinizing the scene within, his eyes narrowing as he remarked, "It's a normal phenomenon. The 88th polluted area is expanding, and the illusionary barrier is likewise growing with the polluted expanse." He confirmed that there was no danger inside. Yet, Yun Zhao recalled the last time when Xie Tu had shattered the window to exit, and the people inside had all turned to gaze at them in a strange manner. Duanxi hesitantly asked, should we enter or not? Xie Tu replied, we go in. Just a few grotesque entities. Upon hearing this, Tao Hahao stepped forward and pushed open the door. The occupants inside remained oblivious, continuing their respective activities. The group entered the library and proceeded directly upstairs. Don't get separated. Once the barrier shatters, run immediately, Xie Tu instructed, his gaze fixed on the rabbit. They had navigated through several illusionary barriers before, so they were well acquainted with the process. The rabbit nodded solemnly. I understand, Captain. You can rest assured I won't fall behind. Xie Tu ceased further conversation. Under the protection of the sentinels, Yun Zhao ascended the staircase to the second floor, where the barrier was positioned slightly above the middle of the stairs, allowing a glimpse of the second floor scene. The staircase faced 2 long rows of bookshelves, with 3 or 5 figures moving about. On the far wall hung a clock, its hands frozen at 18 o'clock. Yun Zhao approached the barrier, noting that a girl with braids was seated on the stairs, her head bowed over a review material. From her elevated vantage point, she could only see the swirling vortex at the center of the girl's head, obscuring her facial expression. Yun Zhao withdrew her gaze, and a scattering of green luminescence appeared, climbing the barrier and employing her mental energy to dismantle it. As before, Xie Tu stood protectively by her side, surveying the terrain. The second floor was not particularly high, and he planned to exit through the second window on the right.
Yes.
Just as Tao Hahao, Duanxi, and the rabbit prepared their stances for a sprint following the barrier's collapse, the guide's mental energy suddenly retracted and the luminescence dissipated in an instant. The little bluebird straightened with keen alertness. Everyone sensed a change and instinctively looked up, their gazes locking onto the clock on the second floor wall. Under the scrutiny of all, the clock began to tick, producing a rhythmic tick-tock. What the hell? Time is moving, what's going on? Tao Hahao shouted, his voice booming. Zhou Tinkai, held in his grasp, remained expressionless, replying, I don't know. I didn't ask you, Tao retorted.
Oh.
Behind the barrier, they found themselves unable to ascend to the second floor, helplessly watching the second hand of the clock commence its movement, ticking away. Yun Zhao's expression was focused and serious as she abruptly turned to the sentinels behind her. How does the danger level of this polluted area compare to your previous missions? The contemplative atmosphere was disrupted by her unexpected question, momentarily leaving Duanxi stunned. He responded, danger level? The previous 4-star polluted areas were life-threateningly rapid. One misstep could cost us our lives. In comparison, I find this area less perilous than a 3-star polluted zone. Aside from the distractions and some illusionary attacks, I haven't felt any other dangers. Of course, this was merely his personal opinion. Yun Zhao then turned her gaze to the rabbit, who appeared somewhat dimmed. For stars, I suppose. In past polluted area missions, we've never been separated. If you hadn't come, I might. Tao Hahao interjected, I think it's average. Zhou Tinkai added, average. You lost your spiritual entity and you call it average? Tao Hahao's frustration flared, itching to strike him. Don't speak out of turn. No one asked you. Zhou Tinkai replied flatly, understood. As time reached 1803, Yun Zhao's demeanor remained calm. To speak frankly, your perception of this polluted area's danger level may be due to my presence. The illusionary barrier, without a guide, would require sentinels to forcefully break through. Even with a day's time, they would scarcely clear 2 barriers. Dark matter continuously erodes the mental realm of sentinels. The more they exert their abilities, the faster the erosion occurs. Thanks to my presence, you have managed to gather 5 teammates within mere hours. Moreover, after locating the rabbit, we utilized my S-rank guide's purification ability to awaken her. Yun Zhao was unfamiliar with Jiangmu's team, yet as an S-rank sentinel, they were both leading combat units within their respective bases. Considering the plight of the other members of Zero Team, including Xie Tu's dire state at the time, the difficulty of this polluted area warranted a 4-star rating. The existence of a guide and the guide's abilities specifically counteracting the 88th polluted area had fostered a false sense of security regarding its danger level. Tao Hahao, bewildered, pointed at the clock on the second floor wall. What does that have to do with time moving suddenly? Xie Tu's gaze deepened before he spoke. Because we are nearing the assembly of our entire team, and the next step involves locating the true 88th polluted area, thus elevating the difficulty. The clock indicated 1807. The ticking of time signified the imminent onset of darkness. Duanxi, realizing the implication, muttered a curse, rotten tomatoes, you damn tomato. The little bluebird perched atop her head, exuding an air of superiority, cast a disdainful glance at Tao Hahao and Duanxi. Fools. Yun Zhao inhaled sharply. When did it acquire such new profanities? Its vocabulary had expanded from waste and garbage to include fool. Chapter 44. The combat capability of Team Zero. It was clearly taunting us.
11e tu suis dans l'ISNERED.
Overtly indicating that we should take heed of the impending darkness and find shelter. Such audacity from the gatekeeper. Everyone synchronized their time and adjusted their communication devices to align with the contaminated zone. Xie Tu's demeanor was defiant, his tone imperious, urging everyone to brace themselves and demonstrate the true might of Dawn Team Zero. Yes, the team members responded with fervor. Tao Hahai calibrated the time, lifting his grenade launcher, finally ready to unleash its potential. Compared to navigating mazes and playing hide-and-seek, it was evident that these reluctant thinkers of Team Zero preferred to engage in fierce combat amidst the aberrant creatures. Even Rabbit's eyes brimmed with a thirst for battle. A bunch of brutes, Yun Zhao silently labeled them in her mind. She turned to glance at Xie Tuesday. The man before her seemed like a different person than when he was among the other teammates. She recalled their earlier encounter with Tao Hahai and Duan Shi, when he had cursed someone as a fool. Little Qing Miao had learned from him. Indeed, it was all too easy to learn bad habits. Yun Zhao sighed softly, releasing her mental threads to dismantle the barrier anew. The verdant luminescence danced, filling half the library and forming another mental barrier. This was Rabbit's illusionary city. Her brother had influenced her profoundly, affecting not just her but everyone in Team Zero except Yun Zhao. 1811 points. The barrier shattered, darkness surged like a tide. Xie Tu swiftly embraced her, drawing a sidearm and shattering the glass of the second window on the second floor, charging ahead. The others followed closely behind. Xie Tu leapt from the second floor, the wind briefly howling past their ears, as he slightly bent his knees to absorb some of the force before moving forward without pause. Yun Zhao had grown accustomed to it. She lay against Xie Tu's shoulder. Glancing back, Tao Hahai was closely trailing them, holding Zhou Tiankai, while Duan Shi and Rabbit lagged just 2 steps behind. Behind them, a wall of darkness formed in an instant, as if intent on engulfing the entire world, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. The darkness had arrived. The neatly aligned streetlights flickered to life, and all pedestrians and vehicles vanished from the streets, replaced by a dense mass of aberrant creatures awaiting them. Those repulsive maws stretched and contracted, roaring as they lunged towards the humans. The cacophony of their howls was deafening. Countless monsters loomed ahead, while behind them lay an abyss of consuming darkness. The creatures crowded together, rendering escape routes indistinguishable. They were besieged from all sides.
Bang, bang, bang.
The sound of gunfire erupted from behind. Rabbit and the others unleashed a barrage of fire upon the advancing monsters. The street was already a scene of devastation, pockmarked by corrosive slime. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, and the cobblestones shattered, revealing the damp, muddy black soil beneath. The monsters pressed against one another, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Some were toppled by their companions, instantly trampled into a viscous, indistinct sludge by those behind. Tao Hahai's grenade launcher spat flames continuously, exploding into brilliant bursts among the throng of monsters. He roared. A colossal brown bear spirit manifested, towering at nearly 3 meters, swatting several aberrant creatures into a puddle of liquid. That was Tao Hahai's spirit. Xie Tu stood at the forefront, his steps unyielding as he fired repeatedly, each shot striking true, as a cluster of aberrant creatures fell to the ground. A magnificent phoenix emerged from the void above him, letting out a cry before diving into the swarm of monsters, those aberrant beings igniting in its flames and instantly transforming into puddles of liquid. A vast expanse of ground opened before them. Yun Zhao observed as countless black tendrils began to entwine the phoenix's wings, only to be absorbed into its form. An S-rank spirit was indeed formidable, yet the risk of corruption was equally great. Little Qing Miao reluctantly flapped its wings, scattering countless specks of luminescence across the night sky, flying towards all the spirits. Don't fall behind. Head for the park in the west. Xie Tu's gaze was as cold as a deep pool, leading the way as he turned onto a side path, clutching Yun Zhao. The other directions were teeming with people, but the park was relatively free of monsters. Yun Zhao remained still, nestled in his embrace, and amidst the chaos of gunfire, she spoke. Don't you think the darkness seems to be deliberately guiding us westward? Each time they entered an illusionary city, they faced 3 directional choices. If they chose incorrectly, they would only drift further apart. The sudden increase in difficulty might be due to their inadvertent approach to the objective. Even she had to admit that sometimes a sentinel's keen intuition was alarmingly accurate. Thus, the gatekeeper had grown anxious. It was not a provocation, but rather a survival tactic to divert their attention. Xie Tu glanced down at her for a moment, his expression inscrutable. She seemed utterly devoid of fear. The first-time guide, confronting the aberrant creatures of an entire city, remained unfazed, even more composed than he was. Xie Tu's primary concern was the safety of his teammates, while her mind was solely focused on the mission. Quiet, obedient, perhaps it was merely an illusion. Yet, there was an undercurrent of ruthlessness, as if she regarded everyone but those in her town as inconsequential. She was indeed a paradox. You are correct. Xie Tu swiftly changed his mind, selecting a new direction, to the south train station. Duan Shi's falcon soared above, to scout the way. There are too many. We can't kill them all. Hold your ground. We've just begun. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly from all sides as monsters surged, their howls reverberating throughout the city. Little Qing Niao remained indifferent, casually preening its feathers. Occasionally sensing the consciousness of its true form, it would dismissively flap its wings, aiding the spirits in purifying the dark matter. The cars on the street had long since turned to scrap metal. Unlike their armored vehicles, these were not reinforced against corrosion. With no vehicles to ride, they had no choice but to rely on their legs. The group advanced through the throng of monsters, guided by the Phoenix at the forefront. Captain, we're running low on ammunition. There will likely be more monsters near the station, Duan Shi remarked as he changed his magazine. Xie Tu's bullets were quickly depleted. As he sheathed his firearm, he drew forth a tang sword from the side of his military backpack. Less talking, everyone follow closely. The Phoenix relentlessly charged into the oncoming aberrant creatures. Xie Tu moved like the wind, trailing behind his spirit, executing swift and precise strikes with his blade, holding back the oncoming monsters from 3 directions. Those aberrant beings not swept away by the Phoenix were swiftly dispatched by his deft strokes. Black slime splattered everywhere, and he instinctively shielded the person in his arms. Yun Zhao took it all in. An S-rank sentinel was indeed formidable, capable of fighting single-handedly while carrying another. He possessed the audacity to be defiant. Tao Hahai, still holding the bound Zhou Tinkai, found it difficult to exert his strength, so he simply tossed him to Duan Shi. You take him. Tao Hahai was the heavy artillery specialist, notably carrying the most ammunition alongside Rabbit. Reluctantly, Duan Shi accepted this cumbersome burden. The group trudged through a horde of monsters, making their arduous way toward the southern station. In stark contrast, Song Liang, who was alone, faced an even greater struggle. Utilizing his own abilities, he detected the presence of a barrier and subsequently shattered one, arriving in another city that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Suddenly, darkness descended, and the inhabitants of the city instantly transformed into monsters, launching an assault. Fortunately, as a logistics personnel, Song Liang was most familiar with the city's layout. He had no choice but to abandon the armored vehicle and seek refuge in a bank vault. Just as he closed the heavy metallic door, he turned and found himself locking eyes with a spiritual entity, Song Liang. Chapter 45, The Bai Beast. It was a spiritual entity with a rounded head and a serpentine body, adorned with a pair of slender horns and entirely covered in a layer of scales. A soft blue glow circled its horns, and it boasted a pair of enormous wings, the feathers of which, once pristine white, were now shrouded by layers of dark mist. The entity recognized Song Liang, its crimson eyes revealing confusion, its elongated tail swishing back and forth. It seemed perplexed as to why a sentinel from Dawn Base would be present here. Holy moly, what are you doing here alone? Song Liang exclaimed, nearly stumbling over his own astonishment, his expression one of sheer shock. The acute senses of the high-ranking sentinel had alerted him to the absence of anyone else upon his entry. A spiritual entity could not stray too far from its corporeal form. Song Liang promptly turned and ventured further inside, meticulously inspecting the bank vault for any hidden doors. The vault was vast, containing countless small safes with exceedingly high security levels. He extended his perception, traversing every corner twice, yet found nothing amiss. The bizarre-looking spiritual entity followed closely behind him, mirroring his every step, utterly bewildered by his actions. Spiritual entities could communicate with their corporeal forms and converse with their kin, yet they were unable to engage with others. However, they comprehended human language. Song Liang thus inquired, "Where's team leader Jiang?" The Bai Beast wagged its tail. "How did you end up here?" The Bai Beast continued to wag its tail. Song Liang was at a loss for words. He noticed that the Bai Beast seemed somewhat off. He had never heard of a spiritual entity being able to act independently from its corporeal form. Something must have gone awry. Song Liang unleashed his own spiritual entity, a massive male lion. You communicate with it and ask where its corporeal form is. Compared to the other team members, Song Liang was not lacking in combat prowess. On the contrary, his spiritual entity was formidable. Whenever they undertook a mission, they needed to collect regulatory information from contaminated zones, documenting the course of each operation. Upon returning, they would hand it over to the intelligence analysis team at the base, adding it to the mission archives for future reference. His role in logistics stemmed entirely from the unreliability of his 3 teammates, who were ill-suited for such meticulous tasks. The lion approached, and the 2 spiritual entities exchanged words. It says its corporeal form is in another city. Song Liang inhaled sharply. Then how did it end up here alone? It says if it hadn't left, the illusions would have continuously attacked its corporeal form, invading the spiritual realm. Song Liang. The plight of the S-class sentinels mirrored this. The state of their spiritual realms was profoundly concerning. An overabundance of dark matter, should the spiritual realm become volatile, would ultimately lead to their transformation into monsters. Thus, the gatekeeper's objective was the spiritual entity. Did Jiangmu realize this and proactively advise the Bai-Yi beast to conceal itself? But the gatekeeper was omnipotent within the domain. No subtlety could elude it. Was hiding truly effective? It says it's no trouble. The gatekeeper can't do anything to it, and can only let it roam freely. Which is how it ended up here. Song Liang, I almost forgot. This is an S-class spiritual entity. It also says its corporeal form released it to find the other teammates, but it got distracted and only remembered upon seeing you. Song Liang, you can forget that? It says the spiritual connection is starting to weaken, and sometimes it becomes disoriented and forgets. It was evident. A spiritual entity that strayed from its corporeal form would gradually succumb to the influence of the contaminated zone over time. Song Liang's expression turned complex as he said to the Bai-Yi beast, "Then you will follow me, and together we will search for team leader Jiang and the others." The Bai-Yi beast wagged its tail once more. It says, "Okay, together." The lion was merely an unfeeling conduit for communication. Song Liang resolved to cease hiding. He wondered whether the darkness would dissipate. Remaining here was merely a waste of time. Otherwise, when would he find the captain and the guide? He had an anti-corrosive armored vehicle by his side, and now a combat-capable Bai-Yi beast. With 2 spiritual entities forging the path, alongside himself, they could attempt to break through. At the very least, they needed to reach the next barrier and locate the guide before the spiritual realm suffered significant erosion. Meanwhile, Xie Tu led his teammates through a city teeming with aberrant creatures. Thanks to the presence of the guide, everyone fought without the usual reservations, confidently wielding their abilities. And even in the absence of Song Liang, their combat effectiveness surged several-fold. Especially Xie Tu's Fire Phoenix, which became exceedingly exuberant, repeatedly diving into the horde of monsters, clearing a substantial area of aberrants with each strike, eagerly awaiting the luminous energy to infuse its being. Even Duan-Shi noted its unusual behavior. The once irascible Fire Phoenix now resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. The aberrant creatures continued to surge forth, the terrifying shadows filling the entire city. The group traversed the monster-laden landscape in silence, the surrounding aberrants showing no sign of abating. The expanse around them was open. The monsters they had slain were far outnumbered by those yet to emerge, the air filled with the sounds of gunfire and the howls of monsters. Fortunately, a throng of spiritual entities stood before them. It was only because of this that Tao Hahai and Rabbit had the opportunity to change magazines. Rabbit remained closely by Tao Hahai's side, tasked with sniping the high-level aberrants lurking within the horde. Those high-tier aberrants not only moved with astounding speed, but also exhibited strategic intelligence, hiding amidst the monsters and launching surprise attacks. Rabbit's spiritual entity, the King Chameleon, possessed the ability to observe the surrounding environment in a 360-degree panorama, simultaneously rotating and focusing its gaze to perceive the external world with extraordinary visual acuity. She could effortlessly discern the higher-tier monsters concealed within the horde. "We've arrived," Xie Tu proclaimed from the front. The station was within reach, both outside and within the lobby, shrouded in ominous black fog. The group steeled themselves to mercilessly eliminate the monsters that lunged at them. Once outside, some boasted, "There are only 5 of us, and yet we fought our way from the horde to the station." Tao Hahai felt a surge of adrenaline, the thrill electrifying. Xie Tu stood at the forefront, the first to step into the station, entirely unfazed by Tao Hahai's triumphant exclamation. The guide in his arms remained silent. She could control the aberrants yet refrained from intervening, allowing Team Zero to carve their way through the horde. No one knew what she was contemplating. Xie Tu did not inquire, decisively leading the charge into the station's waiting hall. "Captain, there are only 2 magazines left." Rabbit took the opportunity to reload her ammunition. Realizing her supplies were dwindling, she was now the last member of the team with any ammunition remaining. Without hesitation, she resolved to deplete her stock entirely. Xie Tu's jaw tightened as he gathered his strength and pressed forward to the next barrier, heading towards the weapon supply point to replenish ammunition. Tao Hao had already slung his weapon across his back, wielding a large blade in hand, standing resolutely with his spirit entity at the rear to obstruct the encroaching aberrations. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded on all sides. The four of them retreated back to back, towards the barrier, relying solely on Horfong's formidable presence to fend off the relentless tide of monsters. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, causing Tao Hao to hold his breath as he instinctively glanced towards the barrier. The illusionary barrier within the high-speed railway station had also shifted, now closer to the ticket checkpoint. The image refracted by the invisible barrier revealed a similar scene of monsters surging on the other side, with the surrounding structures exhibiting the same level of corrosion as their own. He muttered, "It seems like there are monsters behind the barrier too?" Yun Zhao finally spoke up. "It appears so." Nestled in Xie Tu's embrace, she pointed towards the barrier, where countless emerald green lights surged forth. "So, the next city is entrusted to me." Chapter 46. The Defecting Spirit Entity. Upon hearing her words, a heavy silence fell upon the group. This world was fantastical enough. How could a guide without combat capabilities claim responsibility for the battles to come? The advanced sentinels surrounding them exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions difficult to describe. Xie Tu lowered his gaze to her. "All right." Duan she stood on the right. Beside him was Rabbit, who, while dispatching the attacking aberrations, murmured to Rabbit, "I must tell someone when I get out that the captain is living off others in the contaminated zone." Rabbit retorted, "Is that how you use living off others? You illiterate." Yun Zhao had to remind them that the barrier was on the verge of shattering. In the distance, the southern barrier suddenly crumbled, unleashing a deluge of darkness. Just emerging from the bank vault, Song Liang, unaware, surged towards the armored vehicle with the combined efforts of two spirit entities. The city, spanning 3,000 square kilometers, appeared as a dark mass of aberrations. The distance was too great, in an environment where the concentration of dark matter exceeded 80. Even the captain could not perceive such a distance. No matter how powerful a sentinel, they were still human, not divine. Then, the emerald green light spread at an alarming speed in all directions. The strands of psychic energy rapidly infiltrated and consumed the entire southern station, voraciously devouring the surrounding dark matter. At that moment, a magnificent, luminous creature soared into the sky, its enormous wings unfurling to illuminate the dark heavens of the southern city. The faint light above exuded a potent aura of psychic energy. The two spirit entities guarding the armored vehicle instinctively lifted their heads, desiring to chase after the distant glow. "It says it no longer wishes to follow you. You are not as formidable as the one over there." Song Liang recognized that it was Yun Zhao's psychic strands, his heart racing with excitement as he hastily started the vehicle, urging it not to defect just yet. The Bai beast spread its wings and blocked one side of the vehicle, its tail striking out and transforming any aberrations it touched into a puddle of liquid. The dark matter that adhered to its tail gradually merged into its body. "It says to drive slowly. It will go ahead and help you find your teammates." The relentless messenger, the lion, had just conveyed this message to its origin when it noticed the Bai beast had already defected, flying southward with its wings spread. With the formidable spirit entity now absent from one side of the armored vehicle, countless aberrations surged forward with howls. Song Liang cursed under his breath. "Damn." He hurriedly activated the vehicle's automatic firing system, simultaneously lifting his weapon to shoot. Xie Tu cradled Yun Zhao, followed closely by the other three teammates. As they swiftly moved towards the station's exterior, they dodged the black wall that had formed behind them, emerging onto the street outside. The glowing lights danced and fell like petals, while the densely packed aberrations on the street displayed bewildered expressions, transforming into standing targets. Horfong dived in coordination, clearing a significant portion of the street. An eerie scene unfolded as the five of them traversed the monster-infested city, where the ground was pockmarked and the surroundings were in disarray. Horfong ascended again, circling around Xingwan in a seemingly affectionate manner. "What else can I say but wow?" Tao Hao couldn't resist poking a motionless aberration with his blade, pondering if this was what they called a laying win. Xie Tu, however, turned to the person in his arms and asked, "How long can you hold on?" The emotional resonance attack drained the guide's psychic energy. Yun Zhao sensed the state of the great blue bird. It should be able to hold on until we reach the next barrier. With one hand holding her and the other wielding his tang sword, Xie Tu cast a deep gaze at her. Was she hinting at something with her nonchalant demeanor? At that moment, Xie Tu suddenly looked up towards the dark sky in the distance, where a faint blue halo was becoming increasingly visible. The teammates noticed it too. "Isn't that Zhang's spirit entity?" Rabbit exclaimed. Zhou Tiankai affirmed, yes, it's my captain's spirit entity. Xie Tu's expression shifted slightly. Jiangmu's connection with his spirit entity had been severed? The look on Zhou Tiankai's face told him everything. A sentinel without their spirit entity would experience a significant reduction in ability and suffer psychological and spiritual trauma. The Bai beast drew closer, glancing between the individuals below and the two phoenixes above, seemingly torn in its decision. What are you doing here? Duanxi called out to it. The peregrine falcon flew towards its target, conveying its thoughts. It says it came to play with you. Duanxi. The Bai beast pondered for a moment, glanced at Zhou Tiankai, and ultimately chose to land beside Xie Tu, its gaze fixated intently on Yun Zhao in his arms. Countless glowing lights fell upon it, and the dense dark matter within its body was diminishing, causing it to joyfully swish its tail. Yun Zhao regarded it with curiosity. Having never encountered such a peculiar spirit entity before, adorned with horns, wings, and a tail. Xie Tu inquired, where is Jiangmu? Duanxi replied. It says he is in another city. Xie Tu pressed, can it lead the way? Duanxi responded. It says yes, let's go. It has nearly explored all the barriers here over the past month. Duanxi realized he had become its spokesperson. The atmosphere on the street was surreal. The group stood amidst a throng of monsters, attempting to communicate with a formless spirit entity. Yun Zhao suddenly asked, does it know where the real No. 88 contaminated zone is? It replied affirmatively, stating that its origin was located there. Duanxi's face contorted in distress. Tao Huo wondered aloud, if Captain Jiang found the No. 88 contaminated zone, why hasn't he come out? Surely the key isn't hard to obtain. Just touching the key should open the door. Why would he choose to remain here? Xie Tu's gaze deepened as he looked at the oblivious Zhou Tiankai. As captain, how could he abandon his teammates and leave alone? He intended to gather the entire team and lead everyone to safety. Clearly, Jiangmu had likely discovered the rules long ago and, upon locating the true No. 88 contaminated zone, intentionally released the Bai beast to seek out its companions. This strategy would not only prevent the illusionary attacks from invading his psyche, but also allow the formless spirit entity to traverse freely among various cities, making the search for individuals far more efficient than the sentinels attempting to force their way through. It is indeed a daring and audacious decision. Xie Tu chuckled, wondering if he was not afraid of losing his spirit body and consequently becoming a mere shell of a person. The spirit body cannot stray too far from its host. The consequences of a forced separation remain a mystery to all. The rabbit suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, goosebumps rising on its skin. Captain Jiang was truly a madman. No wonder he was an S-class sentinel. In the absence of a guide, the situation was perilous. Yet, he was still devising ways to ensure the safety of his comrades. Xie Tu glanced down at the person in his arms, stating, if you cannot endure any longer, just let me know. We will proceed directly. Yun Zhao's eyes flickered, I understand. The Bai beast ceased to concern itself with them, joyfully soaring ahead to lead the way, as if it had temporarily forgotten something. However, it mattered little. The guide was formidable, and it intended to lead them to their essence. The situation for Song Liang was quite grim, still entangled amidst the horde of monsters. His lion cleared a path for him, fiercely pouncing upon the advancing creatures. Fortunately, the vehicle was well stocked with ammunition and equipped with an automatic firing mechanism, providing temporary relief under the suppressive fire. The armored vehicle trudged forward, searching for the direction of the two phoenixes soaring in the sky. Chapter 47. Champagne on the Road. Xie Tu led his team, with Zhou Tiankai trailing behind the Bai beast. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, and the splattered slime continuously corroded the city streets. The aberrant beings, influenced by the mental threads, remained motionless. They passed through two lengthy streets filled with monsters, and the two phoenixes, still airborne, detected a considerable disturbance in the distance below. The falcon swiftly flew over to investigate. The armored off-road vehicle was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of aberrant beings, advancing at a glacial pace. The lion, exuding dark energy, remained steadfast at the forefront, guarding its essence. All automated firing ports on the vehicle opened, unleashing a barrage of bullets that relentlessly swept through the howling aberrants. It's Song Liang, Duanxi exclaimed. The Bai beast remarked, I almost forgot about him. Receiving feedback from the falcon, Duanxi nearly lost his temper. How could you forget to mention this? No wonder it took a month to find Zhou Tiankai. Let us go fetch him. Xie Tu dashed out, with the others hastily following suit. Yun Zhao, nestled in his arms, felt fatigued after maintaining a single posture for too long. At last, they had gathered everyone. The teal luminescent mental threads spread along the streets they traversed, pulsating with life, controlling the howling Aberrants. The dazzling Qing Wan, with its icy blue eyes radiating pride and indifference, circled above them, disregarding the bothersome fire phoenix. The group relied on their legs to reach the street where the armored vehicle was stationed. Gunfire erupted, drawing all nearby Aberrants towards them. The vehicle, save for a few reddened gun barrels, was nearly buried beneath the onslaught of Aberrants. The fire phoenix dove down, sweeping away a large wave of monsters. Song Liang endured the encroaching dark matter, his complexion pale and sweat beading on his forehead. As the view through the vehicle's window cleared, a familiar silhouette emerged. Song Liang vigorously shook his head to stay alert, quickly shutting off the vehicle's automatic firing system to avoid friendly fire. The shimmering glow approached, purging the dark matter from the lion.
Get in.
Xie Tu dispatched a swift strike to eliminate a motionless aberrant by the vehicle, flinging open the door to usher Yun Zhao inside. Finally liberated after being cradled, she exclaimed, "Yun guide." Song Liang's complexion returned to normal upon seeing her enter, and he nearly teared up as he spoke. The emotions embedded in that call were profound. Previously, in the company of the other 3 teammates, Song Liang had appeared particularly composed and mature. Their reunion after separation clearly stirred his emotions. "It's wonderful that you all are together." Yun Zhao nodded. "Yes. You were the one left behind," Song Liang responded. Before long, Duan Shi and the rabbit hastily boarded the vehicle. Duan Shi seated Zhou Tiankai and could hardly contain his urge to embrace Song Liang, exclaiming, "Old Song, do you have any idea how hard we searched for you?" "Indeed." The rabbit vigorously nodded in agreement. Song Liang smiled wryly. "I charged into the gray mist, and in the blink of an eye, you all vanished, including the captain in the passenger seat." At that moment, Xie Tu and Tao Hahao also entered the vehicle. With the door closing, a sealed space formed within. Team Zero had fully assembled. Everyone rushed forward to greet Song Liang, inquiring about their experiences during separation. "That Bai beast is utterly unreliable. It flew over just to say it was looking for us to play. When the captain asked it a question, it answered only one, and we nearly left without realizing. Fortunately, we had the Yun guide with us. Next time, we need to have logistics create a new device, or we should hold hands when entering contaminated areas." Xie Tu cast a cold glance at Yun Zhao, who was resting in her seat, interrupting them. "Enough chit-chat. Song Liang, stay close to the Bai beast." The mental threads controlling the Aberrants continued to extend, draining the guide's mental energy. No one knew how long she could endure. Song Liang snapped back to attention and started the vehicle. "Understood." Xie Tu checked the ammunition supply within the vehicle. The ammo boxes piled inside were clearly visible, and the large boxes beneath the seats had remained undisturbed. However, several boxes stacked on either side of the vehicle had already been opened, revealing the magazines inside. "What is the vehicle's condition?"
11e tu qui raid.
Song Liang regained his focus, checking the internal instruments. "Everything appears normal. There shouldn't be much damage." This armored off-road vehicle of Team Zero had traversed multiple contaminated areas with them. It was constructed from super corrosion-resistant metals developed in the 22nd century, and the tires were made from biomimetic slime. They had acquired these valuable items from other contaminated zones. Xie Tu instructed, "Hurry and replenish the ammunition." "Yes." The Bai beast soared ahead, guiding them toward the true location of contaminated Zone 88. The spirit bodies guarded the vehicle's exterior, assisting in clearing the path. Various ammunition boxes were opened, and the others filled their military backpacks with supplies. Yun Zhao, having opened her backpack unbeknownst to anyone, produced a pile of snacks and arranged them on the folding seat. "Would you like some?"
Wow.
"Where did these come from?" Tao Hahao unabashedly grabbed a bag of cream bread, tossing another bag to the driving Song Liang. Song Liang caught it, one hand on the steering wheel, biting open the bag to sample it. "Wow, this is delicious, sweet and chewy." Yun Zhao nibbled on strawberry-filled biscuits. "I took these from the supermarket when I was looking for you." Duan Shi reached for a bag of spicy chicken feet, tearing it open and inhaling the enticing aroma. Lamenting, the old world had so many good things, if only we could take them all out. It was rare to encounter a contaminated zone where the timeline had lingered before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, their vehicle could not carry much. Even if they wished to take items out, the captain would prioritize selecting advanced technology or precision instruments that were unavailable at the base. Snacks, being too extravagant, would serve no purpose other than momentarily satisfying their cravings. The rabbit bit into a piece of cream bread, glancing at the captain and tentatively suggesting, "What if we each drive a vehicle to take out as much as we can?" "I think that's a great idea." Tao Hahao raised both hands in agreement. Xie Tu was still counting ammunition, his tall frame bending awkwardly within the confines of the cramped vehicle as he replenished the automatic launcher with bullets. Upon overhearing their conversation, he cast a sidelong glance at them, thinking to himself, is this all they have to offer? The group fell silent, focusing intently on their food. The treasures of the bygone era were too numerous to count. Even 5 vehicles would scarcely suffice to carry them all. Yun Zhao, with his eyes downcast, diligently savored a strawberry biscuit before speaking up. I have a method that could allow us to carry more. All eyes turned to him, including Xie Tu's. What method? Duanxi inquired eagerly. Yun Zhao, seemingly lost in thought, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he gently replied, the southern station, the high-speed rail station. Since we can transform things by merely touching them, why not have one person drive each high-speed train instead of a car? Yet, to say drive was somewhat inaccurate. None of them possessed the skills to operate a high-speed train, and there were no tracks on the streets, rendering such an endeavor impossible. However, if they could eliminate the gatekeeper and leave the train in place, they could transport a vast array of goods. After all, there were 2 bases reinforcement troops outside, and with the domain collapsing, they need not fear being surrounded by the aberrant creatures. They could gather a significant amount of supplies. Of course, this was contingent upon dispatching the gatekeeper first. Chapter 48. Hot Pot? The group in the vehicle collectively inhaled sharply. Truly, Yun Zhao was remarkable. After much deliberation, Duanxi finally settled on a phrase. Bold yet meticulous. Tao Hahao felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. Once they located Jiangmu's team, they would have 12 members, each in their own high-speed train. Imagine how much they could carry out. Damn it, let's do it. Kill the gatekeeper. One could only wonder how the gatekeeper felt upon overhearing this band of individuals plotting to slay it for resources. Yun Zhao, rarely expressing joy, maintained his composure and remarked, we still have yet to comprehend the gatekeeper's intentions for the mental entities. Let us first reunite with the Bai-Yi beast's physical form. For instance, where did Zhou Tiankai's mental entity go? His situation differs from Jiangmu's. One voluntarily exiled his mental entity, while the S-class mental entity is too formidable for the gatekeeper to contend with at present. The other, on the other hand, had his mental connection severed involuntarily, leaving his mental entity unaccounted for. Understood. We shall heed Yun Zhao's guidance. Song Liang, step on it. The group could hardly contain their impatience, urging him on. Their spirits soared, eager to reach the true 88's contaminated zone and turn it upside down in search of the gatekeeper. Such trifles as keys were utterly insignificant. Xie Tu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he observed his team, brimming with fervor. Even the rabbit appeared eager for action, suggesting they had begun to emerge from the shadows of despair. Once everyone regrouped, as the captain, he felt a noticeable relaxation of his previously taut nerves. He chose not to intervene as they celebrated with champagne mid-journey. After inspecting the vehicle's equipment, Xie Tu settled beside Yun Zhao, pondering how he had conceived the notion of using high-speed trains. The most effective means of transporting goods would undoubtedly be the towering skyscrapers. Alas, they would all collapse once the contaminated zone vanished. The high-speed train truly represented the largest volume of items they could transport from this small city. Yun Zhao handed him a box of chocolates, recalling that these snacks were exceptionally delightful and that she wished to take some with her. I wonder how the base will distribute the spoils, she mused aloud. Will the snacks I take belong to me? Yes, they will be yours, Xie Tu replied, his tone unexpectedly indulgent. Sensing something amiss, he hesitated before adding, however, the base currently requires technology, military supplies, agricultural and medical advancements. Consumable items like snacks are not a priority, and taking them would serve no purpose. After a brief silence, he continued, you may take as many as you wish. The individuals seated across from them were already engrossed in a discussion regarding the types of gatekeepers, hypothesizing that their ability to create illusions and barriers must be related to such matters. Let it be. We shall search for each one in due time. Tao Hahao finished his bread, then remembered Zhou Tiankai beside him. He promptly opened a bag of biscuits, sharing them piece by piece. Zhou Tiankai remained in his usual state, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, mouth agape and waiting for sustenance. A mountain of snacks was quickly devoured by the group. Yun Zhao felt the need for a brief respite. I must retrieve the great azure bird. Please remain vigilant of the road conditions. Of course. Yun Zhao, you rest. We will handle it. Tao Hahao was practically eager to serve her. He rose and opened the sunroof, hefting his heavy weapon as he began to clear the path. The azure phoenix transformed into a small azure bird, gradually coalescing and appearing upon its owner's shoulder. It lifted its head, casting a haughty gaze over the rowdy group within the vehicle. Useless fools. In moments of crisis, they would have to rely on it. Countless monsters, now uncontrolled, howled and charged forth, increasing the pressure on the mental entities outside. The Bai beast consistently flew ahead, leading the way. Some advanced aberrant creatures took to the air to launch their attacks, but with a single sweep of its tail, the Bai beast sent them flying. Their viscous remains splattering everywhere. The armored vehicle soon arrived at an illusionary barrier. The entire city was teeming with monsters. Team Zero unleashed their firepower. Following the Bai beast onward, they broke through 4 barriers in succession. As they pressed on, everyone grew numb to the chaos. The vehicle fell silent, and several sentinels took turns leaning out to unleash a flurry of gunfire upon the monsters outside. Damn it, I never want to see those aberrant creatures again. I might just vomit. Yuan Shi grumbled as he returned to his seat. Tao Hao exclaimed, after this, we'll have bragging rights. Who else can navigate through cities swarming with monsters like we do? With the S-Class guide joining us. What once felt like a perilous escape has transformed into a distant memory. They no longer needed to fear mutations. They could engage in exhilarating battles, unleashing their mental entities and abilities without restraint. The feeling of being constrained during missions had vanished. The armored vehicle trailed behind the Bai beast, having expended most of their ammunition before finally stopping on the northern highway of an illusionary city. It is said that beyond this barrier lies the 88th contaminated zone, Yuan Shi announced. The group instantly perked up. Yun Zhao, who had been resting against the wall of the vehicle, opened her eyes upon hearing the voice and released strands of mental energy to shatter the barrier. She had been awake for nearly 40 hours, having slept less than 4, and her stamina could not compete with that of the sentinels. She felt somewhat fatigued. Perhaps it was the proximity to her physical form. As they drew nearer to the true 88's contaminated zone, the scales on the Bai beast and the halo of faint blue light around it grew increasingly bright, signifying that its mental connection remained unbroken. Perhaps Jiang Mu had sensed their presence by now. Xie Tu's gaze swept over the Bai beast before returning to the vehicle. Sitting beside Yun Zhao and grasping the strap of her backpack, rousing himself to maintain their connection. It was imperative that they did not become separated again. Caution was paramount. The rabbit snapped back to reality and hurriedly ran to the driver's seat, grasping Song Liang's shoulder. Tao Hao and Yuan Shi each took hold of the rabbit and Zhou Tiankai. As they all braced themselves, their vigilant gazes fixed on the barrier, it shattered, dissipating into a flurry of sparkling light. What the hell? What's going on? Yuan Shi nearly jumped at the sight before him. Damn it, another illusion? Just a few steps away, the elevated highway was bustling with traffic, the glow of vehicle headlights mingling with streetlights, and the sound of honking echoed as cars passed by their window, vanishing like phantoms. In the distance, the entire city sparkles with brilliance, the vibrant neon lights dancing against the night sky. This is a city that thrives in the embrace of darkness. Xie Tu remains composed, seemingly yearning for the bygone era, as shadows of the past permeate his surroundings. Song Liang, caught up in the moment, hastily navigates the vehicle into the bustling metropolis. The illusions behind him are swallowed by the darkness, collapsing without the formation of black walls or the emergence of lurking monsters, perhaps out of a reluctance to mar the beauty of this place. The sounds of vehicles and the clamor of the crowd intertwine harmoniously. As the armored vehicle melds into the flow of traffic, it appears that those around can see it. Pointing at the vehicle adorned with black etcher, Yun Zhao gazes out through the observation window. The driver of the adjacent car lowers his window, giving them a thumbs up and snapping pictures of the armored vehicle with his phone. What is happening? Has everything returned to normal? The Bai beast, sensing the location of its true form, flies straight towards it. In a daze, Song Liang regains his focus and hastens to follow. He ignores the curious glances of pedestrians and the incomprehensible traffic regulations. The armored vehicle finally halts in front of a bustling hot pot restaurant. Through the window ledge of the first floor, they observe 5 sentinels clad in black combat attire from the Dawn base, sweating profusely as they indulge in their meal. A remarkably handsome man, stroking the Bai beast that has poked its head through the window, greets them with a smile, inviting them to join in for a bite. Chapter 49. S-Class Sentinel Jiangmu. But do refrain from bringing your firearms inside. The aberrations here can perceive us, Jiangmu adds. Turning back to lovingly pet his Bai beast. Good child. You have done splendidly. Not only have you located Zhou Tiankai, but you also brought Team Zero here safely. The Bai beast, upon receiving the praise, radiates joy, its tail wagging exuberantly. Its massive frame means that while its large head is thrust through the restaurant window, half of its body still occupies the sidewalk outside. In its enthusiastic wagging, its tail inadvertently strikes a few passers-by. Those struck disintegrate instantaneously, akin to exquisite porcelain figurine shattering, their remnants gradually sinking into the ground, vanishing from sight. Oh, why does the dark matter on you seem diminished? No wonder I've felt so much better these past couple of days. Jiang Mu continues to lavish praise upon his spiritual companion. Simply marvelous. Truly impressive. His demeanor exudes a palpable affection. The members of Team Zero display a complex array of emotions. How to articulate their current sentiments? After laboring tirelessly to provide rescue, they find the entire squad leisurely dining in the contaminated zone. Particularly for Song Liang, who nearly missed his teammates due to the antics of the Bai beast, which had frolicked within the illusion barrier for a month, completely forgetting its original purpose, and yet it receives accolades. Would it have indeed found Zhou Tinkai without their intervention? Xie Tu is the first to exit the vehicle. A smiling waiter approaches, inquiring, "Hello, how many are you?" 6, Xie Tu replies nonchalantly. Stepping through the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, he seems to adapt quite well. The team members, however, must leave their weapons in the vehicle, confirming that everything is in order before daring to disembark. Yun Zhao is the last to appear. A small bluebird perches atop her head, stretching its neck to peer inside. Upon catching sight of her, the sentinels, aside from Jiang Mu, express their surprise. A guide? An unfamiliar guide. How did she end up in the contaminated zone? Dressed in the combat attire of the Dawn base. Yun Zhao senses their gazes and looks back, her eyes filled with confusion as they meet Jiang Mu's. The reason is simple. Until now, she had believed Jiang Mu to be female. The spiritual companions of S-Class Sentinels are publicly known. The Bai beast is female. She had never considered that a Sentinel and their spiritual companion could manifest different genders. The 6 of them bring Zhou Tinkai inside. While in the vehicle, they confirmed he posed no threat, and Tao Hao had already untied him. Finally reunited with their teammate, the Sentinels rush over, delivering a punch to him. "Little Qi, where have you been? The captain has been here for a month trying to find you." Zhou Tinkai stands still, expressionless. Unperturbed by the punch. "I didn't he run off?" The group's expressions falter, realizing something is amiss. Typically, a reunion with familiar comrades should not be met with such detachment. The sentinels come to their senses. "What's wrong with you? Could it be?" Zhou Tinkai replies, "Nothing's wrong." Jiang Mu's expression grows serious as he looks to Xie Tu. Has he lost his spiritual companion? Clearly, they have encountered a similar predicament. Xie Tu responds affirmatively, taking a seat at their table. "What have you relied upon to endure? What else could it be?" Naturally, it's the suppressants. Jiang Mu's expression conveys his helplessness. "Orange's spiritual companion nearly vanished too. When I found him, he was half dead, unable to release any other spiritual companions to investigate. And I had to search everywhere to catch his spiritual companion before the gatekeeper arrived. After administering a few doses of suppressants, it took 2 or 3 days of rest for him to stabilize his spiritual realm." Jiang Mu shrugs, recounting how he stumbled upon this place, relying on the keen intuition of the sentinels. However, the assault of illusions never ceased, and his spiritual realm deteriorated significantly. Jiang Mu recognized the pattern, ceased using his abilities, and directly sent the Bai beast out to search for people, focusing on waiting for the teammates it found. As it turns out, during its first independent venture, it became so engrossed in play that it forgot the task at hand. The connection to its spirit weakened. Jiang Mu had prepared himself for the loss of his spiritual companion, opting instead to indulge in life's pleasures, believing that one ought to enjoy good meals before the end. Now the child has returned safely. Naturally, he must shower it with praise. Inside the hot pot restaurant, the air is filled with the lively chatter of patrons and the pungent aroma of spicy mala. Curious diners scrutinize their group, whispering and pointing. Yun Zhao pays them no mind, nor does she acknowledge her standing teammates or conversing captain. She sits alone at a nearby table, accepts the tablet menu presented by the waiter, and begins selecting dishes, marking every item with double portions of meat. After finishing her selections, she realizes that the tablet menu requires payment up front. Summoning the waiter, she inquires, "I've made my selections. How do I settle the bill?" Threads of her mental energy slip into the waiter's mind, controlling his thoughts. "We have already settled the bill. Please expedite the dishes." The waiter appears dazed, takes the tablet and assists her with the payment. "All right, I'll bring your dishes right away." Jiang Mu observes the scene, raising an eyebrow, his gaze following the slender figure intently. What a formidable guide. Are those glimmers manifestations of spiritual power? Xie Tu subtly moves in front of him, blocking his view. "Have you secured the key?" Jiang Mu is left with no choice but to turn away, smiling wryly at him. "I acquired it long ago. If you were in my position, would you abandon your teammates to venture out?" "Of course not." Thus, Xie Tu can comprehend Jiang Mu's resolve to remain in the contaminated zone, despite the risk of losing his spiritual companion. However, has his life not been too comfortable lately? He gestures toward the bustling hot pot restaurant. What is going on here? This is a city within the realm of normalcy. The aberrant beings all exhibit a semblance of humanity, capable of manifesting expressions and movements akin to those of ordinary people. In the contaminated zones, the more normal one appears. The more abnormal one truly is. Jiangmu picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table, deftly placing a slice of lamb into the bubbling, spicy hot pot, exuding an air of disinterest towards the others. A few brief exchanges would not suffice. After finishing the hot pot, the two teams would find a quiet spot for a meeting. The 5 members of Team Zero had already taken their seats. A colossal Inyang hot pot was set before them, adorned with a dazzling array of dishes that nearly overwhelmed the table. The waiter brought 2 carts to accommodate the overflow of food. "Please enjoy," he said. Rabbit quickly sampled a piece of freshly fried crispy meat, exclaiming, "It's absolutely delicious." No wonder Team Jiang doesn't want to leave. The chance to relish such diverse delicacies is hard to pass up. Duan she couldn't help but chide her, reminding her that Team Jiang's reluctance to venture out was for Zhou Tiankai, not merely for the sake of gourmet food. The longer they stayed here, the greater the risk of assimilation. On the surface, Jiang Mu and the others appeared unaffected, yet their mental state must be deteriorating significantly. "I am well aware," Rabbit replied dismissively, hurriedly tossing pieces of crispy meat into her mouth, her gaze flitting across the table's offerings as she contemplated her next choice. The base did have hot pot, but the selection was limited, and the base broth lacked beef tallow, rendering it incomparable to this establishment. At that moment, Xie Tu returned, instinctively seating himself beside Yun Zhao. Noticing the group's high spirits, he refrained from mentioning the upcoming meeting, allowing his teammates to leisurely savor a meal reminiscent of a bygone era. Yun Zhao, engrossed in observing the neighboring patrons preparing their dipping sauces, had never experienced hot pot before. Imitating them, she attempted to concoct her own dipping dish. The enticing aroma of the bright red broth was utterly irresistible. The pot soon boiled over, a myriad of various meats being added in succession. Silence enveloped the table as everyone eagerly began to cook the meat. Yun Zhao recalled seeing hot pot base ingredients for sale in the supermarket and thought to stock up for their high-speed train journey. Those frozen, vacuum-sealed bags of vegetables could be packed in with the ice blocks, filling the freezer to the brim. Chapter 50. Mental Guidance. The hot pot left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Upon exiting the restaurant, Team Zero returned to their armored vehicle, encountering 2 police officers along the way who approached with inquiries. They appeared indistinguishable from ordinary citizens, mistaking the team for public officials and asking if they were on a special mission, requesting to see identification. It truly felt like they were in a city that was unsettlingly normal. Yun Zhao waved her hand, a glow enveloping the officers, who then wandered away in a daze. The group drove their armored vehicle, trailing behind Jiang Mu's team, winding through streets illuminated by neon lights, eventually reaching a villa district far removed from the bustling city. The armored vehicle entered the private garage of a villa. Tao Hahao emerged from the garage, exclaiming to a nearby sentry, "Orange, you're living the high life here. With a villa and all this feasting." The sentry named Orange appeared somewhat unwell, with moments of absent-mindedness flickering in his eyes. With a wry smile, Orange replied, "The influence of staying here is profound. Every morning, I even feel like I belong." The suppressants they had brought were nearly depleted, and they could last at most another 10 days before they would struggle to hold on, particularly for the captain. Despite his current facade of normalcy, ever since he forcibly severed his spiritual entity, his daily condition had worsened, his abilities gradually declining, sometimes even leading to inexplicable bouts of rage. He could hardly control himself. As they conversed, they made their way toward the villa's entrance. Orange remarked, "If you hadn't come, we would have considered sending someone out for help." Clearly, the lives of the team members took precedence over the reputation and pride of the head combat team. Tao Hahao patted him reassuringly. "It's all right. We have Yun as our guide." Xie Tu cast a glance at Tao Hahao. The sentries from Dawn Base indeed required mental guidance, but it wouldn't do to let her work for free. Xie Tu spoke up. "The guide's mental power is limited. She can provide support for you, but it will cost 1,000 points per person, with Jiang Mu at 3,000. Make sure to transfer the points to her when you go out." Orange shrugged nonchalantly. The head combat unit was not lacking in points. The real question was, how compatible were they with this guide? Guidance below a compatibility rating of 60 would be ineffective. It would be pointless to pay for guidance that yielded no results. If the guidance is ineffective, can we refuse to pay the points? Another sentry asked.
Onzième tu, uninterested.
Replied, "If you keep whining, the price will double." The sentries fell silent. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao was quietly calculating. It seemed she was about to strike it rich. Her captain was securing private work for her. The little bluebird sensed her excitement and fluffed its feathers. Time to buy a princess bed when we get back. Jiang Mu carried Zhou Tiankai at the forefront, his beast having returned to the mental realm. As the villa's grand door swung open, the opulent and spacious living room came into view. Jiang Mu tossed Zhou Tiankai onto the sofa, lamenting, "I can't believe it costs 3 times as much." At the base's guidance room, they had always been allowed free access, while Don Base feared his mental realm might malfunction and sought various ways to assist him daily. In contrast, the public guidance room charged the outside sentries a maximum of 100 points per visit.
Now.
Xie Tu was taking advantage of the fact that there was only one guide in the contaminated area to raise the price. How could he still be considered human? Yun Zhao replied earnestly, "I believe 3,000 points does not reflect your S-class sentry status. Perhaps you should consider raising the price further?" Jiang Mu settled onto the sofa and kindly explained, "We entered based on a 3-star standard mission with a total reward of 7,000 points. This time, we've come away empty-handed, having drained our resources on you." "All right," Yun Zhao conceded. She was truly benevolent.
Observen I am most composed de minor.
It was implausible that they had come away with nothing. They were likely on the same wavelength, preparing to empty the 88's contaminated zone. There were numerous treasures here, and the spoils they brought back would likely yield additional rewards. Yun Zhao thought she might be on the verge of sudden wealth. No wonder the sentries of the combat unit were all so affluent. Once inside, they closed the villa door and found their places to sit. With the sofas on either side full, Tao Hahao and Duan Shi opted to sit on the carpet with their gear. Xie Tu surveyed the lavish villa and inquired, "Let us discuss what is happening here. What else could it be?" Jiang Mu, whose state had improved due to the reduction of dark matter on his beast, appeared outwardly normal, yet dark lines of condensed dark matter were still invading their mental realm daily. Jiang Mu continued, "Moreover, those aberrant beings on the road are peculiar, resembling puppets crafted from ceramic, capable of seeing us. If we come into excessive contact with them, illusions will re-emerge. Thus, aside from dining and seeking technological information, we rarely venture out. Our appearance at the hot pot restaurant today was solely because I sensed that the spiritual entity was approaching and, through our mental connection, learned that Zhou Tiankai had been located, along with the entirety of Team Zero. I merely wanted to impress Xie Tuesday," Jiang Mu added. "Initially, I thought finding Shao Qi would allow us to leave, but it seems we must retrieve his spiritual entity. Otherwise, he will be rendered useless. Regressed to a state devoid of any emotion, akin to a mere animate vegetable." Zhou Tiankai responded expressionlessly, "Indeed." Xie Tu disregarded him, calmly remarking, "There is one notable point. Zhou Tiankai has developed a peculiar perception of time. When questioned, he claimed he had just entered the contaminated zone 3 days ago. How could one possibly confuse 3 days with a month?" Yun Zhao interjected quietly, "Could it be that he encountered something on the 3rd day after entering?" "I thought the same," Xie Tu replied, glancing at her. "The Guardian may have spared him, perhaps because with the death of his physical body, his spiritual essence also perished, allowing him to wander aimlessly within the barrier, devoid of his spirit." The two sat closely together. Xie Tu seemed to have developed a habit of instinctively positioning himself nearest to her, maintaining a distance that allowed for effortless contact. The question remained, what purpose did the Guardian have for the spiritual essence? Tao Hahai could no longer contain his curiosity and asked again, in its own realm. "It can manifest whatever it desires. Why is it so fixated on spiritual essences?" Jiang Mu lazily replied, "As you said, it can have anything it wishes. Yet it is unable to conjure a spiritual essence. A spiritual essence is a unique entity. The more unattainable it is, the more one yearns for it." Xie Tu raised his gaze. "Is there any lead on the Guardian?" Jiang Mu sighed, "None. My attention has not been focused on the Guardian at all. Searching for it in this vast city is akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. What if it is merely a stone? Or a block of tofu on a shelf? A chair by the roadside?" After their team dispersed, Jiang Mu was solely focused on locating his teammates, with no intention of eliminating the Guardian. His only hope was to gather everyone safely and lead them out. However, if the destruction of the Guardian were the only means to reclaim Shao Kazai's spiritual essence, then perhaps we could attempt to narrow our search. Jiang Mu turned to the members of Team Zero. "Has anyone among you ever succumbed to an illusion?" Rabbit fell silent for a moment before raising a hand. "I have." Jiang Mu pointed at Orange. "Isn't it true that the sentinels ensnared by the illusion all heard a voice in their spiritual domain attempting to entice their spiritual essences?" Rabbit's face paled at this revelation and nodded under the scrutiny of the others. Jiang Mu received his answer and turned to Yun Zhao. "Have you ever heard of spiritual tethering?" Chapter 51. The Guardian S Attributes. Spiritual tethering? Yun Zhao shook her head. "I have not." Jiang Mu was not surprised. Neither the guides nor the sentinels outside had heard of it. It was precisely because the guides outside lacked such abilities that he had never considered it. Jiang Mu's next words struck like thunder on a clear day. Spiritual tethering should be a means to control sentinels. The sentinels present felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Control sentinels? Xie Tu's gaze deepened, lowering his eyelids to conceal his emotions. Clearly, this was related to mental energy. The spiritual tethering was likely an unknown ability of the guides. The attributes of the Guardian were becoming increasingly evident. It had once, perhaps, been a guide from the Dark Ages and, upon its demise, lost its spiritual essence. Thus, it utilized spiritual tethering to extract the spiritual essence from the Sentinels' mental realms, severing the connection between the Sentinels and their spiritual essences, while simultaneously creating numerous illusory barriers within the contaminated zone. Mental barriers also belonged to the domain of the guides. The spiritual essence became its obsession. Killing a Sentinel would also result in the death of the spiritual essence. This was why it conjured one illusion after another in an attempt to ensnare them, yet refrained from killing them. Coincidentally, all of this was the kryptonite to the mentally unstable Sentinels. Had it not been for Yun Zhao's presence, the two S-rank Sentinels might have fallen victim as well. Confirmation that the Guardian was a humanoid entity narrowed the scope considerably. Xie Tu interjected, "There's no need for further discussion. It can hear us. The more we deliberate, the more we expose ourselves, which is not beneficial." Indeed, Jiang Mu nodded. Yun Zhao appeared somewhat perplexed. She had never known of the existence of spiritual tethering. After her differentiation into a guide, the abilities she had manifested were all demonstrated by the little bluebird. At that moment, the little bluebird was still preening its feathers, grooming itself 800 times a day, a tidy little narcissist. The little bluebird was utterly disinterested in their conversation, too lazy to even cast a glance at this group of inept humans. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment before looking up to ask Jiang Mu, "Where did you learn about this?" "From an unclaimed diary. Its content is fantastical and hard to discern between truth and fiction." Jiang Mu's expression turned serious. "I only found it somewhat reminiscent of what Orange described regarding spiritual tethering." Yun Zhao inquired, "Could I see that diary when we return?" "Of course. But can I offer you a discount? 3,000 points seems a bit steep. How about a 99 discount?"
Jiang Mu replied.
Xie Tu stood up abruptly, delivering a swift kick, his black combat attire accentuating his long legs, the movement forceful. "Stop with the banter. Do you really need those points?" Jiang Mu sidestepped, retorting, "Not as much as you." "Easier said than done," Xie Tu shot back. The superconductive anti-erosion metal and the corrosion-resistant bionic adhesive tires were initially priced at 20,000 points. Xie Tu had reaped quite a bit from the 3 bases, let alone the various task rewards. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Xie Tu, uninterested in further argument, glanced at the time on his wrist. Since 1800 hours, a day and a night had elapsed. It was now 1925. He turned to face all members of Team Zero, stating, "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will search for the Guardian and Zhou Tiankai's spiritual essence." "Understood." Xie Tu recalled something and raised his eyes to ask Jiang Mu, "Has it been night the entire time?" Jiang Mu lazily replied, "Currently, every question costs 100 points. I need to recuperate some of my losses." Xie Tu scoffed, "Then don't bother with spiritual counseling. Our Team's guide needs rest. I'd give her 7,000 points for free. You all can manage on your own." Come on, Jiang Mu was no fool. The guide capable of cleansing the dark matter from the Bai beast must possess a high level. Jiang Mu conceded, "That's correct. It has indeed been night." Yun Zhao, feeling exhausted, asked, "So, are we doing the counseling or not?" "I want to sleep." Xie Tu's gaze flickered. Perhaps even he was unaware. His tone unconsciously softening. "You should rest first. They won't perish in a single night." She appeared worn out, having utilized her abilities throughout the journey and hardly resting. Jiang Mu felt a bit helpless. Guides typically had poor stamina, yet he still wanted to push for a chance to provide counseling for Orange, whose mental state was already unstable.
"All right."
After a moment of thought, Yun Zhao agreed. "Counseling just one sentinel wouldn't take long." Orange, looking dazed, followed closely behind Yun Zhao as they entered a room. Xie Tu sat on the sofa, watching them enter, his lips pressed thin. "Rabbit. Go in and keep an eye on them." She couldn't be left alone. Should he enter, the Fire Phoenix would surely cause a commotion upon witnessing Qing Wan providing spiritual counseling to someone else, making it impossible for him to have a peaceful night. Rabbit rose with her sniper rifle, understood. The 3 of them entered the room directly opposite the living room. As the door closed, the others remained in the living room, particularly the sentinels from the Dawn base, who were eager to witness the effects of the counseling. Upon hearing that their captain had agreed to provide counseling for 3,000 points, several sentinels began to realize, she can counsel an S-rank sentinel? When did the Dawn base acquire such an impressive guide? Approximately 40 minutes later, the door to the room swung open once more. The previously dazed Orange emerged, now invigorated and exclaiming in shock, "Oh my goodness!
Captain."
She is an S-class guide." Gasps filled the air around them. The sentinels of the Dawn base displaying expressions of astonishment. Jiang Mu, momentarily frozen, turned to Xie Tu, seemingly seeking confirmation in S-class? In 2 centuries of the apocalypse, an S-class guide had never before manifested. Xie Tu lazily raised her eyelids, as if to say, what else could it be? Yun Zhao appeared at the doorway, softly inquiring, "Which room shall we sleep in?" "Yun guide, allow me to escort you." Orange hastily ran to her side, eager to lead the way, resembling a sycophant. Xiao Qing Miao emitted a derisive sound, reminiscent of laughter. Earlier, during mental guidance, Orange's spiritual entity, a lynx, had attempted to approach it but was swatted away, retreating in indignation to the depths of the spiritual realm. Upon hearing its mocking, Orange dared not provoke it. The villa had numerous rooms. Orange guided Yun Zhao and Rabbit to the 2nd floor, opening an unoccupied guest room. Xie Tu rose, declaring, "Everyone disperse. Tonight may very well be our last night in the contaminated Zone 88. Throughout her demeanor, Yun Zhao had maintained an air of composure, even forewarning them about stockpiling supplies via high-speed rail. She was not the type to arrogantly celebrate mid-journey with champagne. It was as if she believed that upon discovering the true contaminated Zone 88, vanquishing the gatekeeper would be a mere formality. Xie Tu's keen intuition suggested she had discerned something significant, though she refrained from voicing it, perhaps out of concern that the gatekeeper might become aware. The gatekeeper could not penetrate her mental defenses and would remain oblivious to her thoughts. It was certain that its rank fell short of Yun Zhao's. Ascending to the 2nd floor of the villa, Xie Tu opened the room adjacent to Yun Zhao and Rabbit before closing the door behind her. Jiang Mu, watching Xie Tu depart, then stood and addressed the team. "All right, everyone, endure just one night. Your 1,000 points will not go to waste." One glance at Orange's demeanor sufficed to reveal the truth. The dark matter had been thoroughly cleansed, alleviating concerns of disturbances in the spiritual realm for the foreseeable future. An S-class guide. Why was she not from their Dawn base? Chapter 52. A turn as the antagonist. In the stillness of the night, lines of black mist, suffused with dark energy, began to creep towards the villa's yard. These tendrils, as if imbued with life, writhed and crawled, emitting a hissing sound as they corroded everything in their path. 2 security guards, armed with flashlights, approached the villa's entrance with rigid stances, their skin slowly fissured, revealing jagged mandibles lined with serrated teeth. The black lines multiplied, intertwining to form a colossal web of darkness that enveloped the villa. Xiao Qing Miao perched on the 2nd floor bay window. Its true form had prepared a small basket adorned with a thick blanket as a makeshift nest for rest. With an air of arrogance, it cast a sidelong glance at the happenings below. "Trash," it scoffed. A deluge of emerald-green luminescence rushed forth with breathtaking speed, akin to a blizzard, completely engulfing the black lines and aberrant creatures. Under the radiance, the aberrant entities writhed in agony, gradually succumbing to silence. The previously noisy rooms within the villa fell eerily quiet. Just as Rabbit's hand reached for the sniper rifle, it hesitated, retracting it silently to return to the large bed. On the other side of the bed, Yun Zhao lay on her side, facing away, one arm tucked under her head while the other rested across her chest. Breathing evenly and deeply. She was indeed exhausted, sleeping soundly and undisturbed. That night, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber. Morning arrived. The clock read 8:05. Yet the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. The villa's dim exterior lights cast a feeble glow, struggling to illuminate a small halo amidst the thick gloom. The city continued to shimmer with neon lights, seemingly perpetually caught in a cacophonous night. In Orange's perception, the world had never appeared so vividly clear. Rising early, he eagerly ventured out to procure breakfast, swiftly returning with 2 large boxes brimming with an array of food: buns, noodles, rice porridge, hamburgers, fried dough sticks, and milk. The bygone era was truly remarkable. Food was available at any hour, simply by desire. Sighing, Orange meticulously arranged the sumptuous breakfast on the table, pondering that it might be their last meal of such abundance. Jiang Mu, just rising, kicked at him. "Could you speak normally? You make it sound like a Last Supper." "Exactly," the other teammates echoed, commending the captain's reprimand. "I apologize." Orange raised both hands in surrender. The entire Zero team soon descended the stairs. Having enjoyed a restful night, Yun Zhao appeared revitalized and, upon glancing at the table laden with delicious food, was beckoned by the sentinels, each more eager than the last. Yun guide. Come, sit down. What would you like to eat? They rushed to pull out chairs, serve breakfast, and hand her chopsticks, their sycophantic behavior almost unbearable. Yun Zhao regarded them with some confusion. Pursing her lips, rest assured, having taken your points, I will assist you with mental guidance, so there is no need for such eagerness. Jiang Mu, exasperated, raised a hand to his forehead and inquired of Xie Tu, what is the plan for today? First, tell us what you obtained. Xie Tu approached, lifting a bowl of soy milk, uncovering it as she settled down. The dining table was small, unable to accommodate all 12. So Rabbit and the others chose their food and took it to the living room to eat, leaving only 5 or 6 at the table.
Jiang Mu replied.
We have only gathered some industrial technical data, along with electromagnetic weaponry technology and components. There are many valuable items within, including artificial intelligence, energy storage devices, 3D printing technology, and small devices or technical documents related to quantum computing. Additionally, in the realms of medicine and agriculture, we have portable precision medical testing instruments, a complete set of soilless cultivation technology, and blueprints for efficient agricultural automation machinery and key components. Parting with any of these would be regrettable. However, we could only take a limited amount. To conserve space in the vehicle, we must select relevant documents to take back for our specialists to study. Given the current technological level outside, it's uncertain how long it will take to develop the information we've gathered. Jiang Mu, lost in thought, muttered a curse under his breath. The most infuriating part is that those aberrants can see us. When we went to collect the documents, they treated us like terrorists, chasing us all over the city. It was utterly absurd, a horde of monsters pursuing them, shouting demands for surrender and warnings not to harm civilians. Jiang Mu clutched the documents while running, spitting blood in frustration. It was a complete reversal of fortune. Fortunately, after 24 hours, they would revert to their original forms. Forgetting the previous events, his expression darkened as he spoke. It was not merely the aberrants. They would never have managed to acquire so little documentation without external interference. At that time, Jiang Mu had just released the Bai beast, and his powers were waning, which only highlighted how dire their situation had been. Were it not for the need to extract technological advancements, he would never have revealed this embarrassing incident. Yun Zhao listened attentively, biting into a hamburger. Her cheeks puffed as she met Xie Tu's gaze. Their eyes exchanged an ambiguous understanding. Perhaps we truly must play the role of terrorists. Yun Zhao spoke with a grave expression. First, we shall divide into several groups to seize critical technological data, plunder supermarkets and malls along the way, and then regroup to launch a joint assault on the southern station, taking control of the high-speed rail station. The sentinels, keenly attuned to their surroundings, choked on their meals at her words.
Goodness.
Yun Zhao is truly formidable. Going this far? Acting as terrorists in the contaminated zone? Ha ha ha, how utterly amusing. Cough, cough, cough. Why do I feel my heart racing? This is a bit too exhilarating. Jiang Mu responded, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Are you planning to use the high-speed rail to transport supplies? Indeed, it can carry more than vehicles. The instruments he had set his sights on could all be taken. As the 4 major bases had always shared technological advancements, especially now that it had become a joint mission between 2 bases. To evade the monsters while ransacking the city, what utter madness. Xie Tu nodded and slowly spoke. Only in this manner can we maximize our retrieval of resources. However, we must first deal with the gatekeeper. Otherwise, the high-speed rail cannot enter. What about the gatekeeper? Orange couldn't help but inquire. After the city descends into chaos, the gatekeeper will find it easier to hide. How can we locate it? With the entire city hunting us down, we barely have time to escape, let alone search for it. They currently only knew that the gatekeeper was a humanoid entity. They could not simply shoot at any human they encountered. The monsters now all appeared as normal humans. Each time they engaged, it felt akin to slaughtering their own kind. If they proceeded in such a manner, the Sentinel's psychological states and mental realms could easily falter. Duanxi also recognized the dilemma at hand, but if they sought the gatekeeper first, by the time they dealt with it, the contaminated zone would collapse, and all their resources would be lost. The existence of monsters capable of seeing them created a conflict between scavenging for supplies and searching for the gatekeeper. Abandoning the resources was out of the question. Yet if they did not pursue the gatekeeper, they could not retrieve the supplies, nor could they recover Zhou Tiankai's spirit entity. Furthermore, after occupying the station, a single trip may not suffice to fill the high-speed rail. They would have to make multiple trips while evading the city's pursuit. The operation was fraught with flaws. However, Yun Zhao refrained from providing explanations. She suggested, let's not focus on the gatekeeper for now. While we scavenge for supplies, we can keep an eye out for it. Xie Tu had already taken the map handed over by Song Liang, engrossed in planning the route. The Zero team would split into two groups. Yun Zhao and Duan Shi would form one group, while Tao Hahao, Song Liang, and Rabbit would comprise the second. Understood. Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, considering something, then nodded in agreement with the plan. Since we will attack the station only after regrouping, we can split into two teams. Some matters could not be arranged too meticulously, nor could they be fully articulated, for they had always been under surveillance. Jiang Mu inquired of Xie Tu, which route do you prefer? Xie Tu unfurled the map, but did not respond immediately. It was not until the little bluebird hopped onto the table, prancing about on the map, that Xie Tu spoke. We shall take the eastern and western sections of the city. After finishing her breakfast, Yun Zhao clapped her hands and stood up first. I will go provide everyone with psychological guidance. The two team leaders can discuss the operational routes. The remaining sentinels were left in bewilderment. Tao Hahao, disinterested, slumped lazily on the sofa, thinking, whatever, I'll follow the captain's orders. Chapter 53. Guidance or Sabotage. The individuals in the living room continued to deliberate the operational arrangements. The members of Jiang Mu's team lined up to enter the room. This was the first time the little bluebird provided psychological guidance to so many people, and they were all advanced sentinels. The mental domains of advanced sentinels were vastly broader than those of the townsfolk. Coupled with their prolonged stay in the contaminated zone, darkness pervaded almost everywhere upon entry. The guidance process took a considerable amount of time. The little bluebird gradually lost its patience and began to grow irritable. Before the sentinels were fully prepared, it boldly intruded into their mental domains, instantly transforming into a large bluebird, violently flapping its wings and conjuring a tempest within the realm. As it blew away the dark matter, the other sentinels' spirit entities were sent tumbling across the ground. The three sentinels who had completed their psychological guidance opened their eyes, pale-faced, and thanked her before departing. Indeed, the dark matter had vanished. Their consciousness and perception had become remarkably clear. However, their mental realms appeared to have endured a catastrophic natural disaster. The spirit entities whimpered and pleaded for comfort. The guidance process of the base S guides was typically gentle. None had witnessed such a vigorous display from a guiding spirit. An S-class guide was undoubtedly different, wasn't he it? The sentinels found themselves questioning their existence. Yun Zhao remained silent, aware that the little one lacked patience. Fortunately, she had not joined the base's special abilities department. Otherwise, after just one day in the guidance room, she might have become the terrifying legend spoken of among the sentinels. The little bluebird, in the meantime, acted as if nothing were amiss, perched atop her head, holding its noble head high, awaiting the final participant's arrival. In the living room, Xie Tu and Jiang Mu continued to discuss the route. Suddenly, Jiang Mu called out, Orange, quickly bring out our money. We need to rent a few large trucks. With only 2 armored vehicles available, laden with weapons, ammunition, and equipment, it was imperative to prepare additional vehicles for their 4-pronged robbery. Right away, Captain. Orange hastily dashed into the room, emerging with 2 bags filled with cash. Tao Hahao approached, curious, and asked, Where did you get the money? Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. Before Bai Yi left, I had it rob a bank. Spirit entities were perfectly suited for such undertakings. Song Liang gazed skyward in exasperation. No wonder it knows about the bank vault.
All right.
You all listen to Xie Tu's arrangements first. I'm going to provide psychological guidance now. Jiang Mu lazily stood up, passing by the 3 ashen-faced team members. Sensing something amiss, he paused, asking, Do you have any last words? The 3 shook their heads in unison. No. If there were difficulties, they would face them together, even with their captain. Xie Tu's expression was tense, his tone somewhat cold. Hurry up. The task was crucial. Jiang Mu wasted no more time, pushed open the door, and entered the room. Inside were only 2 girls. Rabbit, clutching a sniper rifle, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a sympathetic glance in his direction. In contrast, the little bluebird's treatment of her and the chameleon king seemed excessively gentle. Yun Zhao maintained her composure, pointing to the opposite sofa. Let us begin. Jiang Mu sat down across from her, a tea table separating them. He noticed the little bluebird's figure suddenly becoming transparent and inquired, Isn't a mental connection necessary? Yun Zhao shook her head, silently stating, No, the little bluebird can go in by itself. The realm of an S-class sentinel was surely chaotic. What if, upon entering, the large bluebird blew her down to the ground as well? Did S-class guides not consider compatibility? Jiang Mu found nothing amiss. He was merely astonished that profound guidance could occur without a mental connection. Yun Zhao affirmed, it can enter on its own. In the past, in the small town, the little bluebird had provided psychological guidance to the sentinels in this manner. She had originally thought advanced sentinels would be different, only to discover they were the same. Thus far, she had only entered Rabbit's mental domain. All right, rest assured, I will not resist. Jiangmu cautioned her. But do let your spirit entity be cautious. The atmosphere inside is somewhat tumultuous. Sentinels could be easily agitated and irritable. Their exceptional perception made their nerves extraordinarily sensitive, often leaving them in a state of violent emotion. This emotion pervaded the entire realm of consciousness. The rabbit lifted its head to glance at him, silently lighting a candle for him. It appeared that Team Jiang had never encountered the great bluebird, nor had the other team members informed him of its existence. Yun Zhao responded affirmatively, his tone utterly casual. All right, let's commence. The figure of the little bluebird gradually became translucent, countless luminescent particles merging into Jiangmu's body, thus infiltrating his mental domain. This was the first time the little creature beheld the vast expanse of an S-class sentinel's realm, which was several times larger than that of an A-class sentinel. An hour and a half later, Jiangmu opened his eyes with a complex expression. The tumultuous agitation that had long oppressed him vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. As if a massive boulder had quietly been removed from his heart, he could distinctly feel his thoughts becoming more agile and his awareness sharper. At this moment, all violent tendencies had subsided, akin to the serene surface of a sea after a storm. However, how could one articulate this? Jiangmu's expression was somewhat subtle as he ventured, "Are you certain this qualifies as guidance rather than intentional destruction?" The phoenix, astonishingly, possessed two forms. Thankfully, his beast could fly, and was of substantial size, preventing it from being sent flying by the Qing Wana slap. The two mental entities chased each other in his mental realm, playing joyously, leaving chaos in their wake. The clouds in the sky were torn asunder. Trees were bent this way and that, and the lawn appeared as if it had been struck by a meteor. The beast rarely had a playmate, and this companion could eliminate all the dark matter that had accumulated within it for so long. All negative emotions dissipated, and it was so delighted that it wagged its tail vigorously. His naive little one seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that others were causing it distress. Goodness! The two were wreaking havoc together. How could this not be counted? Yun Zhao pursed his lips. Just admit that all the dark matter has been eliminated, will you? Jiangmu. The little bluebird-esque figure reappeared, perched atop its head, not sparing Jiangmu a glance, uninterestedly preening its disheveled feathers. The Sentinel's mental domain was exceedingly fragile. Rampant destruction could harm the core itself. Jiangmu gazed at the little creature that disregarded him, speaking earnestly. Fortunately, I am an S-class sentinel. Other sentinels might not withstand your antics. The little bluebird shot him a sidelong glance.
Fool.
Yun Zhao had to speak on behalf of his mental entity, reassuring, fear not, it knows its limits. It will only wreak havoc within the sentinel's tolerance. As for psychological harm, that could not be guaranteed. Jiangmu was utterly speechless. Yun Zhao stood. Let us proceed. We can discuss this outside. The guidance work is already complete. Next, it's time to go see some resources. Outside, Duan Shi and Tao Hahao followed Chengzi and the others, driving back 4 large trucks. When Xie Tu saw them emerge, he calmly issued commands. One team heads to the east of the city to acquire hydroponics technology, while another goes to the tech park in the west to obtain artificial intelligence and 3D printing technology. After completing the tasks, gather at the southern station's storage facility. Collect everything movable along the way. Understood. After Jiangmu emerged, he too began issuing orders to his team. Take Zhou Tinkai with you. Head to the hospital first. The 4 small teams quickly prepared, checking their weaponry and ensuring ample ammunition before boarding a large truck. Only Jiangmu and Chengzi were in their armored vehicle. Previously, to acquire electromagnetic weapon technology, they had ventured into a military base, and now that they could carry more items out, they naturally intended to make another trip. The second time was always easier than the first. The other 3 teams' trucks were filled with cargo containers, indicating that the trio would have to squeeze into the front driver's cabin. In Team 1, Duan Shi took the wheel, while Yun Zhao had to sit beside Xie Tu in the cramped passenger seat. She didn't mind. During missions, gender was of little concern. Yun Zhao promptly climbed into the passenger seat and warmly gestured for Xie Tu to join her. Chapter 54. Initiating Zero-Cost Acquisition. The tall figure hesitated outside the vehicle, then bent down to enter the passenger seat. His long legs appeared slightly constrained as he entered, having to bend slightly to fit in the confined space. Once seated, Xie Tu's shoulder nearly brushed against Yun Zhao's head. The proximity between them was such that they could distinctly feel each other's breath and body heat. Yun Zhao found it somewhat cramped and shifted slightly to the side, placing her military backpack at her feet. She quickly boarded the vehicle, turned the key, and started the truck. "Captain, shall we head straight there?" "Yes, to the Agricultural Research Institute," Xie Tu replied calmly, his arms casually resting at his sides, yet nearly occupying all the remaining space in the seat.
All right.
She was the first to drive the truck out of the villa district. His falcon soared ahead, scouting the external conditions and aiding in navigation. Among the 4 teams, they were likely the most relaxed, as Yun Zhao could control the aberrant species, which meant they probably wouldn't be chased all over the city. Upon arriving at the Agricultural Institute, the process was astonishingly smooth. Since the city was perpetually enveloped in night, only security personnel and a few staff members were on duty at the institute. Yun Zhao sequentially controlled several employees, successfully inquiring about the whereabouts of the research lab. 2 days staff members opened the doors for them, willingly handing over copies of the data. She watched in awe. "Don't just stand there, load all this equipment onto the truck." Xie Tu had already begun moving, lifting a piece of equipment he had never seen before and could not name. With the end of the Dark Age, the population at Dawn Base had been steadily increasing over the past decade, yet the progress in cultivating arable land remained painfully slow. The loss of 2 centuries' worth of sunlight had rendered most of the soil into sand, making it impossible to grow food. This technology was vital for the humans outside. Indeed. She snapped back to reality and hurried to assist. The formidable physique of a sentinel was not to be underestimated. 2 individuals effortlessly lifted a large machine and carried it down to the truck. The controlled personnel remained motionless, allowing them to empty the entire research lab. Yun Zhao then directed the aberrant species to open other rooms, taking away all data related to crop breeding, cultivation techniques, pest control, soil improvement, and facility agriculture. This included design blueprints for agricultural automation machinery and crucial components. Subsequently, the trio headed to the back cultivation area to collect various seeds, genetically modified rice, canola seeds, cherry tomatoes, persimmons. There were so many varieties that they could not identify some. Regardless, they began digging directly from the ground, striving to gather as many as possible. She grew increasingly excited as he dug, having heard that people from the old era could grow vegetables in space. With these technologies, perhaps the science outside could advance by decades. This trip was truly worthwhile. Yun Zhao gestured for him to calm down. "I just glanced. Hydroponics requires nutrient solutions. We've obtained the data, but it depends on the researcher's expertise at the base. No matter how great the items are, they cannot be utilized overnight. One must master the methods before seeing results." She shrugged. "That's not our concern anymore." They were utterly clueless about agriculture. Yun Zhao fell silent for a moment, acknowledging, "You make a valid point." Xie Tu remained largely silent throughout the journey, brushing off the dust from his tactical suit and lifting his chin, suggesting they continue their conversation in the vehicle. The equipment took up considerable space, and the elongated truck was nearly overflowing. The 3 of them squeezed back into the cramped driver's cabin. Xie Tu tossed his backpack to the floor, creating a bit of room for the petite guide to feel more comfortable. He stated, "Let us first transport the supplies to the southern collection point for storage before retrieving the remaining items." "Understood," responded Shi, driving the truck southward as planned. The chosen collection point was a storage facility located behind the station, designated for storing goods entrusted within the station. Naturally, the warehouse belonged to another party, but with the cloud guide present, they had temporarily requisitioned it. As the vehicle approached a certain intersection in the southern part of the city, the air raid siren blared without warning. Several police cars, sirens wailing, sped down the street, their loudspeakers announcing, "Terrorist attack! Terrorist attack!" All civilians seek shelter in nearby air defense structures. Panic ensued as people on the street screamed and fled for their lives. The entire city descended into chaos. Shi looked on in bewilderment at the pandemonium outside. "What are they running from? Didn't they seem to be enjoying themselves chasing us within the illusion barrier?" Yun Zhao turned to Xie Tu and inquired, "Is the commotion this loud? Is it Jiang Mu and his team?" "Indeed," Xie Tu replied. "They need to infiltrate the military to acquire the manufacturing methods for the weaponry and machinery, which are classified secrets." In truth, Yun Zhao would have been the most suitable for that task. However, neither Xie Tu nor Jiang Mu mentioned it. "While they draw the fire, we shall continue to move the supplies." No sooner had Xie Tu finished speaking than they spotted Jiang Mu's armored vehicle making a sharp turn, barreling down their street. Behind them, a group of well-equipped armed personnel surged from all directions, the sounds of their footsteps and clashing weapons creating a cacophony. Several police cars blared their piercing sirens, rapidly closing in. The two teams encountered each other unexpectedly. Through the car window, Jiangmu raised an eyebrow at them, speeding past with a rush. The white-winged beast seemed to be experiencing an exhilarating thrill for the first time, flying excitedly behind the vehicle with its wings spread wide. They were now leading a large throng of people in a desperate flight through the city, pursued by nearly the entire armed force of the city. Several police cars and countless armed individuals closely followed, their sirens wailing as if to pierce the heavens. The scene was chaotic yet awe-inspiring.
Wow.
This is exhilarating. Duan-Shi was left dumbfounded. A small green bird hopped to the front, stretching its neck to peer out. How fun! It seemed eager to join in. Yun Zhao gently soothed it, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. She raised her hand slightly, forming a mental barrier that enveloped the truck, shielding it from the senses of the aberrant creatures. In a flash, Jiangmu's armored vehicle disappeared from sight, the shrill alarm echoing from the adjacent street. Xie Tu, seemingly lost in thought, chuckled derisively. Let them be. We must swiftly move the supplies. Right. Duan-Shi snapped back to reality and promptly revved the engine. However, Yun Zhao interjected, let us drive straight to the station to avoid unloading and reloading twice. With the gatekeeper present, this operation was to rely on the map and essential technology, while other aspects allowed for the teams to act freely. Initially, it was presumed that Jiangmu's team would prioritize transporting supplies, yet unexpectedly, they dashed off to the military to acquire weapons, creating such a ruckus right after parting ways, effectively diverting all attention. The personnel at the high-speed rail station had likely evacuated, providing them with a perfect opportunity. Very well. Let us follow her lead, Xie Tu acquiesced. Duan-Shi nodded vigorously. They swiftly drove the truck to the high-speed rail station, and indeed, the area was already deserted, the station eerily empty. Duan-Shi drove straight into the station hall, halting at the ticketing entrance. We must act quickly. Xie Tu jumped out, retrieving several luggage trolleys, and opened the truck door to begin unloading. Yun Zhao joined him, opting to gather the lighter seeds since she struggled with the heavier items. The three of them busily unloaded supplies, casually opening a high-speed train door to toss the items inside. A few terrified passengers remained hidden on the train, watching them with wide eyes. Ignore them, Xie Tu instructed. We're responsible for the eastern part of the city. Let us aim to remove everything we can from there. Chapter 55. Found it. The trio returned to the station hall and quickly boarded the truck to leave. The city remained shrouded in night. The piercing air raid siren echoed through the dark sky. The streets were deserted, littered with debris, and vehicles lay haphazardly in the middle of the road. Duan-Shi drove along the route they had taken. Xie Tu pulled out the detailed map Jiangmu had provided to guide him to the eastern commercial district, where a large supermarket was located on the lower level. Understood, Duan-Shi replied, still buzzing with excitement as he sped down the road in the truck. The supermarket from the old era was several times larger than the base shopping center, with an array of goods that left them in awe. There was an abundance of items, far too many to fit into their vehicle. Yun Zhao rolled a cart over, sweeping items off the shelves into the cart without a backward glance, stating, we can simply take the freezers from the cold storage section. We won't bother with the other areas here. The mall was extensive, with the upper levels predominantly occupied by clothing, skincare, and jewelry stores, which were of little use to them. Rather than cluttering their hall with those, it was more prudent to retrieve several industrial machines from outside. Agreed. Once we finish at the supermarket, we shall change locations, Xie Tu concurred. He found it tedious to pick items individually, opting instead to drag entire shelves away, tossing them into the truck bed. The three of them quickly filled the truck bed and set off once more towards the station. The truck made several trips to transport the goods. The sounds of sirens and gunfire in the city ebbed and flowed, and just as they were unsure how many trips they had made, the two teams encountered one another again. Yun Zhao nimbly erected a mental barrier, choosing to remain uninvolved in their predicament. The shouting from the orange-hued figure whizzed past her ear. Are you really going to be this heartless? The white-winged beast seemed to tire of flying, landing atop the armored vehicle, yet its spirits remained high, occasionally swatting at parked cars along the roadside with its tail. For it, being pursued by a horde of monsters through the city felt more like an exhilarating game. The armored vehicle, accompanied by a vast armed force behind them, once again rumbled away from their view. Throughout it all, Yun Zhao remained indifferent, having no desire to watch. Jiangmu possessed the keys and had recently undergone mental guidance as an S-class sentinel, requiring no one to worry about him. As for Xie Tu, he didn't even spare a glance. The vehicles continued their relentless back and forth. The trio resumed their supply transport. After several hours of continuous hauling, they had become numb to the effort. Even Duan-Shi fell silent, mechanically loading items onto the truck. Just as they filled one high-speed train, they finally encountered Rabbit and his group. Captain, we gathered all the supplies. Song Liang and the others approached, carrying a considerable load. Xie Tu did not pause his actions, continuing until the truck was fully loaded. There was no time for idle chatter. The two teams briefly reunited before parting ways again, each heading to their designated areas. The city was dead silent at night, save for the distant and near thunderous noises. The streets lay in quiet disarray. They had lost count of how many trips they had made. After 7 or 8 hours of ceaseless supply transportation, Yun Zhao felt utterly exhausted, barely able to straighten her back, as if her limbs were no longer her own. They climbed back into the vehicle once more. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu were squeezed together in the cramped passenger seat. The tall figure of the man occupied a significant portion of the space, leaving Yun Zhao to sit in a slightly awkward position, leaning for 7 or 8 hours straight, a discomfort that would challenge anyone. There was an odd sensation, as if everything was proceeding too smoothly. Duan Shi, rarely engaging his mind, spoke while driving. It seems the high-speed train is nearly full, yet the city remains unchanged, save for the armed forces chasing after Jiang Mu and the others. Two possibilities arise. Xie Tu maintained his composure, though his posture appeared somewhat constrained. One arm rested between them, attempting to create some distance, yet inadvertently causing more physical contact, pushing Yun Zhao closer to the edge of her seat. She had to gesture for him to move his arm away. Xie Tu complied, momentarily lost in thought, then returned to the matter at hand. First, they might be planning to catch us all at once when we are most fatigued after loading the supplies. The second possibility is that they have heard our discussions about eliminating them and have already hidden away. If we cannot locate them, no amount of supplies will be of any use. Without retrieving Zhou Tiankai's spirit, Jiang Mu's team will not retreat. For Team Dawn Zero, the supplies packed in the high-speed train were of utmost importance, and the allure of an additional 10,000 points ensured they could not abandon Jiang Mu and the others to venture out alone. Duan Shi muttered under his breath. Damn it, are we going to play hide and seek again? Can't this gatekeeper show some backbone? His spirit, a peregrine falcon, clawed at the car window, seemingly in agreement with its host's frustrations, its body quivering and swaying as if filled with eagerness. Captain, where to next? Shall we continue searching for industrial machinery? Duan Shi inquired. Xie Tu shifted his legs slightly, moving a few centimeters outward. Let us see if there are any supermarkets nearby, and procure some daily necessities. Yun Zhao listened to their conversation, too exhausted to speak. The height difference between the two men left her head resting against Xie Tu's shoulder. She maintained a forward-leaning posture, the weight of fatigue steadily increasing. Finally, she relinquished her efforts to remain upright, exhaling softly to fully relax, leaning her entire weight against the man's shoulder to rest. A tough battle awaited them, and conserving energy was crucial. Duan Shi gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. I remember there's a small supermarket that hasn't moved, next to a mother and baby store. We can grab some more formula. Suddenly, the man in the passenger's seat fell silent, his body stiffening abruptly. After a moment, he replied, The shops lining the street were open, brightly lit yet devoid of any customers, casting the eastern part of the city into an eerie silence. A large truck stopped in front of the mother and baby store, adjacent to a small chain supermarket. This was the farthest point east in the city. The familiar bookstore stood directly across the street. As the spread of the outside chaos continued unabated, the city was slowly expanding, the illusory barrier moving outward significantly. The distant reflection still depicted a city that resembled a mirage, seemingly endless. Xie Tu's gaze flickered, yet he did not raise his head, stepping first into the mother and baby store. The trio cleared out all the formula from the store before proceeding to the adjacent supermarket to continue their looting. The falcon, familiar with the territory, guided them to the storeroom in the back, where boxes of supplies were neatly stacked. Yun Zhao fished a piece of chocolate from her pocket, unwrapping it and savoring it slowly while standing at the door, observing their industriousness. The guide was lacking in stamina. Duan Shi, not overthinking, focused on the task at hand. All the items were loaded onto the truck, once again filling it to the brim. We should be able to make a few more trips, Duan Shi remarked. The city was not particularly large, and they had already checked. Only 8 high-speed trains were stationed. Besides the attention drawn by Jiang Mu, the other 3 teams were desperately loading supplies. As for how the 2 bases should allocate the resources, that would be determined once they were outside. Captain, let us go, Duan Shi said, shutting the truck's door. Xie Tu remained stationary, slightly turning his head back, as if waiting for Yun Zhao. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao slowly finished the last bite of her chocolate, tossing the wrapper aside and making her way toward him. The two circled around to the passenger seat facing the road. Just as they were about to get into the vehicle, Yun Zhao abruptly turned, her eyes narrowing slightly as she swiftly unleashed her immense mental energy, which surged forth like a tidal wave from within her. Countless azure-green glimmers instantaneously formed a net, enveloping the entire bookstore across the street. Chapter 56, Gatekeeper número 88. Her movements were remarkably swift. The mental barrier materialized in an instant, the azure-green strands of energy weaving together like a multitude of animated threads, coalescing into a vast dome that completely shrouded the bookstore. The ethereal azure-green light was not blinding. Rather, it possessed a surreal beauty. Duan Shi, regaining his senses, heightened his vigilance, swiftly drawing his weapon and leaping from the vehicle to join the captain and Yun Zhao. "What's going on?"
Duan Shi asked.
The falcon, responding to his intent, stretched its wings, ready to scout ahead. "Don't let it through," Xie Tu commanded in a low voice. The little creature obediently returned. The bookstore was shrouded in darkness. In the nighttime city, countless vibrant lights intertwined, illuminated by the lights. The glass door of the bookstore resembled a mirror reflecting the radiance, the kaleidoscopic lights creating a unique interplay of light and shadow. The light refracted, rendering the interior of the bookstore entirely indecipherable. A small azure bird gradually materialized, perched atop its hostess' head, cocking its head to observe the bookstore. Xie Tu slightly tilted his head toward her, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, instructing, "Stay close to me, don't wander too far." He turned and moved ahead to lead the way. Throughout it all, he never inquired about her thoughts, as if he already possessed an understanding deep within. Yun Zhao contemplated the broad silhouette of the man before her, stepping closer to his side. Duan Shi snapped back to reality, hastening to catch up with the two. The trio crossed the street to stand before the bookstore. Inside, indistinct figures stood, presenting a scene identical to that within the illusory barrier. Xie Tu narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. He extended his hand, and the glass door of the bookstore swung open effortlessly. With the reflective barrier removed, the interior of the bookstore became clear to the three of them. Inside, individuals sat scattered about, engrossed in their books, some quietly perched in corners, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, while others stood by the shelves, searching for desired titles, occasionally moving a few steps to the adjacent shelves. Even Duan Shi, normally oblivious, would have realized something was amiss. A sentinel possessed acute perception. How could they not detect the presence of others in the bookstore merely across the street? "Is the gatekeeper shielding this place?" Duan Shi whispered. But how could the captain and Yun Zhao know? No one answered. Unfazed, Duan Shi scrutinized each person in the bookstore with vigilance. These silhouettes resembled the mannequins from the illusory city, showing no reaction to the abrupt intrusion of the three, remaining lost in their own worlds. Yet, externally, it was impossible to discern who among them was the gatekeeper. Duan Shi pondered. Since it was confirmed that a gatekeeper was indeed present, should they strike first and unleash a barrage to eliminate them all? Xie Tu, with a disdainful glance, seemed oblivious to his thoughts, warning him not to act rashly. Duan Shi simply replied with a no. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, permeated by the stench of decay, as if countless years of dust had been disrupted by their unexpected intrusion, shattering some forbidden taboo. The occasional rustle of turning pages echoed in the eerie silence, sending shivers down one's spine. Yun Zhao stood beside Xie Tu, his dark, lustrous eyes fixated on the staircase leading to the second floor, where a young girl sat, clutching a review book. Her hair was styled in loose braids, cascading down one shoulder, her knees neatly together, adopting an exceptionally demure posture on the stairs. With her head slightly bowed, the angle cast her face entirely into shadow, rendering it impossible to discern her features. Yun Zhao took a step forward, ascending the staircase to the second floor. Xie Tu moved almost in tandem, reaching out to grasp the strap of her backpack once more. Although three individuals were acting together, Duan Shi suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Yun Zhao approached the girl sitting on the stairs, engrossed in her review materials. From his elevated vantage point, he could only glimpse the crown of her head. "Are you now curious about how I discovered you?" He spoke softly. The girl remained oblivious, still clutching her book as if she could neither see nor hear him. Yun Zhao gestured towards the tome in her hands. "You must not have read many books, have you? This is advanced mathematics from university when I was younger. My uncles brought back a copy, and no one in our town could comprehend it. Moreover, she had sensed it from the moment she entered the bookstore. Those hollow, vacant stares, turning this way and that, harbored a peculiar gaze within, an odd mixture of curiosity." Yun Zhao chuckled softly, pondering something unknown. "You shouldn't be curious about me. You expose yourself too often." The gatekeeper had likely never encountered a guide as formidable as her, unable to penetrate her mental barrier. The gatekeeper's fear from her initial entrance had given rise to new obsessions. Throughout the entire exchange, Xie Tu remained silent, listening intently, his expression unchanged, as if entirely unfazed. The contamination zone, rated at 4 stars for danger, boasted an exceptionally high level of self-awareness in its gatekeeper, yet they primarily acted on instinct and obsession. The gatekeeper of Contamination Zone 88 had developed a new fixation on Yun Zhao, thereby revealing a vulnerability. A green luminescent mesh enveloped the bookstore, and the gatekeeper, unable to breach Yun Zhao's defenses, was ensnared within her mental trap, now utterly trapped. Yun Zhao slowly raised her right hand, her voice calm yet unwavering. "It matters not if you remain silent. I wish to test whether my mental threads can control a gatekeeper." Threads of fluorescent light surged forth, darting towards its face. An invisible barrier emerged simultaneously, intercepting the attack. Upon collision, the green luminescence and the barrier sparked a fierce wave of psychic energy, causing the barrier to tremble violently, fissures appearing throughout its surface. At that moment, the girl with braids suddenly lifted her head, revealing her true visage. It was a delicate, youthful face, pallid and ghostly, her eyes devoid of whites, resembling inky voids, her expression stiff as though she were a lifeless doll, exuding an unsettling aura. The surroundings abruptly shifted. Xie Tu, ever cautious, maintained his grip on Yun Zhao's backpack strap as an invisible force attempted to wrench it from his grasp. Reacting swiftly, he drew her into his embrace, swiftly unsheathing his dagger to shatter the barrier that threatened him. The entire encounter unfolded in less than a second, yet she vanished from his arms. The familiar bookstore environment was swiftly erased by an unseen hand. Darkness surged from all directions. As if intent on consuming everything in its path, the landscape had transformed. Boundless darkness enveloped them, and the slender girl appeared as if submerged in an unfathomable abyss. Yun Zhao stood alone in the depths of the dark void, allowing it to guide her to this place. The mental pull was peculiar. She instinctively wished for Xie Tu not to follow, as if his presence would herald misfortune. The green barrier still loomed overhead. The gatekeeper facing her, illuminated by the blinding green glow, bore a pale, youthful countenance that appeared strangely contorted. The girl gradually unveiled a sinister smile, finally speaking. "In my world, you cannot harm me." Her tone was peculiar, imbued with a sticky quality, as if countless tiny tendrils sought to ensnare and disturb the mind. "Is that so?" Yun Zhao's demeanor remained composed, her voice unperturbed. She paid no heed to its words. With a flick of her fingers, a great azure bird materialized. It soared from the void above her, radiant green light cascading like a surging tide, illuminating a vast expanse of the abyss. Standing there, enveloped in light, she was accompanied by a magnificent phoenix, its colossal form hovering in midair, wings spread wide. Its cold, emotionless blue eyes regarded the gatekeeper with the disdainful gaze one might cast upon an insignificant insect. The expressions of both her physical and spiritual forms mirrored one another. "But look, no matter how you move, you remain trapped within my barrier, unable to escape." Chapter 57. Now it is my turn. Why should I flee? The girl tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. Her pale, youthful visage, with its entirely black eyes devoid of whites, radiated an unsettling aura. "This is my created world, my world." Her voice carried a chilling peculiarity. "And what of your spiritual form?" Yun Zhao interjected suddenly, questioning her. "How did your spiritual form perish?" The abilities of the gatekeeper of Zone 88 were almost entirely tied to psychic power. Clearly, she was a distorted guide, having lost her spiritual form, which had birthed intense obsessions, resulting in the emergence of Contamination Zone 88, constructed upon her mental landscape. This was merely Yun Zhao's conjecture, yet she hoped that the theories posited by that researcher named Xie at the base might hold some truth. The Contamination Zone was indeed the gatekeeper's mental realm, where both the keys and the distorted beings desperate to enter were intertwined with obsession. Obsession seemed to be the sole emotion that persisted within the Contamination Zone. My spiritual form. The girl's hollow black eyes flickered with madness. My spiritual form. My spiritual form. Suddenly, she paused, her tilted head curving into a sinister smile. "Ah, I remember now, it exists." As the words fell, a black panther spirit, emanating murky darkness and with vacant eyes, appeared beside her. "See, I too have a spiritual form." Its visage appeared somewhat contorted, with hollow, obsidian eyes emanating a fervent expression. Yun Zhao quietly scrutinized the Black Panther for a moment, ruthlessly exposing its deceit. "It was not your spirit entity, but rather that of Zhou Tiankai." "No." The young girl fixed her gaze upon her, her obsession profound, shaking her head vehemently, insisting, "It is my spirit entity. They are all my spirit entities." Entities? It seemed that after emerging from the pollution zone number 88, more than one sentinel had suffered over the years. A guide's spirit entity does not take this form. Yun Zhao raised her gaze towards the sky, where her majestic azure bird hovered. The colossal creature, the Qinghuan, lingered in the air, emitting tendrils of luminescence from beneath its wings, illuminating the surrounding abyss of darkness. Sensing the consciousness of its true form, a chilling pride glinted in the beast's eyes. Yun Zhao softly spoke, "You see, this is my spirit entity. Do you remember what yours originally looked like?" She sought to comprehend the cause of the guide's distortion. It was not uncommon for sentinels to succumb to the invasion of dark matter and transform into monsters, yet as a guide, she inherently possessed the ability to purge such darkness. Perhaps understanding why its spirit entity perished would yield the answer she sought. The peculiar young girl froze. Its spirit entity, the image of a small goat, gradually emerged in her mind. It was an exceedingly clingy little creature, capable of sensing all the joys and sorrows of its host, eternally devoted to protecting her. It had perished, slain by another. The gatekeeper suddenly fell into a frenzy, lunging at the Black Panther, shouting, "Yes, it is not my spirit entity, not my dear one. I will kill it, I will kill you all." The surrounding dark matter thickened ominously. The once surging dark substance, now infused with a violent energy, roiled like a tempest, rushing towards the immobile Black Panther's spirit entity. The gatekeeper's assault, imbued with a potent aura of darkness, tore through the air with a shrill howl. The surrounding teal luminescence surged in response, forming a barrier that shielded the Black Panther from the lethal strike. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, dispersing the dark matter in all directions. Thus, because it perished, you lost your guiding abilities and transformed into what you are now. Yun Zhao pieced everything together. A guide who has lost their spirit entity is akin to a sentinel. With the death of her spirit entity, her mental domain collapsed, stripping her of the capacity to resist dark matter, resulting in her monstrous transformation. However, after becoming a gatekeeper, she regained her guiding abilities. Yet, due to the uniqueness of her spirit entity, even as the overseer of an entire domain, she could not manifest her own spirit entity. The deceased spirit entity had morphed into her intense obsession. She began attempting to usurp the spirit entities of all sentinels entering the pollution zone number 88. Yun Zhao inquired once more, "Where did you learn about mental tethering?" The gatekeeper, having lost all reason, could not hear her words, its dark, terrifying pupils fixated on her as it suddenly launched an attack. Within the mental domain, it could conjure any desired imagery at will. The surroundings abruptly shifted again. The ground collapsed inch by inch. The dark abyss transformed into a vast ocean. Numerous aquatic creatures swam through the waters, and strands of black filaments resembling aquatic plants surged upwards, eager to drag her beneath the waves. Clumsy and untrained, she could neither drive, wield a weapon, nor swim. No wonder the gatekeeper, fully aware of her formidable mental prowess, showed no fear. It sought to drown her. Alas! Had the gatekeeper forgotten that her mental threads could now coalesce into a tangible form? As the abyss beneath her crumbled, the great azure bird unfurled its enormous wings, shielding her beneath its plumage, and let out a cry. The dancing luminescence converged as if with consciousness, rapidly forming a radiant circle beneath her feet, allowing her to stand steadily upon the ocean's surface. All the black filaments that attempted to ensnare her were repelled by the barrier, swiftly devoured by the luminescence. "Is this all you are capable of?" Yun Zhao raised her gaze, regarding it with indifference. "Now it is my turn." As the gatekeeper spiraled into madness, the entirety of pollution zone number 88 erupted into chaos. Within the bookstore, the two individuals stood in shock. Xie Tu witnessed the guide vanish from his embrace. His eyes darkened, sharp gaze sweeping across the figures engrossed in reading. "Captain." Duan-Shi had yet to utter his words when, sensing something amiss, he suddenly sidestepped, raising his gun towards the approaching silhouette.
Bang! Bang!
2 bullets were fired, effortlessly evaded by the advancing figure. The tall figure moved with remarkable agility, closing in on Duan-Shi within the blink of an eye. Duan-Shi's expression shifted drastically. Sentinel aberration. As the name implied, these were sentinels transformed into monsters. They were far more dangerous and challenging to confront than ordinary aberrations. Xie Tu remained silent, darting towards the shadow like an arrow released from a bow. His Tang Dao gleaming ominously as he swung it fiercely, engaging in a fierce clash with the sentinel aberration. Shadows emanating dark energy leapt down from the second floor, encircling Xie Tu and Duan-Shi. Upon releasing his perception, They discovered that they were all sentinel aberrations. Yuan Shi promptly switched weapons, drawing a knife from within his backpack, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful leap, deftly evading the oncoming attack. I told you, why were the aberrations in the Illusion City so weak? They were waiting for us here. Chapter 58. Believe in her. 4 to 5 sentinel aberrations darted towards Xie Tu with uncanny speed, like phantoms, their clawed arms raised to strike him. Xie Tu reacted swiftly, nimbly leaping to the side of a bookshelf to evade. He quickly turned, leaping down from the shelf and slashing with his knife. One strike felled an aberration. The sentinel aberration behind him roared furiously, pivoting to retaliate with even greater speed. Xie Tu's figure flickered as his Tang Dao sliced through the air, aiming for the creature's head. The wooden bookshelf toppled, books scattering across the floor, meeting drops of black viscous liquid, which hissed with corrosive sounds, rendering the books to ruin. Damn it, am I going to have time to move these books out now? Yuan Shi shouted in anguish. During the skirmish, Xie Tu cast a glance at Yuan Shi's situation. Yuan Shi was besieged by several aberrations, but with a powerful leap, he grasped the stair railing with one hand, nimbly vaulting to the second floor. His falcon spirit entity revealed its sharp talons, diving straight towards the creature's head. The sentinel aberration dodged left and right, yet refrained from attacking it. The obsession remained. Though the sentinel aberrations were formidable, they instinctively hesitated to harm spirit entities. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Shi lunged forward, stabbing his knife into the creature's abdomen, dispatching one aberration. He still had the energy to shout, clearly capable of handling himself. Xie Tu chose to disregard him, intensifying the speed and ferocity of his strikes. After considerable effort, the two of them managed to slay all the sentinel aberrations within the bookstore. Yuan Shi, ignoring the need for rest, approached his side, urgency in his demeanor. Captain, the guide Yun has been taken by the gatekeeper. We must hurry to rescue her. Yet, unexpectedly, Xie Tu replied, no, we must head immediately to the south station. Regardless of the guidance from the clouds, Duangzi found himself momentarily stunned. Xie Tu's expression remained remarkably composed. Trust among teammates is paramount, and we must have faith in her. Despite possessing the ability to avert danger, she did not prevent the Guardian from taking her away, undoubtedly confident in her decision. Yun Zhao, though physically frail in appearance, possessed a sharp mind and formidable mental strength. Within the confines of the 88th contaminated zone, she surpassed any sentinel. As the captain, it is essential to have faith in the capabilities of one's team and to trust one's own judgment. When Yun Zhao vanquished the Guardian, she ensured the safety of the supplies they had painstakingly transported. We must regroup at the station. The armored vehicle, pursued relentlessly throughout the city, sped through the streets. Just as they reached the midpoint of the road, the blaring sirens behind them abruptly ceased. The soldiers, like shattered porcelain, crumbled to the ground in pieces, gradually vanishing from sight. In an instant, an eerie tranquility enveloped the entire street, as though only they remained in existence. Qinzi slammed on the brakes, bewildered. What is happening? What else could it be? The Guardian has been located, Jiang Mu replied lazily. Turn around, head for the southern station. Oh, right. Qinzi exclaimed, quickly restarting the vehicle upon the captain's command. The Bayou Beast stood atop the vehicle, its adorable large eyes darting about, while the pale blue halo above its head radiated a brilliant glow in the dim surroundings. Its expression conveyed a lingering sense of unfulfilled playfulness. Suddenly, the Bayou Beast seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head to gaze at the towering buildings above. Almost simultaneously, the windows of the upper floor shattered in an instant, and countless winged aberrations leaped down, shrieking as they launched themselves toward the armored vehicle. What kind of aberration is this? Qinzi exclaimed, hastily raising his weapon. There were at least 6 of them, and so many more. Due to their teammate Zhou Tiankai's unfortunate incident, their team, responsible for drawing fire, consisted of only 2 members. Jiang Mu extended his hand to activate the vehicle's automatic firing mechanism, his tone calm, released the mental entity. Don't worry about anything else, just make haste to the southern station. They had only 2 armored vehicles in total, with the Zero Team's vehicle already parked near the station. They needed to reach there swiftly, to rescue their comrades and protect the supplies. Understood. Qinzi responded promptly, turning the vehicle around and releasing his mental entity. A lynx materialized out of thin air, poised atop the vehicle, arching its back in preparation, emitting a low growl. Qinzi pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forward like a steel beast. The winged aberrations moved with astonishing speed, continuously adjusting their flight trajectories as they dove towards the armored vehicle. The Bayou Beast was the first to spread its wings and soared into the air, charging towards the swarm of aberrations. The pale blue halo grew increasingly radiant, and the bio-beast, having completed its mental guidance, was now stronger than before, rampaging through the air among the throngs of monsters. The splattering viscous substance fell like a black rain, corroding anything it touched. The other two teams faced similar predicaments. Song Liang and the others were still busy transporting supplies into the high-speed train. After 8 to 9 hours of back-and-forth labor from the three teams, the 8 high-speed trains were gradually filled. We should be able to make 2 or 3 more trips. Let us pack in more supplies to take out, Song Liang remarked. But as soon as he spoke, he sensed something was amiss. The rabbit and Tao Hai fell to 2. The three spun around abruptly, swiftly raising their weapons. Standing back-to-back in defense, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Shadows hiding within the high-speed train began to fracture. Some disintegrated into dust, while others emitted dark auras, revealing their original forms. What the heck? There are sentinel aberrations hiding here, so deeply. Without hesitation, Tao Hai unleashed his brown bear mental entity to intercept. Rabbit, it's up to you to handle them. We can't let the monsters corrode our supplies. Okay, no problem. The rabbit deftly leaped onto the roof of the high-speed train, setting up her sniper rifle and taking aim.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! She did not pause in her actions, continuously sniping at one of the monsters. The sentinel aberrations were incredibly formidable and difficult to deal with. But they had a critical weakness. They did not attack mental entities. Even having transformed into monsters, they still remembered their old comrades. Once, they too had been sentinels sacrificing for their homeland. Song Liang summoned a massive male lion to drive the monsters back, preventing the sentinel aberrations from approaching the high-speed train. Tao Hai provided cover fire, suppressing the other aberrations. The trio fortified their defensive line at the train station, awaiting the arrival of their comrades. Xie Tu and Duangzi boarded the cargo truck, clutching a few intact books. The truck had been corroded in many areas, with several holes appearing in the cargo compartment, barely operational for the time being. Some supplies were damaged, causing Duangzi considerable distress. The figure of the Fire Phoenix appeared, clearing the path ahead to prevent further destruction of the truck by the aberrations. When Xie Tu and Duangzi arrived at the southern station, the truck was nearly beyond repair, with only a small portion of the supplies surviving. Outside the station, there was a cacophony of noise. Aberrations scuttled on the ground and flew in the air, appearing in various forms. While not as numerous as the monsters in the Illusion City, almost all were high-level aberrations, with many sentinel aberrations mixed in. The second team of Dawn had just arrived, engaged in fierce battle at the entrance of the station. Zhou Tinkai still bore a lethargic expression, shielded by his teammates. Duangzi rushed over to assist, asking loudly, "Have you seen my teammate? What is happening inside?" Zhou Tinkai replied, "It's fine."
Not asking you.
His teammate, Qi Jun, retorted, "You'd better behave and keep your mouth shut." Zhou Tinkai remained expressionless. All right. Xie Tu extended his perception, hearing the deafening gunfire from within the station. They were inside, forming a defensive line at the ticket checkpoint. The entrance was some distance from the high-speed train. If the contaminated zone were to collapse, they would be unable to rush in to protect the supplies. The distance to the ticket checkpoint was manageable, and the sentinels were relatively agile, capable of reaching it swiftly. Understood. We'll follow Team Xia's orders. Qi Jun immediately hoisted Zhou Tinkai and retreated inside. The Fire Phoenix dived, clearing away a batch of high-level aberrations, while several mental entities worked together to block the sentinel aberrations. They fought and retreated simultaneously. Xie Tu gripped his tang knife tightly, fully extending his perception, leading the rear guard. Suddenly, he sensed something and abruptly turned around, his gaze locking onto Zhou Tinkai, who was being carried by his teammates. He noticed that the previously expressionless Zhou Tinkai, seemingly oblivious, suddenly blinked, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossing his eyes. Had he re-established a mental connection with his entity? Had Yun Zhao succeeded? Xie Tu's gaze flickered as he made a decision, instructing Duangzi, "You go find Song Liang and the others to regroup. I'll take the armored vehicle." He swiftly departed, dispatching the monsters that obstructed his path as he strode outside. Duangzi hurriedly asked, "Captain, where are you going?" Without looking back, Xie Tu replied, "To Retriever." Though he spoke of trust, a sliver of worry lingered in his heart. After the collapse of the domain, the aberrations still existed. After defeating the Guardian, would she still have the energy to contend with those monsters? Chapter 59, The Confrontation. In the boundless azure depths of the sea, Yun Zhao stood against the wind upon the surface, a luminous circle of light coalescing beneath her feet, shimmering with a green glow. Opposite her,
2 verdant barriers,
akin to a mystical seal, ensnared both the Guardian and the spectral Black Panther within their confines. The entangled black threads relentlessly assaulted the barrier, imprisoning the Guardian. Portions of the emerald luminescence were dispersed, only for fresh strands of spirit to emerge from beneath the great blue bird's wings, swiftly replenishing the barrier to eliminate any semblance of a gap. Regardless of the tumultuous transformations of the surrounding scenery, or the monstrous entities and dark matter surging from the depths, the ethereal barrier encapsulating the Guardian remained steadfast, unyielding. When the Guardian awakened to become a guide, they were merely 14 or 15 years old, likely classified as a B or C-level guide. Even with the ability to wield both dark matter and psychic force, they were still no match for Yun Zhao. She pondered how many points could be gained from the demise of the Guardian. Her cascading hair danced wildly in the sea breeze as her thoughts drifted. She wished she had inquired with the captain beforehand, having earned 7,000 from providing psychic counseling to Jiang Mu and the others, with an additional 5,000 reward for task completion, along with the supplies taken and the points accrued from eliminating the Guardian. Yun Zhao silently calculated in her mind. It seemed she was on the verge of an overnight fortune. Surrounding the sea, beyond the glowing realm, the sky was gradually consumed by dark matter, casting it into a somber gloom. The distant horizon blurred, and the waters beneath her feet manifested a profound shade of blue-black, as if the entire world were shrouded in darkness. A stifling atmosphere enveloped her. Despite the eerie and perilous confrontation, Yun Zhao offered not a single glance, remaining absorbed in her calculations of potential rewards. The Qing Wan grew impatient.
Boring.
Yun Zhao candidly replied, I also find it somewhat exhausting to stand here for too long. At this moment, action was still ill-advised. The arrival of other squads at the station would take time. If the polluted area collapsed too rapidly and the high-speed train went unheeded, then her previous 7 or 8 hours of effort would be in vain. She could only hope that the captain and Song Liang were not foolish enough to remain stationary, awaiting her return. Before her, the impenetrable barrier rendered the peculiar girl trapped within it quiet after a spell of madness. Her pallid face contorted as she gazed at the enormous phoenix hovering in midair, still betraying a hint of frenzied obsession. My spiritual entity, she seemed to wail, her 2 pitch-black eyes, devoid of pupils, fixated fervently upon the great blue bird. The blue bird, maintaining its lofty position, regarded her with a disdainful glance from its cold blue eyes. Eliminate it swiftly. Yun Zhao concurred that the time was indeed ripe. She gently raised one arm, her fingers subtly moving, causing the strands of spirit encircling her to dance like agile ribbons, surging into the opposing barrier. Yun Zhao had previously discovered that her psychic strands could not control the Guardian. The Guardian possessed emotions, yet curiously, like the swirling gray mist outside the polluted area. Her strands could only consume, not command. Countless emerald luminescences penetrated the barrier and surged into the Guardian's being. The enigmatic girl finally sensed her impending demise. She could not comprehend why, within her own spiritual realm, there existed someone stronger than herself. A colossal wave of psychic force assaulted her, and the world began to sway. The power within her was swiftly dissipating. Seated within the barrier, the girl lifted her right hand, observing the intertwining gray mist and luminescence upon her arm. As her entire form gradually disintegrated, am I to meet my Mian? Within the adjacent barrier, the flowing luminescence coalesced as the Black Panther's dark aura rapidly dissipated, its murky eyes gradually clearing, revealing a glimmer of bewilderment and confusion. Is it a spiritual connection? Yun Zhao regarded it with a serene gaze.
Indeed.
It seems I have suddenly acquired this ability, as if it were innate. Yun Zhao could not fathom why, while purifying the panther, her psychic strands autonomously learned this ability, re-establishing a spiritual connection between the panther and its essence. The world swayed violently. This maritime expanse became tumultuous, waves crashing and soaring to heights of several meters. The girl's half-disintegrated form made no attempt to struggle, her hollow eyes fixed upon her body's gradual transformation, seemingly striving to comprehend the entirety of her demise. Yun Zhao raised her head, silently observing her. The girl lamented that her spiritual entity had met a cruel fate at the hands of another, yearning for her Mian. In this dark apocalypse, chaos and despair reigned supreme. The frailty of humanity was laid bare against such a backdrop. The 88th polluted area had existed for far too long. The remnants of past years, since her transformation into a guardian, had long been buried in dust. The world accelerated its collapse, exhibiting more intense tremors as the sky fractured inch by inch, gradually revealing the outside world. Beneath her, the sea began to recede, the water level plummeting. The howls of aberrant beings echoed from all directions. Yun Zhao silently drew the dagger from her waist. The restored Black Panther blinked and stealthily approached Yun Zhao, arching its back in a defensive posture, seemingly intent on shielding the guide who had rescued it. The great blue bird seethed with rage. Useless creature, move aside. The Black Panther, feeling aggrieved, shuffled back a couple of paces, yet remained determined to stay near Yun Zhao. As the guardian within the barrier was completely obliterated, the next moment arrived with a crack. The 88's polluted area vanished entirely, unveiling a desolate, barren world riddled with cracks and scars, a landscape unique to the wasteland era. Countless aberrant beings, as if abruptly awakened from slumber, began to writhe violently, emitting spine-chilling howls reminiscent of famished beasts surging from every corner. In the distance, the faint sound of thunderous cannon fire echoed. Then, Yun Zhao beheld the armored vehicles of Team Zero, alongside a tall man standing atop one, wielding a tang knife. A phoenix engulfed in flames circled above him, shrieking to inform the reinforcements of their location. Subsequently, Yun Zhao watched as he leaped from the vehicle, weaving through the throng of monsters, rapidly advancing toward her. Xie Tu deftly dispatched the nearby aberrant beings before reaching her, enveloping her in his embrace as they swiftly retreated to the armored vehicle. The great blue bird glared coldly at the fiery phoenix spiraling around it.
Fool.
The fiery phoenix retorted. Xie Tu, attuned to the consciousness of the spiritual entity, halted, his hand poised over the automatic firing mechanism for a fleeting second. Then, without further ado, he resumed his actions, expressionless as he initiated the vehicle, navigating through perilous terrain, eliminating wave after wave of monsters. He eventually maneuvered the armored vehicle near the bookstore. He had remained outside the bookstore, tirelessly battling the nearby aberrant beings while awaiting her appearance. Finally, he had secured her, only to be met with scorn? Chapter 60. Mission accomplished. Aberrant beings surged like a tide from all directions, rushing toward the humans. The humbled fiery phoenix, after mere seconds, became exhilarated again, diving ahead of the vehicle to clear a path. It finally spoke to me again. Even the insults were words, Xie Tu thought. Feeling a headache coming on, utterly disinclined to engage with it, Yun Zhao settled into the passenger seat, gazing out at the beleaguered Black Panther outside, torn between its desire to approach and its trepidation. Ultimately, it relied on their mental connection to depart and seek its true form. Captain, have all the supplies from the high-speed train been retrieved? Her first words upon meeting reflected her immediate concern for those resources. Xie Tu replied, yes, everyone has rushed over. On his way, he had encountered Jiang Mu, who had driven away the aberrant creatures lurking outside the station. Inside were 8 high-speed trains, perfectly accommodating the 8 individuals present. While the supplies were likely intact, their condition remained uncertain, even if they had not been damaged previously. The onslaught of aberrant creatures in the contaminated zone would undoubtedly have inflicted some losses. Nevertheless, a majority should be salvageable. Yun Zhao felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. After the collapse of the contaminated zone, the unconscious aberrant scattered, with a multitude of monsters on the periphery being lured away by vehicles sent from the reinforcement team. To prevent friendly fire from mistakenly impacting the two teams, they would proceed with the cleanup in phases. Xie Tu drove swiftly out of the contaminated area. The 2 phoenixes soaring above were strikingly conspicuous. The reinforcements from Dawn Base had long since spotted them and were hastening to provide assistance. Xie Tu passed by them without pausing, heading directly towards the rear camp. The reinforcement team established a defensive line, intercepting all aberrants pursuing behind the armored vehicles. After traversing a distance, the vehicle halted at the temporary camp of Dawn Base. Xie Tu extracted a box of instant noodles from his backpack and handed it to her. You stay here, eat something and rest. I will go fetch Duan Shi and the others. The 2 teams needed to secure the supplies and could only remain in place until the nearby monsters had been cleared. Understood. Yun Zhao indeed felt a bit fatigued. She accepted the instant noodles and followed his instructions to disembark. This temporary camp at Dawn Base was adjacent to the neighboring Dawn Base, housing not only frontline combat troops but also a contingent of elite sentinels. Upon hearing the commotion, the nearby sentries quickly approached. This area is very secure. Xie Tu quietly instructed the sentinels on duty, glancing at Yun Zhao as he watched her enter the camp before driving away. The large azure bird vanished, and the small azure bird appeared on her shoulder. Yun Zhao stepped into the camp, somewhat dazed as she surveyed her surroundings, feeling a bit lost. Which tent should she enter to rest? Most of the sentinels at Dawn Base had never encountered Yun Zhao, nor were they aware of the emergence of such a guide at the base. However, just moments ago, nearly everyone had witnessed the 2 phoenixes circling in the sky. That luminous behemoth was unmistakably the mental manifestation of a guide. An S-class guide. Following Xie Tu's instructions, One of the sentinels jogged over and quietly pointed the way. Guide Yun, the 2 tents over there are unoccupied. Yun Zhao glanced in the direction he indicated.
Thank you.
The tents were quite rudimentary, furnished with merely a folding bed and a set of collapsible tables and chairs. Due to the sweltering weather, the interior was stifling, oppressive and hot. Coming from a bustling metropolis, the stark contrast of the devastated outside world and the meager living conditions was jarring. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is a challenge. Even the small azure bird could hardly endure it, vanishing back into the realm of the mind. With a sigh, Yun Zhao pulled back the tent flap to allow for ventilation. The camp was eerily quiet. The sentinels stationed for combat and accompanying commanders had all departed for the front lines. The young sentinel who had just left soon returned, carrying a kettle of hot water. Guide Yun, Team Xie asked me to help you prepare the noodles. The sentinels had never encountered such instant noodles before. The base's quick meals consisted solely of filling compressed biscuits and some unpalatable meat paste. Yun Zhao scrutinized the instructions on the packaging for quite some time before opening the box, unwrapping the seasoning packets, and gesturing for him to pour in the hot water. The sentinel's acute sense of smell quickly detected the enticing aroma. Even the sentinels on duty outside couldn't help but turn their heads to glance back. Yun Zhao covered the top of the container and remarked softly, "We brought back plenty. We can have extra meals tomorrow." As dusk fell, the distant sounds of artillery fire persisted. Although she initially intended to wait for everyone to return, fatigue overwhelmed her and she collapsed onto the folding bed, succumbing to sleep. After several days in the contaminated zone, she had only managed to rest twice. Following a continuous 8-hour effort transporting goods, she had expended considerable energy. Even the rudimentary conditions and oppressive heat could not stave off her sleepiness. In the latter half of the night, the main contingent returned. The sentinel on duty quietly approached, lifting the flap of her tent. Before Tao Hua could raise his voice, Xie Tu delivered a swift kick to him. Xie Tu ignored him and continued conversing with Commander Tao of the reinforcement team. "We will discuss the allocation of supplies tomorrow with the Dawn base. Technology can be shared, but we must secure the bulk of the resources. Friendship is friendship, but interests are interests." The supplies included many ready-made industrial devices. Both teams had contributed, and how to allocate them necessitated a sit-down discussion. Commander Tao nodded, understood. "Thank you for your hard work. I will contact the base from my end." Unexpectedly, Team Zero's mission not only eradicated a 4-star contaminated zone but also brought back such a bounty. The volume of supplies warranted notifying the base to send vehicles for transport. Xie Tu recalled something and added calmly, "Those snacks belong to us." Commander Tao replied in surprise, "Team Xie actually enjoys snacks?" The ensuing matters were quite tedious. Upon waking the next day, Yun Zhao did not see Xie Tuesday. "The captain is in a meeting. The captain is over there checking on the condition of the supplies." She heard. Inside the tent, the other 5 members of Team Zero were present, the folding tables and chairs piled high, with various food items. They sat together, indulging in a feast. Yun Zhao silently opened a bottle of yogurt. "The captain is so busy." "Who told him to be the captain?" Tao Hua remarked nonchalantly. Song Liang retorted, "You all have it easy. I have to return and write a report for the intelligence team." Duan Shi placed a hand on his shoulder, teasingly yet earnestly saying, "Old song, there's a saying, the capable take on more work." The rabbit, rarely aligned with Duan Shi, chimed in with glee, "Exactly." When Xie Tu finally returned from his external duties, he found several garbage bags on the ground, filled with wrappers from various food items. His team members sat in a row of folding chairs, each wearing a satiated expression. Xie Tu raised his eyelids. The weather was exceedingly hot, and some perishable foods would be left for the sentinels here as extra rations. "We will return to the base tonight." The reinforcement team had sent over quite a few vehicles to transport the first batch of supplies back. The subsequent details did not require Team Zero's concern. However, Yun Zhao still needed to make a trip to the Dawn base camp. The 7,000 points for mental counseling had yet to be accounted for by Jiang Mu and the others. She inquired about the question that had been on her mind. "Captain, how many points will the base reward for eliminating the gatekeeper?" Chapter 61. Striking it rich. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xie Tu's eyes. "Previously, when we accomplished a similar task, the base awarded 50,000 points. Each member of Team Zero received 10,000 points. Now that we have an additional teammate, I wonder if there will be any changes." 50,000. Yun Zhao gasped quietly. Each person would receive 8,003. 7,000 plus 5,000 plus 8,003. They were indeed striking it rich. This is merely a point tally for a task. The rabbit felt somewhat embarrassed and said, "Sister Yun Zhao, if it's only 50,000, you can take the lion's share. We have no objections. The other three nodded in agreement. They all understood that Yun Zhao had just arrived at the base and likely had very few points to her name. Furthermore, she was the one who had located the gatekeeper, and it was largely due to her efforts that they had managed to procure such an abundance of supplies. Yun Zhao blinked. Only 50,000? She had never encountered such a substantial amount of points in her life. Why use the word only? Song Liang kindly explained. What the rabbit means is that the base may adjust the reward mechanism for Team Zero due to the addition of a new member. Only Team Zero undertakes the tasks in the 4-star contaminated area. The last reward was distributed based on the number of participants. It's possible that this time there will be some changes. If not, you can take the majority and we will be indifferent. Yun Zhao waved her hand. No need. Let us divide it equally. She was aware that the base's point rewards for tasks were typically shared equally among team members. They were comrades who faced life and death together, a unified whole, and each could entrust their backs to one another without reservation. No one's contributions would be belittled. Moreover, the captain had already promised her those snacks. Such a generous reward was a first for them. Duanqi shrugged, and the others nodded in agreement. The rabbit grinned, saying, primarily, the Dawn base has allocated an additional 20,000. Coupled with that batch of supplies, once we return, the base will provide extra rewards. The specifics will only be known after everything is transported back and the base calculates. Xie Tu found a folding stool to sit on and said to Yun Zhao, this is a rare occurrence. If the rewards are less in the future, it might leave you feeling disappointed. It's your first mission, and you've encountered such a wealth of points. What if next time you only receive a basic reward of 2 or 3,000 points? The disparity might be hard to accept. Yun Zhao's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, and she instinctively replied, I understand. Even if it's less, I can still take on private jobs. With that thought, Yun Zhao stood up to inform them, Captain, I'm going next door to collect the debts.
11e tu notes dead.
Go ahead. The temporary camps of the two bases were adjacent to each other. The outside was bustling with people. The sentinels were busy transporting supplies and loading them into vehicles for return to their respective bases. The military trucks from the reinforcements had enormous cargo beds, and the subsequent vehicles sent by the base were essentially the same, suitable for transporting goods. The sentinels moving back and forth were all exceptionally excited and worked with great efficiency. They saw many foods they had never eaten before. News had already reached them that some supplies could not be stored for long, and everyone would receive extra rations tonight. So many snacks. Can we buy them with points? A sentinel asked. My daughter's birthday is coming up, and I want to buy some as a gift. It was heard that Team Jiang and Team Xie had negotiated that the construction equipment and blueprints they brought back would belong to them, while the snacks would go to the Dawn base. They planned to inquire about it later. The Dawn base was preparing to build houses on the surface. Having lived deep underground for so long, away from sunlight, many wished to move above ground since the end of the Dark Era. Conditions were tough in previous years, and there was no energy for such matters. However, the situation had improved in the past 2 years, and the base intended to commence construction soon. The news brought joy to everyone. Although they did not know when it would be completed, at least there was hope. The sentinels, with their keen senses, paused their conversations as they noticed a slender figure approach, instinctively making way for her. The atmosphere became somewhat subdued, whether from the Dawn base or the Light base. The sentinels all cast curious glances, their eyes flickering as they observed her. She was an S-class guide. It was said that Team Jiang had already conducted mental guidance, cleansing the dark matter from her mental domain, leaving her stable, and her combat prowess even greater than before. Upon receiving this news, the leaders above were overjoyed, exclaiming that the 20,000 points had been well spent. Yun Zhao maintained a serene expression, seemingly oblivious to their gazes, yet her pace quickened. The little bluebird materialized, perching atop her head, flapping its wings defiantly at them. What are you looking at? Get lost. The sentinels awkwardly touched their noses. They meant no harm. Their curiosity was merely innocent. Having spent over a month inside, Team Jiangmu was even less accustomed to the surrounding environment upon their emergence. When Yun Zhao arrived, Jiangmu was lying in an armored vehicle, enjoying the cool breeze. The weather was hot, and it was stifling and warm inside the tent. Being in the vehicle was far more comfortable. In stark contrast to the busy Xie Tu, he appeared quite leisurely. Looks like the debt collector has arrived, Jiangmu said, his expression helpless as he opened the vehicle door. I can't run away. Is there a need to rush? Yun Zhao raised her wrist communicator. It's urgent. We need to return tonight. So soon? Jiangmu seemed surprised, as there were still many matters to address. Yun Zhao replied, There's no choice. Our captain is quite capable, and all subsequent matters have been clarified. Everyone wants to return and rest early. Jiang Mu sighed and exited the vehicle, heading toward the camp, gesturing for Yun Zhao to follow. I'll settle the bill for you shortly, but there's still some gray mist and dark matter lingering in Xiao Kazai's domain. I might need your help with that. Additionally, there are 2 sentinels who wish to request your assistance for mental guidance. Don't worry, I'll cover the costs together. Yesterday, Vice Officer Zhao wanted to seek Yun Zhao as help but was stopped by Jiang Mu, saying that the guide needed rest and that delaying a day would be fine. No problem, Yun Zhao readily agreed. Once they returned, the charges for sentinels from the same base would likely not be as steep. Besides the head combat unit, other sentinels could hardly produce such points. Opportunities like this were rare. It was wise to seize the moment and earn some extra income. Yun Zhao followed him into the Dawn base camp. As they passed by, the sentinels became notably averted, not granting the little bluebird any chance to scold them. With a puff, the little bluebird raised its noble head, casting a sidelong glance at them and emitting a sound akin to mockery. The sentinels were taken aback. Yun Zhao gently patted it, feeling helpless about its actions that drew attention. Inside the tent, the doll-faced Zhou Tinkai lay on a military cot, animatedly commanding his teammates, "Orange, I feel terrible. Hurry and open a bottle of yogurt for me." Orange threw a folding stool at him.
Damn.
You'd be better off as a personal assistant. Zhou Tinkai nimbly dodged. I'm not lying. I really do feel awful. Why is there so much gray mist in my mental domain? His Black Panther, disinclined to return, lay listlessly at the edge of the cot. The base's guides could only cleanse the dark matter. They had undertaken numerous missions, but had never encountered rolling gray mist infiltrating their mental domains. Chapter 62. What a coincidence. Qi Jun retorted, You better behave. Call me Dad, and the dads will help you ask Guide Yun Zhao. His teammates collectively jeered. The Black Panther, sensing something, suddenly straightened up and joyfully dashed toward the tent entrance. Bypassing Jiang Mu without even a glance, wagging its tail at Yun Zhao. Jiang Mu kicked out, muttering about traitors. The little bluebird coldly glared at it, and it dared not approach. The Black Panther, feeling aggrieved, hurried back to seek his true self. Upon noticing that the guide Yun had personally come over, he greeted his teammates who were frolicking nearby with a genuine salute. Yun Zhao inclined his head slightly, curiously observing Zhou Tinkai, who stood at attention with diligence, as if undergoing a military review, yet his eyes darted about, glancing at the Black Panther one moment and then surreptitiously at the little blue bird the next. There was an undeniable charm in their human-machine state. The counseling process proceeded smoothly. Subsequently, Yun Zhao accompanied Jiang Mu to several other tents, assisting a few A-class sentinels with their mental guidance. Their conditions were dire, stationed away for extended periods, returning to base only once every month or 2. They relied heavily on the guidance of suppressants and soothing agents. However, excessive use of suppressants could lead to resistance and side effects, making it perilous in the long run. Jiang Mu seemed aware of her thoughts when he remarked, Guides are exceedingly scarce. The Dawn base has merely 5 A-class guides and over 100 B-class guides. There is only 1 S-class guide. Even Yun Zhao felt stretched thin. Yet this mission had illuminated the significance of guides in contaminated zones. Their presence could profoundly alter the situation when faced with restrained sentinels. It was a paradox, laden with helplessness. Yun Zhao silently nodded, raising her wrist communicator to report her card number for billing. Jiang Mu transferred 10,000 points to her and turned to find Officer Zhao for the final accounting. Yun Zhao's balance swelled to 12 points. With a light step, she returned to the Dawn base camp. Her teammates were already busy packing. Outside, several military trucks were loaded and ready to depart. The primary cargo destined for the base consisted mainly of crops and perishable food items. They had brought back a plethora of seeds, which were crucial and needed to be expedited to the Agricultural Research Institute at the base. Xie Tu stood at the camp entrance, slightly bowing his head to her as he said, Just now, some sentinels from the Dawn base came by wanting to purchase snacks. So I took the liberty of selling them a few. Yun Zhao was indifferent. There were far too many snacks that might not be consumed before their expiration. Selling some for points seemed reasonable. Once all 10 trucks were fully loaded, Team Zero remained at the camp and shared an extraordinarily lavish dinner with the base's sentinels. The canopy in the center of the camp was taken down, replaced by an array of folding tables and chairs. An abundance of frozen meats, seafood, and various meatballs, foods that could not be preserved for long, were served. The sight of each folding table laden with meat was striking. The sentinels gathered around the tables, engaging in spirited conversations filled with laughter. A young sentinel, while voraciously devouring meatballs, animatedly recounted amusing incidents from his mission, eliciting bursts of laughter and playful jests from his companions. In the neighboring Dawn base camp, a similar lively atmosphere prevailed, with laughter occasionally drifting over. Duanxi was engrossed in his meal, his demeanor relaxed. Such scenes were a rare delight. Witnessing the festive commotion, reminiscent of a New Year celebration, made it seem worthwhile for them to have braved the dangers of the contaminated zone. Tao Hahai was so busy that he hardly had time to speak. He quickly finished a bowl of meatballs and hurriedly announced, "I'm going to fetch more dishes." A large pot of meatball soup had been prepared, and sentinels could replenish their servings after finishing their bowls. The small folding tables could hardly accommodate 6 people. Yun Zhao and Rabbit were seated right next to them. "Yun Zhao, you must try this meatball. It actually contains meat," Rabbit exclaimed, astonished. People from the old era really knew how to eat. Yun Zhao chuckled. "Have you forgotten? We had these meatballs at the hot pot restaurant."
What?
"I never had any," Rabbit protested, realizing that Tao Hahai must have devoured them all, without leaving any for her. Yun Zhao kindly scooped 2 meatballs into Rabbit's bowl, saying, "Then you should eat more. Make up for lost time." Rabbit, with an excellent appetite, did not hold back. The robust sentinels ate heartily, and by the end of the meal, the 2 girls had polished off the entire table of meat. Yun Zhao felt a bit too full to move. The sky had darkened, and the night in the desolate land carried a uniquely oppressive atmosphere. The camp's lights flickered in the dimness, casting a warm, yellow glow that contrasted sharply with the surrounding desolation and ruin. Most of the military trucks transporting the sentinels lacked air conditioning. With a journey of 3 to 4 days ahead in such sweltering weather, they had consumed the food that could not be transported back. This meal might well become a cherished memory for all the sentinels present. Xie Tu glanced over at them, noting their contentment, and stood up first. He approached the armored vehicle parked outside, opened the driver's door, and casually called out, "Everyone hop in." After that, he climbed into the vehicle. "All right." Tao Hahai belched. "Yun Zhao, you sit in the passenger seat. We'll endure the journey a bit more comfortably and return to rest early." "Okay," Yun Zhao replied. The passenger seat was spacious enough to recline and sleep, with air conditioning that made it far more comfortable than the outside heat. A sense of belonging washed over Yun Zhao, despite having arrived at the Dawn base only a few days prior. She longed to retrieve her points, arrange her home, check on the children at school, and see if the search team in town had made any discoveries. Moreover, she still had to hand over the 2 plots of land to the town's elder. Behind them, 2 rows of sentinels exchanged farewells with those in the camp before boarding the 10 transport vehicles that would accompany them back to the base. The 10 massive trucks gradually set off under the yellow glow of the camp lights, their engines roaring loudly amidst the desolation. The convoy, laden with supplies, faded into the night. The convoy did not make any stops along the way, nor did they pause at any outposts for rest. By the morning of the 3rd day, they returned to the Dawn base nestled among towering mountains. Xie Tu gently woke her. "We're home." Yun Zhao stirred, blinking her eyes open to behold the towering city walls. Solid and ancient, resembling a formidable bastion of hope. She had slept through the 3-day journey, largely due to boredom, as they encountered mutated creatures along the way, with her teammates handling everything without needing her intervention. Xie Tu drove directly into the outer city instead of taking the task route, as the guide's home lay there. The 10 trucks behind them parted ways. A few headed towards the training ground halfway up the mountain, while the remainder took the task route to the Agricultural Research Institute. Xie Tu explained, "The outer city isn't particularly safe. Take a few snacks back with you, and the rest will be stored at the training ground." The 5 trucks full of snacks were quite conspicuous. Storing them all at her home could pose dangers for the ordinary townsfolk.
Yun Zhao sat up and nodded. "All right."
The armored vehicles smoothly navigated the outer city. Yet, she noticed the streets were festooned with colorful lights, as if preparations for a celebration were underway. In September, she pondered for a while before asking, "Is there a significant festival coming up?" The teammates had grown accustomed to it. Song Liangdao remarked, "Tomorrow marks the 20th anniversary of the end of the Dark Ages. The Earth has once again embraced the light, and people's lives have rekindled hope, no longer forced to endure the oppressive darkness." Every year on September 19th, the Dawn base holds a celebratory event. It is not only a commemoration of the sacrifices and perseverance during those dark times, but also a cherished celebration of our present luminous existence. "Tomorrow, huh?" Yun Zhao was taken aback. "Tomorrow is my 20th birthday. How fortuitous that the darkness ended 2 decades ago." Chapter 63, Home. Along the streets, vibrant lights and colorful ribbons adorned the surroundings, with flags featuring the symbol of the Dawn base, a red-crowned crane, visible everywhere. The streets were bustling with more passers-by than usual. Yun Zhao leaned against the car window, her curiosity piqued. On the facades of some buildings, balloons, banners, and eye-catching slogans could be seen upon raising her gaze. 20 years of light. Together we paint a new chapter for the future. Remember the past, cherish the present, look forward to the future, and celebrate 20 years of brilliance. Stay true to our original aspirations, forge ahead. The darkness has vanished, and we walk together, embracing the sunlight, with hope everlasting. And so forth.
Onzième tu.
Gripping the steering wheel, kept his gaze fixed ahead but allowed a slight smile to form at the corners of his mouth. You can go out for a stroll tomorrow. There will be a variety of activities, and some prizes are quite enticing. Yun Zhao turned to him. Aren't you going? Xie Tu replied, no, we won't be attending. In previous years, Team Zero rarely participated in such boisterous events. The overwhelming atmosphere is ill-suited for us, especially for Xie Tu's day. The acute senses of an S-class sentinel magnify every subtle sound, every wafting scent, and every flickering light, creating an invisible tempest within his mind, rendering him restless. Yun Zhao seemed to grasp something and said, I can help you establish a mental barrier. Fearing he might refuse again, she added, staying inside the base and shielding some senses won't have any adverse effects. In the polluted zones, diminished senses might lead to a sentinel misjudging unknown dangers. But that is all in the past now. There is no need to maintain a state of heightened vigilance at all times. Captain, why don't we go out together tomorrow? The rabbit in the back seat could no longer contain himself and interjected, it seems like I haven't seen that in years. Tao Huo, using his booming voice, declared, yes. Everyone should go, it will be lively. Such an opportunity is rare. Song Liang nodded in agreement. Duan Shi, still half asleep, chimed in, right, with Yun as our guide. Xie Tu cast them a sidelong glance, conceding, you win this time. Fine, let's meet at the operations department tomorrow morning, and after our outing in the afternoon, we will all gather for dinner in the evening. A tradition of Team Zero, after every mission, they would organize a gathering. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment. Then I will treat everyone tomorrow. Can I bring a friend? Since it was her birthday and she had accumulated many points, she wished to treat everyone to a meal. Sure, Xie Tu replied without inquiring who she intended to bring, assuming it was someone from her small town. But you needn't treat. Let those four pay. The four in the back seat fell into an instant silence. The captain remembered, after all. Duan Shi was jolted awake. Points were a trivial matter. This time, Yun Zhao had earned quite a few, and treating was only fitting.
Yet,
he was concerned about another matter. He had once aimed a gun at the captain in the polluted zone. Would the captain recall that? Yun Zhao pursed her lips. Another day. They can treat. Tomorrow, it's my treat. Xie Tu slightly turned his head to look at her, noting her resolute stance. Though he was unaware of her thoughts. He lowered his voice. All right, we can let them treat another time. Since we are already a team, being overly precise with divisions would only create distance. As their conversation unfolded, the vehicle arrived at East 3rd Street. The armored vehicle halted not far from the bus station. Beside the platform, eye-catching red slogans proclaimed, 20 years ago, we welcomed the dawn. 20 years later, we create brilliance together. The teammates disembarked, assisting her in unloading their belongings. Most of the items consisted of milk, bread, perishable foods, and an assortment of snacks, 7 or 8 large boxes in total. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Song Liang and the others swiftly carried the items up the stone steps beside the platform. It was just past 9 in the morning. The residential complex at 128 East 3rd Street was enveloped in a gentle tranquility. Residents either remained indoors or had already left for work, making the surroundings pleasantly quiet. Yun Zhao walked behind Xie Tu, empty-handed. The tall figure of the man, combined with his long legs, bore 2 heavy boxes, as if they were mere trifles. Her teammates were already ahead, skillfully navigating their way into Building 1, unlocking the iron door of the unit, and pressing the elevator button for the 12th floor. Clearly, everyone was familiar with her home address. There's no room for both of you. Yun, you and the captain take another elevator, Tao Huo called out, clutching 2 large boxes. Addressing the 2 outside the elevator. The boxes were so large that they filled the narrow elevator to capacity. Without waiting for her response, Duan Shi pressed the close button, and the elevator doors shut in front of them. Xie Tu's expression remained calm and collected as he pressed the elevator button again, waiting for another one to arrive. The 2 had developed a tacit understanding, no longer as awkward as they once were. Yun Zhao initiated the conversation. Captain, what time should we report to the operations department tomorrow? On their way back, Xie Tu had already spoken with Minister Duan twice over the phone. Minister Duan informed him that she would be holding a meeting with several other operational teams that day to make pre-mission arrangements, allowing everyone a day to rest. Team Zero will gather at the operations department tomorrow to receive task rewards. No need to be too early, let's say 9:30. As if recalling something, Xie Tu suddenly turned to her, his gaze penetrating. Upon our return, I will apply for an extension on the next mission to assist you in enrolling in training courses and conducting regular physical training. You should prepare yourself mentally. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Huh? The training course primarily covered knowledge related to polluted zones, analyzing cases from the 4 major bases, and explaining the worldview of the old era, including pollution zone classifications and gatekeeper attributes, among other topics. Xie Tu paused before continuing. As for physical training, I will be responsible for that. Having recently awakened as a guide, she had previously been an ordinary person. Resources were scarce in her small town, and their strength was exceedingly weak. They could barely maintain a semblance of regular sustenance, merely striving to survive. Xie Tu suspected that her poor physical condition stemmed from prolonged malnutrition. As captain, he bore the responsibility of supervising her improvement. Remember to drink the milk you brought every morning, Xie Tu asserted. The points you earn should be spent. Don't be frugal. If you need anything, feel free to tell us. It was the first time Yun Zhao had heard him speak so extensively without allowing her to interject. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Xie Tu stepped in first, holding the boxes. Yun Zhao followed suit, and as the doors closed, she softly replied, I understand. I will train diligently and drink milk every day. She responded earnestly, I am quite wealthy now, and I can purchase the items I need myself. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The elevator was cramped. Xie Tu stood sideways by the door, holding the 2 large boxes. Upon hearing these words, he turned his head to look at her, inadvertently meeting her glistening almond-shaped eyes. Her petite face, no larger than a palm, bore a serious and focused expression, with the corners of her eyes slightly raised and her straight, delicate nose accentuating her features. Standing a head shorter than him, when she gazed up to meet his eyes, she tilted her head slightly. She appeared both obedient and tranquil. The weather was sweltering. Xie Tu felt his palms becoming sticky, with a thin sheen of sweat, his expression returning to its usual demeanor without uttering another word. Chapter 64. Awakening the Spirit Entity. The elevator doors opened. The other 4 members of Team Zero stood at the entrance of room 1202, awaiting their arrival. Yun Zhao stepped forward, retrieving her house key from a small indentation beneath the electrical meter box. I forgot to mention, I left the key here. As the door swung open, everyone was taken aback by the stark emptiness of her home. Aside from a set of old wooden furniture, the house was devoid of any belongings, appearing almost uninhabited. Xie Tu furrowed his brows slightly. Before he could speak, Yun Zhao, anxious that they might perceive her living conditions poorly, interjected, I'll go buy some. Having just boasted about her considerable wealth in front of Xie Tu, she was now demonstrating a home stripped bare. The irony was palpable. Yun Zhao emphasized, it's just the living room that's a bit empty. I've already purchased furniture for the bedrooms and even customized some other pieces. All right, they replied. The group piled their boxes against the bare wall of the spacious living room. Well then, Yun Zhao, we'll take our leave now. See you tomorrow. After exchanging farewells, the teammates departed. While in the car, they casually discussed how repeatedly addressing her as Guide Yun felt rather formal. After much deliberation, they decided it would be more natural to call her by her name. Xie Tu, walking at the back, reminded them, rest early, and don't be late tomorrow at 9:30, before shutting the door behind her. As the door closed, she found herself alone in the house. The floor was impeccably clean, and the wooden table and chairs had clearly been polished, indicating that Aunt Zhao had come by to tidy up in her absence. Finally back home, Yun Zhao relaxed immediately, eagerly dashing to her room to retrieve some fresh clothes before heading to the bathroom. After finishing her shower and donning a comfortable outfit, she heard a knock at the door. All 6 households on the first floor were inhabited by sentinels. When Team Zero entered the building, someone had already noticed their arrival. Upon seeing Yun Zhao return, accompanied by a group of elite sentinels, they refrained from showing themselves. Yun Zhao opened the door to find Cheng Dongqing, the younger brother of Cheng Dongshu. Cheng Dongqing scratched his head nervously, greeting her, Sister Yun Zhao, you're back. Yes, Yun Zhao nodded. Thankfully, the little bluebird had returned to the spiritual realm. Otherwise, she would have likely scolded him for his trivial inquiries. Cheng Dongqing's expression was conflicted as he hesitated before speaking. Yesterday while we were out hunting mutated animals, Xiang got injured and is now in the hospital. Before he could finish, Yun Zhao's expression shifted. Is it serious? Without waiting for a response, she hurried back to the bathroom, grabbing her communicator from the sink. Her hair was still dripping wet. She hastily dried it with a towel, closed her room door, and asked, Where's the hospital? Lead the way. Cheng Dongqing followed closely behind her, rushing toward the elevator, quickly adding, Sister Yun Zhao, don't worry, Xiangzi just has some external injuries. He is not in any life-threatening danger. However, there seems to be an issue with his spirit. My brother is out on duty, and we don't know who to turn to. The doctor said we might need to consult a guide from the base, but the costs are quite high, and we can't afford it. They all knew that Xiang shared a close bond with Yun Zhao, having followed her around in childhood. Thus, upon seeing Yun Zhao return, Cheng Dongqing immediately felt compelled to inform her. Upon learning that there was no immediate danger to his life, Yun Zhao slowed her pace, deciding to visit the hospital first. Cheng Dongqing led her to the outer city hospital. In a standard ward, 16 beds were lined up. The air was heavy with a faint scent of disinfectant mingled with various indescribable odors. The hallways and the ward were filled with noise, as some injured patients lay on their beds, softly groaning, while anxious family members surrounded them. Xiang's bed was situated in the middle of the ward's aisle. His right arm and thigh were wrapped in bandages, which showed signs of blood seeping through. Aunt Lu, Xiang's mother, sat at the foot of the bed, her feet resting on a basket filled with wild grass, weaving straw sandals while keeping vigil over her son. Upon seeing Yun Zhao, Xiang, who had been drowsy, instinctively straightened up, a guilty expression crossing his face as he called out, "Sister Yun Zhao." Aunt Lu, hearing his voice, looked up to find Yun Zhao, with her hair still damp. She promptly set aside her work and exclaimed, "Ah, you're back, child. Why didn't you dry your hair first? What will you do if you catch a cold while sleeping?" "Aunt, I'm fine," Yun Zhao replied, glancing at Xiang on the bed, her voice calm yet probing. What happened? Seeing her made him uneasy, clearly hiding something. What else could it be? Aunt Lu retorted angrily. They've been out for several days and finally encountered a mutated wild boar. Instead of recognizing their limits, he insisted on showing off. When he saw the boar about to escape, he charged at it alone. Aunt Lu grew increasingly furious, wishing she could drag him off the bed to give him a good thrashing. Years ago, when the search team in town met with disaster, her eldest son perished in the contaminated zone and never returned. As a single mother, she had painstakingly raised her 2 children with the help of neighbors. Now, her younger son could finally share some of the burden, yet she feared this reckless behavior. She would have preferred her child to be an ordinary person rather than a sentinel. Aunt Lu was terrified that Xiang would follow in his brother's footsteps. As she spoke to Yun Zhao, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiang, in a panic, tried to reassure his mother. "Mom, I want you to do it again. I was too anxious this time. I didn't think it through." The search team had spent 5 days in the mountains, encountering only minor mutated creatures. And on the last 2 days, they returned empty-handed, young and impressionable. Xiang felt a sense of disparity when he saw the neighboring team of sentinels consistently bringing back fresh goods to sell. After understanding the full situation, Yun Zhao calmed Aunt Lu and approached Xiang, delivering a firm reprimand. "If you continue to act so recklessly, none of you'll go out again. The search team will be disbanded on the spot." As she spoke, her gaze briefly flicked to the obediently standing Cheng Dongqing beside her. Xiang felt the reprimand keenly. Remaining silent, Cheng Dongqing dared not even draw a breath. The ward fell into an immediate hush. The injured person in the adjacent bed stifled his groans, instinctively falling silent, wary of making a sound. The seemingly delicate young girl had just threatened to disband the entire search team, leaving the 2 sentinels beside her speechless under the weight of her admonition, which carried an inexplicable sense of authority. Unperturbed, Yun Zhao's spirit entity slowly manifested upon her shoulder, the little bluebird proudly lifting its neck and surveying its surroundings. "What seems to be the problem with your spirit?" Xiang's expression turned peculiar as he replied honestly, "After I was injured yesterday, I began to have frequent dreams about a strange place." Yun Zhao's brows knitted slightly in surprise. She seemed to grasp something and released her spiritual threads. "Hold still, let me take a look." The green luminescence swiftly penetrated his body. Moments later, Yun Zhao retracted the mental thread, her mind already forming a conclusion. "No wonder the doctor suggested consulting a guide." She maintained a composed expression, pausing briefly to organize her thoughts before stating, "It seems you may have awakened your mental entity." Chapter 65, Sloth. Only B-class sentinels possess the capability to awaken a mental entity. It is plausible that during his perilous encounter with a mutated wild boar, Xiang ignited his latent potential in a moment of life and death. In times of crisis, the physiological functions of a sentinel can undergo a mutation, thereby facilitating the awakening of their mental entity. In summary, Xiang has transcended from a C-class sentinel to a B-class. However, it appears that his mental entity is somewhat unique, which may explain why he has not realized it until now. The only B-class sentinel in the town, Cheng Dongshu, having joined the patrol team, recently received orders to eliminate nearby aberrant species. The remaining sentinels in the town are unaware of the awakening process for mental entities. Coupled with the fact that the town has never witnessed a Sentinel's breakthrough, they mistakenly believed that He Xiong's post-injury mental irregularities were indicative of a problem. He Xiong's expression was somewhat bewildered. Did Yun Zhao mean to say he had his own mental entity? The awakening of a mental entity signified his ascension to a B-class sentinel. Yes, Yun Zhao affirmed. The ward was a typical surgical unit, with most patients on the bed suffering from external injuries, including several low-ranking sentinels. Hearing their conversation, the patients cast envious glances at He Xiong. The breakthrough in rank is an arduous feat, each advancement akin to traversing an insurmountable chasm. Generally, sentinels find it easier to advance than guides, as they constantly confront danger in battle, teetering on the brink of life and death, which can stimulate their latent physical capabilities. Many individuals go through their entire lives without achieving such a breakthrough. This lucky fool managed to break through just by capturing a mutated wild boar, not to mention, he has a guide sister. Such a rarity. Yun Zhao gradually released her mental entity, stating, "The scene you dreamt of is likely your mental domain. Since your little companion has just awakened, you might try summoning it." A mental connection should have already been established. As for why He Xiong had not noticed it sooner, she was uncertain. The greenish fluorescence entered his mental core, guiding him to sense his mental entity. He Xiong instinctively closed his eyes, following Yun Zhao's instructions. He traversed through the direction of the mental thread, entering his mental domain to perceive his mental entity. The entire ward fell silent. The patients, momentarily oblivious to their physical pain, craned their necks, eagerly watching. Such a scene might never occur again in their lifetimes. But what was that green fluorescence? A guide capable of guiding a B-class sentinel. This fool's sister must possess a remarkably high rank. Perhaps she is an even rarer A-class guide. They could not afford a guide, and such a rare opportunity for observation was invaluable. They wished to watch closely in case it might aid their own future breakthroughs. Cheng Dongqing stood nearby, dumbfounded, hesitant to speak. As for He Xiong's mother, upon hearing this momentous news, she felt a mix of joy and concern. Casting a worried glance at her son on the bed, time passed, and He Xiong finally opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as he exclaimed, "I felt it. I truly felt its existence. Yun Zhao, this is incredible." He was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of joy. That was his mental entity. He now had a combat partner of his own. Indeed, Yun Zhao responded rather nonchalantly. "Now, summon it out. I wish to see it." Given that the main body was injured, and the little one had only just awakened, it was prudent to call it forth for inspection, lest Qing Wan frighten it away. He Xiong nodded vigorously, all right. He closed his eyes again, using the connection with his mental entity to communicate. The previously raucous ward was now eerily quiet, everyone holding their breath, anticipating the emergence of this newly awakened mental entity. Even those who could not see mental entities turned their heads in curiosity. A minute passed. No unusual occurrences transpired. Yun Zhao patiently waited. Even the usually impatient little Qing Miao perched atop her main body as head, curiously watching the bed. 5 more minutes elapsed. Yet the ward remained silent, with no sign of the mental entity's presence. All were anxiously awaiting. "What's wrong? Is it unwilling to come out?" Yun Zhao inquired, puzzled. He Xiong shook his head. "No, it's very eager to come out and take a look." "And what about the mental entity?" A sentinel from the adjacent bed chimed in. "Little brother, hurry and summon it. Let us all witness this." "Ha ha ha, perhaps it's shy with so many people around."
Someone jest.
"Do mental entities feel shy?" He Xiong hastily explained, "It's coming. It's on its way out." However, 15 minutes passed, and the ward remained utterly still. A few sentinels, bandaged and seated some distance away, strained their necks for a glimpse, feeling their muscles ache. Little Qing Miao fluttered her wings impatiently, her curiosity waning with the passage of time. "I'll go in and fetch it," Yun Zhao declared, her patience wearing thin. Could there be an issue with his mental entity? Just as she prepared to take action, suddenly, a sloth-like mental entity, having been summoned from the depths of the mental domain amidst the collective anticipation, sluggishly crawled onto the bed. It languidly extended one claw, its eyes half closed, each movement reminiscent of a slow-motion sequence from a film. The surrounding sentinels were left speechless. A sloth?
So,
This fellow took nearly 20 minutes just to crawl out from the mental domain? The expressions of those who could see the mental entity shifted from anticipation to barely contained amusement. Were it not for the presence of a guide, they might have laughed aloud on the spot. Only He Xiong was immensely pleased, exclaiming, "Yun Zhao, look quickly. This is my mental entity." Yun Zhao regarded the slowly moving sloth in silence for 2 seconds before nodding. "I see it. It's quite delightful. The little fellow appears healthy and rather endearing."
Yet.
She thought, should danger arise in the future, it might take this creature an eternity to emerge from the mental domain post-battle. Nonetheless, it was indeed a mental entity. Sentinels who awaken their mental entities experience a significant enhancement in their physical prowess and overall capabilities compared to before. Confirming that Xiang was unharmed, Yun Zhao turned to inquire about the medical expenses. Aunt Lu, relieved, settled at the foot of the bed to continue weaving straw sandals. You needn't worry about that. They caught the wild boar and earned a substantial number of points. With the heat of the weather, the remaining unsold meat was brought back to the community by the search team and distributed among every household. As she spoke, Aunt Lu raised the half-finished straw sandals in her hand, informing Yun Zhao, these essentials sell quite well at the base. We offer them for 15 points a pair. There are many stalls in the trading area selling straw sandals. The townsfolk have gone to observe, and depending on the craftsmanship, prices can range from 10 to 30 points. The more expensive straw sandals are indeed woven with greater finesse than the others. After much deliberation, the townsfolk decided upon a price of 15 points per pair. Aunt Lu remarked, so, Zhao Zhao, you need not worry about us. Focus on your own matters.
We can take care of ourselves.
Qingshan Town is relatively isolated from the world, characterized by its simple and unpretentious customs. For decades, the community has thrived on mutual aid and support, enduring the darkest times together. It was precisely this simplicity, innocence, and kindness that led the 8 sentinels to rescue Yun Zhao. After their passing, the townspeople embraced the young girl they had watched grow, nurturing her into adulthood. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, acknowledging, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Aunt Lu did not look up, simply saying, go ahead.
All right.
Before departing, Yun Zhao cast a glance at Xiang in his hospital bed and warned, the doctor hasn't discharged you yet, so you must remain here. If you dare to leave prematurely, I shall ensure you won't step outside again. Xiang nodded vigorously, his sloth spirit lingering in the same position as when he first emerged. Chapter 66. Points are not to be spent lightly. Cheng Dongqing followed closely behind Yun Zhao as they exited the hospital. He retrieved a card, saying, Sister Zhao, here is the 300 points I borrowed from you last time. Yun Zhao turned to him and inquired, how much did the mutated wild boar sell for? Cheng Dongqing's enthusiasm ignited at the mention. Over 5,000 points. With the heat, any unsold meat would spoil, so we decided to bring the remainder back for everyone to share. Although 5,000 points seemed substantial, it was divided among more than 10 sentinels, leaving each with a modest sum. Nevertheless, it was their first successful hunt, and the scouting team was abuzz with excitement. Moreover, they had recently returned with a bounty of wild herbs and coal, employing townsfolk to guard their stall. The ants set out to sell the straw sandals, with each sale yielding a 5-point commission for the scouting team. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao accepted the card from Cheng Dongqing, stating, that sounds splendid. But do ensure your safety. Not every occasion will be as fortunate as this. Cheng Dongqing nodded earnestly. We will be careful from now on. How could they not be cautious? If Sister Zhao were to be displeased, they would be barred from future outings. The sweltering weather made storing mutated animal meat quite a challenge. After some contemplation, Yun Zhao proposed, tomorrow, I will bring back a few freezers. We still have that empty house, so we can use it to store supplies for the scouting team. I recall the key is with Grandpa Town Leader. The Zero team had salvaged freezers from the contaminated zone along with supplies from the supermarket. However, due to the lack of power on the road, they had consumed all the frozen food to prevent spoilage. The freezers remained intact. Cheng Dongqing hesitated. Will that be expensive? Yun Zhao shot him a glance. It wouldn't cost anything. Although she said this, she still needed to consult the team leader, for the supplies belonged to the entire team. Despite her significant contributions, she could not make unilateral decisions. They were now a cohesive unit. Yun Zhao did not elaborate to Cheng Dongqing, merely adding, but you all will need to cover the electricity costs. Cheng Dongqing was elated, all right. Just as Yun Zhao was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something. Turning back to say, please check at the trading post to see if there are any buyers. We need to sell those 5 buses as soon as possible. The townsfolk are all residing in the safe base now, and those vehicles are unnecessary. The funds to purchase them were pooled from each household. So while the buses remain in good condition, it would be prudent to sell them off quickly, allowing everyone to receive some dividends. We can keep 2 off-road vehicles for the scouting team. Cheng Dongqing nodded vigorously, understood. I will head to the trading post to register for sale right away. Only then did Yun Zhao feel assured enough to depart. She needed to venture into the inner city to collect her custom birdcage and simultaneously place an order for the dishes needed for her gathering tomorrow night. Cheng Dongqing watched her board the bus before turning to dash toward the trading post. Upon her second visit to the shopping center, Yun Zhao's experience was vastly different from the last. The clerks on the first floor greeted her with cheerful smiles and polite hellos. The little bluebird perched atop her head wore an expression of disdain, too lazy to even glance at them. Birdcage, princess bed. Yun Zhao sighed, having no choice but to head up to the third floor. The same clerk from her previous visit greeted her with a beaming smile. Miss Yun, your custom birdcage is complete. Would you like it delivered to your home now? Yun Zhao nodded. I would also like to select some furniture. The team leader says that points earned should be spent. Now that she was quite wealthy, she felt it was time to indulge herself a little. Leading the clerk, she made her way directly to the inner room, pointing at the princess bed priced at 800 points, exclaiming, I want to buy that. 800 points could purchase a considerable amount of meat, but the little bluebird liked it, and she found it quite appealing as well. It must be exceptionally soft, akin to the bed in the contaminated villa. She had never slept in such comfort before. Yun Zhao circled around and selected 2 sets of bedding that complemented the princess bed: pillows, a sofa, a coffee table, curtains, a shoe cabinet, and a low cabinet, along with a grand decorative cabinet for snacks and a striking floor lamp, as well as the sky blue carpet from her last visit. This time, she chose higher quality furniture. Noticing her substantial purchases, the clerk offered discounts and some small gifts. Yun Zhao picked a few decorative items and several plant stands, including the final payment for the birdcage. The discounted total came to 800 points. Throughout the payment process, Yun Zhao remained tight-lipped, her balance plummeting from 712 to 912 points in an instant. She consoled herself internally, assuring that it was all right. The basis point rewards would be available tomorrow. She was exceedingly wealthy and did not want her teammates to visit her home next time only to find it barren. The little bluebird was elated, flitting onto the princess bed and bouncing around. What's there to feel sorry about? Next time, let us take down a gatekeeper and replace that ugly wardrobe. Yun Zhao replied in her mind, that wardrobe is quite functional, it simply needs a bit of paint. The little bluebird was oblivious to the value of household necessities. It spotted the nearby appliance store. Yun Zhao had brought back a plethora of food, some of which needed to be stored in a refrigerator for longevity. By a refrigerator, the one at home cannot hold anything that has been in contact with contaminated items. Yun Zhao retorted, that's not contaminated food. It merely contained items brought from the contaminated zone. The little bluebird insisted, no second-hand items, purchase new ones. Yun Zhao, exasperated, thought you want to even use it. Why are you so concerned? Buy new ones. The little bluebird clearly disdained furniture and appliances brought from the contaminated zone, with the exception of food. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhao conceded, all right, we will buy the refrigerator first, then we can go grocery shopping. She planned to prepare a hot pot for dinner tomorrow, bringing back a variety of hot pot bases, along with noodles, sausages, luncheon meat, and other long-lasting packaged vegetables. She needed to purchase some meat and fresh vegetables as well. After filling in her delivery address, she went to the appliance store on the 3rd floor next door, selecting a brand new refrigerator and a small fan to be delivered to her home together. Once she had finalized her furniture purchases, she returned to the 1st floor, buying numerous eggs and fruits to take home, while also placing an order for the meat and vegetables needed for the next day. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats are available in limited quantities each day, and she enjoys the privilege of priority purchasing, allowing her to reserve tomorrow's offerings in advance. After a shopping spree, her last 10,000 points dwindled down to merely a third. As Yun Zhao exited the shopping center, the phrase, I am exceedingly wealthy, became stuck in her throat, unable to be voiced. The aspiration for a luxurious lifestyle proves unsustainable when points are so easily squandered. No sooner had Yun Zhao arrived home than a delivery vehicle from the shopping center arrived at her doorstep. Perhaps due to the upcoming celebration, sentinels from the patrol were visible at every turn along the route. The delivery personnel conducted themselves with utmost discretion, arriving without uniforms. Large items were delivered in disassembled parts for installation, while smaller items were transported separately, all carefully covered with cloth to avoid drawing attention. Living in the outskirts presents its inconveniences, yet Yun Zhao has no desire to relocate. The inner city feels too desolate. Lacking culinary skills and possessing minimal self-sufficiency, she often struggles to maintain cleanliness even in simple tasks like sweeping. Despite her longing for tidiness, she finds it challenging to keep her home perpetually pristine. The townspeople rely on her, and she, in turn, is equally dependent on them. She wishes not to be too distant. After toiling outside, returning to a solitary and silent home feels disheartening. She revels in the comfort of familiarity, where opening her door leads to a vibrant atmosphere filled with friendly greetings from acquaintances. Chapter 67. The Essence of Home. Once the installation technician departed, Yun Zhao's home had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon entering, she was greeted by a brand new white shoe cabinet to her right, adorned with 3 drawers, the topmost of which held various decorative items. The left side, previously occupied by a dining area, now featured a towering decorative cabinet flush against the wall, boasting 4 shelves, each with 5 spacious compartments capable of housing an abundance of snacks. Directly opposite the entrance was the living room, where the wooden sofa had been replaced with a blue fabric couch and a white coffee table, complemented by a carpet in a matching hue, and double-layered curtains of the same color cascading gracefully at the windows. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the curtains to dance softly. The space exuded the essence of home. The more Yun Zhao gazed upon it, the more she appreciated the transformation. She switched on the small fan resting on the coffee table, nestled a complimentary cushion under her chin, and comfortably sprawled face down on the plush sofa. A little bluebird hopped onto her back, exploring with playful steps. Its 2 perches, one positioned within the room and the other beside the sofa, were part of a 3-tiered bird climbing frame, standing approximately 6 feet tall, designed to resemble tree branches, each level featuring a hollowed trunk. Perched branches provided resting spots, with a quaint wooden platform on the side and a charming wooden birdhouse crowning the top. "Get up and arrange the birdhouse," she murmured, her voice muffled against the cushion. "Not yet. I wish to linger a while longer. It feels too delightful." The little bluebird chirped, trying to rouse her, but appeared somewhat displeased. It leaped a few steps forward and settled atop her head. On the 5th floor below, a group of women gathered in the corridor, seated on the floor surrounded by numerous baskets filled with wild grasses, diligently weaving grass shoes and hats while exchanging pleasantries. Zhao Yan was among them. "Do you have enough coal at home? My son brought some back yesterday. If you're short, feel free to take some from my place." "I have plenty. The coal supplied by the base hasn't been fully utilized," came the reply. "Has old Zhang found work?" "I heard he has, washing dishes in the employee cafeteria in the outer district." A kind-faced, middle-aged woman skillfully wove grass shoes while inquiring, "How many points do you earn in a month?" Another neighbor interjected, "The pay isn't high, but the benefits are good. Just think. Working in the cafeteria means 2 meals a day. That saves quite a bit." Others nodded in agreement. The base's prices are steep, and every household is pinching pennies. Lately, they've earned dozens of points from weaving grass shoes and hats, but most of it has gone toward food. Meanwhile, others in town are also striving to find work. Zhao Yan is fortunate. Before Zhao Zhao departed, she provided her with 1,000 for living expenses. Each time she goes out to buy groceries, she brings back extra wild vegetables to share with their neighbors, especially the former town chief's family. The old chief, now advanced in age, cannot work, and only he and his young grandson remain at home, still relying on rations brought from the town. "By the way, Zhao Yan, where has Zhao Zhao gone?" inquired Yao Qian from across the way. "I haven't seen her around lately." Zhao Yan looked up, a hint of concern in her voice. "I'm not sure. She didn't mention when she would return. The sentinels only relayed that she had matters to attend to and wouldn't be home for a while. I have no idea if she has gone out or is staying in the inner district." They remained on the 5th floor, blissfully unaware that Yun Zhao had already returned. "Don't fret. Zhao Zhao is a guide. How precious that is. The base is providing them with such fine housing without rent. Surely, her guide level is quite high. The large base will undoubtedly ensure her safety." One neighbor glanced outside at the sky, set down her half-finished hat, and stood up. "It's noon. I must return home to prepare lunch. I'll come back later." "Go ahead. We'll finish this up and head back," they replied. As Wuani passed by room 503, she knocked on the door and called out without waiting for an answer, "Town chief, don't cook lunch. Come eat at my place." She lived next door in 502, and her son was a sentinel in the search team. Each member of the search team had received a considerable sum of 200 to 300 points yesterday. Wuani had specifically gone to the farmer's market to buy some rice and flour, preparing meat sauce to store for later enjoyment. The door to 503 opened, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and a slightly stooped posture, leaning on a cane at the threshold, garbed in a faded blue cloth shirt. The old town chief waved his hand dismissively. "No, thank you, I've already eaten." Wuanti was unconvinced. They had been lingering in the corridor, and although they couldn't see inside 503, surely they could hear any sounds and smell the cooking? Before she could voice her thoughts, a chime echoed, the sound of the elevator doors opening at the corridor's corner. Everyone instinctively looked up, and there stood Yun Zhao, emerging from the elevator with a bag in hand. "Zhao Zhao, you're back." Zhao Yan quickly set aside the grass shoes and rushed over to assist her with the bag. The others in the corridor greeted her warmly, especially Wu Auntie, who beamed. "Have you eaten yet? Come to my house. I'll start cooking right away." Yun Zhao smiled gently. Thank you, Auntie, but I'm here to see the town chief. Don't be shy with Auntie. I bought some noodles. We'll have meat sauce noodles for lunch. Wu Ani dashed next door to room 502, calling out, Don't leave. I'm going to cook some noodles. Without regard for the people outside, she closed the door and went to boil water. Yun Zhao quietly glanced at the closed door, declined Zhao Yan's offer for help with her bag, and exchanged a few words with the neighbors before making her way to the town chief. The expression on the old chief's face was a mix of helplessness and gravity as he shifted aside with his cane to make way. Once inside, Yun Zhao greeted the neighbors before shutting the door behind her. Having just finished setting up the birdcage at home, she had brought along the land deeds for the 2 plots provided by the base, packed some food, and descended to visit the old town chief. The layout of this building was similar throughout. In the old chief's home, there was the same wooden sofa and table, with an antique tea set and a tin can resting atop the table. In the corner lay a pile of supplies brought from the town. By the window, there stood an additional old writing desk, meant for children learning to write. Upon it lay a complete set of paper and pens, alongside a frame and various antique objects. Outside, clothes hung on the balcony, infusing the space with a vibrant sense of life. The former mayor wore an expression of helplessness, admonishing, Why bring things here? Letting so many people outside see. In the past, during their time in Qingshan town, the disparity between the rich and the poor was minimal, and every household shared similar circumstances. However, upon arriving at the Great Base, the distinction became stark between those with a pillar of support at home and those without. Currently, 7 children from the town attended school. Sentinels could earn several hundred points in a single trip, and while it was uncertain how much Zhao Zhao earned in a month, as a guide, she certainly did not suffer. In contrast, families who struggled to find their way inevitably felt the weight of disparity in their hearts. The former mayor was merely looking out for her. He was right. When I arrived, I had no idea there were so many people outside. Zhao Zhao placed her belongings on the desk and softly remarked, Yet, I believe everyone will remain as they were. Having been at the Great Base for some time now, whether among the sentinels or the ordinary townsfolk, not a single person has acted under her banner. Despite the obstacles they faced in the base, difficulties in finding work and navigating social dynamics, they were all striving to rely on their own efforts. Otherwise, if word got out that a senior guide resided in the town, many from the outer districts would vie to connect with them for employment opportunities. Who wouldn't want to befriend a senior guide? This already demonstrated that, despite the hardships of life, they were unwilling to burden her. Chapter 68. No profanity allowed. Furthermore, the inability to find a way forward is but a temporary state. Zhao Zhao retrieved the land deed, stating, These 2 parcels of land are registered in my name. I have yet to inspect them regarding cultivation and allocation. Please, Mayor, oversee the arrangements. The former mayor fixated on the deed, his face revealing profound astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled heavily, realizing the implications. It turned out Zhao Zhao had already considered their welfare. First, she would enable them to become self-sufficient. The former mayor extended his somewhat rough hand to accept the deed, his expression a blend of complexity, suggesting they adhere to the old customs. Qingshan town had upheld a tradition for decades, distributing food based on labor value. Those who were employed had little time to tend to the fields, while the unemployed could devote themselves entirely to agriculture, thus reaping a greater share during harvest season. This arrangement alleviated feelings of disparity among them. The former mayor, at a loss for words, carefully stored the deed away, turning his back in silence. His hunched figure appeared particularly solitary. Zhao Zhao placed the items she had brought on the table, including some bread, milk, eggs, and fruits she purchased in the inner city. Additionally, there was the points card given to her by Cheng Dongqing. This card had originally been issued to her uncle at Dawn Base and had been passed down to his elderly father. Later, it was returned to her by the former mayor to assist in purchasing a vehicle for migration. Now, it was merely a matter of returning it to its rightful owner. Zhao Zhao did not mention the 300 points contained within. Instead, she rose to take her leave. Ultimately, she stayed at 502 for a bowl of meat sauce noodles before returning to the 12th floor. She had not ventured out that afternoon. Instead, rolling around on her own sofa, the little bluebird flitted about its perch, occasionally peering into a tree hole and then returning to pace atop the platform. Each tier of the perch was adorned with soft cushions, clearly indicating the little creature's fondness for it. After rolling a few times, Zhao Zhao accidentally fell off the sofa and chose to lay on the blue carpet, picking up her communicator to message Baiyu. Zhao Zhao, I would like to treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Last time, Baiyu had gifted her a chair, and she promised to invite her out for a meal. Tomorrow was her birthday, making it a perfect opportunity. Baiyu quickly replied, Sure. There's a celebration event tomorrow. We can go shopping together. After a moment's thought, Zhao Zhao decided to inform her, my teammates will be present. They'll join us for dinner as well. Bai Yu responded, no problem, I know them. I've provided psychological counseling for few members of Team Zero before, though we aren't very familiar. Zhao Zhao had anticipated this, which was why she invited her. Alright, we have a meeting tomorrow morning. I'll contact you afterward. That evening, the children returned home from school. He Pingying and Hienin carried no backpacks, instead, slinging old cloth bags made by Zhao Yan over their shoulders. The bags, patched and lined with 2 layers, contained their books and assignments, with a small pocket for pens and other stationery. Zhao Zhao said nothing upon seeing this. In the outer districts, where people were diverse, children dressed simply at school to avoid drawing attention and minimizing comparisons, allowing them to focus on their studies. Zhao Zhao inquired about the children's experiences at school. He Ping hesitated, lowering his head and stammering, I have been trying hard to learn. Zhao Zhao observed He Ping's slightly bowed head and gently patted his shoulder, speaking softly, do not rush. Learning is a process that unfolds gradually. The children had never attended school before and had only learned a few characters from the former mayor. It was entirely natural for them to struggle initially. Zhao Zhao wished not to exert pressure on them. Meanwhile, Hienin beamed brightly, proclaiming, Sister Zhao Zhao, the teacher praised me today, saying my homework was well done. Zhao Zhao turned her attention to Hienin, exclaiming, you're doing wonderfully. Keep it up and help your brother improve together, alright? I understand. Hienin replied obediently. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 children dutifully returned to their rooms to complete their assignments. Zhao Yan busied herself in the kitchen. Upon Zhao Zhao's return, having brought back so many items, she had just sent Zhao Yan to fetch ingredients and was taken aback by the transformation in their home, which now included a refrigerator. Zhao Yan dared not inquire about the price. After taking a quick look around, she noticed Zhao Zhao's newly purchased princess bed was in disarray. She stepped in to tidy it up before returning with the ingredients, burying herself in the kitchen to prepare dinner. The following day, Zhao Zhao rose feeling refreshed, donning the casual outfit from the previous day as she stepped outside. Today was her birthday. Ever since her uncles had passed away, she had not celebrated a birthday. Some in the town remembered, but given their limited means, no household had the custom of celebrating birthdays. At most, they would steam a little extra rice as a form of commemoration. Zhao Zhao greeted Zhao Yan, informing her that she would not be home for dinner. Before heading downstairs to catch the bus to the inner city, she had prepared 3 boxes of snacks from yesterday to let Zhao Yan distribute among everyone. The other items remained piled in the training ground. It seemed there were several more shipments to come, and she planned to retrieve some after inspecting them. Zhao Zhao arrived at the operations department building. The clerk who let her in called out, Guide Yun, please come over to record your access fingerprint for easier entry in the future. All right, Zhao Zhao replied, standing by the entrance as she cooperated with the fingerprint collection. Minister Duan is in the command center. You can head to the 5th floor conference room. The clerk continued. The other members of Team Zero have not yet arrived, Captain Xie. Before she could finish, the other 4 team members appeared at the door. Today, none of them wore their combat uniforms. Instead, they were dressed in casual attire. Their demeanor reflected a subtle shift, exuding less of the fierce intensity of battle and more of a relaxed charm found in everyday life. Sister Zhao Zhao, why are you here so early? The rabbit exclaimed as she rushed over to greet her. It was not yet 9 o'clock. The other 3 team members approached, playfully bantering amongst themselves. Song Liang spoke up. We were just saying we should go out for a stroll. Good thing we came to check first. Duan, she remarked. It was my suggestion to come over early, alright? Who wouldn't be eager for their rewards? Yun Zhao nodded in agreement, affirming that her early arrival was indeed motivated by the prospect of receiving money. The group began to speculate animatedly about the total amount of rewards. Once Yun Zhao finished recording her fingerprint, they all chattered excitedly as they entered the elevator. Tao Hua leaned in, mischievously suggesting, shall we place a bet to see who can guess the exact amount of the rewards? Duan, she inquired, how many points are we betting this time? What if no one guesses correctly? The rabbit replied, let the one who guesses the closest number have it. Yun Zhao obediently raised her hand, declaring, I won't participate. I've never undertaken a mission before, so I have no idea what aspects can earn rewards. I would surely be at a loss compared to you all. Rather than gamble those points, I could buy a couple of pounds of meat. That's unacceptable. We're a team and must act together.
Tao Hua said,
placing a hand on Song Liang's shoulder. Old Song, don't you agree? As the elevator doors opened, the group spilled out, playfully jostling one another, and came face to face with Xie Tu, who stood at the door of the conference room. The tall figure of the man loomed in the corridor, exuding a palpable presence. Xie Tu turned his head, clearly having overheard their conversation, and his disdainful gaze was impossible to conceal as he slowly muttered, "Idiot." Yun Zhao suddenly looked up, her expression serious as she admonished him, "No foul language." Xie Tu was momentarily taken aback, a subtle emotion welling within him. How could a casual jest elicit her reprimand? Since when did idiot become a curse word? Xie Tu raised an eyebrow at her, evidently perplexed by the situation. In the next moment, a small bluebird fluttered its wings and perched on Yun Zhao's shoulder, casting a glance at Xie Tu's day idiot. Chapter 69. I am extremely wealthy. Upon hearing the bluebird's insult, Yun Zhao inhaled sharply and shot Xie Tu a glare before entering the conference room alone. What had the captain done to offend her? Tao Hua pondered, bewildered. Hadn't everything been fine just moments ago? Xie Tu, deep in thought, asked the fiery phoenix in the mental realm. What did it just say? It called you an idiot. Tell it that if it insults you, it can't insult me anymore. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xie Tu's mouth twitched slightly. So, that earlier fool had also been learned from him? The little creature mimicked his words to insult him, and now he had to endure Yun Zhao's glare? Xie Tu maintained his indifferent facade, scanning the other team members and demanding, "What are you all standing around for? Let's go inside for the meeting." Duan, she quipped. When did we become the bottom-tier personnel? The rabbit, fearing collateral damage, hurriedly dashed into the conference room and sat next to Yun Zhao. This was a small conference room. There were 4 empty seats on either side of a long table, and only one seat at the head, facing a large white screen that occupied an entire wall. It was evidently a dedicated space for operational personnel meetings. Xie Tu strode over with long strides, leisurely pulling out a chair to sit opposite Yun Zhao. She pursed her lips, avoiding eye contact as she focused on educating the little bluebird. You are a phoenix, not a parrot, so why do you insist on mimicking him? You should learn something worthwhile, not just insults. The bluebird ignored her, leisurely preening its feathers.
Moment latte.
Minister Duan entered, carrying a stack of documents. Clad in a crisp dark blue military uniform, with neatly cropped hair and sharp eyes, he commanded attention. Upon seeing him, Duan Shi and Tao Hua huddled together, whispering. Tao Hua remarked, "Every time I see Minister Duan, I can't help but recall how she looked in a dress in the polluted zone. She seemed less fierce then." Duan Shi expressed concern about the report Old Song was submitting. What if the little ant decides to take someone down? That would be on you. And it has nothing to do with us, Song Liang interjected. Minister Duan took his seat at the head, cleared his throat, and the others immediately fell silent. The mission was executed commendably, Minister Duan stated, glancing down at the documents in his hands. We successfully rescued Team Jiangmu, eliminated the 88th pollution zone, and retrieved crucial technological advancements. This marks the 4th 4-star pollution zone humanity has eradicated, a significant achievement. The members of Team Zero awaited Minister Duan's announcement regarding the final reward points with eager anticipation. Tao Hua gestured for everyone to bet 100 points. He quickly grabbed a pen from the table and jotted down a series of numbers on a piece of paper. The pen and paper made their rounds, eventually reaching Yun Zhao. Sitting at the front of the small conference table, she was quite close to Minister Duan, right under his watchful gaze. She blinked, reluctant to take it. Xie Tu reached over and casually snatched the paper from in front of her, scribbling a number on it. The technological data has been transferred to the relevant research institute for study. The transport vehicle departed this morning, and other industrial machinery will be handled by a specialized technical team for disassembly and analysis, Minister Duan noted, observing the small antics of the team with a discerning eye. He shot them a glare before continuing. Currently, the reinforcement station at the 88th section have registered and reported all the technology and materials brought back. And the basis calculation team has completed the accounting. Everyone sat up straight. Minister Duan turned his gaze towards Yun Zhao, his expression softening. It has been unanimously decided to adjust the reward amount for the 4-star gatekeepers to be distributed per person, with each receiving a bonus of 10,000. Cheers erupted from below. The rabbit counted on her fingers for a long time before stealthily reaching for the paper with a betting amount written on it. Song Liang swiftly slapped her hand away, his eyes warning her, "No cheating." The rabbit pouted, feigning innocence. Minister Duan began distributing the A4 sheets in his hands, specifically informing Yun Zhao, "Your captain has chosen to split all the bonuses equally. Base Director Shun has already signed off on it, and the point rewards will be credited to your respective point cards by this afternoon." Yun Zhao nodded, accepting the sheet and eagerly inspecting it. The successful completion of the mission yielded a reward of 30,000, 20,000 provided by Dawn Base. The elimination of the gatekeeper awarded 60,000. Below, a list detailed the materials obtained from this mission, with subsequent notes indicating the importance of each to the base. The points for industrial technology, agriculture, weaponry, and medical supplies were notably high, particularly for the soilless cultivation technology and the batch of crop seeds. Other smaller materials varied from dozens to hundreds. Yun Zhao's gaze fell to the total sum at the bottom, and she thought she must have been seeing things. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again. Oh my goodness!
Ha ha ha.
Tao Hua exclaimed, slapping the table excitedly. The total reward is even more than what's in my points card. Their earlier estimations had been far too conservative. Since Team Zero's inception, they had never encountered such a bounty. They were about to strike it rich. Yun Zhao stared at the six-figure material bonus, feeling dazed. She hadn't anticipated the technological and data materials to be so valuable. No wonder Jiang Mu seemed unconcerned about the 7,000 points. With over 200,000 points in material rewards, each person would receive over 40,000. Coupled with the mission rewards, each would nearly pocket 60,000 in bonuses. Xie Tu sat across from her, still maintaining a calm demeanor, but he instinctively glanced at her. Why hadn't she reprimanded him for his foul language? Since fuck is just a filler word, it's useless for the little green bird to learn it anyway. Minister Duan lightly tapped the table, signaling for silence. His stern gaze swept across everyone. This mission succeeded largely because of luck. We happened to encounter a city frozen in the pre-apocalypse era, which allowed us to obtain these valuable technologies and data. Opportunities like this will be rare in the future, perhaps never again. Don't get arrogant or rush blindly just for rewards. Understood. All members of Team Zero responded loudly. Leaning slightly forward, Minister Duan turned to Xie Tuesday. I've approved your request to delay the next mission. However, Team Zero's daily training must not be neglected. Before returning, he had already learned the general situation through an online meeting. The guide played a crucial role in this mission, but she lacks sufficient understanding of contamination zone rules, and her physical abilities are weak. Training is necessary. Xie Tu nodded. Song Liang, submit the detailed mission report to the intelligence division as soon as possible. Yes, sir. The base made no comment about the snacks Team Zero had kept. Each combat team could freely choose what to bring back from the contamination zone. As long as the base didn't require it, members could decide whether to hand it in or keep it. The meeting ended. As soon as Minister Duan left the room, the remaining members jumped up, running around excitedly, knocking tables and chairs noisily. We're rich. We're rich. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna wake up laughing in my dreams. Yun Zhao still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Hearing them, she nodded vigorously. I'm super rich now. Chapter 70. Establishing a mental barrier. Everyone remained excited, so much so that they didn't even feel like going shopping anymore. They just waited eagerly for their bonuses. Xie Tu calmly picked up a sheet of paper from the table. Come settle your bets. There were 5 sets of numbers written on it. Only Xie Tu had written 300,000, which was closest to the total mission reward points. Duan, she scoffed. That's pocket change. I don't even care. Tao Hao raised his wrist and transferred 100 points to the captain without hesitation.
Exactly.
With nearly 60,000 bonus points, who cares about this 100? Yun Zhao thought for a moment and raised her hand. I didn't write anything. Does that count as not participating or forfeiting? Forfeit. Still gotta pay. Everyone answered in unison.
Oh.
Yun Zhao leaned over to ask Xie Tu for his account number. Well, whatever, just 100 points.
Consider it a tip.
Xie Tu glanced at the little green bird on her shoulder. Deliberately, he raised his hand slightly and accidentally brushed against its feathers. The little bird froze for a moment, then immediately started hopping in rage. Jerk. Aside from its host, it hated being touched by others. Xie Tu raised an eyebrow at it, openly provocative. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Still gonna curse people next time? Yun Zhao silently made herself invisible, not wanting to get dragged into it. The bird had started the insults, so technically she was in the wrong. But the little guy only knew 4 insults total, and 2 of them it had learned from him. Thinking of that made her feel annoyed again. The other 4 members didn't notice what was happening and were still riding their excitement. Song Liang gave a bitter smile. I still have to write the report. You guys need to tell me what happened while we were separated. Xie Tu withdrew his gaze and stopped teasing the bird. Everyone stay. Continue the meeting and explain your individual experiences, so Song Liang can submit the report.
Got it.
So Team Zero remained in the meeting room, recounting everything they had gone through. When Rabbit mentioned his brother again, his expression was calm. He quickly explained what he had experienced, perhaps to lighten the mood. After the small meeting ended, everyone became lively again, slinging arms over each other's shoulders as they walked out, discussing bonuses and how to spend their points. Yun Zhao stopped them. Weren't we going to establish mental barriers? Oh, right, almost forgot. A mental barrier is a protective layer formed by mental energy. separating a Sentinel's 5 senses from a guide's mental field. It prevents the overwhelming flow of information in daily life from causing mental overload. Since all the team members were A-rank Sentinels, the process went smoothly. When Tao Hao opened his eyes, it felt as if the entire world had been covered by a thin veil. He instinctively shook his head, only to find his once sharp hearing now felt distant, as if separated by space. The subtle sounds he used to catch clearly were now blurred. Damn, having part of my senses blocked feels so weird. The base guides helped us build mental barriers before, but the drop in perception was never this strong. The noisy clamor in his mind disappeared, and he felt much more relaxed. At the same time, his sensory sharpness had decreased. The drawback was obvious. Mental barriers clearly couldn't be established in contamination zones. She opened his mouth, trying to speak. But his own voice sounded strange, as if it came from another space. Rabbit and Song Liang followed Tao Hao, shaking their heads left and right. This feels so weird. They felt lighter mentally but also uneasy. An S-rank guide's mental barrier was too powerful. The drop in sensory acuity was too severe, as if they could lose their heightened perception at any moment. Probably just not used to it. We'll adapt after a while. Song Liang sighed helplessly, trying to adjust to this unfamiliar sensory world. Finally, it was Xie Tu's turn. He glanced at them, already understanding. Go wait outside and get used to it. Oh, okay. The 4 of them walked out, still shaking their heads, their chatter echoing from outside. An S-rank Sentinel's senses were excessively sharp. Most sounds were nothing but noise to them. Xie Tu had long grown accustomed to enduring it through sheer willpower, resisting the burden and mental strain. He remained seated, lifting his head to look at Yun Zhao as she approached him. He recalled the brief peace brought by her earlier guidance. Keeping his expression calm, Xie Tu averted his gaze, suppressing his racing heart so she wouldn't notice. Yun Zhao stopped in front of him, gently raising her right hand and placing it against his forehead. Her slender fingers curved slightly, prompting him to close his eyes. Once was unfamiliar, twice was routine. Fluorescent light surrounded them, attempting to enter his mental core. Xie Tu frowned slightly, still not fully comfortable with the feeling of intrusion. Soon, the greenish glow of her mental energy began to spread outward from him, gradually forming a transparent barrier around his mental core. It was as light as mist, yet incredibly resilient. It gently enveloped him, isolating him from the outside world. The chaotic streams of information that once overwhelmed him were now neatly blocked outside the barrier. After the barrier was formed, Xie Tu opened his eyes and tried to stand, but nearly lost his balance, catching himself on the table. Naturally, the little green bird burst into laughter at this. But Xie Tu didn't have the energy to deal with it. He closed his eyes slightly, adjusting to the now blurred world. For the first time, free from the noise that disturbed his mind, it felt as if he had become a normal person again, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a very, very long time. A guide is the destination of a sentinel.
Done.
Yun Zhao nonchalantly withdrew her hand, paying no heed to the emotions detected by the mental threads. Captain, let us go shopping, she suggested. Outside, the 4 individuals continued their lively conversation. Has the celebration begun? Someone inquired. It should have, asked Yun Zhao and the captain, as they just came from outside. One resides in the outer city, while the other lives beyond the base. The other team members dwell within the inner city and remain unaware of the conditions outside. The inner city appeared as usual, save for the additional decorations and banners. The streets remained desolate, devoid of human presence, lacking any festive atmosphere. Yun Zhao approached the rabbit, bowing her head to send a message to Baiyu. Without raising her gaze, she responded, I took the bus in. It was still early then, and the streets were the same as yesterday. The East 3rd Street area is all residential. The main street for events is closer to the outer ring. She genuinely had no idea how far along the celebration had progressed. As for Xie Tu, he had arrived even earlier, likely well before dawn. Don't S-class sentinels require sleep? The group waited a few more minutes until Xie Tu emerged from the conference room, his complexion restored to normal. Let us go and check out the celebration, he stated. Chapter 71. The Celebration Event. The Dawn base was particularly bustling today. At 8 in the morning, the grand metallic gates of the base swung open. The crowd outside, having undergone checks by the guard unit, proceeded through the entrance, where they registered and underwent pollution level testing. Between the city gates and the outer city lay an extensive corridor, featuring 2 grand entrances, collectively referred to as the buffer zone. Most individuals entering the city today hailed from nearby small bases, specifically to partake in the celebration. Although the large base is secure, it boasts a high cost of living. The southwestern region is resource-rich, with small bases typically having access to water and land. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, most prefer not to relocate, especially since they are not far from the Dawn base. In the event of a large-scale Aberrant attack or the emergence of a contamination zone nearby, the large base would not remain indifferent. People had gathered in groups, allured by the prizes offered during the festivities. All inspection windows at the entrance were open, with registrars busy conducting pollution concentration tests and recording identity information for those entering. By 10 in the morning, everything remained orderly, as it had in previous years. Within the city, all members of the guard and patrol teams were on duty, with no one on leave. The guard unit patrolled along the city walls, while the patrol team maintained order along the streets where the event was taking place. Chung Dongshu was among them. Their team consisted of 10 B-class sentinels, who had just returned from outside the night before and would serve one more day before being granted leave the following day. As Yun Zhao descended the stairs, she received a reply from Baiyu. Baiyu, who was originally off duty, had been called back to the base this morning due to a reassignment of a senior sentinel team to a watch post, totaling 14 individuals, all of whom were senior sentinels. To date, there were only 5 A-class guides at the Dawn base. Lower-tier guides could assist senior sentinels if their compatibility reached 60, but only a select few guides could achieve this. Due to a shortage of personnel in the guiding room, Baiyu had been summoned to help. Reluctantly, Baiyu messaged back, "It's not too busy. I can probably guide 2 sentinels before taking a break. I'll come find you later." Yun Zhao replied, "All right." She followed her teammates downstairs. The 6 members of Team Zero departed from the operations department and walked towards the outer city where the celebration was being held. After traversing several streets from the inner city, they could hear the deafening music and raucous sounds from afar. Before them, in the park square of the outer city, a large event stage had been erected. At that moment, the stage lights flickered incessantly, the music blared loudly, and below, throngs of people filled the area, resembling a sea of ants, congregating in every corner of the square. Duanshi craned his neck to look around, relieved. "Fortunately, some of my senses are dulled, otherwise this noise could easily overwhelm me." "Look at the crowd," Tao Hahua exclaimed, wide-eyed. Song Liang, still somewhat unaccustomed to the scene, found the thumping music quickening his heartbeat. It wasn't only them. The sentinels from the nearby patrol team were all wearing earplugs. On the 2 streets directly opposite the square, numerous vendors had set up stalls. Every 50 meters, there were small activity booths featuring ring toss, riddles, shooting games, puzzle competitions, craft-making contests, painting competitions, memory challenges, and various other entertainment activities. In designated areas of the outer streets, treasure hunts were also organized, where participants searched for prizes based on clues, each treasure chest containing rewards. Looking up, they saw the streets bustling with people who jostled against one another as they moved between booths and activity stations, with almost every booth teeming with patrons. Upon arriving on the scene, Yun Zhao finally understood why the sentinels were reluctant to participate in the celebration. She also grasped why only B-class sentinels were assigned to patrol the city. It was simply too noisy. The heightened senses of senior sentinels could hardly withstand such chaos. Moreover, with so many people gathered, it was nearly impossible to see what was happening at the activity stations. Her teammates shielded Yun Zhao from the crowd, ensuring she wouldn't be jostled. As they walked, Duanshi peered through the throng towards the shooting competition area. "I remember coming here as a child, and there were hardly any people. Back then, the population of Dawn Base was less than 100,000. In just over a decade, it had surged to nearly 300,000. I haven't been here in at least 10 years, he reflected. Tao Hua muttered, "Back then, the prize was just a small bag of rice and people would fight tooth and nail for it. It shows how much better everyone's lives are now." Yun Zhao interjected. "That's because a group of warriors, undeterred by danger, rushed into the treacherous contaminated zones, bringing back technologies and resources that have improved the lives of the populace." She was now one of them. Xie Tu, positioned in front of Yun Zhao, remained furrowed and unwilling to speak. With his tall stature, he occasionally bumped into passers-by, as the streets were densely packed, making physical contact unavoidable. This only deepened the frown on his brow. As the clock approached noon, the morning competitions began to announce their winners. The park square remained vibrant with chatter, while the city gate area gradually grew quiet, with only a sparse few individuals still undergoing entry checks. Today, Lu Li's team was on duty. As the team leader, she diligently remained in the inspection room, observing the incoming crowd through the window. With fewer people now, Lu Li said, "Xiao Li, why don't you go eat? I'll cover for you for a bit." Xiao Li, a young woman holding a testing device, leaned slightly forward against the window, testing the pollution concentration of those entering the city. She replied, "Okay, Captain. Just let me finish up here." Lu Li watched the figure that had just entered the corridor, an unusual feeling surging within her. She turned to ask, What was the pollution concentration of that person? Xiao Li, puzzled, instinctively picked up the registration form and read aloud, Captain. The results were 22, 22, and 24. To avoid errors, pollution concentration tests were typically conducted 3 times. Dark matter is omnipresent, and ordinary people can also be subjected to its erosion. They lack the resistance capabilities and physical conditioning that sentinels possess. When the pollution concentration exceeds 60, localized mutations are likely to occur. However, the erosion rate for ordinary individuals is exceedingly slow. They possess no extraordinary abilities, lack a mental domain, and dark matter cannot adhere to them for extended periods. Provided they maintain a safe distance from polluted areas and do not come into contact with mutated species, avoiding the gray mist and dark matter. The occurrence of mutations has become increasingly rare. A pollution concentration below 30 is considered normal. Observing the lack of reaction from the guard team, Luli suspected she might be overthinking and nodded, saying, You may go have your meal first. On the street, the crowd pressed tightly together, striving to squeeze towards the small activity platforms on either side. Yun Zhao wandered for quite some time, seeing nothing but people. The heat was oppressive, and she was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Had she known it would be like this, she would not have ventured into this bustling scene. Ahead of her, Xie Tu's expression was even more dismal, his furrowed brow seemingly capable of crushing a fly. The creases in his clothing, caused by the crowd's pressure, intensified his agitation. Xie Tu occasionally glanced back at Yun Zhao, ensuring she had not been swept away by the throng. His eyes conveyed a clear message. He wished to leave this place. Receiving the signal, Yun Zhao softly suggested, Let us go back to the shopping center in the inner city to collect our reserved ingredients. With her newfound wealth, there was no need to compete with ordinary folks for prizes. The activity platforms were crowded, making it impossible to get close. Her teammates sighed in relief at her words. It had been many years since they last attended, and they were taken aback by the sheer number of attendees at the event now. The group decided to exit this street and take a detour back to the inner city. As Yun Zhao turned, she spotted a patrol team squeezed into a corner. And among them was Cheng Dongshu, who waved at her. The noise at the scene was so overwhelming that when the first scream erupted, it was almost instantaneously drowned out by the clamor. Chapter 72. The mutation occurs. In the congested street, one individual swayed unsteadily among the crowd. Suddenly, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, his skin slowly cracking as an unsettling sound of creaking bones echoed, with wisps of black mist emerging. Abruptly, his arm bent at an impossible angle, fingers twisting into claws, the nails visibly lengthening, darkening, and sharpening at an alarming rate. Accompanied by a chilling, guttural roar, jagged mandibles lunged forth, targeting the nearest members of the crowd. Blood splattered as screams erupted. The mutation had occurred. It's a mutated species.
Ah, run.
My heavens, help! The nearby crowd plunged into utter panic. The once vibrant and joyous atmosphere of the celebration shattered, replaced by chaos and screams. A small bluebird perched atop its host's head suddenly lifted its gaze, fixated on the distant tumult. Fear and confusion were etched on the faces of the onlookers. Some, unable to comprehend the situation, were jostled about, desperately struggling to maintain their footing as they were swept along by the tide of bodies. The throng surged like a furious tide, everyone pushing back in a frantic attempt to escape. Amid the chaos, Xie Tu's gaze sharpened. He quickly shielded Yun Zhao, retreating to the side of the street against the wall. He muttered, I'll go take a look. With brusque movements, he shoved through the obstructing crowd. But just as he was about to proceed, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned to see Yun Zhao release her grip, arms outstretched in an embrace-like gesture. Take me with you, she implored. With so many participants present, there was a risk that the sentinels might inadvertently harm innocent bystanders if they opened fire or engaged in combat with the mutated species. Only by controlling the mutant could she minimize casualties. Xie Tu's thin lips pressed together, his dark eyes deepening with intensity. After a brief pause, he extended his arms, enveloping her in a protective hold, and leaped onto a nearby vendor's stall, deftly navigating through the tumultuous street, heading against the tide towards the source of the disturbance. Their figures swiftly vanished into the crowd. The patrol team that Cheng Dongshu was part of quickly reacted, beginning to disperse the throngs on the street. Do not run. Remain calm. Evacuate in an orderly manner to the back streets. Their commands were swallowed by the cacophony of screams. Other team members stayed behind to assist in maintaining order. Panic spread like a contagion among the crowd, inciting a frenzy of desperate attempts to escape. Upon their arrival at the scene, the sight was horrific. Nearby stalls lay in disarray, the ground littered with scattered items and splattered blood. Several bodies lay motionless in pools of crimson. While the mutated creature feasted ravenously on one of the corpses, its serrated mandibles dripping with flesh, black viscous fluid oozing from its body, sizzling as it hit the ground. A greenish-blue glow surged forth, hurtling towards the monster. Strangely, even under the emotional resonance attack, the mutant was still able to move. Yun Zhao hesitated, altering her strategy to form a barrier. The glow manifested as an invisible net, enveloping the area, causing the creature's movements to slow. As if it were mired in a quagmire. Don't kill it just yet. Something feels off, she contemplated, encountering a mutant for the first time that was unresponsive to her emotional resonance attack. Moreover, how had it managed to enter the city? The city gate's buffer zone was manned by several A-grade sentinel teams tasked with inspecting incoming individuals. Upon entering the passage, they were also required to undergo pollution concentration testing. Xie Tu still held her tightly, instinctively reaching for the firearm at his waist, momentarily pausing at her words. The heat was stifling. Both were clad in thin short-sleeve shirts. Through the delicate fabric, the warmth of her waist against his fingers made him involuntarily tighten his grip slightly, his palms beginning to sweat anew. Xie Tu had to force himself to remain composed, suppressing the unusual emotions stirring within him, focusing intently on the mutant before them. He raised his wrist. Promptly dialing a number, a special mutated species has been discovered at Street 3. We require a transport cage. Received. Around the mutant, no one remained. In the distance, the crowd continued to surge desperately, while several individuals lay motionless on the ground, victims of a stampede. The base's guard team and patrol units sprang into action, a multitude of sentinels arriving to restore order at the scene. Everyone stay still. Form a line. Undergo pollution concentration testing once more. Residents of the city, please leave your information and evacuate first. Self-isolate at home. No one is to open their doors until results are confirmed. A large contingent of sentinels quickly gained control of the situation. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu remained in place until personnel from the Research Institute arrived, pushing a large transport cage. Xie Tu dismantled a metal sign from the roadside, placing it underfoot, and with a swift kick, he sent the mutant into the cage. Let us return to the inner city and await the investigation results, he stated. In the conference hall, Minister Wen, usually mild-mannered, was uncharacteristically furious. Investigate. How did the mutant manage to infiltrate here? Are the security checks and buffer zones merely for show? Minister Duan's face was grim as he turned to Vice Officer Jean. Is this how the personnel in the security department operate when Minister Han is absent? The Hope Base is currently experimenting with a new type of weapon. Among the 4 major bases, although Hope Base has lost its S-Class Sentinel, it is abundant in talent within the research and development sector, consistently surpassing the others in technological advancements. Minister Han has gone there to negotiate resource exchanges and has yet to return. The plump Director Shin sits at the head of the table, glancing left and right. His expression somewhat troubled, hesitating in silence. Acting in place of Minister Han, Vice Officer Jean, who manages the security department, finds it difficult to hold his head high under the pressure from several ministers. An investigation team has been dispatched, and all personnel on duty today have been detained for separate questioning, leading to the conclusion that the inspection process did not encounter any errors. Vice Officer Jean presents the entry registration report. Zhang Dy, male, 33 years old, residing in the small base on Southwest Route 22, exhibited normal behavior prior to the incident, with a pollution concentration reading of 22 upon entry. However, a mutation occurred 20 minutes after entering the city. The meeting room fell eerily silent. A pollution concentration of 22? How could a mutation transpire in a mere 20 minutes? This was unprecedented. Could it be a malfunction of the detection instruments? Minister Xiao inquires, have we dispatched anyone to investigate? Vice Officer Jean responds, personnel from the Scientific Research Institute have examined the scene, and everything appears normal. Director Fu from the Biological Research Institute nods, indicating that the issue likely does not stem from management oversight when our personnel transported the cage. The Guardian specifically remarked that the mutated creature was behaving oddly and was uncontrollable. The ministers, upon hearing this, felt a tumultuous wave rise within them. An uncanny silence enveloped the surroundings. An S-Class guide possesses the capability to control mutated creatures, playing a pivotal role within the 88th pollution zone. If even she sensed something amiss, it was grave indeed. Minister Duan, his expression grave, rises and addresses Director Shin. I will return to the operations department and notify the sentry posts 22 to 25 to thoroughly investigate all routes that individual traversed prior to mutation. If it is not a management issue, then there must be an anomaly within the pollution zone. A mutated creature that even Yun Zhao cannot control must have come into contact with a contaminated area before its mutation. Chapter 73. Carry on with what needs to be done. The subsequent arrangements will be executed through a collaborative effort among several departments. Personnel from the security department quickly mobilize, establishing stricter checkpoints at every entry point to the city, re-evaluating all individuals entering. The external population participating in the event is to be isolated and observed for 1 day. Meanwhile, city residents are prohibited from stepping outside their doors during the isolation period. Staff from the logistics department will visit each household to conduct inquiries based on registration information. The operations department has dispatched an investigative team to the small base on Route 22 to scrutinize the mutated creature's unusual behaviors prior to its mutation and where it has been. Casualty lists are currently being compiled. The base is striving to treat the injured and will subsequently provide compensation to the families of the deceased. On the 20th anniversary celebration, such an incident occurred, and the once bustling and festive streets now lay shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and oppression. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu returned to the inner city, reuniting with their teammates at the central square. The four of them, amidst the throngs of people, aided the patrol team in regaining control over the chaotic situation, returning drenched in sweat. They had left home that morning in a leisurely manner, yet now found themselves in a rather disheveled state. What on earth had transpired? Duan mused. It appears a mutated creature has infiltrated the city. Song Liang approached Xie Tu, his expression grave. The base had held celebrations for 20 consecutive years without incident, and the impact of this event was monumental. Who would dare attend future anniversaries? Tao Hao flopped onto a bench beside the square, exclaiming, "What is the security department doing? Once Minister Han returns, I will confront them at the city gate. Let's wait for the investigation results before taking action." Xie Tu frowned slightly, casting a warning glance at Tao Hao, suggesting that it may not necessarily be an issue with the security department, urging caution in public discourse. Yun Zhao's empathic resonance attack had failed, indicating that this matter was far from a mere administrative oversight. To evade the pollution concentration checks and the scrutiny of an A-class sentinel, there must be a deeper issue at play. Rabbit inquired. "So, Captain, are we heading back to the operations department now?" "Not yet." Xie Tu replied calmly. "We are going to the shopping center to procure ingredients, and will first return to the training ground for a meal. The Earth will continue to turn without them. If Team Zero is needed, Minister Duan will notify them. Until a task notification is received, they should simply carry on with their regular duties." "Oh, understood." Rabbit sighed in relief, exchanging glances with Duan Shi. Duan Shi nodded in agreement, casually pulling Tao Hao along as the three dashed toward the shopping center, calling out, "We're off to get groceries. You all wait here." Yun Zhao, hearing the commotion, raised her head to see the three retreating figures. She had remained by Xie Tu's side, her lips pursed in silence throughout. Today was meant to be her birthday. She had left home in high spirits, her mood buoyed by news of a substantial bonus. However, this unforeseen incident had disrupted her joy, casting a shadow over her special day. The little blue bird sensed its host's discontent, muttering curses under its breath. They should have just killed that monster. Xie Tu instinctively held her back, saying, "Let us go. I parked by this special passageway. I'll take you home to change." Given the gravity of the situation, there might be someone from town at the event site. It's best if you check in first. Song Liang lingered behind, observing the pair walking side by side, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. In the pollution zone, they had only recounted their actions, omitting other details. When had the captain grown so close to Yun Zhao? Upon returning to Yun Zhao's residence, it was evident that in just a day, her home had undergone a remarkable transformation. The furniture was complete, with a sky-blue carpet adorning the living room floor and a tall bird perched beside the sofa. The perch was exquisitely crafted, each level-lined with soft cushions, clearly intended for the little bluebird's play. Xie Tu stood at the doorway, casting a glance inside, but refrained from entering. "We will wait for you here." In a girl-less home, she had worked up a sweat, her clothes wrinkled from the throng of people. She needed a shower and a change of attire. It would be somewhat inconvenient for the two men to sit in the living room. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, her expression remaining neutral, simply acknowledging, "All right." She then proceeded directly inside, closing the door behind her. Xie Tu and Song Liang stood in the hallway, their conversation inadvertently drawing attention from the neighboring unit. And soon there was a stir from room 1201. Moments later, the door swung open. Zhao Yan, seeing the two men at Yun Zhao's door, was momentarily taken aback. Having seen Xie Tu once before, she vaguely surmised that they were likely Zhao Zhao's colleagues. The aura of the high-level sentinel was palpable, especially the man with the indifferent demeanor, who exuded an invisible pressure just by standing there, leaving Zhao Yan feeling somewhat anxious. She nervously inquired, has Zhao Zhao returned? Is she all right? I heard there were prizes at today's celebration, and many from Qingshan town went." After sending the children to school that morning, Zhao Yan had observed the throngs of people filling the streets, a sight she had never encountered in her lifetime in a remote town, leaving her somewhat flustered and reluctant to join the crowd. Zhao Yan cast a distant glance, recalling that today marked Zhao Zhao's birthday. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to return home early to prepare for the occasion. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred at the event venue. Fortunately, the townsfolk who attended the gathering emerged unscathed, with no casualties reported. However, they were sent back home with orders to remain indoors for the next few days, unable to step outside. Upon her return, Zhao Yan busied herself with organizing her belongings. Song Liang approached her, engaging in conversation, and, "Did you go out today?" Xie Tu nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he had greeted Zhao Yan before turning to the corridor window, facing away from the two, gazing outside. The mental barrier still loomed, impairing some of his perceptual abilities. Unlike before, Xie Tu could no longer capture every subtle sound around him. However, his vision remained unobstructed. This community, situated on elevated terrain, was perched on a hillside, and from the 12th floor, one could easily observe the distant scenery. The streets appeared nearly deserted, with only a few figures sporadically visible, all clad in various uniforms of the base's personnel. As for the street where the incident occurred, it lay beyond the outer city gates and was completely out of sight from this vantage point. Xie Tu's gaze lingered on the distant thoroughfare. The streets of the Dawn base had never been this eerily quiet before. Meanwhile, Song Liang soon learned from Zhao Yan that the townspeople were safe. With his composed demeanor and eloquence, he addressed Zhao Yan as aunt, gradually easing Zhao Yan's wariness, allowing her to engage in light conversation with him. When Yun Zhao emerged in her changed attire, she spotted the two engrossed in their dialogue. The tall figure at the corridor window stood with her back to them. Looking outside, Yun Zhao paused momentarily, relieved to hear of the townsfolk's safety, and called the two to come downstairs. She added to Zhao Yan, "Given the unusual circumstances today, please have the search team pick up the children from school. You needn't venture outside. I will bring back some vegetables later." Zhao Yan agreed, "All right. Make sure to return soon." Yun Zhao nodded and entered the elevator, requesting the two to wait for her a moment longer. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she knocked on the door of room 503, instructing the Old Town Mayor to relay the information that those attending the event should remain indoors until the situation was resolved. Before she could exit, her communicator vibrated. Yun Zhao raised her wrist to check the message. "By you. I'm downstairs at your building." Yun Zhao pondered the content, wondering how everyone seemed to know her home address.
Chapter 74, à surprise?
By you, aware that the gathering was outside the city. Dressed in sporty attire today and tied her hair into a high ponytail, she stood stealthily behind the entrance, occasionally peeking outside. Upon seeing the elevator doors open, Baiyu confidently called out to the three, "Hurry, the logistics department is about to come for registration and checks." She had sneaked out against her father's wishes. Knowing about the situation outside, she was aware of the complete lockdown in the outer city but had not received any notification from Yun Zhao about canceling the gathering. After a long deliberation, she decided to sneak out anyway. "Is that car outside yours? Let's get in." Baiyu dashed over to open the door and climbed into the back seat of the armored vehicle. Song Liang was taken aback by her sudden action. Everyone seems a bit unfamiliar, right? Of course, the Zero team recognized Baiyu, the only daughter of the head of the Special Abilities Department. However, when did Yun Zhao become so familiar with her? Xie Tu inquired with his eyes. "Is she the friend you're bringing?" Yun Zhao nodded. "She gifted me something, and I promised to treat her to a meal. Whether it's one person or a group, why waste points on separate invitations?" The primary reason, of course, was that Baiyu's extroverted nature and familiarity with everyone would make the gathering more comfortable. Baiyu noticed the staff entering the community with inspection equipment and waved energetically through the observation window of the armored vehicle, urging them on. Song Liang, with a hint of resignation, approached the driver's seat. The logistics personnel, surprised to see Xie Tu, inquired, "Team Xie, is there an issue here?" Xie Tu opened the passenger door, leaving the back seat for the two girls, and replied, "Everything is normal here." Song Liang greeted the logistics staff as he started the vehicle and departed. The Zero team's vehicle smoothly reached the security checkpoint, where the staff immediately granted them passage upon recognizing them. In the back seat, Baiyu excitedly pulled Yun Zhao into conversation. "I've never been outside the base. When you mentioned going out for a meal yesterday, I was so thrilled I couldn't sleep all night." Yun Zhao, taken aback, asked, "You've never been outside the base at all?" Baiyu replied, "No, the farthest I've been is the outer city. I've always wanted to see more." Born and raised in the Dawn base, Baiyu had grown up in the inner city. Friends and guides around her often spoke of the outside world being rife with aberrations and mutated beasts, as well as the perilous contaminated zones. In short, the outside was exceedingly dangerous. After awakening to become a guide, Yu could never comprehend why sentinels could roam free while guides were confined to the base. On one occasion, she visited the outer city's counseling center and, after work, attempted to sneak out for a glimpse of the world beyond. She merely wished to see it and return. However, as soon as she reached the checkpoint, she was discovered and promptly returned to the inner city by sentinels. Yun Zhao, unsure how to respond, turned her head slightly to gaze at the retreating base buildings outside the vehicle window, stating, in truth, they weren't entirely wrong. The outside is indeed perilous. Yet it is not entirely off-limits. She refrained from voicing this thought. The base had its own considerations. From the perspective of the base, guides were exceedingly rare, lacking the robust physique and combat capabilities. Their sacrifices would only exacerbate the dire circumstances outside. Yet, Yun Zhao was reminded once again of the statue of the girl in the central square. During the dark times of the past, guides and sentinels had fought side by side to eradicate the contaminated zones and restart the Southwest Sanctuary. It was precisely for this reason that Minister Duan had defied opposition and invited her to join the operations department. The two men in front remained silent. Song Liang stole a glance at the indifferent captain beside him before turning back to focus on driving. After the vehicle exited the base, Bai was too excited to continue chatting with Yun Zhao. She knelt on the foldable seat, curiously peering out through the observation window. The Zero Team's training ground was located on the hillside just outside, not far away. In just a few minutes, the vehicle came to a stop beside a bungalow. It was Yun Zhao's first visit as well. She and Bai disembarked from the vehicle, and before them lay an expansive and orderly training ground on the hillside. The area was vast, divided into numerous sections, some closed by barbed wire, others separated by high walls. Further off, there was a simulated obstacle area designed to mimic combat environments, equipped with various barriers such as high walls, barbed wire, and trenches. Surrounding the field were a row of large trees for shade. Next to it stood several well-maintained bungalows, labeled as training rooms and equipment rooms. Behind the training rooms was a shooting range, nestled against a mountain, accessible for visits. Song Liang explained, the place where we parked is a small parking lot. Team members always leave their vehicles here when they arrive. Xie Tu glanced at the vehicle beside him, clearly noting that the other 3 members of Team Zero had returned with the ingredients. Bai was brimming with excitement upon hearing that they could explore freely. She eagerly pulled Yun Zhao into the training ground. The ground beneath their feet was somewhat uneven, marked by shallow imprints and depressions left from rigorous training. Bai, her curiosity piqued, gazed around, and after a moment, suggested, Yun Zhao, let us venture further to the back. Yun Zhao, being tugged along by her, turned to glance at the still training room, sensing something unusual. Were they planning to surprise her? How did they know? A little bluebird perched atop her head flapped its wings and took flight, seemingly eager to investigate what the others were doing inside. Yun Zhao quickly reached out to catch it. Allowing the little creature to roam now would undoubtedly embarrass others. Once the 2 girls had wandered off, Xie Tu shifted his focus back to the training room, attempting to push open the door, but found it locked tight. Inside, Tuzi Duanxi and Tao Hahao were busily preparing for a birthday celebration. Coincidentally, the base was hosting a festive event, with balloons and streamers available for sale. And the trio had seized the opportunity to purchase a plethora of decorations while fetching the ingredients. As for the birthday gifts, they had secured those the previous day, wrapped in colorful paper and tucked among the balloons, intending for Yun Zhao to guess who had given her each present. Hearing some noise from outside, Tuzi remarked with a hint of irritation. The captain said he would hold them up and come later. We're not ready yet. Tao Hahao, still puzzled, questioned how the captain could possibly know that today was Yun Zhao's birthday. Tuzi shot him a look. Have you forgotten? The captain reviewed Yun Zhao's personal information on Minister Duan's computer back when he was trying to persuade her to join Team Zero. Duan Shi, perched on a stool hanging streamers, muttered quietly. Last year on my birthday, the captain only gave me a few hundred points as a present. Outside, Xie Tu, unable to open the door, decided to wait under the eaves. He turned to beckon Song Liang to join him in exploring the back, but at that moment, he received a message from Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu had returned to the Dawn base and inquired, does your guide only care about points? Has she forgotten about the diary? Chapter 75. The Training Ground of Team Zero. The diary? The one chronicling the unclaimed mental tether? Xie Tu replied, just hand it over to the transport vehicle. The reinforcements from both bases were still stationed at Section 88, guarding those high-speed rail supplies. When the next transport team from the Dawn base arrived, They would deliver it back with their personnel.
Jiang responded succinctly, understood.
There was no further communication, indicating that the Dawn base had not received any news regarding the celebration mishap. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao was being led by Yu as they wandered around the back mountain. The training ground was situated halfway up the mountain, infused with the unique freshness of the forest. On this scorching summer day, it felt significantly cooler compared to the interior of the base. Truly, Team Zero possessed a vast and secretive stronghold. The entirety of the training area was expansive, featuring not only a shooting range but also 2 weapon storage rooms. Yu expressed her envy. "You're so fortunate. If you tire of the base, you can always come here to enjoy the breeze and breathe in fresh air." Yun Zhao instinctively replied, "Next time you want to come out, I'll bring you along." However, her mind seemed elsewhere, clearly preoccupied. She pondered how she should present herself when she finally opened the training room door. Should she feign surprise? Or confess that she had already figured it out? The former would require acting skills, while the latter would likely spoil the elaborate surprise her teammates had prepared. Yun Zhao felt conflicted.
"Hey,
That house down there must be Captain Xie's, right?" Yu exclaimed as she led Yun Zhao unknowingly toward the valley at the back mountain. Arriving at a winding path, Yun Zhao, lost in thought, instinctively followed Yu's pointing finger. At the end of the path, nestled amidst a cluster of green trees at the foot of the back mountain, stood a 2-story house, quietly rising in the valley. The house was encircled by a low stone wall, adorned with climbing green vines. From their vantage point, they could only see one side of the wall, constructed with soundproof materials. The sounds of wind and flowing water created a natural white noise in the valley. This so-called white noise was harmless to a sentinel's keen senses when no barriers were erected, consisting of natural sounds like water and wind. Though S-level sentinels appeared glamorous on the surface, they were perpetually tormented by external disturbances. Yun Zhao mused silently. Had Xie Tu never once experienced a peaceful night's sleep since becoming an S-level sentinel? That mental barrier remained intact. Whenever he wasn't on a mission, she should strive to help him establish a noise-blocking barrier. The two opted not to descend for a closer look, but instead circled back around the training ground before returning to the row of single-story buildings outside. Tuzi and the others had already exited the training room, busily preparing ingredients under a tree, with 2 pots set up beside them, water boiling inside. Upon spotting the girls' return, Tuzi waved, "Sister Yun Zhao, by guide, we're having a light lunch now, and we'll have hot pot for dinner." Due to the earlier incident, it was already nearing 3 in the afternoon. Yun Zhao casually scanned the tightly shut training room door and nodded. "I'm fine with anything." Yu leaned in, casually saying, "Tuzi, no need to be so formal, you can just call me by my name." Tuzi replied, "All right." Yu was satisfied, and began to chat casually with Tuzi. While Yun Zhao was rather reserved and replied minimally, Yu was far more engaging, effortlessly keeping the conversation lively. The 3 men at the adjacent table seemed to feel guilty, turning their backs on the girls as they chopped meat, silent. Xie Tu, holding a pair of tongs, sat comfortably on a small stool, leaning against a towering tree, his gaze casually flickering over the dancing flames. While his mind meticulously absorbed everything around him, his eyes inadvertently drifted over the group before finally settling on Yun Zhao, who sat quietly between the 2 girls, listening to their chatter, appearing somewhat detached. That brief glance she had cast toward the training room earlier, though subtle, suggested she was aware of something. When had she figured it out? The water boiled over. Xie Tu turned back, opened a bag of noodles, and tossed them into the pot, stirring with a pair of chopsticks. The noodles were ready in no time. The group shared a simple meal of noodles. As soon as they finished eating, Yu eagerly asked, "What are we doing next?" This was her first time out of the base, and her excitement had yet to wane. She was itching to rush into the training ground to play ball, engage in games, or simply watch them train. Anything would do. "We're resting," Xie Tu replied leisurely. "Except for Duanxi. He has been slacking in training and needs to practice shooting for 3 hours. Duanxi remarked, "Of course, the captain wouldn't forget." Tao Hahao instinctively stepped back, deep in thought, meticulously recalling if he had done anything to offend the captain during their mission. Upon catching Xie Tu's gaze, everyone, save for Yun Zhao, instinctively fell silent. Truly, he was an S-level sentinel. The weather is unbearably hot, and meat left outside is prone to spoilage. After much contemplation, Tao Hao decided to simply grab the pre-sliced meat from the table and exclaimed, "I'll go inside and put the meat in the freezer." Upon realizing what was happening, the rabbit quickly retreated, saying, I will go grab some snacks." Song Liang, wearing a troubled expression, rose to his feet, stating, "I haven't finished my report yet. I need to go inside to write it." In the blink of an eye, the 3 vanished from sight. "A band of traitors," Duanxi muttered, his teeth grinding in frustration. Can't they stand with me just once to resist? He cast a pleading glance towards Yun Zhao, hoping for assistance. Yun Zhao pointed to herself and added, "Have you forgotten that I was also threatened by your gun?" Duanshi's hopes were dashed. The captain had declared 3 hours. And certainly not a minute less. Otherwise, he would be unable to survive the following days. Resigned, Duanshi trudged towards the shooting range, his head hung low. Outside, only Yun Zhao, Xie Tu, and Bai Yu remained. Curious about the freezer, Yun Zhao asked Tao Huo, "Is there still more in the freezer?"
Onzième tu.
Holding a fire poker and extinguishing the flames of the outdoor stove, replied without looking up, "There's plenty." Originally, there were 2 freezers at the training ground for freezing water and food. Recently, a truck had unloaded 7 or 8 additional freezers at the training site, which cluttered the storage room. Knowing she wouldn't ask without reason, Xie Tu lifted his gaze and inquired, "Do you want a freezer?" Yun Zhao nodded. A hint of amusement flickered in Xie Tu's eyes. "I'll give you a ride back tonight and take one for you." "All right, thank you," Yun Zhao replied. Xie Tu then recalled a message from Jiang Mu and informed her about the diary. Yun Zhao blinked. I had almost forgotten about it. At that time, she had just emerged from the contaminated area, her mind consumed by the rewards points, leaving no room for other thoughts. "When can it be delivered?" she inquired. "In about 7 or 8 days, after the Dawn-based transport team takes the supplies to Route 88 and hands them over to our transport team to bring back."
Onzième tu Esplanade.
Bai Yu quietly picked up a cup of water from a table and stood up. Rather than sit idly, she preferred to watch Duanshi shoot at the range. Chapter 76. Happy birthday. The afternoon passed quickly as everyone engaged in their own activities. As dusk approached, Bai Yu followed Duanshi at the shooting range, returning with an expression of lingering excitement. Duanshi was there to practice, due to a penalty, while she merely joined in for fun. "I took a shooting class during my studies, but it's been a while since I handled a simulated training gun.
It took me quite some time to hit the target," she said.
In a cheerful mood, Yun Zhao handed Bai Yu a bag of snacks. "I still don't know how to use a gun. The captain said he would start training me tomorrow." Bai Yu, puzzled, wondered aloud. "But you only left for a few hours. Why does it seem like you're in such a good mood? Did something joyful happen?" Yun Zhao raised her wrist, pointing to the communicator she wore, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. "The reward points have been issued. A total of over 59,000 have been credited, leaving her with a balance exceeding 60,000. Her previously dampened spirits were finally lifted. "Congratulations!" Bai Yu exclaimed, smiling as she accepted the snacks and curiously eyed the colorful packaging. "Did you bring this from the contaminated area?" Yun Zhao was not surprised that she knew about it. "Yes, you can take some back to enjoy later." Bai Yu graciously accepted, munching on the snacks while looking around. Where is everyone? After returning, she only saw Yun Zhao sitting there. Yun Zhao's expression turned somewhat indescribable. She truly struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a long pause, she said, "The captain went home to fetch something. The others are in the training room, preparing dinner." She then became conflicted, contemplating what expression she should wear when she joined them. Bai Yu asked, "Should we go help?" Yun Zhao replied, "Can you cook?" Bai Yu confidently declared, "No, I can't." "Then let us just sit quietly. It's better not to create chaos," Yun Zhao concluded. Before long, the rabbit indeed came running to call them. "Dinner's ready." The rabbit specifically pulled Bai Yu aside, signaling for her to let Yun Zhao go in first. It was all too evident. Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment, then walked to the training room door and pushed it open. In an instant, a cascade of colorful balloons floated down from above the doorway, resembling a jubilant swarm of fairies. The training room was adorned with balloons of various shapes hanging from the ceiling and floor, while colorful streamers danced along the walls, transforming the entire space into a whimsical wonderland. "Happy birthday!" The entire Zero team, holding balloons, shouted in unison. Standing at the entrance, Yun Zhao contemplated. "Wow. Duanshi. Tao Huo. Song Liang. The rabbit." Xie Tu turned his back, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Noticing their unusual expressions, Yun Zhao quickly added, "This is such a delightful surprise."
Surprise?
"Where's the surprise? Your expression hardly resembles that of someone surprised." Duanshi scrutinized the rabbit with suspicion. The rabbit immediately protested. "What does this have to do with me?" Duanshi dodged, retorting, "A gentleman speaks, not strikes." After spending an entire afternoon at the shooting range, he had barely completed his extra training and rushed over to deliver a surprise for Yun Zhao. "What was this?" "We decorated all day." Song Liang lamented, questioning his life choices, especially since he hadn't even finished his report for this. A little bluebird fluttered forth, flapping its wings and producing a delightful sound. This group was simply too amusing. Aware of her lackluster acting skills, Yun Zhao racked her brain for a remedy. I'm genuinely quite happy. I originally only wanted to treat everyone to a simple meal, but I didn't expect you all to prepare a surprise for me. Since the passing of her uncles, she had not celebrated her birthday in many years. In truth, she was profoundly touched. Bai Yu, standing nearby, was taken aback. Wait, you all had plans? Yet no one informed me that today was Yun Zhao's birthday. At least give me a heads up, so I could prepare a gift. Xie Tu cleared his throat twice, trying to smooth things over. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Next came the gift-giving segment. Originally, they intended for Yun Zhao to guess her presents. But now it seemed that Bai Yu was unaware it was Yun Zhao's birthday, having brought no gift. The atmosphere turned a tad awkward. Thus, everyone opted to remain silent, handing their gifts to Yun Zhao before gathering cheerfully to enjoy hot pot together. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of Team Zero, the base was steeped in a tense and serious ambience. As night fell, the entire city was under lockdown, enveloped in silence, occasionally pierced by the solemn expressions of patrolling sentries. The operations department building remained brightly lit, while the investigation team had arrived at a small base on Route 22 and was reporting their initial findings. Zhang Dihui had attended the celebration with the residents of their refuge, departing from Route 22 on September 17th, but along the way, he had become separated from the escorting sentinels, arriving in the city 2 days later than the others. The leader of the intelligence team was a man in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance and seemingly low-key. He continued, after the investigation team arrived, others stated that everything had been normal before the incident. He had even excitedly planned to win a prize before departing. The preliminary conclusion suggested that something must have gone awry during their journey. As for the others who came along due to an incident at the scene, they are currently undergoing isolation checks at the Dawn base. We have dispatched personnel to interrogate them. Zhang Dihui went missing on the 24th route, and their search team has been unable to locate him after a day of searching. Ordinary individuals stand little chance against the aberrant species, and everyone fears the worst for him. The members of the search team were also taken aback upon hearing that the entity in the city was Zhang Dihui. Minister Duan narrowed his eyes at this revelation. Was there anything unusual in the 24th contaminated zone?
No.
The 24th outpost has thoroughly examined all nearby surveillance and found no trace of Zhang Dihui. Each outpost is equipped with a massive signal monitoring tower, which sets up surveillance cameras outside the contaminated zone to monitor the spread and changes of contamination. However, all cameras are directed towards the surrounding gray fog of the contaminated area, with no separate devices installed along the route. Minister Duan acknowledged with a sound, bowed his head to unfold the map on his desk, and continued to expand the investigation area to include routes 26 to 30 below, in hopes of uncovering additional clues. The southwestern region boasts vast topography, and the 24th route has numerous forks leading in several directions. Is it possible that Zhang Dihui took a detour and entered another route?
Yes.
The intelligence team leader inquired, Minister, should we notify Team Zero? Minister Duan pondered for a moment before responding. Not for now. The guide needs to attend training courses. Routes 22 to 30 contains 6 contaminated zones, 2 of which are 4-star contamination zones. Only Team Zero is capable of executing 4-star missions. Until we have results, let Yun Zhao focus on her training. At the very least, she should undergo training for some time to gain a deeper understanding of the contaminated zones and learn to handle firearms. Minister Duan harbored some concerns. As the guide's spiritual threads are ineffective against this aberrant species, we must await results from the Biological Research Institute to ascertain the cause. If it is indeed an issue related to the contaminated zone, it is highly likely that this very zone counteracts the guide's abilities. Chapter 77. The training commences. After the gathering, everyone intended to return and rest. Bai Yu, having never tasted beef butter hot pot before, found herself blushing from the spice, much to the amusement of Tao Hahai and others. Are you even one of us from the southwest? Indeed, look at Yun Zhao. She isn't fazed by the spice at all. Having spent an afternoon together, the group gradually became familiar with one another. What began as polite addresses of white guide quickly devolved into merciless teasing. Bai Yu, feeling indignant, proclaimed her desire to compete with Tao Hahai in eating spicy food. Fine. Let us compete. The atmosphere became lively. After finishing the hot pot, her lips nearly swollen from the spice, she still appeared reluctant to leave. Yun Zhao, can I come find you to play again next time? Bai Yu asked, her reluctance evident as she settled into the car. At the entrance, Tao Hahai and Song Liang were busy moving coolers onto the vehicle. Yun Zhao had just finished packing up the leftover food to take home when she heard Bai Yu's question and replied, of course. Wait a moment. I'll pack some snacks for you to take back. The snacks were piled in a storeroom beside the armory. Yun Zhao had already checked. The room was filled to the brim with snacks that had yet to be organized. She casually packed another dozen boxes to take back. It seemed there were several more truckloads of snacks on the way, far too much to consume. Baiyu felt a bit embarrassed. She had come empty-handed, and her birthday gift would have to be given later. By this time, it was quite late, and the base's main gate had already closed. The rabbits all resided in the inner city, and Team Zero could use a special task passage. Baiyu followed them back, as it was convenient. As for Yun Zhao, Xie Tu switched to a small transport vehicle to assist her in loading a pile of gifts. After they loaded 4 large coolers onto the vehicle, he handed her a training schedule. I'll take you back first. Training courses begin tomorrow. Yun Zhao accepted the schedule obediently, replying, all right. The interior of the vehicle was dimly lit, and she did not immediately check the contents of the paper. The vehicle entered the base through a special passage. Stopping beneath the stone steps at 128 East 3rd Street, Yun Zhao dashed into the community, knocked on the door of the first floor, and called out to the town's sentinels to help carry the coolers. Chung Dongshu was home today, and I came out to assist upon hearing the noise. He had already heard from his brother that these coolers were for the search team in town. Several sentinels emerged, swiftly starting to unload the cargo, lifting the 4 large coolers up the stone steps while others helped carry the snacks and food that Yun Zhao had brought back. Xie Tu remained in the vehicle, seated in the driver's position, watching her enter the community before driving off. He did not return to the training ground but headed to the Biological Research Institute in the inner city. Once inside the community, Yun Zhao distributed the packed food among 8 households. Each family received a box of snacks, primarily consisting of milk, bread, and biscuits for the children. With the entire city under lockdown, those who participated in the activities could not go out for the next couple of days. The children would also be on break from school. In the afternoon, the town mayor went door to door to tally the number of participants in the events, requesting that others in town assist with grocery shopping. Meanwhile, the sentinels of the search team were to knock on doors at scheduled times based on registration information to inquire about the situation, preventing any unforeseen incidents. By the time the logistics staff from the base arrived, Qingshan Town had already made arrangements. After inquiring about the situation, Yun Zhao did not linger. She delivered the items and conveniently brought back a pile of birthday gifts. Most of them were handcrafted trinkets from the ants, perfect for decorating her home. Zhao Yan not only stitched her a teal pillow but also crafted a mini swing for the little blue bird. Ordinary people cannot see spiritual entities. Zhao Yan had inquired with the sentinels of the search team and learned that Zhao Zhao's spiritual entity was only the size of a palm. She then made a small swing by hand according to that size. The little blue bird received a gift for the first time from someone else, tilting its head curiously to examine the swing. For me? Yes, it's for you. My birthday is your birthday too. Yun Zhao piled the gift she had yet to unwrap on the coffee table and picked up her pajamas, heading into the bathroom while leaving the little blue bird outside to play. At 10:30 in the evening, Yun Zhao climbed onto her soft and comfortable princess bed. She crouched on the bed, slightly raised her hand, and with a gentle movement of her fingertips, countless greenish-blue glimmers surged forth, infiltrating the households below, purifying the pollution levels throughout the building. The spiritual threads are capable of capturing and controlling emotions. It is the absence of emotion that leads to a lack of control, causing emotional resonance attacks to fail. That aberrant species resembles the ceramic puppets found in the 88's contaminated zone, devoid of a soul. Is this yet another peculiar contaminated zone? A new task is quite welcome. Yun Zhao appeared nonchalant. She intended to start saving money and, after eliminating a gatekeeper, replace the wardrobe that the little blue bird dislikes. For now, she needed to sleep, as training would commence the following day. Yun Zhao withdrew her spiritual power, neatly spread out her cooling blanket, turned on the fan, and closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, bright and early, Yun Zhao went next door for breakfast, then took a boiled egg and a bottle of milk downstairs. Her teammates were waiting for her by the platform. Duanxi spotted her descending the stone steps, his face scrunched up in a grimace as he waved. The captain said to accompany you for physical training. Driving is prohibited for now. Yun Zhao inhaled deeply. Walk over? The training ground is on the mountain outside the city. We still have to trek a bit of mountain road. With my stamina, will I have the energy to train after walking there? Song Liang shrugged, no choice. It's the captain's orders. The mental barrier had caused their senses to diminish. After a day had passed, everyone gradually acclimated to the cacophony that had previously disturbed their peace. And last night they all enjoyed a restful slumber. At this moment, spirits were high. Song Liang, who had toiled through the night to finish a report with only a few hours of sleep, appeared to be in remarkably better spirits than before. Tavahao, carefree as ever, exclaimed, let's go. Climbing the mountain is a piece of cake. We'll accompany you. Naturally, as sentinels, they found it simple. Yun Zhao sighed in resignation. accepting her fate and setting off. There was no other option. The five of them meandered along the path leading out of the city. The initial stretch was relatively flat, and out of consideration for her, they deliberately slowed their pace. The base remained under strict martial law. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a scattering of individuals, most of whom were not participating in the festivities, but rather out to purchase groceries or attend to daily tasks. Yun Zhao, having only recently arrived at the base, had never witnessed such tranquility. You know, it's been years since we've seen it like this, Duanxi remarked, shrugging his shoulders. He and Song Liang were born and raised locals, while Tao Hahao and Rabbit had come to settle at the base with their families after the end of the Dark Era. For the first 2 years following that dark time, the base had been just as quiet. However, during the day, families would sit outside with their stools, soaking in the sun, fearful that it might suddenly vanish again. Yun Zhao nodded, conserving her energy and refraining from engaging in conversation. Once they exited the base, the group began their ascent. They chose the shortest path, which gradually inclined as they approached the mountain. By this point, Yun Zhao's steps had grown heavy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and even the milk and eggs she carried felt burdensome. In stark contrast, the other four moved effortlessly, bounding ahead with barely a change in their breath. They paused on the hillside to wait for her. Rabbit contemplated offering her a hand but hesitated, fearing the captain's disapproval. His expression torn. Exhausted, Yun Zhao barely had the strength to lift her head. Her legs felt as though they were laden with lead, making the act of climbing seem exceedingly laborious. The previous day, the journey by vehicle had seemed short, but now, traversing it on foot felt interminable. The little bluebird re-emerged, its voice a relentless barrage. Why are you listening to that annoying fool? What right does he have to torment you? So, what if your stamina is lacking? A bunch of useless people. That filthy place can still easily dispatch the gatekeeper. The little bluebird continued its tirade within her mind. At this moment, Yun Zhao had neither the strength nor the inclination to respond, and by the time she reached the training ground, she felt utterly depleted. Chapter 78. The Crimson Rose. A tall figure stood ahead. Upon spotting Xie Tu, the little bluebird flapped its wings and dashed forward, eager to confront him in vengeance for its host. Useless, trash, fool. Imbecile, it hurled insults with fervor. In her mind, the fiery phoenix echoed its outburst. Qing Wan is furious. Why do you bully her? Two phoenixes. One cursing externally while the other raged within her psyche. Xie Tu deftly evaded the oncoming little bluebird, rubbed his temples, and, despite his calm demeanor, his tone softened. Rest for half an hour. We have 2 knowledge classes in the morning and shooting practice in the afternoon. Beads of sweat dotted Yun Zhao's forehead as she entered the cool training room, collapsing onto the desk, devoid of energy. She muttered a half-hearted, "Oh," her demeanor notably frigid, not even bothering to glance at him. Xie Tu paused for a moment before following her inside, glancing back towards the door. The 4 teammates had gathered at the entrance of the training room, peering inside with curiosity. The instant their eyes met with the captain's, they appeared startled, their bodies jolting as if struck by lightning. Captain, we'll head to training field number 3 to warm up first." They scattered in a flurry. Song Liang, with an odd expression, was pulled away by Duanxi. Once they had distanced themselves, Song Liang glanced back, noticing the door had closed, obscuring their view. He hesitated before speaking. "Don't you think the captain is overly kind to Yun Zhao?" Perhaps even the captain was unaware that he unconsciously softened his tone whenever he spoke to Yun Zhao, exuding an inexplicable gentleness. Just moments ago, he had seamlessly transitioned from training to explaining the course structure. He would never treat them in such a manner. Rabbit interjected without a second thought. "Isn't that normal? Sister Yun Zhao is different from our rugged bunch." "Indeed, sentinels and guides are not comparable," Tao Hahao chimed in, carefree. "Old song. You're not hoping to curry favor, are you?" Duanxi, recalling yesterday's punishment of 3 hours of practice, replied, "What is there to compete for with that scheming, vindictive captain? If anything, one should strive to win over the guide to ensure a decent night's sleep." The trio found no fault in their reasoning. Rabbit added, "Have you noticed? The captain seems quite spirited today. After establishing barriers, he must have slept soundly last night." Song Liang gazed at them in silence, bemused by their lack of insight. He thought to himself, should we ever be discovered together, I would be utterly embarrassed. Inside the training room, Xie Tu waited until his teammates had departed before speaking again. "First, let us stand up and walk around. Do not sit immediately after climbing." Yun Zhao, too weary to move, reluctantly acquiesced, laboriously rising to stand against the wall. The little bluebird, incensed, retreated to her mental realm. She felt drained, her mind devoid of other thoughts. On the day she returned, Xie Tu had already informed her about the training. He was doing it for her own good, not out of malice, a distinction Yun Zhao could still make. Xie Tu turned, opened a nearby filing cabinet, and retrieved a stack of documents he had brought back from the inner city the previous night. He calmly explained that maintaining good physical condition was essential for personal safety should danger arise. The ability to retreat or endure for an extended period would be impossible without sufficient stamina. Yun Zhao looked up at him, puzzled. Why all this explanation? She was well aware of these facts, otherwise, she would not have agreed to the training. Xie Tu did not meet her gaze. Instead, he placed the documents on the table, pulled down a white screen, and instructed, "You'll follow along with the video for the knowledge course. All the materials are here. I'll step out to arrange training for the others." The previous night, Xie Tu had visited the Biological Research Institute. Yun Zhao's mental threads were uncontrollable, indicating that the aberrant creature had lost its emotions and obsessions, which was quite rare. Typically, once transformed into a monster, both humans and animals would lose their rationality, consumed by violence and a desire to feed. Those two could be deemed emotions, hence the S-Class Guide's empathic resonance could influence the aberrant beings. The final investigation results were yet to be unveiled. However, that damned keen intuition of the Sentinels had already subconsciously acknowledged a connection to the contaminated zone. And this was no low-level contamination. The ability to survive and then undergo aberration clearly surpassed the orange level, likely indicating that Team Zero's next mission would be in this area. Xie Tu activated the video, organized the items on the desk, prepared a new notebook and pen for her, and finally closed the door behind him as he departed for training field number 3. Only Yun Zhao remained in the room. She gazed at the closed door, waited for her breathing to steady, and then approached the desk to take her seat. The table was strewn with numerous documents, including case reports from Zero Team's past missions. The images on the white screen began to shift, accompanied by narration that elucidated the worldview of the bygone era, facilitating the combatants' understanding of the regulations governing the timeline within the contaminated zone prior to the Dark Ages. As Yun Zhao listened, she rummaged through the leather bag for the mission reports, eager to uncover how the previous 4-star contaminated area had been eradicated. At the time, Xie Tu had promised to explain it to her, but the matter was left unresolved upon their discovery of the rabbit, for during that mission, the rabbit's brother never returned. Yun Zhao found herself perplexed. The team had not separated during the operation, and judging by Xie Tu's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that a mental assault had occurred, especially with an S-Class Sentinel present. What could have caused the fatalities? It wasn't until she unearthed that mission report that the truth became apparent. The document bore bold letters, Danger Level, 4-star Mission, Contaminated Area Number 113, Eradicated. As she turned to the first page, she encountered the headings: Blood Rose, Rule, Parasitism, Gatekeeper, the spinning automaton cradling a rose within a music box. In the morning, the guide conducted a theoretical lesson indoors, while Zero Team engaged in simulated combat training in pairs at Training Ground Number 3, due to accompanying Yun Zhao on a mountain trek. Their arrival at the training area was delayed by over an hour. Time seemed to fly, and before long it was noon. The four of them, drenched in sweat, entered the changing room to shower and change. Adjacent to the training ground were 2 changing rooms, each equipped with shower facilities. Once they emerged, they found Xie Tu preparing a meal, skillfully pouring oil into a pan to fry eggs. Lunchtime consisted of instant noodles. The storeroom was stocked with an array of provisions, including snacks, instant noodles, rice noodles, spicy sour noodles, and self-heating hot pot. As for the large bags of rice and cooking oil from the supermarket, they were still on the high-speed train along Route 88, expected to return in a few days. Once Xie Tu had finished cooking, he knocked on the door, calling for Yun Zhao to come out for lunch. When she stepped outside, her expression was composed as she glanced at the rabbit. The sentinel had a hearty appetite, and the rabbit was wielding a bowl nearly the size of her face, engaged in a playful struggle with Duanxi over a plate of fried eggs. The lively atmosphere was infectious. Yun Zhao's gaze softened considerably as she picked up a bowl from the table and joined them, her noodles topped with 2 golden fried eggs. Chapter 79. All hands on deck. In the afternoon, it was time for Yun Zhao's shooting class. The disparity in strength between guides and sentinels was stark, with their focuses diverging, while the others had already released their mental entities to engage in combat. Yun Zhao stood bewildered before a rack filled with an array of unidentifiable firearms in the armory. The armory was meticulously organized, showcasing an impressive collection of weaponry, ammunition, and ammunition boxes piled in a corner, each labeled with detailed specifications and purposes. Xie Tu strode in confidently, sifting through the equipment, stating, "You must possess the ability to defend yourself, so that even in our absence, you can safeguard yourself." He did not expect her to become a sharpshooter. But at the very least, she should be proficient in handling various firearms. As Yun Zhao's gaze wandered among the dazzling array of weapons, she thought to herself, I know you've reiterated this several times. The atmosphere was laden with the cold, heavy sheen of metal. Xie Tu, still facing away from her as he selected his weapon, replied nonchalantly, Is that so? Yun Zhao approached and stood beside him, watching him choose. She was not particularly adept at reading people's minds or navigating interpersonal relationships. Xie Tu patiently explained, reiterating his points repeatedly. Though it may have sounded somewhat tedious, it was perhaps a manifestation of the responsibility and burden he bore as a leader. The death of the rabbit's brother had undoubtedly cast a shadow over him. After a prolonged selection process, Xie Tu finally chose a compact diamond bird and handed it to her, saying, This suits you, small, convenient, yet powerful. Yun Zhao observed his profile intently as she took the weapon in her hand. Indeed, it was petite, lightweight, and easy to carry and conceal. First, familiarize yourself with its structure and operating methods. Xie Tu took the gun back from her, methodically explaining each component. Look here, this is the safety, before preparing to shoot. Always check whether the safety is engaged. With practiced ease, he disassembled the weapon, showcasing each part. This is the barrel, which determines the bullet's trajectory and accuracy. The trigger, which is the key control point for firing. And this, the magazine, used for loading bullets. Yun Zhao listened intently, carefully distinguishing each detail from his explanations. Concerned that she might not fully grasp the information, Xie Tu repeated everything twice more, prompting her to identify each part before reassembling the gun. Watch me demonstrate, he instructed, gripping the gun with both hands and slightly turning his body to present a standard shooting stance. He handed the gun back to her, his voice steady and authoritative. Now you try. Yun Zhao mimicked his movements, her stance remarkably proper. It seemed there was no difficulty at all once the safety was off. All she needed to do was aim and shoot. Xie Tu nodded in approval. All right, let us head to the shooting range. Practical experience is the sole standard for assessing capability. The two walked side by side as she embarked on a fulfilling routine of attending knowledge classes in the morning and practicing shooting in the afternoon. However, it wasn't until the 5th day of training that she could barely hit the target, not the bullseye. Xie Tu stood at the side of the shooting range, his expression grave, arms crossed and brow furrowed as he scrutinized her performance, seemingly pondering where the issue lay. His expression suggested he was on the verge of declaring, You are the worst team member I have ever trained. Clearly, she possessed strong learning abilities and potential, yet she could not hit the mark. The other team members covertly gathered to observe, collectively astonished. Last time I missed the bullseye, the captain punished me severely, Tao Hahao lamented, questioning the captain's double standards. The rabbit glared at him in disapproval. How can you compare yourself to Sister Yun Zhao? The guy doesn't he rely on brute strength? She's already practicing exceptionally well. In the next moment, Yun Zhao maintained her standard shooting posture and fired. With a loud bang, the bullet soared far from the target, landing behind the mountain. The rabbit exclaimed in disbelief, while Yun Zhao remained unfazed, maintaining her stance to shoot again. Midway, she even attempted to utilize her mental powers to track the bullet's trajectory. The little bluebird, reluctant to acknowledge its own mediocrity, retreated back into the spiritual realm, refusing to emerge. After several more shots, she finally managed to hit the target again, just barely within the 3-ring zone. Xie Tu, having expended a lifetime's worth of patience on her, wore a stern face as he remarked, Not bad. The rabbit was taken aback, while Tao Hahao was left speechless, and Duan she gasped in astonishment. Song Liang averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. A 3-ring hit. If she had been a fraction off, it would have missed entirely. In the past, everyone who failed to hit the bullseye faced penalties. The captain's solemn praise seemed forced, as though he were compelled. Xie Tu, sensing their reactions, cast a quick, expressionless glance back at them. The team members, startled, hurriedly retreated. By the 8th day, all residents within the base city underwent safety tests and were granted access, once more. The entry and exit gates had heightened security checks, and a new isolation protocol was established. Recent entrants to the city were to undergo an hour of isolation, followed by a second pollution concentration test. The investigative team and the Biological Research Institute submitted their results concurrently. The pollution zone number 28? Minister Duan's expression grew grave as she set down the report. The leader of the intelligence team nodded in affirmation. Indeed. After conducting thorough inspections at each checkpoint along the route, the investigation team discovered a fleeting silhouette in the hazy area of the pollution zone number 28. Surmising it to be Zhang Dy, the mist rendered the image exceedingly indistinct, capturing merely a profile. However, The vague imagery sufficed to substantiate the presence of a person. Someone had entered the pollution zone number 28. As to whether it was Zhang Dihuai, extensive scrutiny of all surveillance footage yielded no sign of an exit. The footage predominantly focused on the dispersal area, failing to provide a comprehensive view of the entire scope. It is conceivable that the individual emerged from another location. Undetected by the cameras, Minister Duan lightly tapped the tabletop, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, she rose and turned towards the bookshelf behind her, retrieving documents pertaining to the pollution zone number 28. If memory serves her correctly, that area lies within the southwestern plain, a region once known as Chengdu in the bygone era. Minister Duan opened the dossier, glancing down as she spoke. The formation date of pollution zone number 28 remains unclear. We only discovered that the 28th shelter in the plains had long since fallen after the end of the Dark Age. The date of its downfall is unknown. In that lightless, powerless apocalypse, all communications were severed. Every shelter established by the state transformed into isolated, helpless islands. 2 centuries of darkness enveloped the outside world, teeming with monsters and shadows, alongside those indistinguishable misty zones. A moment's carelessness could lead one into a bizarre domain. At that time, the Dawn base was struggling to cope. While numerous air raid shelters existed within the city, the inhabitants felt no sense of safety, preoccupied with fortifying walls and gates to fend off the onslaught of mutated creatures and aberrant species. After the conclusion of the Dark Age, it took 3 years to re-establish communication, gradually making contact with the other 3 surviving bases. It was revealed that only 4 shelters remained. In that moment, an overwhelming weight descended upon everyone, akin to a heavy hammer striking the heart, leaving them in a state of profound disquiet. Minister Duan reminisced about those times, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Pollution zone number 28 has been assessed by the evaluation team as a 4-star zone. Another 4-star pollution zone. Apart from the remnants of documentation from the old era, the Dawn base possesses no further knowledge regarding this pollution zone. The monitored pollution zone number 28 is relatively stable. Its priority is low, hence no combat teams have been dispatched thus far. The deeper reason lies in their insufficient manpower. Aside from Team 0, all other operational teams are paired off for missions, leading to a mere 7 teams exploring the pollution zones across the expansive base. Only Team 0 is tasked with 4-star missions. Minister Duan picked up the materials sent by the Research Institute. The aberrant species, on the evening it was delivered to the Institute, had already been completely enveloped by dark matter, a rate of transformation unprecedented. The detection instruments proved futile against it, and the mental threads of the S-Class guides could not exert control, indicating that the level of danger far surpassed our imagination. The intelligence team leader stood before the table, remaining silent as he awaited the minister's orders. The task priority was adjusted to red, prompting the intelligence team to immediately submit the relevant documents. Minister Duan commanded, "Notify Team 0, assemble everyone." Chapter 80. Pollution Zone Number 28. Upon receiving the assembly order, Yun Zhao had just emerged from the changing room. Observing her teammates clad in combat attire, she understood instinctively, requiring no words, and quietly returned to the changing room to don her own combat uniform. On the day the clothes were exchanged, Aunt Zhao had assisted her with the washing. Due to frequent training and subsequent perspiration over the past days, 2 sets of clothing proved insufficient, prompting her to purchase several new athletic outfits at the shopping center, conveniently bringing along her combat uniform, just in time for use. When she emerged in her combat attire, Team Zero's armored off-road vehicle was already stationed at the training grounds entrance. Yun Zhao approached, climbing into the passenger seat with familiarity. The others were already inside. As the door shut, she inquired, "Has there been any result regarding that aberrant species?" "Yes," Xie Tu replied. Starting the vehicle and steering it towards the base, pollution zone number 28 is classified as a 4-star danger level. Recently, Yun Zhao attended classes daily, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about pollution zones and their regulations. She identified a concern and remarked, "Isn't the assessment of danger levels for pollution zones somewhat lacking in rigor? Most pollution zones were established during the Dark Age, and the base remains unaware of their precise formation dates." 4 unexplored pollution zones. Defining levels solely based on area and detection data carries a significant risk of error. Take pollution zone number 88, for instance. Its initial danger rating was merely 3 stars, only elevated to 4 stars after Team Jiangmu failed to emerge for an entire month. From the back seat, Tao Hewo leaned forward, interjecting, "It's an unavoidable situation. The task forces are insufficient. For certain pollution zones, even we dare not enter recklessly. Only by venturing inside can one ascertain the conditions within. Otherwise, Judgments must be based on existing data and detection results, which inevitably leads to errors, something we cannot avoid. Xie Tu acknowledged. Survivor testimonies are also crucial and serve as an important reference standard. Pollution zones devoid of discovered survivors tend to be highly dangerous areas. Let us hope that the S-Class Sentinel team sacrificed in Pollution Zone number 75 actually corresponds to a 5-star danger level. Furthermore, it is hoped that the researcher surnamed Xi has not only proposed theories regarding pollution zones as mental domains, but has also articulated the notion that no keys exist within 5-star pollution zones. Xie Tu's voice turned somber. To date, all domains deemed 5-star danger levels have seen no survivors. Because of the keys, seasoned sentinels can typically extricate themselves from most pollution zones. Pollution Zone number 88 is an exception. Its guardian is a guide, directly targeting the mental domains of sentinels. Song Liang, seated in the back, busily typed away on his keyboard, receiving data from the evaluation and intelligence teams. He nodded, stating, bizarre domains, based on historical monitoring data, exhibit a normal probability of estimation errors. Team Zero has long been psychologically prepared. Perhaps one day, they too may make the ultimate sacrifice within a pollution zone. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao fell silent, her mood inexplicably heavy. The armored off-road vehicle smoothly entered the inner city, halting before the operations department's entrance. The group disembarked, entering the building and taking the elevator directly to the conference room. This time it was a grand assembly hall, with Base Commander Shen, Minister Duan, members of the intelligence and evaluation teams, and personnel from the Biological Research Institute present. Aside from the two leaders, all seated were internal staff dedicated to supporting the mission, including logistics and reinforcement troops. This marked Yun Zhao's second participation in a pre-mission briefing. The portly Commander Shen commenced with a series of encouraging official remarks. His demeanor was affable, with a naturally smiling visage, appearing cheerful in such a serious setting, somewhat out of sync with the atmosphere around him. Subsequently, the Biological Research Institute unveiled their findings regarding the aberrant species. Yun Zhao struggled to comprehend the technical jargon for her. The most immediate understanding was that the aberrant species exhibited no emotions, rendering it incapable of employing emotional resonance abilities for control. This knowledge sufficed. According to the evaluation charts, over the past 2 years, Pollution Zone number 28 had shown normal detection with no signs of dispersion. As with previous missions, a topographical map adorned with various markings was displayed on the screen. The vast area illuminated by a pulsating red indicated the location of the number 28 contaminated zone, which encompassed approximately 4 to 25 square kilometers. Once all the information had been conveyed, Minister Duan spoke. The reinforcements will depart alongside us. The objective of Team Zero is to ascertain the cause of Zhang Di's aberration. If deemed necessary, we shall eliminate the number 28 contaminated zone. Understood. After the meeting concluded, Xie Tu lingered in the conference room to converse privately with Minister Duan. Yun Zhao accompanied the team downstairs to inspect the logistical preparations and ammunition supplies. Naturally, this task was primarily handled by Song Liang, while the others settled in the armored vehicle. Can we skip the compressed biscuits this time? I'm rather tired of that fare, suggested Duan Shi, raising an eyebrow. Yun Zhao, your military backpack is light. Could you pack a few more packets of instant noodles for us? After all, it wasn't every day they encountered a city preserved from the apocalypse timeline. Should the environment within turn inhospitable, their sustenance would rely solely on the provisions they brought along. The warehouse brimmed with food. Yet Duan Shi had little desire to consume more compressed biscuits. After some thought, Yun Zhao pondered the potential lack of hot water. It would be prudent for everyone to carry extra chocolate to replenish energy at any moment. It's all right. We have the armored vehicle and self-heating hot pots. We'll fetch you water if you could pack us a couple of boxes. Do Tao chimed in cheerfully. Rabbit quipped, are we on a mission or on vacation? The two men feigned ignorance. We'll make another trip back shortly to load more food into the vehicle. We should also bring bread. The barbecue grill is still in the truck, and we need a pot for boiling water. Do Tao and Duan Shi busily arranged their supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao conceded, fine, instant noodles aren't that heavy anyway. She packed them into her backpack, mindful of the previous situation where they had run out of food. No one wished to resort to compressed biscuits. As Song Liang loaded the ammunition boxes into the vehicle, he overheard their banter and sighed heavily. By the time Xie Tu emerged, the rear of the vehicle was already piled high with ammunition supplies. The group exchanged greetings with the reinforcements and agreed to regroup outside the base before returning to the training ground to transfer the food supplies. Xie Tu glanced at everyone but chose to remain silent. Do Tao and Duan Shi busily loaded food until the vehicle was brimming. Inside the vehicle, already cramped by ammunition, There was barely room to move once they all took their seats. Xie Tu approached Yun Zhao, his expression unchanging as he said, "First, we need to unlock the mental barriers. Everyone must adapt in advance." As he spoke, his mind wandered back to the serene days just past. For several days, he had not been interrupted by the incessant noise that had plagued his thoughts, allowing him to rest peacefully and enjoy the profound tranquility of sleep. It had been a long time since he had experienced the inherent serenity of the surrounding world. Now, however, he was compelled to dismantle his mental barriers and return to the clamor of reality. The thoughts of his team remained unknown to him, yet he felt an unexpected twinge of dependency arise within. Xie Tu frowned slightly at this realization. "All right," Yun Zhao, unaware of his musings, nodded. "Let us do it together once we're in the vehicle." Xie Tu replied with a nonchalant Once everything was loaded, and each member had organized their military backpacks, they boarded the vehicle one by one. The driver was now Song Liang. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu switched seats, settling in the back next to Rabbit. She cast a glance at the driver's seat, recalling how the captain had promised to teach her to drive, only to run out of time. She would have to wait for another opportunity. With everyone on board, Xie Tu habitually performed a final inspection before taking his place in the passenger seat. Let us roll. Chapter 81. An Empty City. The number 28 contaminated zone lay approximately 300 kilometers from the Dawn base. Team Zero, accompanied by the reinforcements, arrived at a nearby outpost in the early hours of the night. Under the veil of darkness, the outpost's indistinct contours formed a stark silhouette, with a massive signal tower standing in the center, akin to a lighthouse illuminating the path ahead. Upon reaching the outpost, the reinforcements swiftly and methodically conducted their checks. Due to the overwhelming number of vehicles, they were unable to enter. All vehicles remained parked in the wilderness outside. Team Zero disembarked in succession. Once their heightened senses were restored, as Xie Tu had indicated, the entire team felt somewhat disoriented. The aberrant creatures encountered along the way had served as a practical exercise for them. Duanxi murmured softly, "I suppose we'll need to shield ourselves a few more times. Only then can we switch modes freely." That sensation was akin to removing headphones that had been playing soothing melodies, only to inadvertently switch to heavy metal rock. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of countless sounds morphed into an irksome din, relentlessly invading their minds. Duanxi's mental entity, a peregrine falcon, resembled a drunken soul, swaying unsteadily atop the vehicle's hood. None of us seemed to be adjusting well. The captain must be struggling even more, Dou Tao whispered furtively. Upon disembarking, Xie Tu conversed with the aide-de-camp of the reinforcements, his expression unruffled and demeanor calm, betraying no signs of discomfort. How curious, thought Dou Tao. How could he remain unaffected? No one knew. Within Xie Tu's mental realm, the fire phoenix was in a frenzied uproar, rolling and flailing about. After a few days of tranquility, it now faced an onslaught of noise from every direction, with all negativity, darkness, and oppression flooding in like a relentless tide. How uncomfortable. Why am I not her mental entity? In recent days, she has been providing mental guidance to others. Why don't you let Qingluan in? A guide cannot possess two mental entities. I wish to be with Qingluan.
11e tu snapédé, silence.
Yun Zhao yawned as she stepped down from the vehicle. Are we staying here tonight? She had been exceedingly fatigued from training, retiring promptly at 10 each night. Now it was well past midnight. Yes, Rabbit ran over, tugging at her sleeve. Sister Yun Zhao, let us go secure our rooms. Xie Tu suppressed the irritation bubbling within him, leaning against the military truck as he continued discussions with the aide regarding their subsequent station location. His gaze inadvertently caught the reflection in the truck's window, revealing the slender figure meandering into the outpost. Those clear, tranquil eyes, tinged with sleepiness, displayed no hint of panic or anxiety. It seemed she was devoid of fear, not a smidgen of concern regarding the mission. Such a contradictory guide, her temperament was elusive. The captain would handle the subsequent matters. Everyone exchanged pleasantries with the outpost personnel, each selecting a room to rest. The environment at the number 28 outpost was quite pleasant. The rooms were clean, and the beds notably spacious. After freshening up, Yun Zhao reclined on the bed, closing her eyes in slumber. At 8 a.m., after Team Zero had breakfast, they convened at the entrance of the outpost. Yun Zhao quickly tidied herself, donning her combat gear. At her waist, she wore a dagger on the left side and the firearm, Diamond Bird, chosen by Xie Tu. On her right, her training results had not been stellar. She could shoot but often missed her targets. Her military backpack contained only a limited supply of ammunition. Carrying the weapon was merely a precaution, should the scenario mirror the last time, with monsters lurking throughout the city. Perhaps she could hit a few even with her eyes closed? The diligent captain averted his gaze upon seeing her. Let us move. The flow of time within the contaminated zone differed. Whether entering in the morning or evening, the distinction was negligible. The outpost station lies a mere 60 kilometers from the 28th contaminated zone. Reinforcement troops, with hundreds of vehicles, trailed closely behind the armored vehicles, much like the previous occasion. After traversing a distance, a tumultuous gray mist began to materialize in the distance, swirling ominously as if it were a living entity, incessantly contorting and morphing, devouring the azure horizon. The reinforcement troops came to a halt here, watching as the black armored off-road vehicle surged towards the gray fog amidst the swirling sands, raising clouds of dust. Inside the vehicle, the 4 individuals in the back seat shifted to the front, interlocking their hands for mutual support. The intelligence team, having reviewed the reports, had requested the logistics department to fabricate connecting belts with buckles. However, due to the precedent of Yun Zhao's previous disappearance, Xie Tu opted against using them. Employing buckles could lead to injury during sudden terrain changes, making a simple hand-holding arrangement far more prudent. The rear compartment was filled to the brim with supplies. Yun Zhao nearly sprawled across the co-pilot's seat, while the rabbit clutched her left hand, prompting her to instinctively extend her right hand towards the man seated beside her. He hesitated for a brief moment before his large hand slowly rose, gently enveloping her outstretched hand. His palm bore a slight roughness, and the warmth radiating from it permeated through her skin as his fingers curled slightly, easily ensconcing her hand within his grasp. Yun Zhao felt a momentary daze, reminiscent of the times her uncles had held her hand, guiding her into Qingshan town. Yet, there was an undeniable distinction. What exactly was different? Prepare yourselves, maintain vigilance. We are about to enter. Song Liang's voice resonated, and instantly, the vehicle was engulfed by an insatiable gray fog that seized and enveloped the air within the confines, as if it possessed a life of its own. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it retreated swiftly. The 28th contaminated zone appeared to swing its gates open to Team Zero, as if extending a welcoming invitation. The transformation occurred with astonishing rapidity. Just as Yun Zhao regained her senses, the surroundings had already morphed. The armored off-road vehicle seemed to have crossed an invisible boundary, suddenly entering a desolate city. The sky above was a somber gray, heavy fog cloaking the entire urban expanse, imparting an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Nevertheless, visibility was not obstructed. Beneath the muted heavens, a faint luminescence seemed to envelop the area, reminiscent of moonlight, although no moon graced the sky. Ethereal beams filtered through the fog, softening and blurring the outlines of the surrounding buildings, rendering their sharp angles and shattered edges smooth, exuding a dreamlike quality. This lent the city an eerie, haunting atmosphere, akin to a ghost town forgotten by the world. Silence reigned within the vehicle as the sentinels expanded their senses, probing their environment. The streets lay strewn with various discarded items, rusted car carcasses, toppled trash bins, shattered glass, and scattered documents. Buildings on either side bore the scars of decay, their walls adorned with mottled remnants of soot and impact, some charred black, others dented by unknown forces. Almost no window glass remained intact, and the once vibrant advertisements had long faded and deteriorated, the inscriptions barely discernible, with only fragments of patterns and lines remaining. The expansive intersection, meant for 8 lanes, lay in utter silence. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily calm, devoid of any clamor or human presence. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep through, stirring up dust and debris, which would swirl momentarily in the air before settling back into stillness. Was this an empty city? Chapter 82, The Invisible Will-o'-the-Wisp. The interior of the vehicle was profoundly quiet. After a moment, Xie Tu finally released Yun Zhao's hand, refocusing his thoughts on the mission at hand. She released his spiritual entity, a falcon silently soaring above, surveying the surroundings. After a while, he reported, "Captain, no changes detected, nor any signs of life." Furrowing his brow, Shi mused, "Where have the aberrant creatures of this contaminated zone vanished to?" Xie Tu remained silent, raising his wrist to activate the communication device. The time, unsurprisingly, had come to a standstill. He single-handedly navigated the screen to assess the local contamination levels, which read 65. The timeline may be caught in some node of the Dark Age. With no one on the ground, it is highly probable that all are sheltering within the 28th refuge. We need to survey the terrain and devise a means to acquire the key. We must ascertain how Zhang Dihui exited the contaminated zone, especially given the aberration at a contamination level of 22. Our priority is to ensure the team's safety and obtain the key at the earliest opportunity. As for the monsters that once roamed the surface, their whereabouts remain uncertain. They could very well be within the refuge, Or perhaps they never existed at all. At that moment, Tao Hao passed the computer to Song Liang at the driver's seat. Song Liang accepted it, unfolding the map, which conspicuously lacked the designation for the 28th refuge. When the dark apocalypse had abruptly descended, monsters emerged, and shelters were hastily established. Most urban refuges were repurposed from existing underground spaces. We merely need to locate an unsealed subway entrance. It should lead us to the 28th refuge, he stated. The rabbit had instinctively moved to the observation window, her chameleon perched atop the sniper rifle, its expression a blend of disdain matched with round, inquisitive eyes. Scanning the street beyond, the members of Team Zero exhibited a remarkable synergy, their roles clearly defined. Yet, Yun Zhao sat in her seat, her expression inscrutable as she scrutinized each of them. Did none of them perceive it? Xie Tu extended his perception, narrowing his eyes as he instructed Song Liang. Proceed forward and seek the location of the 28th refuge. Understood. The armored vehicle roared to life once more, its rumbling echoing jarringly in the desolate city. The Falcon led the way ahead. At that moment, Yun Zhao abruptly stood, leaning over the backrest. She gently tapped Xie Tu's shoulder. Turn around. Let me see your face, she requested softly. Her sudden demand caused a momentary pause in the atmosphere within the vehicle, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. What was she asking of the captain? Duan Shi candidly remarked, Captain S face isn't a tourist attraction. You can see it any time. Why choose this moment? However, Xie Tu complied, turning to face the back seat, his sharp gaze lightly sweeping over Duan Shi. Instantly silenced, Duan Shi turned away, feigning busyness. Only then did Xie Tu return his attention to Yun Zhao, their eyes locking, his deep, dark irises akin to pools of ink. Upon seeing his face, Yun Zhao appeared momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Xie Tu, his voice hoarse, inquired, have you noticed something? She wouldn't have made such a request without reason. Can't you all see it? Yun Zhao pressed her lips together, her hand reaching to caress his forehead. Here, ever since we entered, each of you has emitted a faint glow from the spot. In her eyes, flames akin to will-o'-the-wisps flickered upon the foreheads of everyone in the vehicle. They all glowed white, but his radiated gold. As she spoke, her tone was soft, laced with a hint of confusion. Why can't the others see it? And only I can? Am I glowing too? Her words plunged the vehicle into a profound silence. Expressions of disbelief adorned everyone's faces as they instinctively reached for their foreheads, their touch no different from the habitual caresses of their own skin. The smoothness of their brows, the normal temperature, there was no hint of the purported brightness or any peculiar texture. The rabbit murmured, how can this be? There's absolutely nothing unusual. What had Yun Zhao truly witnessed? Ghost fire? They were all alive and well. From where could such ghostly flames arise? Tao Hao was incessantly groping his forehead, as if that might uncover the light that Yun Zhao had described. Duan Shi, anxious, tugged at Song Liang. Old song. Turn around quickly, so I can see. Why can't I see anything? Am I blind? Xie Tu's hand lingered on his own forehead, gently covering hers. At that moment, his mind was devoid of distractions. Her words had detonated like a bomb within the Zero squad. Xie Tu squinted slightly, his brow furrowing as he delved into contemplation. Yun Zhao could not possibly be lying. What did that flame signify? Was it related to the peculiar environment of the contaminated zone? Why could only Yun Zhao perceive it while the others could not? Was it due to the mental power of the guide? Yun Zhao had withdrawn her hand, touching her own forehead, murmuring to herself, do I possess it as well? Yet she could not see it. Neither could anyone else. Calling forth her small bluebird, she inquired, can you see anything on my forehead? The little bird hopped onto the opposite weapon rack, cocking its head to scrutinize the entity. Nothing visible. Or perhaps it existed, but was invisible to spiritual entities. Yun Zhao stood up and leaned toward the front seat, accidentally knocking over a box of snacks, food scattering throughout the vehicle. She had no time to attend to it. Reaching to adjust the rearview mirror, the mirror reflected a small, white face, delicate and enchanting, her forehead smooth as ever, devoid of any unusual brightness. How strange. Why did she not have it? If it did exist, she wished for it to be green or blue, akin to the color of her small bluebird.
Onzième tu.
Catching sight of her perplexed expression, inexplicably thought of blood-red roses and the parasitized Wang Ji, his lips tightening unconsciously as he sought to find the key swiftly. Anomalous phenomena were never a good omen. Indeed. Song Liang pressed the accelerator, hastening their speed. The teal glow had already begun to permeate the vehicle, attempting to reach for that flame, yet it eluded their grasp. The strands of mental energy passed right through, the flame resembling more of an apparition. Yun Zhao contemplated, projecting a mental barrier to obstruct the encroaching dark matter from eroding the bodies of the sentinels. The atmosphere within the vehicle abruptly grew oppressive. They had only just entered the contaminated zone for a few minutes and were already aware of the mysterious ghost fire on their foreheads. Anyone would feel a sense of unease. Tao Hahao sat opposite Yun Zhao, occasionally glancing at her, then casting a peculiar look at the foreheads of the others. Previously, the Biological Research Institute had released a report, and everyone, including Minister Duan, shared the same sentiment. The 28th contaminated zone might restrain the capabilities of guides. Yet now, everyone exhibited abnormalities, except for Yun Zhao. Tao Hahao felt his mind faltering. No one could comprehend the meaning behind this, including Xie Tu's. Do not let your minds be disturbed. Xie Tu steadied himself, speaking calmly, asserting that for the time being, they were safe. They should focus on the task at hand. And once the rules of this place were deciphered, they would naturally understand the situation. The seasoned S-Class Sentinel displayed an unusual calmness at that moment, quickly soothing the atmosphere within the vehicle. The others nodded in agreement. The vehicle sped through the desolate city. The deep rumble echoed, the sole sound in this silent world. Duan Shi perked up, instructing the Peregrine Falcon to continue ahead to investigate the terrain. The armored vehicle passed several subway exits, all evidently sealed by countless concrete and steel reinforcements. It was clear that the 28th shelter had been repurposed from the city's underground transit tunnels. The Sentinel's extraordinary vision caught sight of an advertisement plastered outside the subway entrance. Its colors faded, the celebrity's arm caked in grime, their features barely discernible. The accompanying slogans similarly obscure. At the bottom, a string of numbers was barely legible, the first 3 digits discernible. Contact number 028. The 28th shelter corresponded to the area code from the bygone era. Chapter 83. The 28th shelter. The armored vehicle continued onward. Towering skyscrapers lined the streets, silent sentinels. Their once illuminated windows now dark voids, resembling hollow eyes watching them. No one spoke within the vehicle. Yun Zhao gazed out through the observation window. This city was devoid of humanity, and even supplies were absent. The shops along the way had long been looted clean. The desolate city appeared exceedingly eerie. The Peregrine Falcon in the air made a discovery. Duan Shi straightened slightly. Captain, the entrance to the shelter is just ahead. Upon hearing this, Song Liang drove forward in the direction indicated by the Falcon. The roads on either side were wide, the dimly lit path seemingly endless, devoid of people or vehicles. Only an overwhelming silence prevailed. The shelter's entrance was concealed within an ecological park. Upon entering, they beheld a square steel structure standing behind a restaurant in the park. The main door was composed of massive, heavy metal plates, meticulously joined together, with a row of machine guns mounted on the overhead platform, their dark barrels aimed outward. Xie Tu surveyed the surroundings, releasing all his senses. The metal door led deep underground, where it seemed there was more than one barrier, faint noises emanating from within. There were living beings, though their forms remained uncertain. Xie Tu spoke. Duan Shi. Received. Duan Shi acknowledged. His falcon swayed left and right at the front of the vehicle. Leaping forward a couple of steps, flapping its wings toward the door, its form gradually becoming transparent as it passed through the metal gate. Inside were 3 barriers. The first 2 revealed 16 mutated soldiers. Duan Shi remarked that the staircase within descended deep underground, and he refrained from allowing the mental entity to delve further. Sensing voices below. Clearly, the captain's initial assessment was correct. The timeline within the 28th contaminated zone was situated at a node of the Dark Era. Due to the distance, and to be cautious, he dared not permit the mental entity to enter alone. As he spoke, Duan Shi's expression grew somewhat peculiar. While the individuals behind the first 2 barriers had long since mutated, everything seemed normal deeper underground. He heard voices. How strange. The 2 barriers seemed to separate 2 worlds. Did the timelines inside and outside differ? Was there a connection to the ghost fire appearing on their foreheads? Xie Tu remained silent, assessing the danger within. Song Liang had parked the vehicle beside a gazebo, turning to ask, Captain, shall we enter now? After a moment, Xie Tu withdrew his senses. Yes, check your equipment. We'll go in to retrieve the key. How do we enter? Tao Hahao shouldered his heavy weapon, preparing to disembark, turning back to say, that door looks incredibly sturdy. It can only be opened from the inside. If we force our way in, we might alert them. The rabbit slapped him. Have you forgotten that we have Sister Yun Zhao with us? The verdant glow of fluorescence could seep through the metallic door, coalescing into ethereal threads to assist in its opening. The individual singled out, Yun Zhao, sat quietly in her seat, her eyes clear and focused, gazing intently at the foreheads of those around her. It appeared she was scrutinizing the invisible ghostly flames that flickered upon their brows. Initially, the group thought little of it, but being so closely observed by her evoked an inexplicable sense of unease. Tao Hai instinctively reached up to his forehead, vigorously rubbing it as if he could erase that spectral flame. Unperturbed, Xie Tu turned his head to her and suggested, "Why not give it a try?" At his words, Yun Zhao's gaze unconsciously shifted to his forehead, where golden flames danced. She nodded gently, "All right." The little green bird, receiving the consciousness of its host, disdainfully surveyed the group before fluttering towards the metallic door. Its form gradually became translucent, passing straight through the door and vanishing outside. Inside, darkness reigned. The passage lay shrouded in blackness, permeated by dark matter. The little green bird flapped its wings, illuminating the surroundings with a flash of green fluorescence, casting slender tendrils of light that brightened the area. Several armed soldiers, transformed into aberrations, stood motionless within the doorway like statues, black viscous liquid dripping continuously from them, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. Shadows writhed faintly, revealing the sharp appendages of the aberrations. They showed no reaction to the presence of the spiritual entity. The little green bird beheld the door valve, now completely enshrouded in dark matter, its original form obscured. Countless ethereal threads enveloped it, and the door valve began to turn. The members of Team Zero heard the creaking sound of the door valve turning and swiftly disembarked from the vehicle, positioning themselves on either side of the shelter's entrance, ready for action. Yun Zhao lagged slightly behind, bringing up the rear. The guide could not stray too far from her. Xie Tu stood by the vehicle, waiting for her. Upon seeing her descend, he instinctively extended a hand to assist her before shutting the door behind her. Xie Tu remarked, "Don't rush inside just yet. First, check if those aberrations have flames on their foreheads. See if your ethereal threads are effective." "Understood," Yun Zhao replied with a nod. Unprompted, she intended to do just that. The ghostly flames might be connected to Zhang Dihui as aberration, yet she could not comprehend what the white and golden flames signified. Did they correspond to levels? Was Xie Tu's golden flame a result of his status as an S-rank sentinel? But why did she not possess one? Was it that only she could see them? Or was it exclusive to guides? The distinction held great significance. As the two approached the door, the sound of the turning valve caused a gap to appear between the interlocking metal plates, revealing the scene within. The dim passage was illuminated by scattered green fluorescence, rendering the sight even more eerie. The walls, forged from cold metal, were marred by the remnants of black, corrosive slime. 8 soldier aberrations stood against the wall, utterly unresponsive. "Why don't they react?" Duan Shi muttered quietly. Xie Tu, catching the murmured words, turned to him, his dark eyes regarding him as one might look upon a simpleton. The spiritual barrier enveloped them, shielding them from all external sensations. Her barrier manifested in 2 forms, one that blocked sensory perception, and another akin to a protective barrier. Since their entry, an invisible shield had cloaked them, isolating them from the encroaching dark matter. The aberrations could not perceive their presence, hence they exhibited no aggressive behavior.
Oh.
"I almost forgot," Duan Shi hurriedly added. The gap in the door widened, revealing more of the interior. Yun Zhao lifted her gaze towards the foreheads of the aberrations, finding nothing there but black viscous liquid. She shook her head at Xie Tu, slightly raising her hand in an attempt to employ an emotional resonance attack against the aberrations. As anticipated, it proved futile. The 8 soldier aberrations remained utterly unresponsive. The base S investigations were not mistaken. This was indeed the contaminated zone Zhang Dihui had entered. These creatures seemed devoid of emotion. Xie Tu's expression deepened, as if lost in thought. The little green bird, witnessing the door open, returned, perching atop Yun Zhao's head, casting a disdainful glance at the others. A bunch of worthless fools, unable to even open a door. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, the metal plates retracted into the wall, producing a dull, jarring sound. The heavy noise triggered the aberrations, who erupted into shrieks as they searched for the source of the disturbance, their sharp appendages rapidly extending within the passage. Anticipating this, the rabbit had readied a silenced sniper rifle, swiftly dispatching 2 of the aberrations that charged forth. The 8 monsters were quickly eliminated. Xie Tu, with an expression of indifference, saluted as he led the way into Shelter 28. Chapter 84, The Soul Cage. Inside, darkness enveloped them. The passage measured merely 2 or 3 meters in length. At its end, a staircase descended, each step coated with a fine layer of dust. The sentinels, possessing exceptional vision, adapted to the dimness and moved unimpeded down the stairs. Yun Zhao walked in the middle of the group, The inky environment obscured the varying heights of the steps, yet the fluttering green fluorescence adjusted swiftly to her intent, illuminating each step beneath her feet. Having grown accustomed to it, Xie Tu again grasped the strap of her backpack. Yun Zhao glanced up at him. The man's gaze remained fixed ahead, his profile stern and unyielding, not casting a glance in her direction. The group continued their descent, soon arriving at the second gate. The little green bird facilitated the opening of the door. Song Liang and Duan Shi drew their knives, silently dispatching the aberrations within, and similarly rendered a salute. In the contaminated zone, the flow of time differed. Team Zero had witnessed such scenes multiple times. These aberrations had once borne the duty of safeguarding the populace during the Dark Age, their uniforms still bearing the remnants of past glory. Saluting was a gesture of respect for these soldiers, and a tribute to those harrowing times. Continuing down the stairs, they reached the third gate. Unlike the previous two, the third gate lay deep underground, equipped with a bulletproof glass window for identity verification, separated by an iron grille. Through the glass, the interior scene was clearly visible. Dim yellow oil lamps illuminated the shadowy corridor, where indistinct figures moved, footsteps and voices intertwining. Inside, all appeared safe. Outside, dark matter swirled, dust thick in the air. It felt like two disparate worlds. Were there two timelines? Yun Zhao observed the situation within and inquired, could it be a merged contaminated zone? She recalled Minister Duan's words. Merged contaminated zones were classified as 5-star danger levels. Not necessarily, Xie Tu replied, glancing at the figures within. It might still be a single timeline. Those living underground cannot comprehend the circumstances above, continuing to exist within their own world. Yun Zhao's expression faltered slightly as if a thought had struck her. She asked, then if the timeline could revert to the past, what would those inside be considered? Living beings? The deceased? Monsters? Or merely a reflection? Given the disparity in the flow of time, many contaminated zones retained scenes from the past. Previously, in the 88th contaminated zone, Yun Zhao had felt little towards the aberrations in the city. However, since returning to the base and commencing her training, Yun Zhao had perused numerous task cases and developed a profound understanding of those dwelling within various contaminated zones. Some of the creatures therein remained oblivious to their own demise, unaware that they had transformed into mere monstrosities. In their perception, the world continued to operate at a familiar rhythm, repeating their daily lives and steadfastly maintaining their posts. Should their consciousness linger in the present, the beings within the 28th contaminated zone might still be anticipating the arrival of tomorrow, yearning for the sun's reappearance, hoping for the end of their apocalypse. They found themselves ensnared in a cocoon, their awareness manipulated by the gatekeeper. It was as if their souls were imprisoned within a cage, unable to find liberation. Unbeknownst to them, from a biological standpoint, they had lost all vital signs, becoming physical aberrations. Xie Tu felt compelled to remind her of the closing remarks from the knowledge course videos she must have seen, which served as a warning to the combat team. Yun Zhao pressed her lips together and recited the words, "History shall not alter due to our presence. We are mere spectators of history, incapable of harboring pity for those within the contaminated zones, and we must not allow emotions to cloud our judgment during missions."
11e tu note dead.
Stating that as the timeline inevitably led to each individual's demise, they would vanish, replaced by ravenous abominations intent on ensnaring the sentinels within the contaminated zones forever. The surrounding team members listened in somber silence. The harsh truth was undeniable. It was precisely due to their incomprehension that many sentinels had perished in the contaminated zones, despite possessing the key to escape, for they had developed a sense of compassion for the monsters ensnared within. Such empathy was a grave transgression. I understand. Yun Zhao paused momentarily, raising her hand to deactivate the barrier. Since we are to enter, I shall retract the barrier. If communication is possible, perhaps we can glean clues from those inside to obliterate the tainted timeline here. Her desire to eliminate the gatekeeper persisted. After all, to merely earn a little over 1,000 points for a trip would be a futile endeavor. Having experienced the substantial rewards of the 88th contaminated zone, a mere 1,000 points now seemed somewhat beneath her. Observing her untroubled countenance, Xie Tu remained unsure of her thoughts, but confirmed that all was well before leading the team toward the door. They intentionally created noise, rousing the attention of those within. "Who goes there?" A vigilant male voice called from inside. The voice sounded normal, reminiscent of an ordinary human. Through the bulletproof glass, Xie Tu discerned a soldier clad in camouflage, announcing, "We are the Sentinel team dispatched from the central base to assess the situation at the 28th shelter." The young recruit, Rabbit, appeared puzzled and quietly inquired of Song Liang, "Why is the captain stating we are from the central base? Our dawn base is much closer." Song Liang patted her shoulder, explaining, because our proximity may expose the Dawn Base's designation, potentially giving rise to new obsessions among those inside. If the situation within the shelter is dire, the individuals might develop a fixation on the notion that they could easily escape to the Dawn Base, which would hinder our ability to secure the key. As for whether they will believe us, once we ascertain their capabilities, it will be beyond their doubt. The Central Command has sent reinforcements. The soldier's expression shifted to one of shock, followed by elation. Wait! I shall notify the Major General immediately. His face radiated with emotion. Through the bulletproof glass, Yun Zhao observed his forehead, where gray-black flames flickered, nearly devoid of light, on the verge of extinguishment. What would happen once extinguished? Would he become like those emotionless monsters at the door? Emotion? Was the gatekeeper of the 28th zone collecting emotions? Yun Zhao recalled her own spiritual threads capable of capturing feelings. She seemed to grasp a critical insight, but her train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the hurried footsteps of many approaching from within. Comrades, we have finally awaited your arrival. Among the newcomers, a burly man clad in military green rushed forward. Upon seeing a group of living individuals in combat attire outside, he excitedly asked through the door, "Commander, is the nation still standing?" Silence enveloped the team. Xie Tu's gaze deepened as he slowly replied, "Yes, all is well." The officer erupted into laughter, his voice exuberant. "I knew it. Those monsters outside are nothing. As long as the nation endures, humanity shall ultimately prevail, even through the barrier of the door." His laughter could not be contained. The atmosphere among the team grew increasingly somber, heavy, and oppressive, with no one daring to speak further. Chapter 85. The underground shelter. The burly officer finally returned to his senses and hastily instructed the soldiers to open the door. As the door creaked open, he disregarded the dust-covered, dimly lit passage outside and eagerly approached Xie Tu, extending his hand for a handshake. In that fleeting moment, as his hand reached out, Xie Tu instinctively raised her hand in a military salute. Their hands narrowly missed each other. The officer paused for a moment, instinctively returning the gesture. His gaze swept across the six of them, and he noticed a young girl in combat attire staring intently at his forehead. The officer, puzzled, felt his expression grow vacant. Xie Tu took 2 steps back, subtly positioning herself in front of Yun Zhao, and spoke again. "Comrade, we have journeyed a great distance and require rest. Moreover, you must provide me with detailed information regarding the situation within the shelter." The officer snapped back to reality. "Oh, of course. Please follow me." At last, the group was granted entry into the darkened confines of the 28th shelter. The exceedingly long passage was dimly illuminated, with a few makeshift oil lamps, barely sustained by chemical fuel, casting a feeble glow against the walls. The officer led them along the corridor, where remnants of the once bustling subway station were evident. Signs of repurposing were ubiquitous. This level of the structure appeared to be entirely inhabited by soldiers, all of whom were armed and clad in camouflage. Upon their arrival, the soldiers seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, their eyes shining with renewed vigor, as if even the gray-black flames upon their foreheads had brightened slightly. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they encountered an iron enclosure revealing 2 hollow iron doors, resembling a colossal cage. Inside lay a large circular platform with rolling iron chains, which, when rotated, would elevate or lower the cage. This manual lift was essential, as dark entities thrived in the absence of sunlight, incessantly eroding the electrical systems, rendering the power supply across shelters inoperative. In the absence of electricity, this was the primary means of traversing the underground structure. Apart from Yun Zhao, the others were familiar with this mode of transport. The team maintained their vigilance, encircling Yun Zhao as they entered the manual lift. The officer engaged in conversation with Xie Tu while the soldiers began to rotate the iron wheel, causing the chains to clank as the lift descended. Yun Zhao felt a tremor beneath her feet, followed by a sensation of plummeting. Xie Tu did not turn back, but extended a hand to steady her, continuing his dialogue with the burly officer. He inadvertently posed a variety of questions, extracting a considerable amount of information in the process. For instance, Xie Tu pointed at the watch on his wrist and casually inquired, "In this realm where day and night are indistinguishable, does wearing a watch not inconvenience you?" The burly officer offered a wry smile in response. "Not at all. After being confined underground for 3 years, without a watch, I would awaken each day uncertain of what year it was." A chill swept over the team members upon hearing this. No wonder they had failed to notice the sentinels and guides. It turned out that the passage of time here was such that the Dark Apocalypse had only descended 3 years prior, while the outside world had experienced a lapse of 198 years. In the 5th year of the Dark Apocalypse, the first sentinel emerged, and by the 15th year, the first guide appeared. Thus, The inhabitants of this shelter were merely ordinary people. How astonishing that shelter number 28 had succumbed so early.
Indeed.
Xie Tu remarked before raising his wrist to synchronize the time on his watch with that of the officer.
Comrade.
The Central Authority is exceedingly concerned about the situation across various regions. Could you enlighten me regarding the current population, food reserves, and military equipment status of shelter number 28? Very well, Commander. Once we reach the settlement point, I will elaborate at length, replied the officer, a major general named Qin, who claimed to be the highest authority within the shelter. The onset of the Dark Apocalypse had been sudden, leaving ordinary citizens utterly defenseless against the myriad of aberrations. The military, responding to directives from the Central Command, ventured into the city to conduct rescue operations. Initially, a contingent of robots successfully intercepted monsters, saving numerous civilians before retreating underground. Soldiers simultaneously defended against the monster assaults while hastily modifying the subterranean structures. Eventually, the power system collapsed entirely, rendering repairs futile. Even if restored momentarily, it would soon succumb to the corrosive dark matter. The robots, unable to recharge, gradually became mere scrap metal as their power dwindled.
Shelter no.
28 had retrofitted a number of robots to operate on diesel fuel, assigning them the task of searching for supplies. Other survivors, like frightened mice, cowered deep underground, too terrified to venture outside. As Yun Zhao listened, she pondered the attributes of the gatekeeper, her appearance suggesting she was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a cacophony of grinding gears erupted from below, and the manual lift came to an abrupt halt. The sudden stop caused her to stumble slightly. The man engaged in conversation, sensing the disturbance, extended his arm to steady her. The rabbit, positioned beside Yun Zhao and poised to offer assistance, found his gesture preempted by the captain, leaving his hand suspended awkwardly in midair. Bewildered, she withdrew her hand and glanced back at Song Liang. Their eyes met, and he averted his gaze, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. The lift had now ceased its ascent, and the oppressive black walls receded, revealing an expansive space. An elliptical plaza stood prominently at the center, encircled by grand underground architecture connected by circular corridors. Every so often, an oil lamp illuminated the walls, while densely packed rooms flanked either end, stretching into the distance beyond sight. Emotionally numbed individuals were ubiquitous. Their gaunt faces bore witness to hardship, hands rough and scarred from enduring labor in the underground, thick calluses and fresh wounds adorning their palms, while dirt filled the crevices beneath their fingernails. High cheekbones jutted prominently against hollowed eyes, framed by dark circles that betrayed their lack of sunlight. The prolonged absence of adequate illumination had rendered their skin a sickly pallor. Upon encountering unfamiliar faces, those standing outside turned in unison to scrutinize them. The suffering of 3 years had dulled their vitality, leaving their gazes particularly vacant and hollow. Yun Zhao once again beheld the ashen flicker of ghostly flames, each person's forehead marked by that eerie glow. The strange flames danced in the dim light, on the verge of extinguishment, exuding an ominous aura. Yun Zhao quickly averted her gaze. The plaza was adorned with neatly erected tents, each marked with signs such as registration and inquiry. Clearly, they had reached the core area of the shelter. A few individuals followed Major General Qin as they disembarked from the lift. Xie Tu, equally attentive to the external sights, fixed his gaze upon the people and spoke. Comrade, would you kindly show me around? We need to ascertain the local conditions. Of course, Major General Qin replied, unhurried and composed. He seemed utterly convinced by Xie Tu's dubious statements, ignoring various illogical aspects, as if he genuinely believed they were sent by the Central Authority for rescue. Before departing with him, Xie Tu cast a meaningful glance back at his team, urging, "You all proceed to the settlement." The group responded in unison, understood. It was evident that the captain intended to familiarize himself with the terrain and obtain the keys independently.